The Blue Star Man, Marco, has been reborn into the world of the Game of Thrones, accompanied by a stronghold from the Heroes of Might and Magic series. Let us witness the tempest he shall unleash upon the continent of Westeros. Skagos Island lies on the northern coast of Westeros, belonging to the north. It is a large isle at the mouth of Seal Bay, adjacent to the Shivering Sea. Due to its proximity to the land of eternal winter, the climate here is exceptionally frigid, with piercing winds that seem capable of freezing all that exists. Standing atop the highest tower of his castle, Marco gazes into the distant mountains, his thoughts swirling in tumult as he realizes he has been in this world for over a week. Confronted daily by the monotonous environment, Marco feels on the brink of madness, yet the castle offers him a glimmer of hope. This stronghold is none other than the human capital from Heroes of Might and Magic V, albeit currently the only castle he possesses. Nonetheless, Marco is convinced that in the near future, he shall construct all the necessary buildings and summon a formidable army. When he focuses his consciousness on his forehead, a panel appears before him, visible solely to him. Owner, Marco Belleris, a name of great significance, steeped in history and noble lineage. Hero skills, basic offense, intermediate leadership, diplomacy. Buildings owned. Town hall provides 1,000 gold monthly, militia hut, blacksmith fortress. Soldiers, 100 brutes, 10 archers, 3 infantry. Resources, 1,000 gold, 10 wood, 10 ore, 0 crystal, 0 mercury, 0 gems, 0 sulfur. Quest log. 1. Explore this island and comprehend the fundamental conditions of the world. Incomplete reward, 1,000 gold. 2. The appearance of the castle has been regarded as a miracle by the local tribespeople. Win their loyalty and make them your subjects. Incomplete reward, 1,000 gold, 10 wood, 10 ore. After reviewing his quest list, Marco gazes curiously outside his castle. In the days prior, he had been engrossed in examining the structure of his stronghold, neglecting the world beyond. He had presumed the outside to be a desolate isle, devoid of inhabitants. Thus, he was taken aback to find a new quest had materialized today. The castle stands approximately 30 meters tall, surrounded by a blacksmith and a militia hut, with only a few patches of fertile land and residential buildings. The entire stronghold occupies around 9,000 square meters, protected by a 10-meter-high stone wall, with a drawbridge and 2 grand gates safeguarding its entrance. Beyond the moat, the weather transforms entirely, with the northern winds howling and the cold biting fiercely. Bloodhim Blackstone, a tribal leader on Skagos Island, along with over 100 warriors, witnessed the castle descending from the heavens while hunting seals 7 days prior. Since then, he has led over 500 of his tribesmen to this newfound stronghold. The castle's moat is both pristine and warm, and many tribespeople have sworn never to leave since tasting its waters. Some have contemplated venturing inside the castle, yet the elders of the tribe have intervened. To many in the tribe, this is a divine miracle, for the castle has emerged near the divine tree. The elder of the tribe, who possesses the wolf spirit, claims that the castle harbors immense power, one that their companions cannot access. As the tribespeople gazed in awe at this marvel, in a small valley over 300 meters from the castle, a grand tree stood silently against the cold wind, its blood-red leaves mingling with faces that appeared to bleed upon its trunk, evoking an eerie sense of dread. Were Marco present, he would surely recognize this as the peculiar tree from a television series he had watched in a previous life. Beneath this tree, an elderly man leaned against its trunk, fiery leaves cascading upon him. He gasped for breath, opened his eyes, and sighed towards the direction of the castle, saying, still unseen, how truly miraculous only the divine could conjure such a magnificent edifice. After speaking, he slowly rose, adjusted his mud-stained fur coat, and ambled towards the castle. Unbeknownst to him, a white raven perched upon a branch observed him intently, shifting its gaze to the castle after the old man departed. Meanwhile, Marco had summoned all his followers to the castle's assembly hall. This unnamed castle consists of 3 levels. The first floor houses the armory, training ground, kitchen, and prison. The second floor contains the meeting room and residences, with Marco's own quarters situated there. The third floor boasts a grand palace filled with diverse rooms, and Marco chose to reside on the second floor for ease in commanding his soldiers. The top floor is designated for future high-gear military structures, where the Griffin Tower and the Altar of Light are to be established. Although the assembly hall now accommodates over 100 individuals, it still appears remarkably spacious. Typically, only Marco and 13 soldiers inhabit the castle, and due to the absence of attendants, Marco usually dines with his soldiers. He has personally tested the soldiers provided by the system. They are sentient beings, fully aware of their identities as members of his family and subjects of the castle. The 100 ruffians usually dwell in the farms behind the castle walls. With autumn upon them, wheat and pumpkins have yielded a bountiful harvest, and the storerooms within the castle are brimming with provisions. Through more than a week of exploration, Marco has discerned that the castle seems to be safeguarded by some extraordinary force, enjoying an exceptionally temperate climate. Surrounding the castle is a moat, and on the first floor, a large terrace features a magnificent fountain that gently flows water outward, cascading like a waterfall into the moat below. The moat serves as the sole water source for all the inhabitants surrounding the castle, including the farms that rely on its waters. The castle's exit is a 10-meter-high long bridge, wide enough for only 2 individuals to walk side by side, and beyond this, there exists no other egress. The lowest point of the entire castle stands over 8 meters above the water's surface. Apart from this singular path, the only means of entry is by flight. As the assembly settled, Marco rose from his throne, and the infantryman standing beside him bellowed to the crowd, "Silence." His resonant voice echoed throughout the hall, transforming the cacophony into instant quietude. Marco cast a satisfied glance at this soldier, named Sars Ting, the mightiest among the 3, whom he had appointed as the castle's overseer. "I trust you're all curious as to why I have summoned you here. It is because I have discovered signs of habitation in this area." A thunderous uproar ensued, as excitement surged through the crowd. Initially, they, like Marco, had presumed this to be a desolate expanse. Thus, the notion of venturing outside had not crossed their minds, especially with the pressing need to harvest ample crops. "Silence. Do not disturb the Lord's address," spoke the captain of the archers, Lorne Hawkeye. A formidable figure, his archery prowess was unmatched, and his command restored tranquility to the bustling hall. "Today, I intend to make contact with the indigenous people outside, regardless of their identity or power. We must display our might. Therefore, I have decided to name this castle Griffin Fortress, with Holy Sun as our banner." "As you command, my lord," came the chorus of responses. Suddenly, before Marco appeared a notification interface, revealing Hidden Quest, naming the castle, establishing the banner. "You have integrated better into this world. Keep it up. Completed reward. 1 griffin, 1,000 gold, 10 wood." Marco, upon reading this, was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, yet a twinge of regret flickered within him. He couldn't help but wonder if naming the castle Angel Fortress might have earned him an angelic companion. However, such musings were fleeting. Just as he prepared to speak, an eagle's shrill cry resonated from outside the castle. The doors to the conference room's balcony burst open, and a colossal beast with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion swooped in, folding its wings as it approached Marco's throne. It chirped excitedly, its immense eagle head affectionately nuzzling against Marco. Gazing upon this magnificent creature filled Marco's heart with fondness. The griffin stood over 2 meters tall, and its expansive wings, if unfurled, would span approximately 8 meters. The agile eagle head appeared vibrant and alert, while the robust lion body exuded strength and vitality, seemingly brimming with boundless energy. It was no wonder that griffins were among the highest-ranked creatures in the game, known for their formidable attack capabilities and relentless counterattacks. Gently caressing the griffin's head, Marco waved his hand to signal it to take position behind him. The griffin immediately stood at his rear, wagging its lion-like tail like a playful puppy. "Ahem. Everyone, I shall now assign the tasks. Bobby Lee, the leader of the mob, you will dispatch 80 of your men to accompany me outside the city. Sas Ting, the 3 of you will remain at the castle, while the remainder will be led by Lorne Hawkeye to the battlements. Is that understood?" "Yes, my lord," came a unified response. "Hiss." The griffin expressed its dissatisfaction with a sharp cry, seemingly complaining about Marco's lack of instructions for it. You. From now on, I shall call you Siwang. You will patrol the skies above the city gate. If you see me draw my sword, commence the attack." "Hiss." The griffin Siwong let out a cry, nudged Marco affectionately with its head, and swiftly darted to the balcony, soaring into the sky with a flourish. Chapter 2. The Rocks of the Northern Realm Bloodhand. Blackstone respectfully bowed to the elder who approached the crowd, then inquired earnestly, "Elder Bloodstone, what revelations have you received? What did your dreams convey?" The elder gazed at the towering castle that reached for the heavens, his heart brimming with excitement. He turned to his kin behind him and proclaimed loudly, "My fellow clansmen, I have received a revelation. The unicorn shall once again appear beneath the sacred tree, and we shall shed our human forms to become beings of light." Noticing the bewildered expressions on the faces of his clansmen, the elder realized that they could not comprehend the meaning of his words. Just then, a cacophony of grinding gears resonated from the drawbridge opposite them, and soldiers began to emerge, faintly visible atop the city walls. Gleaming arrowheads protruded from the arrow slits in the gate. With a thunderous crash, the drawbridge descended, and the gates began to open slowly. Rows of soldiers marched out in perfect formation, clad in imposing black helmets and wielding peculiar serrated spears. Their bodies adorned in simple scale armor, and their feet encased in basic leather boots. Unlike the rotund figures from the game Heroes of Might and Magic V, these first-level soldiers stood as imposing European men, each measuring 7 meters tall. Once they had formed their ranks, Marco rode forth on his battle steed, which was adorned in resplendent armor. Unlike the complete suit of armor typically bestowed by the system, Marco donned a noble equestrian outfit, a blue-black riding attire that complemented his flowing silver locks, making him appear as if he had stepped straight out of a fairy tale as a prince. Marco's current form towered over 2 meters, his hair an eerie silver, paired with violet eyes and a beguiling visage that evoked a sense of familiarity. He advanced into the midst of the soldiers, surveying the native people before him, resembling wild men with their unkempt appearance, and furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, a chilling gust swept through, carrying with it an intense, overwhelming essence that nearly rendered Marco unconscious. He contemplated how to initiate conversation with these seemingly savage individuals. He urged his steed forward, taking a deep breath before attempting to speak. Suddenly, Marco's eyes rolled back, and he felt his consciousness plunge into a peculiar space. Before him stood a one-eyed elder clad in black robes, who, upon preparing to speak, was seized by terror as he glanced over Marco's shoulder. There, emerging majestically behind Marco, was a magnificent dragon adorned with pure golden scales, radiating a gentle luminescence. Even more astonishing were its wings, not the traditional dragon wings, but rather feathered like those of a swan. At this very moment, the colossal dragon glared furiously at the old man. Suddenly, its eyes emitted 2 blinding beams of light, striking the elder, who let out a horrific scream before instantly transforming into a flock of crows and vanishing. The Green Prophet, the three-eyed crow. Fortunately, Marco had merely lost consciousness for a few seconds. Now awakened from the dream, he cried out in agony. Following Marco's resounding roar, a terrifying aura emanated from him, and the ethereal form of a golden dragon appeared before the castle. Witnessing this miraculous spectacle, Bloodhand Blackstone and his companions were instantly paralyzed with fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, each murmuring prayers. Meanwhile, Marco gradually regained his senses. His mind was a chaotic whirl, and the intense ringing in his ears obscured his vision. Thankfully, he clung tightly to the horse's belly with sheer willpower, preventing himself from falling off. After approximately 10 seconds, Marco began to return to normal, shaking his head to clear his thoughts while suppressing his excitement. He mused internally, never imagining this world would be so fascinating. Could it be that the Dragon of Light from the Ashen World brought me here? Yet, I am uncertain whether this is the realm of the Game of Thrones or that of a Song of Ice and Fire. What could the three-eyed crow possibly want from me? Regardless, it matters not. Having been granted a second chance at life, how could I not embark upon a grand, reckless adventure befitting my identity as a traveler from Blue Star? At that very moment, in a cave far to the north of Westeros, surrounded by the roots of the weirwood tree, the three-eyed crow screamed in agony, blood streaming from its 7 orifices. This startled the nearby Leaf, who gazed at the bloodied figure with concern and asked, "The course of the world has become increasingly perplexing. I can feel the power of the divine. Yet aren't the dragons nearly extinct? How could such a formidable dragon emerge? What? A prophet? A dragon? Aren't they supposed to be extinct? You must be cautious. It would be best not to investigate that direction. I need to rest for a while. We shall converse once I have recovered." Cough, cough. With that, the three-eyed crow closed its eyes and fell into a deep slumber on its vine chair. Leaf, filled with curiosity and shock, recognized the necessity of heeding the prophet's words and subdued her thoughts as she quietly exited the hall. Meanwhile, Marco observed the disheartened wildlings sprawled on the ground. He called out to the crowd, who is your leader? You may rise. There is no need for such reverence. The frigid sea breeze did not muffle Marco's voice. It resonated clearly in every ear present. Bloodhand Blackstone glanced at the elder Bloodstone beside him, who continued to fervently recite prayers. Appearing utterly devout, Bloodhand Blackstone gently patted the elder's hand, receiving an irritated glance in return as the elder turned his head toward Marco. Elder Bloodstone gazed at Marco, who was looking at him with a face full of confusion, and promptly realized the situation. He quickly gathered his composure and stood up. With utmost respect, he bowed to Marco, then greeted him in both the common tongue, the language of Westeros, and the ancient tongue, the language of the ancient ancestors. At that moment, a new interface appeared before Marco, presenting him with two options, the ancient tongue and the common tongue. Although he had already discerned the location of this world, Marco had only seen the renowned and scandalous television series, and aside from a few key plot points and characters, the details eluded him. Driven by curiosity, he chose the ancient tongue, but immediately regretted it. Speaking in such a constricted manner was quite uncomfortable. Greetings. I am the lord of this castle. My name is Marco Bellaris. Pleased to make your acquaintance. What brings you all to my castle? I am. Bloodstone. Elder Bloodstone found himself at a loss for words, having initially intended to showcase his linguistic prowess before this divine figure. He had not anticipated that this esteemed individual would also possess the ability to speak the ancient tongue, which caused the elderly man, with his unkempt hair, to flush with embarrassment, though his bushy beard concealed his expression. Subsequently, Elder Bloodstone introduced Marco to the basic circumstances of the island. He learned that he was not beyond the wall, and these people were not the wildlings from outside Westeros. Rather, they belonged to the northern territories, albeit having lived in a relatively isolated environment. Over a century ago, Duke Bajen Stark of the Stark family met his demise during a rebellion on Skagos Island. His successor, the ninth Duke Brandon Stark, had burned all the great ships of Skagos Island, resulting in their enduring semi-isolation. The inhabitants of Skagos Island referred to themselves as the Rockborn, while the Northerners deemed them wildlings. However, Marco discerned through their speech that these individuals seemed to retain the brutal customs of cannibalism and human sacrifice, leading him to believe they bore a striking resemblance to certain wildling tribes. When Marco inquired about the current year, Elder Bloodstone admitted he was unaware of the date but mentioned that during the summer, Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreffort had sent envoys to the island. The Stern clan of Floatingwood Hall and the Mon clan of King's Hall were engaged in negotiations with them, while the Crow clan of Abyssal Hall appeared to oppose any dealings with outsiders, remaining silent on the matter. These three clans were the most powerful on Skagos Island, each boasting thousands of members, leaving smaller clans like Elder Bloodstone to survive in their shadow. Following this, over 500 members of the Bloodhand Blackstone clan swore fealty to Marco beneath the fishbeam tree, having recognized him as the divine son. Their clan had long cultivated shaggy rhinoceroses, which were large in stature and bore a single horn, often mistaken for unicorns by outsiders. However, Elder Bloodstone informed Marco that the unicorns on Skargas Island are unique divine beasts, and now only one remains, nurtured by the Crowl clan of Abyss Fortress. As Marco pondered his developmental trajectory, a system panel materialized before him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered an array of new features. Possessions, Griffin Fortress, Tribal Language, Unset, Owner, Marco Bellaris Hero Level, Level 1 Hero Skills, Basic Offensive Technique, Intermediate Leadership, Diplomacy. Special Abilities, Royal Demeanor, Omniscience. Constructs, Town Hall, Militia Barracks, Blacksmith Fortress. Troops, 100 Brutes, 10 Archers, 1 Griffin, 3 Infantry, 500 Subjects, Special. Resources, 1,000 Gold, 10 Wood, 10 Ore, 0 Crystal, 0 Mercury, 0 Gem. 0 Sulfur. Quest Log. 1. Explore the island. Completed. Reward. 1,000 gold. 2. Subjugate the tribe. Completed. Reward. 1,000 gold. 10 wood. 10 Ore. Chapter 3. The three clans of Skag's Island. Marco claimed all the rewards for his recent task, and then he opened his panel to review the status of the 500 subjects under his domain. Suddenly, a window popped up in the section designated for the subjects, stating, "Due to the host completion of exploration and tasks, the system is now formally integrating into the local world. In the absence of resource collection points, the system will switch to a task reward mode and collection mode. with resource quantities determined uniformly by the system. As the castle integrates into the world, it will not produce humanoid beings due to rule constraints. Subjects will automatically be classified as Tier 0 beings, unable to acquire hero skills. By expending gold resources, they can be transformed into Tier 1 farmers. Subsequently, the system began to present several windows, detailing the changes and usage methods of related buildings. From this moment forth, all subjects who pledged loyalty to Marco would be automatically categorized into the ranks of Tier 0 soldiers, while Marco must invest 3,000 gold resources to construct all necessary buildings for the farmers, thereby granting the subjects the opportunity for class advancement. The fortress, headquarters, and castle serve only to enhance protection and augment crop yields. The fortress allows for 1 harvest per year, the headquarters permits 2, and the castle 3. Initially intending to construct an archery tower, Marco, for the sake of his subjects, reluctantly spent 500 gold to erect a farmer's hut. Observing the sudden emergence of buildings and farmland, Elder Bloodstone, who was ravenously devouring black bread, nearly choked. Bloodhand, seeing this, hurriedly patted his back to alleviate the elder's distress. Although they were still clad in long-haired rhinoceros leather, the odor emanating from them had significantly diminished. Before entering the castle at Marco's insistence, these rock-dwelling individuals, who had never bathed in their lives, leapt into the moat, nearly turning the outer moat's waters into mud. Meanwhile, Marco recruited 10 robust tribesmen as apprentices at the blacksmith shop. Due to the system lacking a designated blacksmith, Bobby Lee had been seeking individuals to undertake the role. The rock dwellers were restricted by the northern folk from using iron implements, relying instead on obsidian, dragon crystal for weaponry. These 10 individuals were craftsmen who typically shaped obsidian shards, so they would likely learn quickly. Having secured all arrangements, Marco, accompanied by Bloodhand and Elder Bloodstone, proceeded to the conference room on the 2nd floor of the castle. Influenced by his past life, Marco sought perfection in all matters. Upon his arrival in this world, the first task he undertook was a thorough inspection of the castle, both inside and out, ensuring he could completely master it while attempting to deduce the intricacies of this world through the castle's structure. Upon discovering that this island harbored 3 significant tribes, Marco felt a sense of unease. A tribe of over 10,000 could easily mobilize more than 1,000 warriors. Although I possess this castle, the risk of attack remains ever present. The enemy, leveraging their numerical superiority, may still find a way to breach our defenses. Moreover, according to the elders of the Bloodstone, these tribes are steeped in history, and should they become aware of the castle's existence, they would undoubtedly devise means to seize it. In this desolate and barren land, any resource or territory could easily serve as an excuse for others to engage in bloodshed. The indigenous people of Skaggs Island average around 2 meters in height. Although their weaponry and armor may be primitive, their physical stature compensates for these shortcomings entirely. In the conference room, Elder Bloodstone surveyed the surroundings with the wonder of a newcomer in a grand estate, the expansive hall adorned with opulent decorations, and the substantial architectural style lending an air of solemnity to the setting. In the subsequent hours, Marco, under the introduction of Elder Bloodstone and his companion, consolidated all available clan intelligence. Although the first-tier magic guild has yet to be established, the castle is adequately stocked with basic necessities and stationery. Marco found several blank tomes and quills in the storeroom on the ground floor. He then devoted about a day to documenting the castle's structure and functions in writing, using Chinese characters to ensure maximum security. As he opened the tome and dipped his quill in ink, he began to inscribe his findings. The Stern clan of the Floating Wood Hall possesses a colossal wooden fortress and commands the largest forest on Skaggs Island, due to extensive logging of ancient trees. The island has now exhausted its supply of suitable timber for shipbuilding, with the Stern clan monopolizing the island's shipbuilding industry. The Magnan clan of the King's Hall is the most populous clan, led by their chieftain, Ma Sung Dan, reputed to be the strongest warrior on the island, capable of conquering both land and sea. Rumor has it that he towers like a giant, wielding a massive battle axe that can cleave a man in two in an instant. It was his ancestor who led the charge against Duke Stark, which is why their castle is known as the King's Hall. The Crow clan of Abyss Fortress is the most ancient on Skaggs Island, their lineage notably pure, with a preponderance of wolf spirits, shapeshifters, among them. It is said that their elders can command unicorns, and the clan harbors many man-eating monsters. Those who fall into their grasp either meet a gruesome end or are offered as blood sacrifices. As Marco penned these observations, a rudimentary plan began to form in his mind. Firstly, it was certain that Abyss Fortress would not ally with the other 2 clans, allowing him to prioritize their elimination. Next, he considered the floating wood hall, which posed the greatest threat to Griffin Castle. Their shipbuilding capabilities would make it trivial for them to construct siege ladders. Marco planned to deal with Abyss Fortress first, utilizing the forces from that region to launch a surprise attack against the floating wood hall, thereby securing control over the timber resources and minimizing threats. Ultimately, he envisioned unifying the forces of both clans for a decisive confrontation with the King's Hall. This was Marco's preliminary strategy, though regrettably, his task panel had yet to refresh. He possessed a premonition that the rewards for this task would be exceedingly generous. He contemplated the swift construction of the altar to summon angels, believing that the Stark family had yet to decline. The Boltons still held their title as earls. Yet Marco surmised that the onset of the narrative was not far off when that time arrived. The absence of angels would render them utterly powerless against the White Walkers and Daenerys' three dragons. Just then, a cry of an eagle echoed from the balcony as the griffin, Cywin, burst through the door, clutching a lifeless seal in its beak. It seemed eager to present its prize, but Marco intervened, reluctant to allow his castle to become stained with blood, especially with no servants available for cleaning. Elder Bloodstone and his companion gazed at the griffin in astonishment, their eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. The awe the griffin inspired was hardly less than that of encountering a unicorn. After Marco meticulously recorded the information, Elder Bloodstone grasped the still-dazed Bloodhand and bid farewell. As they needed to allocate residences for their kin, the sight of stone houses was utterly unimaginable for these rock-dwelling folk who had spent their lives in caves. They had come to regard Marco as a deity. With merely a word from him, they would willingly offer their lives. Before departing, Bloodhand Blackstone subtly suggested that his three daughters be allowed to serve Marco in the castle as his maids. For a fleeting moment, Marco felt a stir of interest, however. Upon recalling Bloodhand's appearance, he dismissed the thought and politely declined, citing the construction of the castle as his reason. As twilight descended, the northern realm was transitioning into late autumn, the weather turning chilly. The fierce cold winds and the freezing rain that characterized Skagos Island were among its most dreaded calamities. Each year, during this period, the rock folk of Skagos prepared supplies of food and meat in advance, ready to retreat into their caves for winter, much like bears hibernating. Fortunately, the castle stood isolated offshore. Otherwise, Marco believed he would scarcely survive 6 months on the continent of Westeros. Regaining his focus, Marco began inscribing the narrative he recalled into a tome, detailing everything from the War of the Five Kings to the War of the Bastards. He meticulously noted all pertinent information, including critical considerations and future plans, as he perceived that memories would inevitably fade with the passage of time. Moreover, the matter of the wildlings occupied his mind. He needed to devise a strategy to gather the hundreds of thousands of wildlings beyond the wall, lest they transform into a horde of whites in the future. Unbeknownst to him, the hour had slipped into the depths of night, and Cywin had quietly settled beside him to sleep. At that moment, Marco remembered that his current resources were sufficient to construct new buildings, prompting him to urgently review the architectural options available. Buildings owned: town hall, militia barracks, blacksmith, fortress, peasant huts. Building level: level 4. Resources available: gold 2,500, wood 20, or 20, crystal 0, mercury 0, gem 0, sulfur 0. Level 1 magic guild. Description: allows heroes to learn magic. Possesses 3 level 1 spells, 1 each of light and darkness, and a third for summoning or destruction. Town level requirement: 3 town resource requirements, gold 2,000, wood 5, or 5. Without a moment's hesitation, Marco clicked on the construction option. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed, and a tall tower sprouted beside the castle. An extraordinary energy enveloped the entire castle in an instant. Marco hurried to the balcony and discovered that the entrance to the Mage Guild was located on the top floor. Thus, he hastily ascended to the uppermost level, awakening his griffin companion, Sivan, who shook its body and followed Marco upward. Chapter 4. Magic and Unicorns. As Marco stepped cautiously into the realm of the Magic Guild, a new interface suddenly materialized before him. Hidden tasks: 1. Naming of the castle completed. Rewards: 1 griffin, 1,000 gold, 10 wood. Partially unclaimed. 2. Establishing the Magic Guild completed. Rewards: 1 priest, 1,000 gold. Partially unclaimed. It was at this moment that Marco recalled he had yet to claim the resource rewards from the hidden tasks. The sight of the griffin had ignited a surge of excitement within him, causing him to overlook the rewards. Fortunately, the system did not impose a time limit for claiming these rewards. Otherwise, he would have incurred a significant loss. Realizing this, Marco hastily clicked on the resource options, for he was in dire need of these game resources. Due to systemic constraints, the town council and his skills had all been converted to a monthly gold supply. Even the taxpayer skill of the militia had transformed to a monthly basis. At this juncture, Marco refrained from further scrutinizing the interface and instead gazed with palpable excitement at the towering spire of the Magic Guild. At the entrance of the tower stood a middle-aged man clad in a blue priestly robe, approximately 1.7 meters in height. His resolute face, complemented by a meticulously groomed beard, lent him an air of authority and solemnity. He bore a staff about a meter in length upon his shoulder. Upon noticing Marco's entrance into the Magic Guild, the middle-aged priest respectfully bowed and addressed him. "My lord, greetings. I am Casparade, and from this day forth, I shall oversee your magical education, addressing all your inquiries in due course." In the ensuing moments, Priest Casparade elucidated the reasons behind the transformation of gold resources into a monthly allotment. It transpired that this world existed within a low-magic environment, where elemental energy was dormant. The gold resources within the castle were deemed the energy source for its operation, which resulted in the daily generation of gold being merely a trickle. Indeed, in most regions west of Westeros and Valyria, people regarded magic as a mere myth. On the continent of Westeros, scholars from the Citadel had long been devoted to the establishment of a world devoid of magic. Marco recalled hearing a notion during his time on Blue Star that the mighty dragons of the Targaryen dynasty had met their demise at the hands of the Citadel, which also explained the subsequent decline and weakening of dragons. Ultimately, many were slain by the rabble, becoming grotesque aberrations, with the shadow of the Citadel lurking behind these events. There was also a theory suggesting that Qyburn, a former scholar in Cersei's service, had been dispatched by the Citadel to counter the resurgence of magic, particularly with the appearance of the dragon-slaying crossbows in the later episodes of the series. Without the Citadel's covert manipulation, it would have been impossible for Qyburn alone to orchestrate such a monumental project. The sight of hundreds of colossal crossbows unleashing their bolts remained indelibly etched in Marco's memory. It is precisely this sense of impending crisis that fills Marco's heart, as his quintessential Targaryen appearance inevitably places him at odds with the future rulers of King's Landing. Moreover, the emergence of magic will undoubtedly set the scholarly city in opposition to him. After a brief, yet meaningful conversation, Marco was guided by Casparade into the first-level Magic Guild. This towering edifice, approximately 30 meters high, resembled the ethereal fireworks of Blue Star's ascension. Upon entering through the grand entrance, Marco was greeted by an array of enigmatic light circles, seemingly layered with countless tomes. To his astonishment, Marco spotted 3 magical scrolls swirling gracefully in the air. He approached the center of the magic tower with measured steps. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the 3 scrolls transformed into brilliant beams of light, piercing into Marco's mind in an instant. A searing pain jolted through his nerves as the methods of utilizing magic and the intricacies of magical energy were forcefully imprinted into his consciousness. After enduring nearly a minute of this torment, the pain gradually subsided. Once he regained his composure, Marco noticed that his silver locks and back were drenched in perspiration. Irritated, he cast a glance at Casparade, who, albeit slightly embarrassed, averted his gaze. At that moment, Marco's personal interface reappeared, revealing a distinct section for magic within the system. Upon clicking on his name, a tome of magic materialized before him, disclosing the 3 spells he had acquired during this session. The spells were as follows: Destruction Magic, Shattered Stone Spikes consuming 5 magic points. This spell inflicts indiscriminate earth element damage upon a designated area. Dark Magic, Weaken Curse consuming 4 magic points. This curse diminishes the target's damage output, with its duration equivalent to the hero's mana points per minute. Light Magic, Rapid Response consuming 4 magic points. This spell enhances the speed of the targeted unit, allowing for swifter actions in battle, lasting as long as the hero's mana points per minute. Marco's mana points stood at 10, equivalent to hero level 10, increasing to level 15 upon acquiring enlightenment skills. Mana replenishment could occur through 2 means. Entering the Magic Guild restores mana, and magical artifacts could absorb and replenish mana, subject to world rules. Blood magic or fire magic could also restore mana, utilizing the host's blood and bodily fluids. Upon reading the latter part, Marco felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that the system had begun to exhibit a mischievous side, since he had come to understand that the world he inhabited was that of Game of Thrones. Marco had contemplated the possibility of being a descendant of Valyria, though he remained uncertain about the specifics of the House of Baelor. During his time on Blue Star, he had heard from a seasoned fan of Game of Thrones that the Targaryen family was merely a minor house during the Valyrian era, not the most formidable of the lineage. Legend has it that in the days of Valyria, those dragon lords possessed dozens of dragons and were particularly adept in the arcane arts. Marco envisioned a future where he could brandish Valyria's tiger skin as a banner, masquerading as a descendant of the Dragon King, thereby gradually conquering the entirety of Westeros. Much like the Targaryen lineage. Suddenly, he noticed an update on his task panel and hastily clicked to examine it. Resources: gold 2500, wood 25, or 15, crystal 0. Mercury 0, gem 0, sulfur 0. Task log: 1. The chieftain of the Stern clan, Alok, has discovered your castle and intends to seize it before winter arrives. Defeat him. Incomplete. Reward: gold 2000, wood 30. 2. The chieftain of the Magna clan, Rope Dan, has heard rumors of the Castle of Heaven and also plans to claim it. Defeat him. Incomplete. Reward: gold 2000, 1 chest. 3. Chieftain Hank of the Crawl clan has gathered his forces and aims to capture sacrifices at Floatingwood Fortress. Seize the opportunity to defeat him. Incomplete. Reward: gold 2000, or 30. 4. You have discovered information about a wild unicorn. Attempt to explore its domain or tame it. Incomplete. Reward: unknown. Upon reading this information, Marco was jolted with fear. Although he was uncertain when his castle might be attacked, he realized that time was of the essence. Thus, he toiled late into the night, working diligently until he finally succumbed to a drowsy slumber. At dawn the following day, Marco was roused by the griffin, Siwang. And he remembered that he had requested Siwang to awaken him early. He quickly got out of bed, performed a brief morning routine, and without partaking in breakfast, summoned his subordinates for a meeting. The Bloodstone Elder informed him that the original standing force of their tribe consisted of approximately 100 soldiers, while the remainder had been assigned to the castle's farms. Marco estimated that with around 3 days of training, these soldiers could be transformed into his invincible heroes. Consequently, he resolved to lead only 50 ruffians and 10 archers into the territory of Abyss Fortress, accompanied by another shapeshifter from the tribe, Wolf Fong, who had just 1 eagle companion. Unlike the Bloodstone Elder, who could command 3 eagles, this individual claimed that since entering the castle, his abilities had significantly amplified, allowing him to fully master his single eagle companion. Their objective was to conduct a surprise raid on the unicorn of Abyss Fortress. According to the Bloodstone Elder's intelligence, this unicorn served as the spiritual pillar of the entire Crawl clan, revered by their shapeshifters as a deity. It was preferable to tame it, but if that proved impossible, they would eliminate it and frame the Stern clan of Floatingwood, inciting a war between the 2 factions. Marco entrusted the castle's defenses to Sas Ting and Casper, informing them that in times of crisis, they could retreat to the castle for protection. With the formidable medieval fortress standing resolutely, it is capable of withstanding the assaults of thousands. The clan kraal of Abyss Fortress is situated in the northern part of Skagas Island, and its name derives from the clan's primitive dwelling in caves. Although these caves may seem rudimentary, they are not particularly difficult to locate. Based on the reconnaissance of griffins and eagles, as well as Marco's estimations, Abyss Fortress lies approximately 170 kilometers from Griffin Fortress. Recently, the snow cover has not been excessively thick, providing Marco and his companions a viable opportunity to conclude their raid within 10 days. Throughout their journey, Marco and his group moved intermittently, consuming provisions whenever hunger struck, and resorting to the cooking pot of a marauder to prepare a hearty black bread and meat soup when their hunger became unbearable. All of them were clad in the fur coats of the rock dwellers, and as this was their first winter campaign, the soldiers endured considerable strain. However, under the influence of Marco's tactical acumen and leadership skills, their resolve and stamina remained remarkably high. This efficiency and determination in their march left the indigenous Wolftar in awe. He had anticipated that this endeavor would take at least another day, yet to his astonishment, they reached their destination in merely 4 days. Chapter 5. The Battle of Abyss Fortress in an unknown, distorted realm. A crimson fissure stretched across the heavens, as if the very fabric of space had been torn asunder by some malevolent force. The oppressive black clouds coiling around the crack made it difficult to breathe. Red lightning flickered incessantly, casting an apocalyptic glow that filled the heart with sorrow and despair. Marco opened his eyes, realizing he was floating in midair, the sensation of wings flapping behind him awakening his awareness of their presence. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a throng of angels surged from behind, carrying him before a seraph. Clad in a robe of red and white with golden trim, the seraph wielded a sword of divine flame, and his blood-red wings radiated a chilling aura of lethal intent, almost as if they were about to drip with blood. Addressing the assembly of angels, he proclaimed, "Servants of the light dragon, the clarion call to battle has been sounded. The minions of the chaos dragon wreak havoc upon the world. Slay them, for order. May the light endure forever." With that, he unfurled his wings and soared toward a distant one-way portal. Marco followed suit, plunging into the portal alongside the angelic legion. A resounding explosion erupted as the portal detonated, jolting Marco from his slumber. He donned his leather coat and emerged from his makeshift tent. It was now the morning of the 5th day. They were encamped in a U-shaped valley, over 200 meters from Abyss Fortress. Upon seeing Marco awaken, the archer captain, Lauren Hawkeye, offered him a wooden bowl filled with a steaming broth, an unseasoned concoction of venison and dark bread, replete with a strong fishy aroma. Gritting his teeth against the scent, Marco consumed the broth, grateful for the warmth it provided. Over the past few days, he had taught his comrades to utilize smokeless stoves, allowing them to enjoy warm meals each evening. Turning his gaze, Marco observed soldiers gradually emerging from their earthen pits and tents to prepare food. He dispatched griffins and wolfhounds to scout the area, intending to gather intelligence before launching an assault. Once the reconnaissance was complete, Marco began organizing his subordinates' tasks. The mission entailed a surprise attack on a unicorn, followed by an ambush of pursuing foes. Having arranged everything, Marco mounted his griffin, Shaun, and ascended into the sky. The cavern housing Abyss Fortress was a natural limestone cave, with a large fish tree towering above. Beneath its boughs lay a silver unicorn, its lustrous coat radiating a sacred aura. The creature's magnificent spiral horn bore a striking resemblance to the narwhals Marco had encountered by the sea. It was no surprise that Elder Bloodstone remarked on the frequent visits of merchants to collect narwhal horns for trade on the mainland, as the two were indeed indistinguishable. Today, the unicorn had just finished a meal of offerings from humans, consisting primarily of apples and grass, and after all these years, it had grown weary of such fare. Initially, the unicorn had always yearned to venture outside, yet the human capable of conversing with it warned that humans beyond the confines would hunt unicorns. Only the Abyss Fortress offered true protection. Despite the unicorn's skepticism, it had grown accustomed to a life of ease, thus resigned itself to remain. Suddenly, its keen sense of smell detected two unique scents. It scanned its surroundings, but found no creatures corresponding to the aromas. Then, its ears perked up, and upon raising its head, it beheld a griffin descending from the sky, with a silver-haired human leaping down before it in an instant. Startled by the human standing before it, the unicorn quickly reared up, its expression one of wariness. Marco, observing the unicorn, noted its striking resemblance to the sacred unicorns of the forest faction, albeit smaller and somewhat unkempt. With a gentle smile, Marco addressed the wary yet beautiful creature. "Greetings, unicorn. I am Marco Belleris, the master of a castle. May I invite you to become my companion? I can enhance your life with clean sustenance and fresh spring water." As his words faded, a prompt materialized before Marco, stating, "Diplomacy skill activated. You have eloquently persuaded a wild unicorn to join your party, but you must expend 1,800 gold. Will you proceed?" Without hesitation, Marco affirmed, and 1,800 gold vanished from his resources. Unperturbed, he recognized that the success of this endeavor would yield greater rewards. In a brilliant flash of golden light, the unicorn transformed, becoming more resplendent and grand. It turned to examine its body, and in excitement, nuzzled Marco. He gently patted it, mounted its back, and declared, "From this moment forth, you shall be named Silver Flash. Let us depart from this place." The unicorn, Silver Flash, let out a triumphant cry and bounded towards the entrance of the Abyss Fortress. It called out to the members of the Krau family, seemingly bidding them farewell. Jarl III, a scout from the Abyss Fortress, was tasked with protecting the sacred tree and the unicorn alongside 5 other clan members. Moments ago, a brilliant light had erupted near the sacred tree, and they witnessed a silver-haired youth riding an even grander unicorn arriving at the tribe's entrance. Marco, observing the startled Krau warriors, smiled faintly and proclaimed in ancient tongue, "Divine beast, you belong to me. Your tribe is weak. Ha ha ha." With that, he directed Silver Flash to flee into the mountains. The Krau warriors, initially taken aback, quickly gathered their senses and charged towards Marco. Meanwhile, Marco guided the unicorn towards the valley where their forces were concealed, as more than 1,000 warriors began to pour out from the tribe. among these warriors. Both men and women wielded an array of obsidian weapons as they charged towards Marco. After covering a distance of over 300 meters, Marco lured them into an ambush. Upon reaching the trap, he suddenly shouted, causing the unicorn to leap over 5 meters into the air. Marco then instructed it to halt and dismounted. As the warriors of the Crow clan rushed forward, Marco cunningly took refuge behind the unicorn, bracing himself against the onslaught of obsidian arrows fired by the tribal fighters. The 30 or so warriors leading the charge, upon noticing Marco's halt, instinctively shrieked and rushed towards him, only to tumble into a deep pit with a resounding crash. Moments later, bundles of smoldering reeds were flung into the pit, unleashing a cacophony of violent coughing from within. Amidst the partially dry and damp bundles of reeds lay a dry pine log coated with whale oil. This highly flammable wood, when combined with the whale oil, ignited swiftly, while the reeds, being less combustible, produced a thick cloud of smoke. The tribal warriors following behind were thrown into disarray by the massive logs rolling down from the sides of the valley, and before they could mount a rescue, more bundles of smoking reeds were cast down. The griffin, Savon, screeched as it flapped its enormous wings, attempting to suppress the billowing smoke. In less than 3 minutes, Marco's assault caught the nearly 1,000-strong unit completely off guard. The clan warriors fled towards the valley sides, only to discover thorny vines densely packed on the slopes, insidiously coated with poison. Warriors who suffered lacerations to their palms quickly experienced a tingling numbness, rendering them incapable of gripping their weapons within mere minutes. This was a toxin concocted by Elder Bloodstone, frequently employed by tribal warriors for hunting whales and seals. The effects were typically short-lived, lasting at most 20 minutes, after which the paralysis gradually subsided. Through Marco's deft maneuvering, the forces of the Crow clan were ensnared entirely. The captured warriors were dosed with poison. Their shoulders burdened by logs and bound together, with their hands shackled to the wood, paraded in lines of 20 towards the Abyss Fortress. At that moment, the fortress was filled with the elderly, women, and children, who, fearing that the smoke would suffocate those inside, watched as Marco spent an additional 10 minutes neutralizing the remaining warriors. The captured fighters were now despondent, within the Crow clan's perception. They had always been the sovereigns of Skagas Island, never anticipating their defeat at the hands of these fewer than 100 outsiders. Marco proclaimed to them in ancient tongue that he was the master of the unicorn and that the Crow clan of Abyss Fortress must submit to him. At this opportune moment, the unicorn let out a resonant neigh, radiating a dazzling light. It had now fully transformed into the divine unicorn of the indomitable heroes. Marco surmised that the golden resources had indeed played a significant role, for the unicorn now appeared infinitely more resplendent than at the outset, its strength immensely magnified. A powerful aura emanated forth, compelling all the members of the Krull tribe to retreat. Marco gently caressed the unicorn's head in a gesture of encouragement, while Silver flashed. The unicorn snorted contentedly and squinted his eyes in bliss. In the wake of this scene, all eyes turned toward a tall, muscular man, his physique rippling with untamed strength. He glanced at the unicorn, then at Marco, gritted his teeth, and addressed Marco in an ancient tongue. "We pledge our allegiance. You can defeat me. I am man's." Marco narrowed his eyes upon him, recalling the words of Elder Bloodstone, who had spoken of the Krull tribe's reverence for strength and magical prowess. It appeared that he must now demonstrate the power of magic. A faint smile played upon Marco's lips as he regarded the warrior. "Very well, let us proceed." At that moment, an archer rushed in, reporting to Marco, "My lord, they have arrived." Chapter 6. Submission or Annihilation. After listening to the report, Marco commanded the soldiers, "Proceed according to the plan. Prepare for battle." Turning to the warrior who called himself Mance, he declared, "You shall witness my triumph over the chieftain, Hank." Mance, still contemplating a rebuttal, was swiftly pulled away by a nearby thug. In the ensuing moments, Marco and his companions began to strategize against the chieftain of the Krull clan from Abyss Fortress, Hank. Although the recent confrontation had seen the thugs, bolstered by Marco's offensive skills, rout the tribal warriors, Marco understood this was merely a stroke of luck and cunning on his part. Hence, he revised his strategy, aware that he was now up against the elite of the Krull clan. This time, his plan was laden with uncertainties. One could say he was embarking on a grand gamble. Meanwhile, Hank, the chieftain of the Krull clan, was leading his kin toward the direction of the tribe. They had recently raided several small tribes around Driftwood Fortress, capturing a multitude of prisoners. Some rock tribes on Skagas Island still practice the ritual of sacrificing living blood to the fishing beams, a tradition that the Krull clan of Abyss Fortress also upheld. They believed that the souls of the sacrificed lingered within the flesh, allowing them to partake in a sacred communion beneath the sacred tree, thereby gaining the strength and wisdom of the offerings. Once, in the northwest of Skaggs Island, there existed a small isle named Skane, inhabited by descendants who had migrated from the north long ago. During the Skaggs Island Rebellion, the Krall clan of Abyss Fortress had attacked, slaughtering the entire populace. Despite being descendants of the same forebears, the other inhabitants of the north held the people of Skaggs Island in great disdain, regarding them as little more than savages, derisively calling them the Skaggo tribe. As Hank pondered how to deal with the captives, he was interrupted by the low growls of the ice wolves nearby, accompanied by the piercing cries of the swift hawks overhead. Urgently, he commanded the warriors around him to hasten their march toward the tribe. Just then, soldiers from the front lines rushed back to report that the guards surrounding the tribe had vanished without a trace. At that moment, over 30 tribespeople emerged from the depths of the forest, crying out to Hank and recounting the tribe's plight. Upon hearing the news of the unicorn's change of hands and the tribe's occupation, Hank was struck with both shock and fury. The Krall clan had always been the oppressors on Skaggs Island. In Hank's recollection, the tribe had never faced such an ordeal. Even the royal hall would not dare confront them directly. The shapeshifters of Abyss Fortress had long nurtured these animal companions with a diet of meat. And after generations of training, these creatures worked seamlessly with the warriors, particularly the snow bears, known for their formidable combat prowess. Meanwhile, Marco sat regally upon the chieftain's throne, having just received 2 notifications following the capture of the tribe's pursuers and the assault on the tribe itself. Marco surmised that these 2 pieces of information were likely battle summaries, for in the realm of the game, every encounter, regardless of its magnitude, yielded experience points. However, he was uncertain as to how much experience he had accrued from these 2 skirmishes. Thus, he accessed his information panel. You have achieved a resounding victory. Your foes have been vanquished. Experience gained, 220 points. Enemy casualties, 50. Civilian losses, 3. You. Experience gained, 440 points. Enemy casualties, 100. Civilian losses, 7. Archer losses, 1. Gazing at the progress bar, which indicated he was a mere 300 points away from leveling up, Marco began to contemplate strategies for enhancing his skills. As preparations commenced, over 10 snow bears and 3 tundra wolves surged forth. Just as the knights braced for combat, a thunderous sound erupted. A series of wooden frames were erected by the marauders, forming a line of 6 structures within a 10-meter radius of the entrance. These frames were constructed from logs, sharpened at the front, with a row of stakes driven into the ground at the back, serving as support for the wooden barricades. Caught unawares, the snow bear knights crashed violently into the wooden structures, causing chaos among the tribal warriors at the entrance. Meanwhile, the 3 tundra wolves found themselves expertly pinned to the ground by the archer captain, Lauren Hawkeye, whose archery skills were formidable. Each wolf fell with a single arrow. As the tribal warriors stormed into the hall and beheld the grim scene at the entrance, they felt a chill of apprehension. In the ensuing moments, they moved with utmost caution. Hank, flanked by his kin, approached within 10 meters of Marco. The tribal warriors raised their bows, aiming at Marco, yet hesitated to release their arrows, for beside him stood a unicorn. Though the unicorn appeared taller and more resplendent than ever, years of familiarity allowed many of the tribal warriors to recognize it immediately. Hank addressed Marco in the tongue of Westeros. What manner of being are you? What brings you to Abyss Fortress? What sorcery have you employed to command the unicorn? Speak. Have you poisoned it? While voicing these words, he discreetly gestured behind his back, prompting 2 archers within the throng to quietly retrieve iron-tipped arrows from their quivers. Marco, finding amusement in the situation, regarded Hank with a wry smile. He had keenly noted the 2 archers aiming at him, and thus he grasped the hilt of his sword, responding with a grin. I employed this. No sooner had he spoken than Marco drew his knightly broadsword, pointing it forward. In an instant, a radiant surge of energy illuminated the vicinity. Suddenly, a row of stone spikes, each over 30 centimeters tall, erupted behind Hank, grievously wounding the feet of over 20 warriors, who fell to the ground, clutching their mangled limbs in agony, startling their nearby kinfolk. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Hank turned in alarm and bellowed in ancient tongue. Calm yourselves. What is happening? However, the surrounding tribespeople were equally bewildered, their expressions a mixture of confusion and fear. Only a few injured warriors, enduring their pain, spoke up, claiming their feet had been pierced by the stones that had erupted from the ground. At that moment, Marco's voice pierced through the air, laced with arrogance. Did you not see clearly? Allow me to ensure you do. With that, He pointed his long sword at Hank and summoned a dark curse with the remnants of his magical energy. A peculiar flash of black and purple light enveloped the room, and Hank noticed the terrified gazes of his fellow tribesmen fixed upon him. He felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, as if he were under a spell. And in a state of panic, he turned to Marco and asked, "Who are you? What have you done to me?" Marco, unfazed by Hank's distress, turned his attention to a warrior being escorted by the thugs and spoke in an ancient tongue. Did you witness this? This is my power. Do you wish to test it?" Mance swallowed hard, glancing nervously at Marco and then at the trembling figure of Chief Hank in the distance. When he gazed at the unicorn, he noticed its golden aura shining brilliantly, while Marco stood majestically atop the throne. As the thugs ignited the torches throughout the tribal hall, flames erupted, illuminating the space with a fierce glow. Marco bellowed in an ancient dialect, "I am the descendant of the Dragon King, Lord of Griffin Fortress. Will you submit or choose annihilation?" Simultaneously, he pondered whether he should enlist a devoted follower like Daenerys Targaryen to chant slogans for him, as it would surely enhance his bravado. Thus, it began with Mance, followed by Chief Hank, and ultimately, the entire Clowell clan of the Abyssal Fortress knelt in submission, murmuring reverently about the Son of God. Upon witnessing the collective submission, a weight lifted from Marco's heart. He had gambled, relying on his magic and the unicorn to compel the Abyssal Fortress to yield. He had also strategically placed flammable wood and straw throughout the hall, planning that if his magic and the unicorn failed to intimidate the rock-dwelling tribesmen, he would order the thugs to ignite chaos, allowing him to escape with his troops. Fortunately, this plan succeeded, marking the first step of his conquest as fundamentally accomplished. With the cooperation of the Abyssal Fortress's tribal warriors and his augmented abilities, Marco was confident that the sacred banner of the sun would soon be raised upon Skagus Island. 3 days later, after meticulously packing all the belongings of the tribe, Chief Hank arrived at the hall with 4 warriors to meet Marco. At that moment, Marco was surrounded by 4 young women from the Clowell clan, who were eagerly attending to him. These girls, reputed to be the most beautiful in the tribe, appeared strong and imposing. Despite Marco's repeated refusals, Hank, seemingly intent on retaliating for the embarrassment Marco had caused him in front of the tribe, insisted on having these 4 girls serve him, making Marco's last 3 days a relentless torment. Unable to spare even a moment to collect their experiences and rewards, the 4 female guards withdrew to the back of the throne upon seeing Hank and his companions enter, putting away the fruit platter and beverages. Chapter 7: The Downfall of Floating Hall. Hank entered the grand hall and respectfully bowed to Marco, seated upon the throne. The inhabitants of Skagus Island lacked the uncivilized freedom of thought characteristic of savages. The reverence for the strong has persisted since ancient times. Marco's mastery of magic and the subjugation of unicorns had elevated his prestige within the Abyss Fortress to unprecedented heights. With a hint of excitement, Hank proclaimed, "My lord, the clan is prepared. We shall depart at once." "Indeed. Excellent work. It is time for a transformation at the Abyss Fortress. I shall ensure that everyone enjoys ample sustenance, comfortable shelter, and fine attire, and then conquer the entirety of Skagus Island." "Yes, my lord. Long live." At this juncture, they were approximately 1 kilometer from Griffin Fortress, prompting Marco to abandon his earlier urgency and instead recline comfortably upon the back of the unicorn. During this interlude, Marco seized the opportunity to claim his battle rewards. However, this skirmish yielded only a few dozen experience points, leaving him over 300 points shy of leveling up. Nevertheless, due to the successful completion of the tasks concerning the taming of the unicorn and the Abyss Fortress, his resource points surged dramatically. Marco opened his interface to assess his recent gains. Resources: gold 2,700, wood 25 or 45, crystal 0, mercury 0, gem 0, sulfur 0. Quest log: 1. Floating Hall. Incomplete. Reward: gold 2,000, with 32. King's Hall. Incomplete. Reward: gold 2,000, 1 treasure chest, 3. Abyss Fortress. Completed. Reward: gold 2,000, or 34. You have discovered information about the wild unicorn. Attempt to explore its territory or tame it. Completed. Reward: 1 magic wand. As Marco rode the unicorn, a dainty magic wand materialized in his hand. This wand, a conduit for the magical arrow, could be employed 5 times. However, in the instant the wand appeared, it transformed into shimmering light and surged into Marco's consciousness. Anticipating this, he promptly accessed his spellbook interface. At that moment, he discovered that the page detailing destructive magic prominently displayed the option for the magical arrow, though it did not indicate magical consumption, merely showing a count of 5-5. Just then, a loud cry erupted from the griffin soaring above, causing the tribe's animal companions to voice their unease with low growls. Marco and Hank exchanged knowing glances, sensing an impending change. Marco nodded to Hank, who immediately commanded the main force to halt. Marco convened a meeting, during which Hank asserted that, given their numbers, an immediate attack could annihilate the forces of Floating Hall. Yet, Marco, with a sense of righteousness, dismissed this proposal. Addressing the warriors of the Crow clan, he declared that they were now under his command and enjoyed his protection. He would not sacrifice his own people for the sake of victory. After articulating these sentiments, only a few of the common tongue speakers were moved, while the majority gazed at Marco in bewilderment. Realizing his attempt to impress had faltered, Marco resorted to reiterating his original statement in a simpler, archaic dialect. Upon hearing this, all the tribal warriors erupted in cheers. War is perilous, and although the Crow clan of Abyss Fortress is renowned for its ferocity and martial prowess, this does not imply that each warrior is eager for death. Once the strategy was agreed upon, Marco signaled for everyone to rest and partake in their meal. Due to the proximity of the enemy, he refrained from allowing them to light a fire for cooking. As time progressed into the evening, Alok, the chieftain of the Stern clan from the Logwood Hall, was filled with excitement and joy. A fortnight prior, one of his tribal leaders reported the sudden appearance of a castle by the sea. The condition was that the terrifying fortress would provide them with food and winter garments. Skaggs Island, being situated to the north, endures a frigid climate that renders large-scale agriculture untenable, forcing the inhabitants to rely on hunting and fishing to barely sustain themselves. This dire situation explains why some tribes persist in their cannibalistic customs. Their poverty is overwhelming. Alok is a visionary leader. Since taking office, he has constructed a small port adjacent to the clan fortress, facilitating trade in timber, meat, pelts, and with merchants or whalers. He has also acquired advanced knowledge unattainable on Skaggs Island. One could argue that Alok is the most cultured individual on the island, a transformation largely attributed to his mother, a northern woman. From the moment of his birth, this unfortunate woman, abducted from her homeland, devoted all her energies to her son. Alok did not disappoint her hopes. Through his strength and intelligence, he ascended to chieftaincy, ensuring a better life for his mother. Yet, he has always been puzzled by her ability to read. Whenever he inquires about it, she falls silent, gazing westward with tears in her eyes, which troubles him greatly. Following the confirmation of the news, Alok tirelessly sought information regarding the castle, though most of what he gathered was vague and cryptic. Nevertheless, he unearthed a particularly valuable piece of intelligence. The castle housed merely over 500 individuals, with fewer than 200 being warriors. Thus, he led over 300 warriors from his tribe to this location, just having arrived today. After a cursory examination of the circumstances, Alok resolved to besiege the castle, spending the subsequent time urging his warriors to construct siege ladders. From the outset, he had intended to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to seize the fortress. His tribal warriors had successfully crafted over 100 ladders. The Stern clan of Logwood Hall has always been famed for shipbuilding, making the creation of such implements a straightforward task for them. As dusk gradually descended, the warriors of the Driftwood Hall sought refuge within their tents. The nights on Skaggs Island were bitterly cold, driving many to avoid lingering outside. Suddenly, piercing cries of battle shattered the stillness of the night. Most of the warriors in the tribe lacked a sense of direction, prompting Marco to instruct them to set fire to the enemy's encampment. Thereafter, they gathered in the direction of the rising moon, the soldiers of Abyss Fort igniting flames and wielding their weapons as they charged towards the moat of Griffin Fortress. At this juncture, the warriors, each brandishing a torch, formed two lines and advanced slowly towards the encampment of the Stern clan. The chaos enveloping the scene, with flames raging, rendered the Stern warriors incapable of mounting an effective resistance. Whenever groups of their soldiers attempted to coalesce, they were swiftly dispersed by Marco's men. Many of the Stern warriors either fell to death or were captured. Alok, upon hearing the battle cries, rushed from his tent, yet chaos reigned among the warriors, and he could only muster a force of over 200. As the conflict wore on, he realized, to his dismay, that he had unknowingly been encircled by the enemy. Before he could react and plan an escape, he witnessed his soldiers collapsing around him in agony. By the faint glow of the flames, he discerned that these soldiers appeared to have been impaled in the feet by some unseen force. Before he could inquire further, another wave of screams erupted. This time, He clearly saw a dozen of his frontline warriors pierced through the feet by rising stone spikes, leaving Alok vulnerable before the advancing foes. Marco emerged from the throng of soldiers, addressing Alok. Alok, chieftain of the Stern clan of Driftwood Hall. Your warriors have been vanquished. Surrender. Before Alok could respond, Marco pointed his sword behind him, and a diamond-shaped energy beam shot forth, striking down a soldier who was preparing to ambush. The would-be assailant was instantly obliterated, blood and flesh spraying onto the astonished Alok. Ignoring the blood staining his visage, Alok cast aside his weapon and fell to his knees, prompting the surrounding soldiers to follow suit. The aftermath of the battle lingered until dawn's hazy light began to break. Capitalizing on this victory, Marco dispatched a contingent of approximately 500 troops to raid Driftwood Hall, led by Captain Lauren Hawkeye and Hank of Abyss Fort. Before their departure, Marco earnestly instructed Hank to refrain from pillaging or slaughtering, asserting that all inhabitants of Skaggs Island were his personal property and no one was permitted to harm them. Driftwood Hall lay a mere 3 days' journey from Griffin Fortress, with roads remaining clear, had it not been for the approaching autumn and winter. As people busied themselves preparing for the cold, Marco would have likely faced repeated assaults from the 3 major tribes. Chapter 8. Castle Construction on Skaggs Island, Alok. The chieftain of the Stern clan in the Lumber Hall stood anxiously in the conference room, gazing at the grand and imposing hall before him. Filled with a sense of envy, he longed to possess such a magnificent castle, but he quickly came to terms with his own circumstances and lowered his head. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the windows, the entire conference room was instantly illuminated. Suddenly, the heavy doors swung open with a resounding crash, and a line of soldiers armed with peculiar long spears, led by 3 fully armored warriors, entered the room. Once they took their positions, Marco appeared in the hall, adorned in a courtly robe, accompanied by the priest Casparade. Following him were several key figures from his entourage. Among them were the Elder Bloodstone and Bloodhand Blackstone, the early loyalists from the indigenous people of Skaggs Island, Bobby Lee, the leader of the Marauders, and Hank, the chieftain of the Crawl clan from Abyss Castle, who had pledged allegiance to him just days prior. They sequentially took their seats at the long table in the conference room. Once all were gathered, Marco spoke. Let us commence with the first agenda. Alok, chieftain of the Stern clan of Lumber Hall, greetings. I am Marcial Belarus, the master of this castle. As you can see, my lineage hails from Valyria, and I myself am a descendant of the Dragon King. Though my family has lost the dragon, the power of magic has endured through generations. Thus, as the future ruler of Skaggs Island, I solemnly inquire, do you pledge your loyalty to me? Observing Marco's distinctive silver hair and violet eyes, Alok, a man of considerable experience, harbored doubts in his heart. After witnessing the unicorn and griffin, he felt a profound sense of awe and curiosity towards this extraordinary lord. Furthermore, he was aware that Marco had already dispatched troops to attack his lumber hall, making any further resistance futile. Consequently, he called out his name loudly and knelt an oath within the hall. Lacking a longsword, he chose to kneel on one knee, bowing his head with both hands resting upon his knee as he pledged his allegiance. Afterward, Marco arranged for him to sit at the long table and proceeded to organize the clansmen of Abyss Castle. As the main base had yet to be established and the territory of Griffin Castle was limited, Marco intended to construct merely one additional peasant hut. With markets and taverns still unestablished, Marco needed to reserve land for these constructions, and given his current lack of resources, he had to meticulously calculate consumption to maximize benefits. The magical farmland of 3 peasant huts, combined with the yield from game, could adequately provide the basic sustenance for approximately 20,000 people. Should the main base be constructed later, he would acquire more than double the land and buildings. However, the fundamental issue remained, the shortage of gold resources and the limited number of soldiers. Moreover, this expedition yielded little in terms of wild resources, leaving Marco filled with a sense of helplessness regarding the situation. At this moment, Alok, the chieftain of the Driftwood Hall, also wished to relocate his kin. However, Marco declined his request. With his own vision in mind, he recognized that both the Royal Hall and the Driftwood Hall were modest fortresses. Although they lacked the sophistication of the castles on the continent of Westeros, they were equipped with basic facilities and arable land. Marco planned to transfer the children and elderly from both tribes to Griffin Castle, allowing the other 2 tribes to continue expanding their territories and alleviating the overall logistical burden on Griffin Castle. Though Marco was not a scholarly genius, the rich dragon crystal mines on Skaggs Island hinted at the island's volcanic past. The presence of a volcano suggested the potential for precious metals such as gold and silver. Yet, For various reasons, these resources had remained undiscovered. Marco had experimented with dragon crystals, which, as he had heard in his previous life, were a form of magical material. He speculated that they might be connected to dragons and decided to stockpile them in anticipation of the arrival of Daenerys' 3 dragons, hopeful for forthcoming changes. However, that was a matter for the future. After discussing these plans, Marco dismissed everyone. Just then, Hank, the chieftain of the Claw tribe from Abyss Fortress, entered with several female bodyguards, seemingly intent on offering them to Marco as attendants. Yet this time, Marco turned them away, citing his need to experiment with new magic as a reason to send them out. Upon hearing Marco's words, Hank's eyes brightened, and he looked at Marco with eagerness. Marco assured him that as long as he continued to reside in the castle, there was a possibility he might awaken his magical talents. After a bit of persuasion, Hank left, delighted, with the girls in tow. The girls, however, cast glum looks at Marco, who feigned ignorance and turned his head away. Once everyone had departed, Marco hurriedly made his way to his throne and accessed his abilities interface. City-owned. Griffin Castle Tribal Language. Light and Order Owner. Marco Belleris Hero Level. Level 2 Hero Skills. Basic Offense. Intermediate Leadership. Diplomacy Special Abilities. Kingly Presence. Omniscience Buildings Owned. Town Hall. Militia Hut. Blacksmith. Fortress Building Level. Level 4 Soldiers Owned. 90 Thugs. 9 Archers. 3 Infantry. 1 Griffin. 1 Priest. 1 Unicorn. 11,003 Subjects. Special. Resources Owned. 4. 700 Gold. 55 Wood. 45 or 0 Crystal. 0 Mercury. 0 Gemstones. 0 Sulfur. Quest Log. 1. Driftwood Hall. Completed. Reward. 2,000 Gold. 30 Wood. 2. Royal Hall. Incomplete. Reward. 2,000 Gold. 1 Chest. Your hero has leveled up. Please select the corresponding ability. Congratulations to the host on completing the upgrade for the first time. Due to the influence of world rules, the Knight-exclusive skills of counterattack and defense have merged, and the hero now possesses basic offense with an increased lethality of 5. Due to certain skills being unutilizable in this realm, supplementary measures have been introduced, specifically the host's counterattack skill, which comprises 3 essential components, not occupying a special skill slot reserved for offensive techniques. Each fundamental skill may possess only 3 special skills. The Training Expert skill reduces training costs by 35. The Blessing Ceremony enhances troop morale, defensive capabilities, and offensive strength, scaling with the hero's level per minute. Vengeful Strike augments hero combat prowess. 1. Advanced Leadership, where an advance signifies the utmost pinnacle, equivalent to expert level, maximizes troop morale, ensuring they do not retreat. Beginner level 1. Instilling Fearlessness, intermediate level 2, and embodying reckless bravery, advanced level 3. 2. Recruitment technique increases the number of soldiers trained. Tier 1 units yield 3. Tier 2 units yield 2, and Tier 3 units yield 1. 3. Basic light magic permits heroes to learn Tier 3 light magic, enhancing its potency. 4. Archery boosts the lethality of ranged troops by 20. Marco surveyed his 4 options and, after considerable contemplation, resolved to select Advanced Leadership as this skill, when paired with the reward skill from offensive techniques, could unleash formidable combat potential. The reward skill elevates troop combat effectiveness, providing a 5 boost at morale level 1. Capped at 20. Filled with excitement, Marco noted that despite having only leveled up once, the rewards were akin to a 3-level advancement. However, when he glanced at his resource tally, his expression soured instantly. He was still short on funds. Upon reviewing the number of farmers he could recruit, he discovered that the 100 soldiers from Elder Bloodstone's tribe were now eligible to be upgraded to Tier 1 units. Consequently, he expended 2,000 units of gold, 10 units of timber, and 10 units of, or to transform them into marauders. Given the limited resources, he resolved to prioritize the construction of the farmer's hut, tavern, and market in the coming days, aiming to elevate the castle's building level. Finally, with the remaining gold, he erected the archery tower. Marco learned from the system that units from levels 1 to 3 could be recruited sequentially from level 0 units. Knights and priests required training grounds for upgrades, necessitating infantry for the training process, while griffins demanded even stricter conditions. Once the griffin tower was completed, it would yield only 1 griffin per month. Concerned about angels, Marco found no guidance from the system. He could only resign himself to the fact that such power, on par with dragons, would not be easily attained. Over the next 4 days, Marco diligently expended all his gold resources, successfully erecting the planned structures. This winter, the rock dwellers would navigate the season smoothly. In contrast to previous years, which saw countless lives lost among both people and livestock, the stability provided by the Griffin Fortress, along with its reliable water source and climate, would resolve these issues. Marco found some respite to explore the tavern, blacksmith, and market within the town as the end of the month approached, marking the time when he would receive the settlement of gold resources. Although it amounted to merely around 1,400, it was a significant boon for Marco. Lost in his thoughts about the castle construction, Marco found himself at the tavern's door, only to be halted in his tracks by the timely intervention of Priest Casparade. During his sojourn at Griffin Castle, Marco had been under the vigilant protection of Sass, Ting, and Casparade. To an outsider, the tavern appeared to be an ordinary establishment. However, within Marco's system interface, it was a confluence of unique structures such as a refugee camp, tavern, thieves' den, and prophet's hut. According to the system's description, heroes and human troops could be summoned here, along with the opportunity to gather intelligence or undertake treasure hunting quests, albeit at a monetary cost. Gazing at the glaring zero in his gold resources, Marco quelled his impulse to venture inside. Thanks to Marco's deployment of 10 craftsmen to the blacksmith shop, productivity had significantly increased, with the system graciously providing 2 masters, one dedicated to the crafting and repairing of weapons and armor, and the other to the construction of siege machinery. The resources required for these endeavors were sourced from the castle's first-floor warehouse, which Marco discovered seemed to be integrated with his resource interface. The market had transformed from its previous chaotic state reminiscent of a bustling food market into a singular small building akin to the tavern, where occasionally a few clan leaders would stop by to purchase ale. Yet, it was largely deserted, and the overseer informed Marco that this establishment would offer blueprints for buildings from other races' main cities. In a moment of impulsive curiosity, Marco glanced at the list, only to leave in disappointment shortly thereafter. Chapter 9. The unification of Skagos Island. Moshinden, the chieftain of the Magner clan, has been in deep distress these past few days. The legendary castle has already subdued the other 2 clans on the island. Now, the rock tribes of Skagos Island have largely capitulated, with only the King's Hall remaining unscathed. 3 days prior, a self-proclaimed envoy from Griffin Castle arrived at the tribe, claiming that they were now under the protection of Lord Maker Bellerus. The envoy issued an ultimatum to the Magner clan, proposing that in 5 days, both sides could mobilize 500 warriors for a final showdown in the Valley of the Guillotine, located near the King's Hall. Furthermore, the envoy stated that the Lord of Griffin Castle believed that the rock tribes of Skagos Island would eventually become his subjects, thus, to minimize casualties on both sides. Chieftain Moshinden could opt for a one-on-one duel with the Lord, thereby proving who the true sovereign was. Moshinden stands approximately 2.4 meters tall and weighs around 160 kilograms, resembling the formidable mountain from Westeros. After learning about his background and credentials, Maker developed a profound admiration for him. A warrior of such strength could become a true harbinger of death on the battlefield once properly trained. 2 days later, in the Valley of the Guillotine, a flat terrain situated about 50 kilometers from the King's Hall, Maker had meticulously chosen this location for the decisive battle. Among the 3 major clans of Skagos Island, Abyss Fortress lies the farthest from Griffin Castle at around 170 kilometers, while Floatingwood Hall is approximately 80 kilometers away, and King's Hall is about 140 kilometers distant. The Magner clan of King's Hall is the largest and most ancient tribe on Skagos Island. Magner in the ancient tongue signifies lord. With a population of around 15,000 and an army exceeding 1,600, they occupy the finest lands and ports on the island. It is no wonder that Chieftain Moshinden has harbored hope, reluctant to surrender. Maker had assembled his troops a day prior, leading a contingent of 140 ruffians and tribal warriors, forming a battalion of 500. In the jungle on the opposing side of the valley, he stationed approximately 300 archers under the command of Captain Lorne the Hawkeye. These warriors are the finest hunters from both tribes and will serve as the foundation for Maker's future archer battalion. After this battle, he intends to allocate resources to construct barracks, for only by training infantry can he hope to challenge the north. Though the north of Westeros is the poorest among the 7 kingdoms, this does not imply that its soldiers are merely farmers wielding pitchforks. The Undulls of Westeros possess the most advanced metallurgy and horse-breeding techniques of their era, while the Northerners are akin to medieval bear-like warriors without any organized cavalry. Thus, Even though Marco possesses these formidable troops from the heroes of might and magic, he does not underestimate the lords of the north. Some of these families have ruled this land for centuries, far beyond the reach of an outsider like himself. Moreover, the Targaryen family's conquest of the Seven Kingdoms was not solely reliant on dragons. Strategy and compromise comprised half of the entire history of their conquests. Suddenly, while deep in thought, Marco was gently tapped by Sas Ting beside him. Turning towards the direction Sas indicated, he beheld a robust man riding a woolly rhinoceros, leading a contingent of approximately 500 soldiers towards him. The warriors of the Magner clan were clad in thick fur coats, donning simple leather armor that appeared somewhat formal, each wielding an obsidian spear and carrying an obsidian sword at their waists. Their chieftain, Ma Song Dan, was adorned in a tattered half-scale armor that seemed to have a long history. His wrist and shin guards were made of leather, and he held a coarsely crafted iron battle axe, suggesting that all the iron weapons of his tribe might well be in his possession. As Ma Song Dan rode his woolly rhinoceros into the heart of the valley, Marco also advanced on his unicorn. Upon seeing the unicorn, the warriors of the King's Hall gasped in astonishment. Soon after, a cry pierced the air as a griffin, Si Huang, swooped down beside Marco. The sight of this peculiar beast caused another stir among the King's Hall warriors, prompting Ma Song Dan to roar at them in anger. Marco, however, remained remarkably composed. He approached Ma Song Dan and greeted him. "Greetings, Chieftain Ma Song of the Magner clan. I am Marco Belleris. Now that you have arrived, may I inquire about your choice?" The griffin Si Wang let out a shrill cry, causing the woolly rhinoceros beneath Ma Song Dan to shift uneasily, as if anticipating an attack. Ma Song Dan, with a display of bravado, struck the rhinoceros's head, and the immense creature, weighing over a ton, fell silent from the sudden pain. He addressed Marco. "I have heard tales of your ability to summon thunder and stone spikes, and that you can transform into an avian-headed beast. If you wish for my submission, you must first defeat me through sheer strength. Do not employ such powers against me." Upon hearing this, two clan leaders from Marco's side began to berate Ma Song Dan, claiming he was unworthy of being a Rock clan warrior. They quickly rode over on their woolly rhinoceroses. In their eyes, Marco was a mysterious sorcerer, presumed to possess only average combat skills, surely unable to triumph over the mightiest warrior of Skaggs Island, Ma Song Dan. Nevertheless, amidst their shouts, Marco acquiesced, prompting the two clan leaders to rush over again, urging him to reconsider. They all assumed that Marco, in his youthful exuberance, sought to showcase his valor before the warriors. However, Marco's adversary was the fearsome Magrope Dan, notorious across the island. They were unwilling to see their lord, to whom they had pledged their allegiance, suffer injury or demise. After all, their prosperous days had only just begun, having experienced the comforts of abundance. They could not bear the thought of leaving Griffin Fortress. Yet, the cunning priest Caspered had subtly hinted to both parties that the castle's extraordinary nature relied entirely on Marco's magical prowess. Should he encounter any misfortune, the fortress might well vanish. Although the rock folk were brutish and uncouth, their reverence for strength and fear of the unknown instilled in them a deep respect for Marco. Marco gestured for them to remain at ease, having acquired a skill for retaliatory strikes after leveling up. Due to alterations in the system, this ability had transformed into a combat-like skill. Once activated, any assault against Marco would instantaneously augment his combat capabilities. He also intended to employ a spell for rapid response, enhancing his speed further, a most effective strategy against a warrior like Magrope Dan, who thrived on raw power. Seizing a moment amidst Alakas and the others' banter, Marco discreetly unleashed this magic. Thanks to the unique traits of the unicorn's silver flash, the spell took effect upon it as well. Two currents of magical wind swept past Marco, imparting a sense of lightness to his form, while the magical effects on Silver Flash intensified due to its innate abilities. This prompted Silver Flash to glance curiously at Marco, seemingly aware of its master's subtle maneuver, and it let out a sharp snort. Once prepared, Marco unsheathed his knightly broadsword and leapt down from his mount. Alak and the others, observing Marco's advance, could only relent. However, they exchanged a covert gesture with the two attendants behind them, hinting at some clandestine plan. Magrope Dan cast a surprised glance at Marco, initially intending merely to negotiate terms under the pretext of their encounter, but was taken aback by Marco's direct acquiescence. Momentarily caught in a dilemma, he dismounted with a conflicted heart. Marco launched the first strike, a mere ordinary person from Blue Star in his past life, having learned swordsmanship from Sas, Ting, and the others. The various units in this heroically invincible realm had inherited combat memories from the Ashen World, and the warriors of the Griffin Empire practiced a universal knightly sword technique. Though Marco lacked any innate talent for swordplay, he could still hold his own against Magrope Dan, bolstered by skills and magic. In contrast, Magrope Dan found himself hesitant and unable to unleash his full strength, leaving the distant Magnar clansmen astonished. Convinced that Marco was indeed a mighty force, Marco adeptly leveraged his speed advantage to continuously deplete the stamina of Mashengdan, causing his strikes to repeatedly miss their mark. Observing Marco, who donned armor yet exhibited remarkable agility, Mashengdan's heart brimmed with astonishment. Though he remained uncertain of the material composition of Marco's armor, the instinct of a seasoned warrior led him to perceive its considerable weight. Such exertion in battle would undoubtedly entail significant fatigue. Nevertheless, after numerous exchanges, Marco appeared as composed as ever. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, Mashengdan found himself with a laceration on his arm, courtesy of Marco's swift maneuver. The sight of blood and the sharp pang of pain ignited a surge of fury within him. Overwhelmed by confusion and a sense of defeat regarding the future, he swiftly lost his rationality, consumed solely by the desire to unleash his wrath. With a primal roar, Mashengdan gripped his polished, massive axe and swung it menacingly towards Marco's forehead, eliciting a collective gasp from Alok and the others behind him. Marco, anticipating the strike, attempted to parry the blow, aiming to dissipate the force of the attack with finesse. However, due to his inexperience, he miscalculated, and the formidable impact of Mashengdan's strike left his hands trembling and bloodied. Chapter 10. Greetings from the Bolton family. Mako gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the hilt of his broadsword as he lunged towards the arm of Mashengdan, seemingly intent on inflicting injury upon his right hand. In response, the imposing warrior raised his hand with great force, delivering a powerful blow to Mako's abdomen with a fist the size of a sandbag. Thus, the two retreated momentarily, only to engage in a new bout of combat. Despite the inferior quality of his axe, Mashengdan unleashed tremendous force with each swing, successfully parrying Mako's attempts to strike at his vital points. Frustrated by his repeated failures to land a surprise attack, Mako resorted to feigning vulnerability to draw Mashengdan's aggression. The initial hesitation exhibited by Mashengdan had vanished, replaced by ferocity and a terrifying explosive power that, combined with the axe, forced Mako into precarious situations time and again. With a resounding crack, another fierce strike came crashing down. Mako remained composed, bracing himself with both hands as his skill, revenge strike, surged forth. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the wooden joint of Mashengdan's axe, and after prolonged grappling, Mashengdan's arms began to feel fatigued. Each time they clashed, Mako aimed for the junction of the axe and its handle, and after several exchanges, the inferior battle axe shattered under Mako's relentless assault. Faced with Mako's sword pointed at him, Mashengdan sighed in resignation and knelt down, pledging his loyalty to Mako. The soldiers under Mako's command erupted into cheers, and warriors from the distant Magnan clan joined in the fervent cries. Suddenly, the ranks of warriors became chaotic, over 300 of them breaking away, brandishing spears and bows as they charged forward. Mashengdan, who had just sworn allegiance, sprang to his feet and shouted at the soldiers, "What are you doing? I command you to stop." His command was met with a hail of arrows, igniting Mashengdan's fury as he seized the broken axe from the ground, ready to retaliate. Mako called out to him, initially taken aback by the scene. However, upon observing Mashengdan's reaction, he began to comprehend the underlying issue. Almost as if to validate his suspicions, a youth resembling Mashengdan appeared at the entrance of the valley, flanked by a throng of tribal warriors, estimated to number around 500. At his command, several shaggy rhinoceroses, laden with large leather bags, were driven into the fray. As the anguished cries of the woolly rhinoceroses echoed through the valley, these typically docile giants charged towards Mako and his men, their backs pierced by spears, their bodies ablaze, and their pelts seemingly doused in whale oil, igniting swiftly. In the ensuing chaos, the 300 soldiers drew small leather pouches from their waists, slashing them open with daggers before hurling them towards Mako and his companions. Upon witnessing their actions, Marco immediately reacted, hastily ordering his men to retreat. Simultaneously, the archers on the mountain, under Alok's command, launched an assault, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows that swiftly felled a multitude of the rebellious Magna clan. This delayed their attempts to ignite oil. Almost immediately, soldiers outside the valley unleashed a volley of fire arrows, igniting the region where Marco and his men were stationed in a blazing inferno. The autumn's dry grass and a sprinkle of snow quickly generated a thick cloud of smoke. Coupled with the flames from the shaggy rhinoceroses, chaos ensued throughout the valley. Fortunately, Marco's unruly soldiers managed to restrain the clan warriors who had begun to scatter in panic. Observing the turmoil, Marco activated his blessing ritual. As he pointed his sword skyward, an ethereal angelic figure materialized above him. The sight captivated those in the valley. Though it could not bolster the clan warriors, the miraculous apparition calmed the scattered soldiers. Thus, Marco first commanded Mashadan to gather his troops, then instructed Griffin Seawong and Unicorn Silver Flash to attack the 5 remaining rampaging shaggy rhinoceroses. Once all forces were assembled, Marco gradually led his soldiers out of the tumultuous valley. Despite the pandemonium, he relied on Griffin Seawong's assistance to clear a smoke-free area. Before departing, Marco noticed that the 300 Magna warriors were utterly ensnared in the blazing inferno. At this juncture, Mashadan and his remaining warriors were encircled by Henki's men. Observing the situation, Marco furrowed his brow slightly, expressing his displeasure as he shouted, "What are you doing? These warriors are now your brethren. What is the meaning of this? Stand aside, my lord. Mashadan has just pledged allegiance and then sent men to attack us. Such a person is unworthy of being called a rock clan. He is a traitor. He must not be allowed to live. Indeed, he is a traitor. Enough. I have spoken. This matter does not concern him. Step back. Sarstang. Rogue troops, assemble." With a resounding sound, all the rogues immediately stood at attention, aligning their spears in an orderly fashion, appearing remarkably spirited. Mashadan, witnessing the disciplined soldiers, felt a surge of heat in his eyes. Upon catching Marco's gaze, he lowered his head in shame. Marco gestured for him to soothe the clan warriors before proceeding to account for his own soldiers. To his dismay, he found that this assault had resulted in the loss of over 100 tribal warriors and more than 50 archers, the majority succumbing to smoke inhalation or trampling. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had he not commanded an invincible heroic army, he might have already been reduced to ashes. A flicker of apprehension stirred within me towards the architect of the rebellion. The rock dwellers of Skargas Island, after all, remain enmeshed in an era steeped in savagery. It is unfathomable that such intricate stratagems and callous actions could originate from a native hand. To Marco, this seemed the handiwork of a noble from the southern reaches of Westeros. As Marco pondered the adversary's maneuvers, Mardandan approached him from behind, offering a slight bow. Marco waved his hand dismissively, signaling that no such formalities were necessary, and addressed him. Mardandan, a hint of crimson gracing his cheeks, replied, "My lord. That individual is my cousin, Mandes, the adopted son of Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort. 2 years ago, he returned to Skargas Island and shared his observations with us. He believes that the rock dwellers are woefully backward and must embrace the civil governance of the North, adopting their advanced systems to transform the Hall of Kings into a true noble court." According to Mardandan, Mandes is a staunch reformist, tirelessly advocating his ideologies and systems within the tribe for over a year. However, he was bested in the chieftaincy contest 6 months prior by Mardandan, leading many to assume he had relinquished his ambitions. Yet, it was only a month ago, when he arrived with an envoy from the Dreadfort, that Mardandan realized his cousin had not abandoned his aspirations. Moreover, the terms proposed by Roose Bolton were exceedingly generous, offering provisions and arms in exchange for the Hall of Kings persuading or subjugating the other 2 tribes to pledge allegiance, along with the stipulation that the Northerners be granted free passage upon Skargas Island. Historically, since the failed rebellion over a century ago, ships and weapons were confiscated by House Stark, leaving only fishing vessels behind, and iron goods and trade were heavily restricted. Over the following century, the Bolton family has maintained a deliberate engagement with Skargas Island, initially through the exchange of common goods, which later morphed into clandestine dealings in human trafficking. After discussions and transactions with the old chieftain, Mardandan's grandfather, Mandes was adopted by Roose Bolton, a fact Mardandan later learned came at the cost of 5 barrels of wine. Contemplating this, Mardandan felt a pang of bitterness. This brother of his was now his soulkin, and he never anticipated such a turn of events. Yet, Marco gleaned significant insights from Mardandan's account, albeit he had not expected to confront the Northerners so swiftly. Nonetheless, he mused that Roose Bolton must have been orchestrating a broader scheme in the North long before, a notion evident in his dealings with the rock dwellers of Skargas Island. This family is known for its ruthless decisiveness, and it appears that this adopted son of Skargas Island has learned his lessons well. Mardandan mentioned he was merely 15, suggesting that should this trajectory continue, Another skinning may soon be at hand. After a brief moment of respite, Marco commanded his troops to advance towards the king's hall. At that moment, Moshinden arrived alongside 2 warriors. He addressed Marco, saying, "These 2 warriors reported that during the recent retreat, they spotted a hidden troop in the valley, wishing to relay their findings to you." Before he could finish his sentence, the 2 warriors suddenly drew gleaming steel daggers and lunged at Marco. "The Bolton family sends their regards, my lord." Chapter 11. The puppet master. At this very moment, within the ancestral hall of the king's keep, Mandes was engaged in conversation with a man. "Lord Kapu, the method you proposed is truly remarkable. I suspect that the Lord of Griffin Castle has perished in the Valley of the Heads." "Humph. What sorcery? Wizards. Those are mere legends. Even the Targaryens have met their demise. I wager he is simply a minor noble fleeing from somewhere. Hardly anything extraordinary," the man named Kapu declared with an air of arrogance, viewing Marco as nothing more than an insignificant nobleman who had stumbled upon them. Kapu, a knight of the Bolton family, had long overseen the trade operations on Skaggs Island, harboring disdain for the rock folk and solely focused on profiting his own family. 6 months prior, he had discovered a vein of iron ore from a child of a certain tribe, and after several inquiries, he finally pinpointed the location of the mine. Upon reporting this to Lord Bolton, the matter was treated with utmost seriousness, prompting the northern noble to contemplate the conquest of Skaggs Island. However, Kapu never anticipated that merely a month after his departure, such events would unfold. In a Raveness message, Mandes had merely stated that Skaggs Island was on the verge of being seized by a certain wizard noble. Upon receiving this news, Kapu braved the biting winds and freezing rain to hasten back to Skaggs Island, and upon learning that the king's keep was already prepared to surrender, he incited Mandes to commit this act of fratricide. While the 2 deliberated on their next course of action against Griffin Castle, a soldier rushed in, visibly flustered, and addressed Mandes. "Calm yourself. Rally the troops and prepare for battle. We shall join you shortly. Go." Mandes responded with an air of nonchalance. "Yes, my lord." At that moment, Mandes and Kapu exchanged glances filled with astonishment. They had devised several lethal tactics with the intent to annihilate the Lord of Griffin Castle. To their dismay, after enduring a barrage of fire, assassination attempts, and ambushes, the opposing forces did not falter. Instead, they decisively captured Kapu's troops. This unforeseen turn of events left the 2, who had just been so confident, utterly flabbergasted. A moment of silence lingered before they locked eyes once more, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of their lips. Outside the king's keep, Chieftain Missandei was vociferously addressing the soldiers at the gate. He loudly proclaimed the truth of Mandes' treachery and declared that he would not pursue the traitor's culpability. Observing the warriors behind the wooden palisade beginning to stir, Missandei's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, he noticed smoke rising from the corners of the encampment, soon followed by flickers of flame. Missandei hastily ordered the soldiers to open the gates to extinguish the fire, as it seemed he could hear sounds of struggle within. Before long, the massive wooden gate was swung open, and Missandei, with his warriors, rushed in with urgency. Marco hurriedly called out to him, dispatching a portion of soldiers to join his ranks and instructing him to disarm all members of the tribe in advance. If, by that time, they still wield weapons, then there shall be no mercy. At this moment, Marone, perplexed by the words, chose to heed Marco's advice. Meanwhile, above the Royal Hall fortress, Griffin Siwang and several hawks were patrolling the skies. After subduing Abyss Fortress and Floating Timber Hall, Marco summoned all the shapeshifters under his command, forming a specialized unit. He named this assembly the Wolf Spirit Squad, tasked specifically with reconnaissance and intelligence-gathering missions. Marco intended to further cultivate this group and expand its ranks. As a denizen of Blue Star, he understood profoundly the pivotal role intelligence plays in warfare. It was precisely the information resources wielded by the likes of the Octopus Spider Varys and Littlefinger Baelish that allowed them to manipulate the tides of Westeros. These resources ensured they could prepare in advance, maximizing their gains. The shapeshifters possessed the unique ability to scout enemy situations undetected, collecting intelligence in a manner that often went unnoticed by the common populace, who seldom paid heed to the avian creatures circling above them. Mantis and Capo commanded their remaining soldiers to wreak havoc within the fortress, while they quietly led their guards in preparation to escape to the north. Just as they were about to board their vessel, a sudden eagle's cry pierced the air overhead. A resounding rip echoed as the sails of their small boat were viciously torn apart. They then beheld a griffin, a monstrous avian, shredding their sails. The fabric of the 4-meter-long boat fell upon several of their guards. With a fierce cry, Griffin Seawong swooped down, plunging them into the waters below, causing Mantis to hastily drop to the ground in fright. The threat of arrows held the Griffin at bay momentarily, while Capo directed the remaining warriors to board the ship, preparing to row. At that moment, a rain of arrows descended from the sky, striking down several unfortunate souls, who fell to the deck amidst their agonized cries. Observing the dense cluster of archers nearby, Capo and his companion resignedly discarded their weapons, raising their hands in surrender. The chief of the Crow clan from Abyss Fortress, Hank, swiftly encircled the area with his men, capturing all the soldiers. Hank cast a frigid glance at the captured Mantis, baring his teeth as he addressed him. You. I remember you. You were the one who set fire to us, weren't you? Huh. If it weren't for our Lord's command forbidding us from consuming human flesh, I would have already gutted you. After uttering these words, he audaciously licked Mantis's face, as if savoring the flavor and texture. A grotesque gesture that sent a shiver down Mantis's spine. At that moment, he recalled the gruesome reputation of the denizens of Abyss Fortress. Surrounded by soldiers who were eyeing him hungrily, Mantis lost his usual composure, erupting into loud curses, hoping for a swift demise. The patriarch of the Magna tribe, Maginaden, was commanding his subordinates to cleanse the Grand Hall, which still bore the remnants of blood from the recent turmoil. Meanwhile, Marco sat upon his throne, outwardly composed yet inwardly elated as he collected the rewards for today's tasks. Hero level, 3 hero skills, basic offense, advanced leadership, diplomacy. Omitted, special abilities, regal presence, omniscient understanding. Buildings owned, village council hall, militia hut, blacksmith, fortress, tavern, market, archery tower. Building level, 7 soldiers owned, 190 thugs, 9 archers, 3 infantry, 1 griffin, 1 priest. 1 unicorn, 22, 113 subjects, special. Resources owned, 2,000 gold, 30 wood, 35 ore, 0 crystal, 0 mercury, 0 gem, 0 sulfur. Task log, 1. King's Hall. Completed. Reward, 2,000 gold, 1 treasure chest, ding. Congratulations on your completion of the hidden task, new arrival, having fully claimed a territory uniquely yours. Reward, elemental bracelet, allows the hero to cast summoning elemental magic. Elemental beings remain for a duration of 4, defined as the hero's magic value per minute. Ding. Due to your acquisition of a territory uniquely yours, the Regal Presence skill has upgraded. The hero contributes 250 gold every 15 days, and training costs decrease by 2 for each level gained. Ding. Congratulations on achieving a glorious victory. Reward, 3,000 experience points. As this campaign was conducted 3 times, a comprehensive reward is granted. Ding. Your hero has leveled up. Please select an appropriate ability. 1. Warmonger. Enhances the combat prowess of soldiers. 2. Recruitment. Increases the number of soldiers trained. 3 for Tier 1, 2 for Tier 2, and 1 for Tier 3. Due to world rules, upon transitioning to local soldiers, the gifted soldiers are 100 for Tier 1, 50 for Tier 2, and 10 for Tier 3. 3. Basic summoning magic. Allows the hero to learn Tier 3 summoning magic and enhances its potency. 4. Archery. Increases the lethality of ranged troops by 20. Without a moment's hesitation, Marco selected the Warmonger skill, significantly boosting the combat strength of his soldiers. Just as he contemplated experimenting with elemental summoning, Hank entered with Mandes and Cabo in tow. The 2 men trembled in fear, too intimidated to speak, as Hank had been detailing how he intended to devour them during the journey. He ominously informed them that he would spare their lives, but would first feast upon their limbs, roasting them before their very eyes. After traversing over 200 meters, Mandes had already soiled himself twice in terror. Looking at the 2, Marco addressed them. Speak. Who sent you to ambush me? In unison, they fell to their knees, exclaiming, My lord, what do you wish to know? Please, do not eat us. After their desperate plea, they began to fervently bow their heads. Marco cast a reproachful glance at Hank, who, with a hint of exasperation, replied, My lord, I merely intended to frighten them. However, after you have dealt with them, could you entrust them to me? Chapter 12. Matters of the King's Hall. Marco cast a fierce glare at Hank. Ever since he had subdued the Abyss Fortress, Marco had sternly commanded these individuals to refrain from cannibalism. Fortunately, their agricultural yield was abundant. Otherwise, these men would likely have reverted to their former, grim practices. In the ensuing moments, Kapu and his companion eagerly relayed the information and intelligence they possessed. Adhering to the principle of giving precedence to the elder, Marco allowed the over 40 Kapu to speak first. Kapu informed Marco that he had discovered an iron ore vein to the north of the king's hall. Although it was not a high-grade deposit, it was sufficient to sustain a noble castle's needs. Upon hearing this, Marco glanced at Hank, who nodded in agreement and whispered a few words to a nearby warrior. Kapu continued, explaining that he had been dispatched by Count Luce Bolton of the terrifying fortress to negotiate with the 3 major tribes on Skaggs Island. He further revealed that he maintained a stronghold at Seal Bay, where a troop of approximately 30 soldiers was stationed, along with a rowing warship belonging to the Bolton family. During early summer, they would arrive at Skaggs Island to hunt for slaves. Upon capturing a sufficient number of prey, they would send word to the terrifying fortress. At that point, a merchant ship would arrive to collect the goods, while also delivering food and supplies, in addition to rotating the soldiers. After Kapu concluded his account, Marso Dan brandished his colossal axe, bellowing his intent to cleave Kapu in two. Fortunately, his fellow tribesmen restrained him, but in his frustration, he struck the ground with his battle axe, sending sparks flying from the uneven stone floor of the chieftain's hall. Marco, witnessing the fury of Marso Dan, swiftly intervened to calm him. He assured everyone present that he would, in due course, provide Marso Dan with the opportunity to address his familial grievances personally. Upon hearing Marco's words, Marso Dan gradually regained his composure. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, even if he possessed a ship. He would stand no chance against the formidable northern noble. At that moment, a thought seemed to strike him, and he turned his gaze fiercely towards Mandy's, demanding, "Are you aware of this matter as well? Speak of all that you know." The imposing Marso Dan loomed before Mandy's, exuding an aura of menace that caused the young boy to tremble. After all, Mandy's was merely 15, and regardless of the malice in his heart, the specter of death instilled the same fear in him as it would in any ordinary person. Thus, under the scrutiny of the assembled crowd, Mandy's slowly divulged the scheme of his adoptive father. He revealed that if Marco did not intervene, Marso Dan would perish within a year, at which point Mandy's, possessing the chieftain's bloodline, would assume leadership of the tribe. Should the Floating Wood Hall submit, they would heed the directives of the terrifying fortress and join forces to assault the Abyss Fortress. Conversely, if the Floating Wood Hall resisted, Mandy's would lead a fully armed contingent against them, capturing children and women as slaves. Subsequently, the forces will converge to assault the Abyss Fortress, integrating their kin into the ranks of Mandy's. In due course, the terrifying fortress shall elevate Mandy's to the rank of Viscount, commanding the entirety of Skaggs Island. Henceforth, Skaggs Island will serve as the clandestine stronghold of the Bolton family, who will dispatch personnel to extract mineral resources and manufacture weaponry, while the clansmen will be sold off, generating wealth for the Boltons. Upon hearing this, Marco experienced a moment of clarity. He had often found himself perplexed while watching television in his previous life, questioning how the illegitimate child Rams had amassed such a well-equipped army during the War of Bastards. The uniform armor and standardized tower shields were far from inexpensive. Reflecting on it now, had it not been for the support from Mandy's and his faction, Roose Bolton would have lacked the capacity to assemble a formidable force in such a brief span. Even with the backing of the Westerlands, Tywin Lannister was no fool. He would not squander his gold on a traitor to his lord. The North, once governed by House Stark, would have strictly regulated the number of soldiers per family, leaving Roose Bolton with little choice but to seek alternative means to augment his power. Thus, Skaggs Island, the closest and most isolated territory from the north, became an ideal base, particularly due to its iron mines. As this realization dawned upon him, Marco felt a surge of eagerness. In his previous life, Roose Bolton was an exceedingly formidable adversary. The prospect of facing such an opponent ignited an unexpected excitement within him. As a time traveler, he felt compelled to assert his superiority over these natives, to justify the knowledge he possessed that was centuries ahead of theirs. After expressing his thoughts, Mandy's collapsed in terror, as he sensed that, apart from Marco, everyone else was glaring at him with malice, making him feel as though he were being pierced by daggers, wishing for death. Meanwhile, Marco gazed at the two with a slight smile, addressing his loyal followers. "My devoted companions, do not be angered, for you currently lack the means to inflict any harm upon Roose Bolton. Today, I shall impart a lesson. If you cannot slay your enemy, then disgust and humiliate him, ensuring he remembers you and harbors hatred towards you." With that, he beckoned Sas Ting to approach, whispering a few words to him, before summoning several clan warriors. Together, they restrained Mandy's, forcing him face down. Sas Ting tore open his garments, exposing his back to Marco's gaze. Marco slowly withdrew a dagger from his waist and began to etch patterns onto Mandy's back. The blade sliced through the skin, eliciting excruciating cries from Mandy's. Yet his body remained firmly held by the warriors. Once the markings were complete, Marco called for 2 bowls of black pigment. He lifted one bowl and splashed its contents onto Mandy's back, causing the unfortunate soul to faint from the pain. Following this, the same fate befell Capo, who, after another round of agonized screams, also succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, Marco summoned the crowd and pointed to the inscriptions on the backs of 2 individuals, inquiring, "Do you know what this means?" The onlookers, gazing at the mangled flesh on their backs, shook their heads in unison. With a smile, Marco elucidated. The phrase inscribed on Capo's back is the ancestral tongue of the Bolton family. My blade remained sharp. As for the words on Mandy's back, they proclaim, "Long live the Red King." Perhaps you have heard of it. The forebears of the Bolton family were indeed those who bore the title of Red King, and like the Stark family, they have historically reigned as royalty in the north. Observing the bewildered expressions of the 3, Marco erupted in laughter. In truth, Marco had initially contemplated inscribing a proverb that conveyed, "Few secrets lie with the naked, none with the flayed," but alas, the backs of these 2 were insufficiently spacious, and his skills were not particularly adept. He feared that a careless mistake might result in their demise. Especially as this was his first encounter with the likes of Ramsay Bolton, a cautious approach seemed prudent. As time slipped away, evening descended, and the chieftain, Morstan, organized a grand bonfire feast to welcome Marco. Eager to celebrate, he generously provided an abundance of firewood, intending to ignite a colossal blaze. However, Marco intervened, instructing him to divide the firewood into over 20 portions, thus transforming the gathering into a series of teams roasting meat. Fearing potential issues with the tribe's beverages, Morstan refrained from serving alcohol, and the supply of drinks from their side had long been depleted after the addition of the floating hall. Consequently, a group of rugged men indulged in roasted meat, quenching their thirst solely with boiled snow water. Marco glanced at the murky hot water and shook his head. As winter approached, the island's water sources had largely frozen, compelling the tribe to rely on melted snow for drinking water. Subsequently, he rose and addressed the assembly, proclaiming that in the future, with the support of the Griffin's Roost, there would be ample food, water, and wine. All the inhabitants of Skagos Island would become his subjects, and he vowed to ensure that everyone thrived, never again to be looked down upon by others. Chapter 13. The Three-Eyed Raven. The howling cold wind made the wooden houses within the King's Hall fortress creak ominously, while the chilling moonlight seeped through the crevices of the structures. At this moment, Marco, resting in bed, found himself once again ensnared in that peculiar dream. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had not experienced dreams until now. The only previous instance occurred during the siege of Abyss Fortress. Yet he had never fully comprehended the events that transpired in that dream, thus he had dismissed it from his mind. In this strange realm, Marco became a mere observer. The angels were engaged in a fierce battle against the demons, launching relentless assaults under the leadership of the seraphim. Although the demons were numerous, they were no match for the overwhelming power of the angels, who fell one after another. Marco gazed curiously at the 2 opposing forces, unable to identify the nature of this conflict. In his recollection, angels in the realm of Ashen had always been the victims. It was akin to the riverlands of Westeros, where they were invariably the first to be crushed whenever calamity struck, suffering the greatest losses. As Marco pondered this strange scenario, a colossal golden dragon with enormous wings suddenly materialized on the battlefield, only to be assailed by a bizarre dragon gnawing at its tail, seemingly being devoured piece by piece. Witnessing the anguished cries of the dragon stirred a sudden wave of fury within Marco. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of light and surged towards the 2 dragons. With a resounding explosion, the entire realm erupted, reducing everything to mere dust. Yet this time, Marco did not awaken. Instead, he found himself beneath a massive fishbeam tree. Three-Eyed Raven, why do you persistently provoke me? Do you wish for death? Marco was enveloped in a grand white robe adorned with golden edges, massive draconic wings sprouting from his back, exuding an aura of formidable power. As soon as he spoke, a sword engulfed in holy flames materialized in Marco's hand. Channeling all his strength, he swung the sword towards the Three-Eyed Raven. However, the raven swiftly transformed into a swirling cloud of darkness, evading Marco's furious strike. Just as Marco prepared to attack again, the Three-Eyed Raven reformed and addressed him. Calm yourself. I have merely deposited a fragment of my consciousness within your memory realm. I pose no threat to you. Can we converse? I harbor no ill intentions. Marco sheathed his sword and retorted, Humph. You attempt to usurp my body upon our first encounter, yet you claim to bear no malice. That was merely a test. One that would not inflict harm. Ah, Marco interrupted, it would merely extract all my memories, wouldn't it? That is because I cannot perceive your past. I know not from whence you hail, and your presence has rendered the future even more chaotic. I must uphold the stability of this world. Marco gazed at him with an impassive expression before slowly articulating, You represent nothing, blind and raven. You do not even know who you are, do you? The thousand-eyed blinden. The blood-crow duke, Menard Plyn, the oath-breaker, the man in black, the last green prophet, or perhaps the puppet of the three-eyed crow. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed crow revealed a flicker of astonishment on his eternally morose visage. He looked at Marco and inquired, How do you know this? No, that cannot be right. It must be your deity who has revealed this to you, correct? Otherwise, how could you possibly be aware of such matters? A deity, you say? No wonder you have been fixated on me. The realization washed over the three-eyed crow, and the sense of dread and oppression that had engulfed him began to dissipate. Seeing that Marco no longer doubted him, the three-eyed crow gradually disclosed his intentions. It turned out that from the moment Marco arrived in this world, the three-eyed crow sensed his presence. Empowered by the fishbeam tree, he could traverse the dreams of others. Yet, he had always been unable to infiltrate Marco's fortress. Over time, fear began to take root within him, as he dreaded that it was the magic of the others. Thus, upon Marco's emergence, he was eager to delve into Marco's consciousness, only to discover that behind him loomed a colossal dragon. Moreover, it was a dragon imbued with divine strength, which only intensified the three-eyed crow's curiosity regarding Marco's true identity. However, after several attempts, he realized he still could not penetrate Marco's dreams, leading him to gradually wear down the protective force surrounding Marco. During the Abyss Fortress incident, he finally glimpsed Marco's dream, but whenever he sought to delve deeper, the protective power surrounding Marco would re-emerge to shield him. This marked the second occasion the three-eyed crow entered Marco's dreams, yet unexpectedly, he was detected the moment he began his exploration. In response to the three-eyed crow's deductions, Marco spun a tale, positioning himself as a chosen individual of a mysterious entity, oblivious to the responsibilities bestowed upon him or the desires of this enigmatic being. Thus, he could only pursue his innermost convictions. Witnessing the brutality of the rock folk on Skaggy's Isle, he adhered to his yearning for light and order, seeking to tame them, ensuring they were well-fed and clothed, transforming them into civilized beings who aspired to a life of brightness and order. Marco further proclaimed his intention to spread magic across the world, enabling more individuals to experience abundance and aspire to a beautiful existence. These half-truths instilled a semblance of belief in the three-eyed crow, for indeed, the deities of this world often exhibited such a manner of conduct. The Light King Rollo of Essos, for instance, is a deity whose monks are frequently guided by his miracles. Thus, drawing from these legends, the three-eyed crow came to regard Marco as one who had received divine revelation. In the legends of Westeros, the ancient hero Azor Ahai is depicted as a figure who received divine inspiration. It is said that he wielded the legendary sword, Lightbringer, leading his people to vanquish the White Walkers. The formidable wall in the north is rumored to have been constructed by him in collaboration with Bran the Builder, the forefather of House Stark, and it is also believed that he possessed magical abilities. As the three-eyed raven pondered Mikar's words, he momentarily paused. Though he quickly regained his composure, albeit his reaction was keenly observed by Mikar. Noticing this response, Mikar seemed to have an epiphany, feeling a sharp pang in his heart as he realized how his own description, coupled with his current appearance, increasingly resembled that legendary figure, the prophesied Son of Light. Abruptly shaking his head to dispel these futile thoughts, he turned to the three-eyed raven and queried, So, what does it matter that you know these things? Since the moment you entered my mind, I have suddenly become aware of many truths. I even comprehend aspects that only my bloodline could sense. I have uncovered the origins of my lineage. Perhaps I know more than you do. As Mikar gazed at the three-eyed raven, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine, and he exclaimed in frustration, Old man, see clearly. I am not your sister. Do you wish to suffer another injury? Beware that I might break your legs once more. At this moment, the three-eyed raven realized his previous indiscretion, yet he swiftly retorted, Are you not also a descendant of the Dragon Kings? As a scion of the great dragon rider, Daenerys Targaryen, are you unaware that this is a tradition among all Dragon Lord families? Furthermore, what is this German orthopedics you speak of? Only then did Mikar comprehend that in his agitation, he had inadvertently referenced a term from the Blue Star. However, He had already devised a means to sidestep the subsequent inquiry, so he promptly replied, "My lineage does not require such methods to maintain its purity. Magic will ensure our bloodline remains untainted, unlike yours. After the Great Cataclysm, we lost all dragons, and our ancestors have lived in seclusion. Fortunately, I have regained the power of magic, and I shall undoubtedly reconstruct a new Valyrian freehold." The three-eyed raven cast a contemplative glance at Mikar, seemingly attempting to peer into the depths of his soul, but regrettably, he could discern nothing. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he addressed Mikar. "If you truly wish to rebuild it, then you must understand that in the far north with a flap of his wings, Mikar conjured a whirlwind of energy." Abruptly interrupting the three-eyed raven's words, "I am well aware of the White Walkers. In fact, I know they have awakened from their slumber. You should be the one to fear. The wildlings in the far north seem to be gathering. This must surely be your doing, is it not? I cannot fathom how that fellow, Mance Raider, could persuade those cannibal tribes from the far north." The three-eyed crow gazed at Bran in silence, perplexed by how he could retain his humanity after acquiring such a multitude of memories. Ever since he became the three-eyed crow, he had long since ceased to experience the sensation of being human. In truth, the three-eyed crow resembled more of a humanoid hard drive, harboring the memories of all living beings in the world, utilizing these recollections to foresee the future. Chapter 14. Becoming allies. Marco observed the somewhat dejected demeanor of the three-eyed crow and discerned his thoughts. With a gentle smile, he spoke. "This is the essence of magic. Had you harnessed your own bloodline's power earlier, perhaps you would not be in this predicament. However, I have an idea." He proceeded to elucidate to the three-eyed crow that he had discovered the spring water within Griffin's Roost possessed the ability to guide one's bloodline powers. Initially, the three-eyed crow felt a flicker of hope, but upon reflecting on his physical condition, he shook his head in refusal. He confided in Marco that his body was already 120 years old, and were it not for the constant magical maintenance provided by the children of the forest, he would have long ceased to exist. This was also the reason the children referred to him as the last green prophet, for without a suitable successor, he would vanish completely along with his corporeal form. He yearned to witness the wonders of Griffin's Roost firsthand, but time was not on his side. He needed to find a successor on the continent of Westeros. The three-eyed crow expressed that he had once set his sights on young Bran Stark, the 4-year-old prince of House Stark, whose shape-shifting abilities were unparalleled in the north. At such a tender age, he already experienced wolf dreams and could even control the cats and dogs within the castle during slumber. However, upon hearing Marco's words, new thoughts began to surface. Though Bran was exceptionally gifted, the crow realized he had little time left to educate him. There was a real possibility that he would not be able to impart much knowledge before they were all swept away by the White Walkers. Upon learning that Bran was merely 4 years old, Marco finally grasped a broader sense of timing. He had previously worried about his inability to integrate into the unfolding narrative, only to discover that the system favored him so. He surmised that the current year was 295 AC in the history of Westeros. In the memories of his past life, it seemed that this year marked the birth of the young Prince Rickon Stark, and 3 years hence, King Robert Baratheon would seek out Eddard Stark to serve as Hand of the King. The thought of having 3 years to strategize stirred a restless ambition within Marco. He yearned for glory and aspired to establish his reputation on the continent of Westeros. Once an inconspicuous and ordinary individual, he now possessed a remarkable new beginning. The indomitable passion within him craved attention and admiration. In the ensuing moments, Marco articulated his desires to the three-eyed crow, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. With the emergence of the White Walkers, the children of the forest were in peril. Therefore, Marco implored the three-eyed crow to bring along those children who had lived with him to Skagos Island, hoping to amass greater strength to confront the impending threat. Marco harbored a burgeoning intuition that the magical beings within the world of Game of Thrones could offer him significant aid, just as he had tamed the unicorn Silver Flash, which subsequently led to the subjugation of the entire rocky terrain of Skagos Island. Moreover, Marco speculated that these children of the forest must possess natural attributes akin to those of elves, as the legends from the continent of Westeros suggest that this race's magic has always been intricately linked with the forest, particularly the weirwood trees. Marco aimed to shelter the children of the forest, aspiring to transform them into his own forest guardians, envisioning the entirety of Skagos Island as a verdant paradise. For those from the Flower family understand that lush mountains yield clear waters. Thus, after unifying the Driftwood Hall and the Abyss Fortress, Marco diligently instructed them on the principles of sustainable development, cautioning that neglecting the protection of their vegetation would doom Skagos Island to become a desolate wasteland devoid of life. Currently, the area north of the Abyss Fortress has been designated as a sanctuary by Marco, prohibiting all rock dwellers from entering to fell trees or hunt. Similarly, the region south of the Abyss Fortress is governed by a policy of rest and regeneration, where the Driftwood Hall engages in logging and hunting for 1 year, followed by a cessation of all activities for the subsequent year, allowing the King's Hall to take over. Marco conversed with the three-eyed raven for an extended period, in a realm seemingly devoid of the concept of time, until the raven, unable to endure any longer, finally declared its mental exhaustion after 1 more hour, dispersing into a cloud of dark ash without a farewell. In that instant, Marco awoke, opening his eyes to the rancid odor of the tattered fur blanket beneath him. Although he had been in this world for nearly a month, the stench of the low-quality fur blanket and coat still made him feel nauseous, evoking a profound longing for the modern conveniences and amenities of his former world, Blue Star. Since adaptation seemed impossible, he resolved to change this world instead, declaring to himself, as if issuing a proclamation. Just as he prepared to recline once more, the system panel abruptly reappeared before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for earning the trust of the old god-S apostle. The host has been further accepted by the world consciousness, receiving the reward blessing of the Sylvanus Ancient Tree, 1 free upgrade. Ding! The hero has leveled up. Please select an appropriate ability. 1. Speed Energy. The hero automatically masters group rapid response magic, enhancing advanced light magic effects upon mastery. 2. Reward. Increases troop combat power. With morale at 1, combat power is enhanced by 5, capping at 20. 3. Basic Destruction Magic. Allows the hero to learn Tier 3 Destruction Magic, augmenting its might. 4. Financial Acumen. Provides the castle with 250 gold monthly. Note, this can be enhanced with the hero's special abilities, increasing the royal demeanor effect to 500. Upon reading the final option, Marco's heart tightened. Initially, he intended to select the reward skill, but then he recalled his meager resource list. Pinching himself to regain focus, he abandoned other thoughts and chose the financial acumen skill. Who would have imagined that a skill he once overlooked in games would now become one of his most vital abilities? However, the end of the month is just a few days away, and with the final task rewards, Marco is contemplating the completion of the barracks followed by the construction of the Griffin Tower. Before the dragons make their appearance, the Griffins will firmly seize the aerial dominance over the continent of Westeros. Although they may only come once a month with the establishment of the Griffin Tower, their numbers will steadily increase, and Marco is never short of time. A few days later, at Griffin Fortress, a significant day has arrived. With the onset of winter, most of the rock folk on Skaggs Island have gathered here. As the fortress has yet to be expanded and living space is limited, Marco has decided to facilitate a residential exchange among all residents, except for children and the elderly. All adults aged 16 and above must vacate their homes for half a quarter. The temperature along the moat, influenced by the magical aura of Griffin Fortress, remains around 0 degrees. The rock folk, naturally resilient to the cold, have erected numerous tents in this area, ensuring warmth with thatched straw and furs, allowing them to sleep soundly without the fear of freezing to death as in the past. This has garnered gratitude from some of the rock folk towards Marco. The coarsely baked black bread, in their eyes, has become a gift from their lord, as many of the rock folk previously struggled to find even tree bark to eat, leading to a troubling prevalence of cannibalism within their community. Naturally, there are still some disobedient individuals who continue their vile ways of eating, pillaging, and killing. This tribe, known as the Cannibals, boasts over 100 warriors, notorious for their misdeeds across the island. Now, under the leadership of their chieftain, they have emerged to challenge Marco to a duel for the ownership of Griffin Fortress. Their ultimate fate, however, is to serve as a test for Marco's magic. Summoned for this occasion is an earth elemental, a towering 3-meter rock giant composed of irregular stone fragments, with 2 stone arms adorned with sharp obsidian spikes. With a single punch, it pulverizes the first few startled rock folk, reducing them to mere flesh and bone. Those unfortunate enough to be grazed by the spikes suffer even worse fates, writhing in agony upon the ground, their pitiful cries sending chills down the spines of the remaining onlookers. Witnessing such a miraculous spectacle extinguishes the flickering ambitions of those who had been contemplating rebellion. Subsequently, those paralyzed by fear are systematically crushed into a bloody pulp by the earth elemental, transforming the once vibrant cannibal tribe into a mere heap of carnage in a matter of moments. This display of power ensures that this day will be etched in memory, as well as the name of Marco, the enigmatic and formidable lord. Yet Marco feels it is not enough, observing the fearful expressions of the rock folk around him. He proclaims loudly, "I declare that from this day forth, the first day of winter shall be known as the day of winter. Remember this day, for from now on, you shall no longer suffer from hunger or cold. And I, your lord, your guardian, shall elevate your race to one of nobility, freeing you from the shackles of human trafficking and slaughter. Do you comprehend this?" The crowd fell silent, gazing at Marco. Yet he discerned hope and gratitude in the eyes of many, despite a portion still clinging to ancient tongues. Holy One, Holy One, following the resounding cheers. All fell to their knees. In that moment, Marco's heart swelled with pride. He could scarcely fathom that the once inconspicuous individual he had been would witness such a day. Chapter 15. The Winter Festival. All right. Everyone rise. You are all my subjects, and it is my duty to protect you. He yearned for all the rock beings to remember this day, a day that would elevate his stature and immortalize his achievements. A day to be commemorated as a national holiday. Such a remembrance would foster greater unity among the rock beings, compelling them to serve Marco with unwavering loyalty. Wine, a substance that existed only in legends to the rock beings, was a novelty for many who beheld it for the first time that evening. Observing the three chieftains fervently indulging in libations, many rock beings were puzzled. However, after a young man tentatively sampled a sip, they began to drink in succession. Soon, the distinctive fruity aroma of the wine captivated everyone, and combined with the warmth it evoked, the rock beings swiftly succumbed to its allure. The stock of over 100 barrels of wine was entirely consumed within 2 hours, leaving many unsatisfied and eagerly gazing at Marco. Marco waved his hand, indicating that the supply had been exhausted, yet he reassured them that there would be more and better beverages in the coming year. With the arrival of spring, Marco would open the ports for trade with merchants from afar, thus acquiring a wealth of resources. As the night unfolded, they gathered around the fire, engaging in conversation and song until the early hours. Marco, however, remarked that the ancient melodies sounded quite discordant, akin to a saw cutting through metal. Once back in his chamber, Marco eagerly accessed his status panel. Earlier that morning, he had learned that his gold resources had been credited, and the system informed him that the skill rewards in gold were calculated at 500. Furthermore, starting this month, his skills would yield 500 gold every half month. Hero level, 4 hero skills, basic offensive technique, advanced leadership, diplomacy. Omitted, special abilities, royal charisma, omniscience. Buildings owned, town hall, militia barracks, blacksmith, fortress, tavern, market. Archery tower. Building level, 7 soldiers owned, 190 thugs, 9 archers, 3 infantry, 1 griffin, 1 priest, 1 unicorn, 34, 223 subjects, special. Resources owned, gold 4, 690, with 30. Or 35, crystal 0, mercury 0, gem 0, sulfur 0. At that moment, Marco also opened the reward for the King's Hall task, revealing a treasure chest. Upon opening it, he discovered a magical scroll, a device that would grant heroes the mastery of magic. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that the spell contained within was level 2 light magic, vitality regeneration. Light magic, vitality regeneration, consumes 8 magic points, can be used on non-undead, mechanical or elemental beings, restoring injuries, if the target is not dead. Recovery will be based on the level of light magic. Original, recovery time for the target is 7 minutes. Basic, recovery time for the target is 5 minutes. Intermediate, recovery time for the target is 3 minutes. The target recovery time is set at 1 minute. Upon witnessing this spell, Marco's heart seized with a jolt. The number of healing spells in the Heroes of Might and Magic series is exceedingly scarce, aside from the undead resurrection, reincarnation, and a few specific units. The availability of restorative magic is lamentably limited. While this is a consequence of the game's design, it causes Marco considerable distress in reality. He had initially believed that he would have to wait until amassing wealth to acquire artifacts or training paladins before encountering such magic. To his surprise, he learned this spell at merely level 4. Calculating the implications, as long as he refrains from reckless actions or falling prey to poison, he could be deemed an immortal presence in the land of Westeros. Regaining his composure, Marco shifted his gaze to the list of buildings. Barracks town level requirement, 3 construction prerequisite, blacksmith resource requirements, gold 1500, with 10 or 10 griffin tower town level requirement, 6 resource requirements, gold 2500, with 10 or 10. Mercury 5. Contemplating the 5 units of mercury required for the Griffin Tower, Marco fell into deep thought, realizing that these rare resources were precisely what he lacked, leaving him at a loss. Reluctantly, he clicked on the construction option to initiate the building of the barracks. Furthermore, he must expedite the construction of the Griffin Tower before the end of the month, as any delays would disrupt his plans for the spring. Faced with unresolved issues, Marco decided to abandon them for the time being and retreated to his chamber to rest. For the following day, he would rise early to confer titles upon the 3 clan leaders under his command. He intended to emulate the customs of Westeros by elevating them to knighted lords, thereby transforming them into landed knights. Given his relatively modest stature, he could at best be considered an earl in the eyes of these northern nobles, compelling him to adopt a more cautious approach to development. Marco aspired to convert his force of over 3,000 men within 3 years, with a minimum requirement of transforming them into marauders. However, the scarcity of resources weighed heavily on him, prompting a decision to venture to the tavern in search of fortune after the conferral ceremony. He also aimed to gather intelligence about Skagos Island. Marco was not one to engage in unprepared battles. Now that he had assumed lordship over Skagos Island, he must familiarize himself with its intricacies. He harbored no desire to meet a fate akin to that of King Joe, succumbing to a poisoned chalice. Although Skagos Island is isolated, merchants and whaling ships still come to trade. Every action he undertook on the island had likely attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Not to mention, that rascal, Roose Bolton, had long coveted this place. The following morning, Marco rose with the dawn. After awakening, he constructed the farm, an auxiliary building for the militia hut. Due to his initial intention to construct the Griffin Tower, Marco had neglected the establishment of the farm, a subordinate building, which he has yet to build, despite it requiring a mere 1,000 gold. His hesitation stemmed from a fear of potential changes in the King's Hall, which deterred him from expanding the militia hut. With the population now increasing, he is compelled to construct an additional peasant shed to serve as a supply point, while the farm's purpose lies in augmenting the arable land's capacity. Upon reflection, Marco has already expended 4,000 gold resources here. However, having promised to ensure the well-being of the rock folk, he is no longer troubled by this expenditure. Although the castle's stores are sufficient to sustain 30,000 people until the end of next year, Marco's obsessive nature compels him to find alternatives whenever a building remains unconstructed. As Marco exited his chamber, he encountered Priest Casparade and Elder Bloodstone, who are currently responsible for the literacy education of the castle's children. As a transmigrant, Marco recognizes the significance of education. He does not expect everyone to become a prodigy, but rather seeks clarity in his orders and documents for all to comprehend. Particularly as he anticipates acquiring more land and population in the future, cultivating a foundational talent pool will facilitate governance. Knowledge on the continent of Westeros has long been monopolized by a select few, which is detrimental to centralized rule. Marco aspires to establish a formidable empire, distinct from the vassal states of the Seven Kingdoms. The fate of House Targaryen serves as a cautionary tale, reinforcing Marco's belief in the necessity of true strength. In Marco's view, the Lannisters epitomize the mastery of political maneuvering. The old lion, Tywin Lannister, understood that an army and gold dragons are fundamental to a family's legacy, leading him to devise numerous strategies for his lineage. Regrettably, the subsequent generation proved ineffectual, with young heirs displaying a lamentable lack of capability, the only exception being a dwarf endowed with a modicum of wisdom. Marco intends to emulate Tywin, wielding substantial wealth and military power, thus earning his place to stir the winds of change across the continent of Westeros. The third floor of Griffin Fortress houses a vast hall capable of accommodating over 2,000 individuals, characterized by its spaciousness and brightness, making it an ideal classroom. Observing the tribal children who bow to him along the way, Marco feels immense satisfaction with the efforts of Elder Bloodstone and his companion. He believes that etiquette marks the inception of a civilization. Plunder and slaughter ultimately lead only to death and destruction. To wield both a flower and a sword signifies true power. Upon reaching the first floor, Marco encounters Bloodhand Blackstone and Bobby Lee, who oversee the castle's logistics and agricultural operations. Marco understands that they are human beings, not mere statistics from a game, and the issues of sustenance and care have consistently posed a significant challenge for him. Fortunately, the magical edifices within Griffin Fortress are equipped with a comprehensive array of living amenities. The castle's moat serves as a vital water source, continuously replenished by the enchanting grand fountain atop the castle. Surrounding the marketplace, blacksmith's forge, tavern, and militia quarters are numerous residential buildings, all boasting an intricate drainage system. To prevent the townsfolk from indiscriminately disposing of their refuse, Marco has thoughtfully arranged for a collective collection system. Each day, 5 shaggy rhinoceroses pull a large cart to transport these materials to the farmlands for proper disposal. Marco has constructed several fermentation pits near the fields, specifically designed for the production of organic fertilizer, which conveniently also facilitates the processing of the refuse. Chapter 16. The ceremony of enfeoffment. The feudal system was introduced to the continent of Westeros by the Andalusians, serving as the foundation of the 7 kingdoms and their greatest claim to be a civilized race. The feudal structure of Westeros is characterized by a rigid social hierarchy, composed of various kings, lords, and commoners. Vassals, who pledge their loyalty to their liege lords, possess their own military forces and are afforded protection by their lords, while also being subject to their lord's coordination and governance among the vassals. In times of war, upon the summons of their liege, vassals are duty-bound to provide military support and obey their lord's command. This explains why, during the War of the 5 Kings, Robb Stark's raven messages could summon such a multitude of reinforcements from the north. To assimilate into this world, Marco felt compelled to conduct the enfeoffment ceremony according to the traditions of Westeros. His plan was to initially approach the north in the guise of a merchant from Essos, subsequently establishing connections with the Night's Watch through the trade of food and weaponry, under the pretense of facilitating a smuggling route for slaves. Even if they were to refuse, Marco believed it prudent to cultivate goodwill with them, as he perceived these thieves and criminals forming their own unique organization to possess a greater sense of chivalry than the noble lords of the South. Furthermore, Marco felt confident in this endeavor, for in recent years, the Night's Watch had faced increasingly dire circumstances. Since the ascension of King Robert, life had become ever more decadent. He believed that as long as the North provided support, everything would be sufficient, leading to a further decline of the Night's Watch, even worse than during the Targaryen era. Before long, noon arrived, and the hall on the 3rd floor was filled to capacity after lunch, with rows of brutish soldiers neatly arranged beside the benches. At this moment, Marco sat regally upon his imposing throne, while before him stood Hank, the head of the Crow clan from Deepwood Motte, Alok, the head of the Stern clan from Floating Timber Hall, and Mardon, the head of the Megan clan from the King's Hall. All 3 men were clad in pristine fur coats, their previously unkempt beards and hair now meticulously groomed, presenting a semblance of noble lords. To Marco's astonishment, after their transformation, each of them appeared to be of a similar age to him. Hank, the eldest, appeared to be around 40 years old, somewhat leaner and shorter than the other 2, standing a head shorter than Marco, making him one of the shorter figures among the rocky terrain. Beneath his black curls were slanted, squinting eyes that gave the impression of someone not easily trifled with. His prominent hooked nose added an air of malevolence to his demeanor, and a black mole adorned his pointed chin, which he often absent-mindedly touched, resembling a cunning strategist. When Sarsting called his name, he quickly approached, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head slightly in a gesture of respect. Marcos nodded in satisfaction, then drew his knightly broadsword from his waist and gently tapped it on the shoulder of the clan leader of the Crowell family, Hank. He addressed him, saying, "Hank of the Crowell clan, you are a valiant wolf spirit warrior. You have led your kin in safeguarding the sacred beast, the unicorn, on Skaggs Island, and have bestowed upon them a better life. Therefore, do you vow before the divine to protect the weak, guard the Lord, cherish your people, and vanquish your foes from this day forth?" "I do," Hank replied fervently. "Very well," Marcos proclaimed. "I hereby knight you and bestow upon you the name of the Crowell clan as your own. From henceforth, you shall be known as Sir Hank Crowell." Upon concluding the ceremony, a foot soldier approached with a tray bearing a flag, black and red in hue, adorned with 5 inverted triangles reminiscent of a ravenous maw. Marcos then conferred knighthood upon Alok, the leader of the Stern clan from the Floating Wood Hall. Alok appeared to be around 20 years of age, yet in truth, he was merely 14, though he stood nearly as tall as Marcos. His imposing stature, coupled with his ash-brown hair, framed a chiseled visage, his eyes deep and wise, casting aside any notion of him being merely a rock dweller. This prompted Marcos to glance at Alok's mother, a striking woman clad in a fur coat typical of the rock folk. Though she bore the appearance of an ordinary rock-dwelling matron, Marcos sensed an ineffable aura about her. It was a feeling akin to the distinction between a young university professor and their students, the professor's maturity and erudition unmistakable at a glance. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten much of her past, as her beauty rendered her an object of desire among the rock folk following her husband's demise. Only after Alok ascended to chieftaincy did this situation begin to ameliorate. Lastly, there was the chieftain of the Magner clan, Ma Sin Dan, who appeared to be around 30. Once cleaned up, he bore an air of ferocity, exuding the essence of a born warrior. His towering physique resembled that of a wall, reminiscent of the European strongmen of a bygone era, leading Markaz to believe he could easily crush an adversary's skull like a mountain beast. Observing the extraordinary emblem of a green lobster against a white background, with a black harpoon clasped in its claws, Markaz deemed it lacking in substance, favoring his own insignia instead. Ma Sin Dan acknowledged that only Markaz was worthy of being called king of Skaggs Island, for he was merely his vassal. Upon completing the knighting ceremony, Markaz commanded Bloodhand and Blackstone to prepare a celebratory feast, while he discreetly drew Alok aside. He shared his thoughts, suggesting that Alok's mother might hail from a noble family in the north. Alok, however, revealed that despite his efforts since becoming chieftain, his mother was utterly unable to recall her past. In moments of emotional turmoil, she would silently weep as she gazed towards the western sea. Alok has been deeply troubled by this situation. His intention in opening the sea and the port is to gather more information to eventually locate his mother's family. Marco assured him that he would find a way to help restore Alok's mother's memory. The mere thought of his mother regaining her memories filled Alok with excitement, prompting him to kneel before Marco in gratitude. Marco quickly helped him to his feet, stating that it was the least he could do. Marco harbored a suspicion that Alok's mother might be the missing daughter of the Amber family from the north. The Amber family of Last Hearth, a noble house sworn to House Stark of Winterfell, resides closer to the wall than Winterfell itself. Their family crest features a roaring giant with brown hair, clad in animal skins, and wielding a silver chain against a fiery red backdrop. The current head of the family, John Amber, known as Great John, is the Earl of Last Hearth. His uncle, Mors Amber, has a daughter who went missing over a decade ago, with rumors suggesting she was taken by wildlings. Marco, having perused various texts and novels in his previous life, noted that many had speculated about the whereabouts of this Amber daughter. Combining the available information, Marco ventured a bold hypothesis, albeit lacking certainty regarding its accuracy. He required the assistance of the Three-Eyed Crow. Although he had misled the Three-Eyed Crow into believing he possessed similar abilities, Marco was acutely aware that his insight stemmed merely from his familiarity with the storyline. While watching Game of Thrones, many narratives had seemed nebulous to him, prompting him to conduct online research and subsequently read several novels, which endowed him with a deeper understanding of certain elements within this world. Marco had previously made a pact with the Three-Eyed Crow, promising that if he required assistance, he would send a unicorn to rest beneath the fishbone tree near Griffin's Roost. Chapter 17. The Sealed History. The banquet following the coronation ceremony extended into the late hours of the night. However, Marco remained steadfast in his resolve, prompting him to send the unicorn, Silver Flash, to rest beneath the heart tree in advance. The Three-Eyed Raven had once remarked on the unique energy emanating from the unicorn, asserting that its presence near the heart tree would be sensed by him. Marco had harbored curiosity about the heart tree and had inquired about it with the Three-Eyed Raven, who enlightened him that the tree possessed a remarkable ability to absorb the life energy of deceased beings. In this realm, every entity is imbued with a distinctive life energy, which dissipates upon death. Initially, this energy is partially absorbed by the carrion crows drawn to the remains, as they too possess the extraordinary capability to harness such energy. When the crows encounter this life essence, they are irresistibly attracted to it, akin to bees drawn to nectar, which elucidates their penchant for scavenging. Apart from external factors that may lead to their demise, they exist as immortal beings on the continent of Westeros, revered by the ancients as divine entities. This reverence explains why the crows favor residing and nesting in the heart tree, drawn to its abundant life energy, which is equally rich in humans. Consequently, the crows are inclined to coexist with humans, embracing their domestication and diligently delivering messages on their behalf. Moreover, those crows that have absorbed life energy may retain fragments of human memories, with some exceptional crows even possessing the ability to articulate human language and comprehend human intent. It is precisely due to their uniqueness that crows have mastered the Old Tongue, a language utilized solely by the children of the forest, who engage in seamless communication with them. Speaking of the children of the forest, they are the foremost practitioners of life energy manipulation on the entire continent of Westeros. For them, the heart tree serves as the wellspring of their magic and faith. Utilizing the life energy stored within the heart tree is remarkably effortless for the children, requiring no significant sacrifice. However, the sole drawback of this energy is its slow recovery rate. During their inaugural conflict with the First Men, the children expended the life energy that had accumulated in southern Westeros over millennia to thwart the invaders' entry through the Arm of Dorne. The overwhelming life energy instantaneously shattered the land, transforming the once lush Dorne into a desolate expanse of sand. A process that took thousands of years to show even a semblance of recovery, resulting in the extensive felling of heart trees by the First Men. Subsequently, the children were compelled to retreat to the central part of the continent, where they once again harnessed that life energy to create the Night King. Yet, for reasons unknown, he soon spiraled out of control, nearly leading to the annihilation of the children themselves. Fortunately, among the ancestors emerged a prophetic figure, the ancient hero Azor Ahai. This formidable being, endowed with magical prowess, forged an alliance with the First Men and the Children of the Forest to confront the White Walkers. After driving these malevolent beings to the farthest northern reaches, Azor Ahai, alongside the Children of the Forest, employed unique magic to lay the foundation of the wall. Meanwhile, Bran Stark, the progenitor of the Stark lineage and a master builder, meticulously constructed the wall using colossal ice and gravel. The establishment of the wall drained the last vestiges of life energy from the north, and having witnessed the might of such sorcery, the Stark family revered the weirwood trees with a devotion akin to that of the Children of the Forest. Once they had exhausted all the weirwood, the children were compelled to retreat to lands north of the wall for respite. Yet the toll of the war against the White Walkers had nearly depleted their remaining life energy. With this energy diminished, the children found themselves unable to sustain their very existence, contributing to their dwindling numbers. In truth, the three-eyed raven had once revealed to Bran that the awakening of the wolf spirits among certain First Men was subtly influenced by the weirwood. The prevalence of shapeshifters among the Craster clan of the Night's Watch can largely be attributed to their adherence to ancient blood rituals, which efficiently absorbed life energy from the weirwood. The energy emitted was also drawn in by the clansmen who frequently engaged in these blood sacrifices, ultimately leading the Craster clan to awaken numerous shapeshifters, establishing their dominance over Skagos Island. That night, Bran, eager to rendezvous with the three-eyed raven, retired early to sleep. As fate would have it, just as he drifted into slumber, the three-eyed raven materialized in his mind. The raven, bearing his ever-constant expression of sorrow, prompted Bran to resist the urge to inquire about the price of bitter melons. "Bran, how is it that you seek me so swiftly? Has something transpired?" "Oh no. I merely require your assistance with a matter." Bran then recounted his predicament, hoping the raven could help ascertain whether Alok's mother was indeed a daughter of House Amber from the north. No sooner had he spoken than the three-eyed raven regarded him with a peculiar gaze, seemingly questioning why Bran did not utilize his own abilities to seek the truth. Nevertheless, the raven acted with remarkable decisiveness. Upon hearing Bran's explanation, he promptly vanished from the realm of consciousness. Simultaneously, in a chamber far to the north, an one-eyed elder was ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. Concurrently, confirmation reached the domain that Aelys Amber had indeed been abducted by wild men from the sea. Just as House Amber prepared to scour the coastline of the Eastern Sea in search of her, news arrived of the murder of the Stark patriarch and his heir. In a state of helplessness, the Amber family had no choice but to descend south alongside the newly appointed Duke Ed Stark to battle the Targaryen clan. During this tumultuous period, Morse Amber's two sons perished on the battlefield. This series of calamities left Morse Amber despondent, gradually leading him into a spiral of despair, where he succumbed to the bottle, drowning his sorrows in a haze of intoxication. That night, he once again endured the agony of losing his daughter, her final moments vividly etched in his mind. Suddenly jolted awake by a nightmare, the elderly man rose from his bed, discovering that tears and sweat had soaked his blanket and beard, yet his troubled spirit was indifferent to such trivialities. With a heavy sigh, he carelessly wiped his face and then seized the liquor flask from the bedside, taking a deep swig. The cold liquor coursed down his throat into his stomach, providing a fleeting sense of relief from the fiery sensation. He drank until the flask was empty, and upon realizing there was no more left, he angrily tossed it aside and collapsed back into sleep. Meanwhile, in the family's rear garden, a colossal fishbeam tree trembled slightly, as if bidding farewell to someone. In a guest room on the second floor of Griffin's Roost, Alok's mother was plagued by a terrifying dream. After the submission of 3 tribes, Marco had moved to the 3rd floor of Griffin's Roost, allowing the 2nd floor rooms to be occupied by Alok and his family, facilitating Marco's discussions with them. Suddenly, Alok's mother found herself dreaming of her childhood, living in a magnificent castle, leading a carefree existence. However, her nightmares began that fateful day when, at the age of 14, She and her friend ventured out, only to encounter wild men in the forest near their castle. They were captured and taken aboard a small boat, which, while traversing the eastern sea, was beset by fierce winds and towering waves, causing everyone to fall into the sea. She was struck on the head by a mast, losing her memory, until ultimately rescued by the man who would become her husband, despite her never having consented to marry him. Yet, disregarding her objections, he consumed her beneath the sacred tree of the tribe, and a year later, their child, Alok, was born. In the adjacent room, Alok, plagued by his own thoughts, was unable to sleep. Upon hearing his mother's cries, he rushed over. Seeing her towering and formidable son, Ellie Amber involuntarily recalled her brother and father, weeping even more loudly. Alok, flustered and anxious, hurriedly comforted his mother. After approximately 3 minutes, Ellie Amber raised her swollen eyes and spoke to him. "Child, I finally remember. I have recalled your grandfather and uncles. Is it true, mother? That is wonderful. The Lord did not deceive me. He truly possesses a way. How miraculous. Truly the son of a god. The Lord?" Chapter 18. The Tavern. Thus, Alok recounted the circumstances surrounding the matter to his mother, Ellie Amber. Little did he anticipate that Marco, who had previously pledged his assistance, would resolve the issue so swiftly. Ellie's astonishment grew as she listened, pondering the profound reverence the rock folk of Skagga's Island held for their lord. It was evident that he perpetually conjured marvels, extraordinary magic, and legendary creatures, each event leaving these secluded beings in awe. Contemplating this, Ellie Amber cautioned her son Alok to heed the Lord's commands diligently. Although the entire continent of Westeros basked in a prolonged summer, it bore no impact on the north, where winter remained interminably harsh. Meanwhile, Marco engaged in a dialogue within his consciousness with the three-eyed raven, inquiring about the progress on his end. Are they amenable? What other wondrous beings still thrive there? The leaves have expressed their willingness to accept your protection, but you must not coerce them into battle or inflict harm upon them. Marco's reaction to the raven's words was one of utter confusion. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and retorted heatedly, "What do you take me for? It is you, the denizens of Westeros, who are peculiar. You would commit wrongs against giants, children of the forest, and the wretched White Walkers. I am a reasonable person, a normal person. Do you understand? Do not assume I fear confrontation. All right. I merely relayed the message. No need to be agitated. Prepare yourself. The icy waters north of Hardhome are treacherous, impeding navigation. Will you be crossing from the wall?" Marco sensed an almost imperceptible smirk at the corner of the raven's beak, but his current ire overshadowed any contemplation of this observation. By the way, approximately 50 giants are willing to join the children of the forest. We engaged in battle with the White Walkers 2 days prior, and a tribe of giants along with over 10 forest kin have departed from us permanently. Some matters are best discussed upon your arrival. No sooner had he spoken than he dissipated into a swirl of ash and shadow. The following morning, Marco arose early, gazing at the diminishing gold resources with growing resentment towards the tavern. After a brief preparation, he descended for breakfast, only to encounter Alok and his mother at the staircase. Ellie Amber immediately knelt, wishing to express her gratitude to Marco. He hastily gestured for Alok to assist her up and offered words of comfort, assuring her of his impending journey to the north, urging her to await patiently. After discussing a few matters, Marco invited them to join him for breakfast at the restaurant. The morning repast consisted of barley porridge accompanied by 2 slices of dark bread, which were garnished with ham and a touch of onion. Seizing the opportunity during their meal, Marco constructed the third farmer's hut. At that moment, Bloodhand Blackstone emerged from the kitchen, presenting 2 wooden cups filled with wine before Marco. This was the wine they had experimented with, crafted from pumpkin and wheat. Given the scarcity of resources at Griffin Castle, they had managed to produce only about 2 barrels. Marco had never been one to indulge in alcohol. After taking a sip, he passed the cup to his counterpart, Alok. However, before Alok could take a drink, it was snatched away by Ellie Amber, who exclaimed at her son, "You have a year left until you come of age. No drinking." At that moment, Marco, having just tasted the barley wine, burst out laughing, inadvertently spraying Bloodhand Blackstone beside him. Quickly rising to apologize, Marco found Bloodhand dismissing it with a hearty laugh, declaring, "Alok is already the chieftain. What harm could there be in him drinking? As long as the rock kin can fight on the battlefield, they are considered adults. Why adhere to such rigid rules?" Marco chimed in, "Madam, it's nothing to fret about. Besides, he has been chieftain for half a year now. He has likely experienced all that an adult can." Ellie Amber then realized that her reaction was influenced by past memories, and her ingrained thoughts surfaced unbidden. Having been raised in the lap of nobility, Ellie Amber retained certain habits even after her amnesia, imparting knowledge to her child that many of the Rock kin were unaware of. The utility of these lessons proved invaluable in a less civilized tribe, enabling young Alok to rise to a position of leadership at such a tender age. After breakfast and a taste of the wine, Marco, filled with excitement, made his way to the tavern, marking his first visit. Previously, due to limited resources, he had refrained from exploring it, fearing his heart would not withstand the anticipation. The structure stood approximately 3 stories tall, shaped like a concave letter, with the ground floor serving as a restaurant, the second as an inn, and the third as an office and lounge. As Sasting and his companions entered, the once boisterous tavern fell silent. Upon seeing Marco, everyone stood to pay their respects. Influenced by Marco's teachings on etiquette, these Rock kin exhibited a civility that set them apart from the other tribes. Marco sensed that this comportment was somehow tied to the mysterious power of Griffin Castle. After exchanging greetings with the patrons, Marco ascended to the 3rd floor, accessing the tavern's information list as he climbed. The system has configured a total of 18 staff members here, 10 on the 1st floor, 5 on the 2nd, and 3 on the 3rd. Regrettably, all 18 are men. There are no anticipated tavern maidens or female receptionists, only these young gentlemen in their 20s. Marco made his way to the reception area on the 3rd floor, which comprises 3 offices managed by 3 individuals, namely the Hero Recruitment Office, the Refugee Recruitment Office, and the Intelligence Office. He forcefully suppressed his inclination to explore the Refugee Recruitment Office and swiftly approached the Intelligence Office, fearing that he might impulsively rush towards it. Upon entering the office, a young man clad in a robe rose to greet Marco with a bow. Marco nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "So, what can I obtain here? Is there a price to pay?" "Esteemed Lord," the young man replied, "we can provide fragmented information and intelligence, primarily gathered by our staff. Since all within this castle belongs to you, there is no cost involved. Of course, you may also utilize resource points for gathering intelligence, though such information is also fragmented and requires your analysis. These reports may pertain to any matter or individual in this world." At that moment, Marco had no intention of collecting intelligence from other locations, so he requested the common information gathered from the tavern. This resulted in a sizable stack of coarse parchment densely inscribed with various notes. The young man offered to assist Marco in organizing the intelligence using the privileges of the prophet's cabin, albeit for a fee of 100 gold. After a brief contemplation, Marco prudently declined, reminding himself, poverty is indeed the original sin. Setting aside these errant thoughts, he focused intently on the intelligence before him. The first piece of information that caught his eye reported that Sir Hank Crowell had apprehended a notorious criminal the previous night. Initially, the plan was to publicly humiliate the offender. However, witnesses claimed to have seen Sir Hank and his men secretly escorting the criminal into the woods. With no further reports of the offender's detention, the conclusion drawn, the criminal may have been consumed. Upon reading this, Marco felt a vain throb on his forehead, contemplating that Hank had succumbed to his carnal appetites once more, acting without his knowledge. Nonetheless, this was precisely why Marco had appointed him as the sheriff. Hank now served as his extended arm and vigilant eye, ensuring stability in Griffin Castle. After reviewing several pieces of intelligence, Marco finally discovered the information he sought. It was reported that approximately 20 kilometers northwest of the King's Hall, a peculiar mutated ice wolf, having migrated from an unknown origin, was leading a pack of 50 forest wolves in relentless assaults on a newly established mine, causing considerable distress to Sir Mangandan Magna. Just then, Marco's task interface abruptly appeared, prompting him to click and read. A mutated aberrant ice wolf is persistently attacking your newly constructed mine, seemingly guarding something within. You must uncover the reason and eradicate them. Ensure the establishment of your mining site at the earliest. Task rewards: 2,000 gold, 10 wood, 10 ore, treasure map. Upon seeing the option for the treasure map, Marco fell into deep contemplation. He first dismissed the Tear of Asha, for it was an ultimate artifact that he feared he could not yet obtain. Sasting conveyed my orders. Chapter 19 Departure. All the marauding soldiers and archers prepared to set off, while the remaining individuals stayed behind. In 2 hours, we shall depart. I need to review some materials here. Come find me when the time comes. As you command, my lord. Sasting responded before taking his leave. Marco, having set aside the unfinished documents in his hands, eagerly made his way towards the adjacent offices. Upon discovering his new mission, Marco felt an even greater urgency to peruse the information from the other 2 recruitment posts, as he was in dire need of advanced troops. Moreover, he was curious about how the special building in this world, capable of randomly summoning level 4 to 6 units in the game, would manifest itself. He also pondered whether he could summon a hero, for he desperately required a leader to guide his forces and manage his castle. If, in the future, he were to venture into the realm of Westeros and his enemies succeeded in raiding his home, all his efforts would be in vain. The terrifying scenario of Daenerys being robbed crossed his mind, instilling a sense of dread within him. After all, he did not possess a dragon. And even the marvel that was Griffin's Roost would struggle against the onslaught of hundreds of warships. Thus, despite his meager resources, Marco felt compelled to ascertain the situation. It would be even better if he could summon a beautiful heroine. Yet, all of this hinged on his entry into the recruitment office. With a heart full of anticipation, he stepped into the office of the Refugee Recruitment Center. Inside, the officer in charge was a young man with brown hair. Upon seeing Marco enter, he stood and respectfully bowed, addressing him, "Esteemed Lord. Greetings. I anticipated your arrival, as our intelligence indicated such. However, due to the world's regulations, many aspects have transformed. Though you are welcome to review the information." As he spoke, he handed Marco a scroll. The moment Marco grasped it, the scroll disintegrated into shimmering specks of light, merging into his consciousness, and a special page materialized before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have now officially activated the refugee camp mercenary summoning mode. Through this, you may contract with some of the exiled beings from the Ashen World, allowing them to become your soldiers. Will you proceed with the contract? Marco did not hastily click confirm. Instead, he continued to read through the informational page and finally understood the origins of the refugee camp, revealing that in the Ashen World, certain beings were often exiled to the folds of space due to magical mishaps or other causes. This was a dreadfully perilous realm, rife with spatial turbulence, where weaker beings would be reduced to ash. Only those of great strength could hope to survive. The benevolent Asha, unable to witness her children endure such suffering, wielded her formidable power to open rifts to the outside world. The function of the refugee camp was to connect with these rifts and guide these powerful beings to safety. Thus, the refugee camp may sporadically host creatures of levels 4 to 6 from 8 distinct races. However, due to the constraints imposed by the world's rules, Marco, aside from human entities, is permitted to forge a contract with only one creature from each race. Each race is limited to 3 such contracts, and only upon the demise of a contracted creature can a new one of the same level from that race be summoned. Although this recruitment is rather limited, it immediately uplifted Marco's spirits. In his eyes, the mere presence of such opportunities was sufficient, and he paid little heed to other considerations. Furthermore, the level 4, 5, and 6 units from other races have consistently proven to be formidable within the game, particularly those powerful units of exquisite beauty, which excited his imagination. No, wait. Is there something peculiar mixed in here? Note: due to the world's rules, certain abilities of creatures may be diminished or entirely vanish. However, the system will provide the host with appropriate compensation, and the summoning cost for creatures will be tenfold the original expense. Note: the host should be aware that unforeseen incidents may occur during the summoning process, potentially leading to the creature's demise within the chaotic spatial currents. Good luck. After perusing the system interface, Marco cast a rather expressionless gaze towards the staff member at the refugee recruitment station who was reveling in misfortune. This damned low-magic world, Marco muttered inwardly. The clever young man at the recruitment desk quickly grasped the tension and raised his hands above his head in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, "My lord, please, do not be agitated. This matter does not concern me. I am merely the responsible party here. Ultimately, everything belongs to you. Since the contract entails such stipulations, I am certain there is a meaningful purpose behind it. Would you not agree?" Upon reflection, Marco conceded that the fellow's words held some merit. Yet, damn it, he couldn't shake the slight irritation he felt. He had the urge to strike someone. With that thought, he cast a malevolent glance at the man before him, contemplating whether to extract some interest from him first. "My lord, perhaps it would be prudent to sign this contract now. It would be unfortunate if any issues arose. You still wish to inspect the area nearby, do you not?" However, Marco had no intention of letting him off the hook. He clicked yes on the interface, and a scroll composed of golden light materialized before him. A golden quill floated nearby, and as Marco reached out to grasp it, he felt as though it were tangible. Without time for musings, Marco swiftly inscribed his illustrious name upon the scroll. Upon completing his signature, the scroll disintegrated into a shower of shimmering light particles. Immediately thereafter, Marco beheld a bidirectional portal emerge behind the desk in the room, pulsating with radiant purple temporal energy. Beyond the dazzling brilliance, a humanoid silhouette flickered, seemingly on the verge of breaching the threshold and appearing before him. At that moment, the astute official approached the portal, extending his hand to extract a scroll from the vibrant energy, just as he was about to begin his incantation. As Marco suddenly leaped before him, he wrapped his right arm around the young man's neck and bellowed, "Thank you, young man. I'm heading out first." Without waiting for a response from the nearly asphyxiated youth, whose ears were now ringing, he strode confidently towards the portal. Gently caressing the magical relief on the portal, Marco addressed the energy gate. "It may be merely an illusion, but I sensed a nod from the figure behind me." With that, he swiftly approached the entrance, the helplessness of not being able to summon powerful units gnawing at his insides. Meanwhile, the young man behind him gasped, "Ahem. I was mistaken, my lord. Remember, on the 5th day of each month, the portal will change. Do not forget." Marco waved a hand to signify that he had heard, and then made his way to the hero recruitment area. As he forcefully opened the door, he felt a distinct resistance. Gently pushing it open, he discovered a young man lying on the ground, clutching his head and moaning in pain. Marco surmised that he had been eavesdropping at the door, unaware of Marco's sudden entrance. Noticing Marco's gaze upon him, the young man hastily scrambled to his feet and bowed, exclaiming, "My lord, Harold greets you. Have you come to inquire about the hero recruitment?" Marco inclined his head slightly and responded, "Indeed. By the way, I forgot to ask for your names." How rude of me, given the day's many events. In the ensuing moments, the young man named Harold meticulously detailed the information and usage of the Hero Recruitment Center. Firstly, he explained that the heroes from the game would not manifest in this world and, due to the constraints of world rules, they would lose the opportunity to learn level 3 magic. Harold speculated that this might be due to the scarcity of magical elements, and these heroes would merely be Marco's subordinates, unable to attain his level of power. Secondly, the heroes provided by the recruitment center were akin to items, capable of awakening special abilities in Marco's sworn followers. Of course, they also had the potential to level up, and the skills acquired upon leveling would be managed by Marco himself. Lastly, Harold informed Marco that he could only choose heroes from the same racial faction, the sole advantage of which was the constancy of pricing. Each hero statue cost 2,500 gold, and upon their appearance, they would automatically learn the Knight's level 3 skill, grasp basic offensive techniques, and their unique abilities. This was the most favorable news Marco had received that day. However, he lamented, "But alas, I am devoid of funds." Just as Marco pondered further inquiries, Sastington rushed up to the 3rd floor, bowed to Marco, and announced, "My lord, we are ready to depart." Chapter 20. The pack of wolves in the mine. The newly appointed knight, Sir Mashadan Magna, found himself in a state of utter despair today, as one of his kin was brutally attacked by a pack of wolves while venturing out to relieve himself. The colossal ice wolf had mercilessly crushed his throat, leaving a gruesome scene of bloodshed. By the time Mashadan and his men arrived, the unfortunate soul had been nearly devoured by the ravenous pack. Fortunately, Mashadan had wisely established a rudimentary encampment near the valley, surrounded by traps for wild beasts. Otherwise, their losses would have been far graver. Some of his guards suggested he seek reinforcements from Griffin Fortress, yet Mashadan, eager to prove himself in his inaugural task for the Lord, deliberated extensively before deciding to confront the issue independently. However, these forest wolves exhibited remarkable cunning, refusing direct confrontation. Each time Mashadan led a significant force into battle, the wolves would retreat into the depths of the forest, luring him to divide his troops. The moment his soldiers dispersed, the wolves would strike in packs of 4 or 5, mercilessly dispatching isolated warriors. Moreover, the soldiers whispered of a magical prowess possessed by the ice wolf. Upon its fearsome howl, several forest wolves would inexplicably emerge from the underbrush, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Thus, the relentless pack continued to deplete the lives of Mashadan's kin. After enduring 2 defeats and losing 25 men, Mashadan resolved to adopt a defensive stance. He surmised that the wolves must be desperate for food, and as long as he safeguarded the encampment, danger would remain at bay. He had already communicated with the supply team, which had swelled to around 100 men. Hence, he felt no fear, believing he possessed ample time and capability to withstand the onslaught. Ever since the discovery of this mine, Marco had dispatched Hank and others to gather intelligence, ultimately leading the Wolf Spirit Squad to find descriptions aligning with their findings in this valley. Lacking mining experience, Marco had only been able to bring forth an apprentice from the blacksmith shop. The two master blacksmiths assigned by the system were among the finest in the human realms of the Ashen world, possessing solid foundational knowledge in smelting, furnace construction, and mineral exploration. Consequently, the apprentice located the mine entrance within a mere week. However, the persistent harassment by the wolves had stalled many engineering endeavors, a source of profound frustration for Mashadin Magna. Increasingly, he suspected the wolves were targeting him specifically, for the northern forests were abundant with elk, suggesting the wolves were not lacking sustenance. After several days of calculations, Mashadin estimated there to be no fewer than 40 forest wolves in the vicinity. Having learned from previous encounters with traps, the pack had become more astute, opting for ambushes on solitary or straying soldiers rather than attacking the camp outright. Just as Mashadin Magna prepared to draft a letter for the Raven to deliver, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from outside the valley. Upon recognizing the alarming situation, he promptly commanded the shapeshifter, Wolf Fong, to investigate. Approximately 2 minutes later, the shapeshifter released his transformation and addressed him, "Sir, the Lord has arrived." They are engaged in battle with the wolf pack and appear to be nearing a resolution. After departing that day, Marco had relentlessly commanded his soldiers to march onward. And this time he was exceptionally well prepared. The soldiers donned specially designed cold weather attire, inspired by the garments of savages depicted in television dramas. The thick furs were meticulously sewn together to ensure a windproof seal, with trousers and jackets seamlessly connected. This ingenious design allowed for a degree of comfort during outdoor marches, addressing issues related to rest and moisture during sleep. Indeed, a marvel for short-distance combat. Coupled with white, hooded cloaks, the soldiers were fully equipped against the cold. Unlike the previous occasion when they had battled in filthy, cumbersome traditional winter gear, which had severely hampered many of the unruly soldiers. Thus, in just 2 days, Marco arrived at the Iron Mine Valley. He first dispatched the accompanying shapeshifter to scout enemy movements. Upon discovering the wolf pack's territory, he led a contingent of over 20 men to serve as bait, luring the wolves into attack. The remaining soldiers produced oil sacks and meticulously arranged a fire oil formation on the ground, stacking wood alongside straw and adding whale oil. To mask their scent from the wolves, Marco instructed the soldiers to collect animal droppings along the way, which they incorporated around the perimeter of the oil traps. Observing the prepared ambush, Marco revealed a satisfied smile. Once the remaining troops were concealed, he set forth with his bait team. At that moment, a polar wolf patrolling the valley's periphery twitched its nose, detecting an unusual scent, humans and various animals. Suddenly, the wolf pack became agitated, having caught the metallic scent of blood from their kin. At that instant, Marco had just dispatched a patrolling forest wolf with his magical arrow. In less than a minute, the forest echoed with a chorus of wolf howls, unmistakably filled with rage. Marco commanded Lauren, the Eagle Eye, to initiate a free attack on the wolf pack. As 2 more of their kind fell, the wolves were overtaken by primal fury, charging wildly toward Marco and his men. Amidst the chaos, a piercing eagle's cry resonated through the sky. As Marco turned to the side, he suddenly noticed that the polar wolf had inexplicably maneuvered to the right rear flank of his formation. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a magical arrow at it, only for the polar wolf to nimbly evade the attack, earning Marco's newfound respect. It was worth noting that, despite the lower level of the magical arrow, its speed was not to be underestimated. It seemed this creature had undergone some peculiar transformation. As Marco ordered a retreat, he pondered the situation. A sharp howl erupted from the polar wolf's maw, and Marco discerned the inherent danger within its sound. However, many forest wolves had already breached the encirclement, with only a few straying close to the ice wolves. Observing the pack gradually drawn into the trap, Marco gestured to the griffin Sivan soaring above. Upon seeing Marco's signal, the griffin immediately soared to the position above the ambushers. Responding to the griffin's cue, the soldiers decisively released a volley of arrows. The 30-odd forest wolves caught within the encirclement were instantly petrified by the flames that erupted, collapsing to the ground and howling in distress. While the ice wolves in the distance let out a roar, they charged towards the inferno, yet the griffin Sivan offered no respite, diving down to bring one ice wolf crashing to the earth. The 2 colossal beasts engaged in a fierce struggle, yet ultimately, the griffin Sivan prevailed, leveraging its physical advantage to pin the ice wolf down. Its immense beak clamped down like an iron vice, restraining the ice wolf, which bared its teeth and writhed in an attempt to escape. At that moment, Marco approached, addressing the creature. "Why do you attack my mine? Is there something of great importance to you within? As he activated his skill of universal comprehension, his words echoed in the ice wolf's mind in a strange tone. Human. Leave. Hot. Stone. Mine. The ensuing roar conveyed a clear message to Marco, prompting him to ponder. It seems there is something extraordinary within this valley. He then inquired of the ice wolf, Are you willing to submit to me? Meanwhile, in the blaze, the forest wolves lamented their fate, succumbing to the rain of arrows. As Marco ordered the skins of these wolves to be stripped. While Marco and his companions sat resting, Morong and Magna approached with over 50 tribesmen. Noticing Marco's gaze upon him, he immediately knelt on one knee, confessing his faults. Marco, however, remained silent, merely observing him. After more than 10 seconds of tense silence, the over 50 warriors beside him also knelt, fervently offering explanations on his behalf. Marco raised his hand, and the griffin Savan responded with a resounding screech. Having grown well acquainted with Marco's habits over time, thus, it cooperatively helped Marco command the atmosphere, prompting Marco to affectionately stroke its head before saying, Do you understand why I am angry? Morondon lowered his head, his ears flushed with emotion, yet he humbly replied, Yes, my lord. It is because I have hindered the progress of the mine's construction. Marco, filled with anger, abruptly stood and interrupted him, declaring, No, you are mistaken. I am angry because you failed to protect my people. I have stated that the rock folk on Skaggs Island are all my subjects. I entrusted them to you not to bring them here as fodder for wolves. Mines can be rebuilt, and ores can be mined anew. But my people are irreplaceable. What will you offer in their stead? Do you truly merit the trust they have placed in you? Are you only considering seeking reinforcements once half of your men have perished? After hearing Marco's words, Mashi Dan nearly bowed his head to his chest, consumed by profound regret. Observing his silence, Marco inquired once more, Do you comprehend now? Yes, my lord. I understand. I shall never commit such a mistake again. Chapter 21. The treasure house. At that moment, the unicorn Silver Flash and the griffin Seawong suddenly appeared behind the troops, with Seawong clutching a slain wolf in its beak. It turned out that after Marco had dispatched the pack of wolves, the system did not notify him of task completion. Consequently, he directed the hidden unicorn Silver Flash to launch an assault on the remaining forest wolves. Marco patted their heads in commendation and then signaled them to stand guard outside while he led his men into the wooden hut. This wooden hut had been constructed a few days prior, where Marco's soldiers were collaborating with the station warriors to clear the surrounding traps. Now that the wolf pack had been eradicated, these traps were rendered useless. Another group was busy kindling a fire to cook the wolf meat. Aside from the charred remains of the forest wolves, Marco had gathered a total of 24 wolf pelts and a substantial quantity of wolf meat. Since Skaggs Island is a large maritime island, salt was not in short supply. The rock folk had previously used seawater to boil their fish for consumption. Fortunately, Marco later taught them to use clay pots to boil seawater and extract coarse salt. However, due to the climatic conditions in the northern regions, the method of salt evaporation had yet to be implemented. Once the coarse salt had become available, Marco also instructed them on how to cure meat and pickle fish, enabling them to consume some meat and replenish their salt intake even when far from the coast. Recently, the warriors had subsisted on dark bread and dried salted fish, having gone a long time without fresh meat. Thus, when they beheld the blood-red wolf meat, their mouths watered profusely. A few gluttonous individuals even attempted to consume it raw, only to be loudly reprimanded by Mashi Dan, who promptly whipped them into submission. Since unifying Skaggs Island, Marco had consistently encouraged an increase in vegetable consumption, as he had observed that many rock folk were afflicted with night blindness due to prolonged abstention from vegetables and fruits. For the sake of the upcoming mining operations, Marco had even arranged for Mashi Dan to bring a batch of pumpkins and carrots in advance, intending to thoroughly address the issue of night blindness and facilitate the miners' work. Fortunately, the Griffin Fortress had always been abundant in long-storable vegetables, all of which were varieties from the Asian world, making them easy to cultivate, highly productive, and durable. After this season, Marco planned to experiment with growing these vegetables on Skaggs Island, though he was uncertain about their yield. The island struggled to cultivate wheat on a large scale, and it remained to be seen how other vegetables would fare. Years later, as the long summer waned and the harsh winter approached, it was highly likely that the northern regions would face significant reductions in production, or even a complete halt. Marco had been contemplating the necessity of stockpiling food. In due course, whether for gathering refugees or as a gesture of goodwill, such provisions would prove invaluable. Marco aspired to preserve as much of the population as possible before the invasion of the White Walkers. Otherwise, he feared that it would only benefit those malevolent beings. He had no desire to experience the helplessness he felt when facing the sea of skeletons in reality. The Night King was not easily vanquished. Otherwise, he would not have continued to thrive in the north for millennia. Moreover, without addressing the threats posed by the White Walkers and the wildlings, Marco would find it impossible to reign supreme. Such matters require meticulous planning. Upon entering the chamber, Marco first inspected the storage room. Noticing that the pumpkins and carrots remained largely untouched, he proceeded to drag the rope-bound Dan outside and chastised him soundly. In an attempt to intimidate those who shunned vegetables, Marco resorted to a theatrical display before the large cauldron, muttering incantations in a manner reminiscent of ancient rituals. He proclaimed to all present that he had cast a spell, warning that if anyone refused to consume vegetables, the meat and fish they ingested would turn foul, leading to persistent discomfort until they conformed to eating vegetables once more. The rock folk revered Marco as a deity, and upon hearing his declarations, they accepted his words without question. The few who had recently indulged in raw meat once again seized the carrots and began to gnaw on them. Marco observed this scene with a sense of incredulity. As a descendant of a floral dynasty, he harbored little affection for these cannibalistic beings. In the mindset of his people, one should adhere to principles of propriety and morality. While some rock folk resorted to cannibalism out of dire necessity, the influence of modern thought weighed heavily on Marco's conscience. Thus, when dealing with certain unrepentant tribes, he exhibited a ruthless resolve, swiftly extinguishing those who refused to change. However, since Marco strictly forbade them from consuming human flesh, many had diligently followed his edict, with the exception of a particularly obstinate individual. As long as they did not engage in indiscriminate slaughter or heinous acts, Marco chose to turn a blind eye to some of their behaviors. Furthermore, they did not resist his cultural education. Many who spoke only in archaic tongues were fervently learning, which significantly altered Marco's perception of them. At that moment, Dan entered with a group, exclaiming, "My lord, you must come and see. We believe we have discovered what you spoke of, not far from here." Upon hearing this, Marco followed him outside. It appeared they had found the heat-emitting stones mentioned by the ice wolves, though their true nature remained a mystery. Near the encampment, Marco beheld the red stones radiating warmth, as described by Dan. Dan explained that they had searched for quite some time before uncovering these treasures on a slightly loose boulder. Marco approached, gently caressing the stone, only to sense a formidable elemental energy emanating from it. Just as he pondered this phenomenon, an interface suddenly appeared before him. Ding. You stand before an elemental reactor guarded by robust sentinels, harboring vast treasures within. Will you challenge the sentinels to enter? Moreover, the acquisition of such wealth would come at the cost of manpower, leaving Marco in a profound state of inner conflict, his thoughts clouded with uncertainty. Observing the fluctuating emotions on Marco's face, excitement, disappointment, and sighs, Dan was filled with doubt. He thus attempted to inquire of Marco, "My lord, are you well? Is there an issue? Do you perceive me as hypocritical? Just moments ago, I lamented your inability to safeguard your subjects, yet now I find myself wrestling with the notion of making sacrifices. If others were to witness my actions, they would surely hold me in contempt. As a lord, one ought to preserve a commendable reputation and benefits for oneself while allowing one's people to bleed and suffer." Upon hearing Marco's words, Dan became instantly agitated, frantically waving his hands as if to halt Marco. No, my lord, you must not speak of yourself in such a manner. The denizens of Skaggs Island will only express gratitude towards you. It is our honor to sacrifice for you." After uttering this, he swallowed hard, realizing his earlier fervor had led him to dispense with formalities. He pondered for a moment before addressing Marco once more. "My lord, I have faith in you. Every action you undertake is purposeful. Had you encountered those wolves here, you would undoubtedly minimize the losses. I have heard from my father that some southern nobles, akin to wild dogs, engage in procreation exercises incessantly, and at times, even with men. You are different. It is you who has united our three tribes. It is you who has ensured that our elders and children do not perish from hunger during the coldest days." He gazed at Marco with profound reverence. The shapeshifter, Wolf Fong, interjected, "My lord, I recall Elder Bloodstone once stating that even the mightiest ice wolves shall someday suffer injury and death, yet they will perish in battle, not wailing in the cold and hunger. We have unwavering faith that you shall lead us to prosperity and make us the sovereigns of Westeros. We shall no longer be derided as the hairy, man-eating monsters. To arrive in this world was to seek a better existence, to gain renown in a foreign land, to stir the winds of change. This is a tangible world, filled with flesh and blood. In war, lives are lost, and there are no opportunities for respawn. I can no longer afford to linger in indecision. The threat of the White Walkers persists, and the Bolton family continues to cast a predatory gaze upon us. I lack the time to be ensnared in such trivialities. Only by continually augmenting my strength can I avoid becoming a mere stepping stone for others. Having resolved his determination, Marco addressed Mashadan, "Convey my orders. After everyone dines tonight, they shall rest well. Tomorrow morning, the soldiers will accompany me here for an expedition." He then interrupted the two, who wished to speak further, proclaiming, "This matter shall be under my jurisdiction. You are not permitted to enter. I command you in the name of the Lord." "Indeed, my lord." Chapter 22. Scheming. After the meal, Marco retreated to his modest quarters, a space typically reserved for the rest of the rope-weaving artisans. Upon his arrival, he had graciously relinquished the room. The climate of Skaggis Island is notoriously frigid, and to combat the sleeplessness that the night often brings, Marco had brought along a traditional heated platform from his previous life in the northeastern regions of his homeland. While this world possesses fireplaces, in Marco's estimation, they pale in comparison to the efficiency of the heated platform. The heat utilization of these fireplaces is woefully inadequate, rendering them nearly useless aside from their ability to provide warmth. In contrast, the heated platform adeptly addresses both sleeping comfort and indoor warmth, particularly advantageous in communal sleeping arrangements. During his time at Griffin Fortress, Marco had personally instructed the artisans of the 3 tribes in the construction of these heated platforms, which swiftly captivated the rock-dwelling inhabitants. Although Griffin Fortress does not experience snowfall, the nights can still be incredibly cold during this season. Without Marco's specially crafted down blankets, many would frequently awaken due to the chill. Consequently, the people of both the King's Hall and the Floating Wood Hall have taken to learning the art of constructing this unique heating apparatus. The rock dwellers have affectionately named it the Earth Fire Stove, while others refer to it as a divine gift from the Holy Sun, for its practicality is unparalleled, as it can utilize wild grasses or wheat straw in place of firewood. Thus, this straightforward and easily understood design of the Earth Fire Stove has supplanted the fireplace as the prevailing choice. The tribes have brought this technology with them, and now the warriors stationed at the King's Hall are zealously renovating their homes. Given that Skaggis Island is itself a volcanic accumulation, Marco has ingeniously sourced volcanic ash and lime to create a rudimentary form of cement, facilitating the construction of the heated platforms even further. At this moment, Marco is engaged in nocturnal endeavors within his quarters, illuminating his work with a lamp. He extracts his notebook, filled with notes on his needs and pertinent intelligence. The elemental reactor serves as a treasure trove of resources within the game, guarded by neutral faction elemental beings. According to the game's mechanics, there exists a 30 chance of encountering 5, 10, or 15 guardians, alongside a 10 chance of encountering 20. Marco meticulously records the insights he gathered during his experiments with elemental summoning magic at Griffin Fortress, where he also studied the resistances and vulnerabilities of the 4 elemental beings. These level 4 entities possess formidable combat prowess, their elemental allies bolstered by heroic skills, yet Marco has discovered strategies through his subsequent experiments. In his assessment, the water elementals pose the greatest threat due to their high-level magic and devastating damage potential. Thus, they must be prioritized as the primary target. Marco intends to enhance the speed of Griffin Seawong and Unicorn Silver Flash through rapid response tactics, enabling them to charge forth and engage the water elementals in swift assault. Next came the elemental forces of fire, earth, and wind. Given that there was still a considerable supply of whale oil, Marco intended to employ fire attacks to restrain the melee-oriented wind and earth elements. Each year, tremendous black whaling ships would arrive in the trembling sea to hunt whales, with the crew trading fresh water and timber on Skaggis Island. Whale oil proved to be an exceptionally useful fuel, particularly on snowy days when firewood became damp. A mere drizzle of whale oil would ignite it swiftly. After meticulously drafting the subsequent battle plans, Marco succumbed to slumber, and within the realm of consciousness, the 3-eyed raven quietly manifested before him. From the raven's expression, Marco discerned a flicker of excitement and curiously inquired, "What prompted your sudden visit? Has something transpired?" The 3-eyed raven gazed intently at Marco and, with a hint of exhilaration in its tone, responded, "I have sensed a powerful life force emanating from this vicinity, compelling me to investigate. Is there something concealed within the rocky cliffs near your encampment? Why can I not venture inside? That area possesses an extraordinary aura. I perceive its energy fluctuations resonate with life energy, yet they are distinctly different. How peculiar." Upon uttering this, the raven cast another glance at Marco, seemingly seeking answers from him. Marco, however, conveyed his own ignorance, asserting that he had merely detected magical fluctuations, which prompted his investigation. After recounting the occurrences, Marco informed the three-eyed raven of his intention to explore that region in pursuit of potential magical treasures. Marco had never divulged the existence of his system to anyone, for he recognized it as his ultimate secret and trump card. Apart from the system, he trusted no one. Unless this three-eyed raven were to ally with him and appear within his roster of soldiers, Marco would remain perpetually skeptical of its intentions. In the realm of television, this character had always been the last to laugh, ultimately ascending to the Iron Throne, which was subsequently incinerated, becoming the sovereign of Westeros and the ultimate victor in the Game of Thrones. Dragons perished one after another, and individuals met their demise in succession. Though some inept writers had forcibly inserted these elements, upon closer reflection, it became apparent that a grand hand orchestrated it all. The death of a dragon in the north and another in the south seemed akin to a sacrificial offering. This entity possessed the ability to influence others' subconscious, manipulating memories and thoughts. Consider the audacious act of Joffrey Baratheon sending heads on a platter, which rendered Marco wary of forging a deeper bond with the three-eyed raven. Setting aside his errant thoughts, Marco shifted the conversation to another matter, asking, "Have the White Walkers exhibited any significant movements? Are you migrating southward? How progresses Mance Rayder's endeavors? Our forces currently occupy the northeastern corner of the Ven tribe, and I remain alongside my old companion. An heir has been identified. He resides within the floating wood hall." Marco conversed at length with him until the spirit of the three-eyed crow could no longer sustain the dialogue. The following morning, Marco gathered his soldiers outside the treasury, placing his hand gently upon the crystal. After a brief flash of light, the interface reappeared before him. Upon clicking the interface, the figures of Marco and his companions began to warp gradually, ultimately vanishing before the astonished eyes of Ma Shodan and others. After a momentary bout of dizziness, they found themselves in an underground cavern. Marco, facing the griffin Siwang, swiftly cast a spell while urging everyone to check their equipment. Noticing that all were armed with oil flasks, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Before he could ponder further, 20 elemental creatures surged forth from the depths of the cave, accompanied by a piercing eagle's cry and the whinny of horses. The unicorn Silver Flash darted towards the elemental beings with astonishing speed, even outpacing the griffin Siwang, and plunged into the throng of elemental creatures. Silver Flash possessed two innate abilities. One was a blinding attack that produced a brilliant light, rendering other beings temporarily incapable of attacking, though unlike in games, it did not immobilize them. Marco later researched this phenomenon and discovered that it was due to a unique secretion from the Holy Unicorn, which reacted with the light magic energy within its body, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light and force. The second ability, known as Light Follower, conferred upon the Holy Unicorn a portion of any beneficial light magic cast by heroes or troops on the battlefield, with effects at an advanced level. Furthermore, even after its demise, it would still respond to resurrection magic, making the Holy Unicorn an ideal ally for human forces in battle. Silver Flash deftly evaded an attack from a wind elemental and, in a flash of light, immobilized one of the wind elementals. Seizing the opportunity, Marco unleashed a magical arrow targeting the water elementals, while his troops split into 3 teams to assault the fire, earth, and wind elementals. With a thunderous roar, 10 massive flames surged toward Marco and his soldiers. In response, Marco deftly summoned a wind elemental using his treasured elemental wristband, bolstered by Marco's abilities. The wind elemental violently dispersed 4 fire pillars and charged forward, engaging with 2 incoming wind elementals. As cries of distress echoed, Marco knew without looking that his troops were under assault by the fire elementals, and he yearned to assist them. However, feeling powerless, he unleashed another magical arrow to eliminate the last water elemental preparing to cast its spell. At that moment, Marco heard a pained cry from Siwang the Griffin. He quickly turned to see Siwang, who was about to attack a fire elemental, being targeted by 6 fire pillars, leaving half its wing charred and smoldering. Fortunately, the other 2 fire elements had already been ensnared by the unicorn, Silver Flash. Otherwise, such a concentrated assault could have incinerated Griffin Siwang on the spot. Marco hurriedly commanded it to retreat, but at that moment, the Griffin's fierce and fearless spirit had already been ignited. Chapter 23. The fierce battle at the treasure house in the realm of Yashan. Griffins stand as the emblem of the Griffin Empire, and the domesticated griffins are revered as noble aerial hounds. They excel in ambush attacks, soaring into the enemy ranks from a distance, and will fight to the last drop of blood, even against dragons. The griffin Seawong, enduring the agony in its wings, recklessly pounced upon a fire elemental. The elemental's fiery shield activated instantaneously, engulfing Seawong in a terrifying blaze that charred its fur and flesh. Nevertheless, driven by sheer determination, Seawong managed to seize the elemental's head, expending every ounce of its strength before collapsing onto the ground. Upon witnessing its fall, two nearby fire elementals immediately aimed their ominous flame jets at it, preparing to unleash a final assault. Observing this dire situation, the unicorn Silver Flash hastily charged through the entangled fire elementals to reach Seawong, shielding it from all harm. The unicorn's beautiful silvery coat quickly turned charred black as it cried out in agony from the intense heat. Yet, it steadfastly protected Seawong, ensuring it sustained not a single injury. Within the Griffin Fortress, there were no other mystical creatures. It was merely the two of them coexisting, thus forging a deep bond. Marco, witnessing the unfolding events, swiftly cast Vitality Regeneration upon Seawong. A powerful surge of radiant magical energy flooded into Seawong's body, gradually mending its wounds. Satisfied that Seawong was safe, Silver Flash neighed at Marco and turned to confront the two fire elementals preparing to strike. The fire elementals possessed formidable offensive capabilities, their flame jets resembling cannon barrels, threatening to unleash devastating infernos at any moment. Fortunately, the rebel forces had surged forward, braving the flames to besiege the elementals. Among the four elemental beings, the fire elemental was the most troublesome, wielding potent ranged flame attacks with extensive reach. Even when one managed to withstand the initial onslaught and approach it, the elemental's fiery form and its shield would swiftly dissuade any thoughts of attack. As Marco prepared to unleash a final magical arrow, he was suddenly alerted by a warning from Lauren Hawkeye behind him. Hastily, Marco drew his knightly broadsword to block the impending strike. A fierce gust of wind, accompanied by an overwhelming force, sent Marco hurtling backward. He instinctively curled up midair to prevent further injury upon landing, rolling until he regained control of his body, disheveled and covered in dirt. Marco drew his sword and turned to identify the source of the attack. To his astonishment, a wind elemental over 3 meters tall charged toward him. Marco raised his sword in defiance, and with a swift motion, his knightly broadsword cleaved through the left side of the wind elemental's body. Marco felt as though his sword had struck nothing but mud, as if something had hindered his blow. The wind element he was attacking seemed to diminish slightly in intensity. It then dawned on Marco that, apart from the fleshly formidable earth element, the other three elements were merely manifestations of concentrated elemental energy, which would be gradually depleted with each successive strike. Just as he prepared to press on with his assault to exhaust the wind element's energy, it launched a second attack. Whoosh! Bang! In that moment, as Marco swung his sword forward, the fierce force of the wind element sent him flying once more. For an instant, he felt as if he had been struck by a gale of over 10 levels. Was this what they meant by the characteristic of not suffering counterattacks? Indeed, against this assailant, he was destined only to endure blows. After rising for the second time, Marco observed the wind element within him, continuously gathering energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, ready to strike again. This time, he discerned that these elemental beings, unlike humans, required considerable time to coalesce their strength before launching an attack. He realized he must take advantage of this interval to strike swiftly. Otherwise, he would be drained of life, as the wind element's explosive power was simply insurmountable. The two powerful wind attacks had left Marco wounded in numerous places, with small lacerations bleeding profusely, mixing with dirt as he rolled on the ground, creating an agonizing sensation of both pain and itchiness. Moreover, he had no time to conjure his magical arrows. The wind element relentlessly pursued him after each strike. And once it accumulated enough power, it would unleash another assault, sending Marco hurtling away. This relentless onslaught rendered Marco utterly beleaguered, while the soldiers in the distance were unable to come to his aid. Captain Lauren Eagle-Eye of the Archers attempted several times to launch arrows to assist Marco, but the wind element remained steadfastly close, denying him any opportunity. Seeing the disarray among his troops, Marco urgently commanded them to continue their siege, assuring them that he would personally deal with the wind element. Just as he was blown away for the third time, he cleverly lodged his knightly broadsword into the ground to serve as a fulcrum, exerting all his strength to withstand the blow. The wind howled fiercely, causing his ears to ache as if they might fall off, yet he had no time to assess his condition. Instead, he concentrated all his might, seizing the moment to cleave the wind element in two. This time, the wind element was easily sliced through as though it were but tofu. Marco surmised that it was due to the depletion of its energy from his prior assaults. At that moment on the battlefield, the wind element had been vanquished, And the wind elemental Marco had summoned, alongside the unicorn Silver Flash, was engaged in combat against the last 3 remaining fire elements. Meanwhile, the 5 earth elements, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, had sustained little damage and were relentlessly launching their assaults upon the marauders. However, due to the searing flames and the relentless assault of arrows, the earth elemental's attack speed was continuously suppressed. Their robust forms could scarcely endure the gradual onslaught from the marauding soldiers. Just as one was preparing to retaliate after taking a hit, it found itself under attack from the side. Thus, the 5 earth elementals were methodically worn down by the marauders, employing a kite-flying strategy, depleting their energy and rocky bodies little by little. Seizing the opportunity, Marco unleashed the final magical arrow, causing the fire elemental to wail and scatter into a flurry of embers. The potency of his magic was evident. Marco mused that as long as he was adequately protected, he could serve as a mobile artillery, striking wherever he pointed. Had it not been for his limited magical capacity, the losses in today's battle would have been even smaller. With advanced destruction and summoning magic, he could have dispatched these foes with a single strike each. He shuddered to think of the potential devastation had all 5 water elementals unleashed their magic simultaneously. He was exceedingly grateful that he was faced with these novice guards. Otherwise, the outcome could have been catastrophic. With a roar from the wind elemental, 1 fire elemental perished alongside Marco's wind elemental. And with a shriek from the unicorn Silver Flash, the last fire elemental was also reduced to a shower of sparks after a radiant assault. At this moment, Marco approached the griffin Siwang, who had just begun to recover from its wounds, and had joined the unicorn in the hunt against the fire elemental that had attacked them. Thanks to its unique properties, the vitality regeneration magic of Silver Flash had reached an advanced level, allowing for rapid recovery without any adverse effects. Conversely, Siwang was in a dire state, having sustained burns from the fire elemental's fiery shield, with its other wing now bearing varying degrees of injury. Seeing Marco approach, Siwang felt an intense fear. As Marco waved, Siwang could only lower its head, limping awkwardly to his side. Marco did not indulge the griffin. He delivered a sharp slap to its head, causing Siwang to let out a mournful cry, yet Marco remained unsatisfied. The griffin gazed at Marco with a pitiful expression, whimpering in what seemed to be an apology. When Marco arrived, he utilized the remaining magic points to cast vitality regeneration, aiding 2 severely injured allies, leaving himself with a mere point of magic. Having just vanquished the fire elemental, Silver Flash swiftly rushed to assist the troops besieging the earth elementals. With Silver Flash's reinforcement, the earth elementals began to falter. After approximately 3 minutes, these towering rock giants, each over 3 meters tall, roared and collapsed to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed your initial treasure house exploration. Considering the circumstances, you are now rewarded with a full set of resources: 6 wood, 6 ore, 6 crystals, 6 mercury, 6 gems, and 6 sulfur. Ding! As the exploration has concluded, the treasure house will vanish in 10 minutes. Please evacuate promptly to avoid unnecessary losses. After 5 minutes, the ever-impatient Ma Shang Dan, who had been waiting outside, finally caught sight of Marco, by which time it was already noon. Marco and his companions had only been engaged in battle for a little over an hour inside. Yet an astonishing amount of time had passed outside. Without a moment to ponder, Marco swiftly commanded everyone to commence the rescue of the injured, having made arrangements for this before entering in the morning. Chapter 24, Wildfire? Year 295 of the Ayin calendar, winter. At this moment, he stood atop the Griffin Tower, gazing into the distance. This tower, intricately connected to the main structure of the castle, resembled a magical guild. At the pinnacle, an entrance led downward into a vast chamber, a sanctuary where the griffins rested, adorned with several exits for their use. Currently, the Griffin Tower felt rather desolate, harboring only 2 griffins, Siwang and one newly recruited by Marco. After the tower's construction, Marco promptly summoned a griffin for this month's quota. Yet this creature was not as he had envisioned. It appeared slightly smaller than Siwang and lacked its intelligence, capable only of rudimentary communication. Marco surmised that its comprehension of his commands relied heavily on his skills. Had it been anyone else, the griffin would likely have been utterly confounded. This realization left Marco with a tinge of disappointment, as he had aspired to establish a special operations unit of griffins for future stealth and special missions. Siwang descended behind Marco, affectionately nudging his arm with its large head. After the tower's completion yesterday, Marco had felt a pang of sympathy for the forlorn creature and, wishing to spare it embarrassment before its kin, had employed the vitality regeneration spell to restore it. To his astonishment, the magic worked wonders, swiftly mending its wings and scarred wounds, indicating that the system categorized the griffin's damaged wings as injuries. Yet, Marco remained perplexed as to why this spell could not mend human physical ailments. To test its limitations, he had previously used the spell on an inadvertently injured clan member, but it yielded no results akin to what he had hoped. The vitality regeneration spell truly only remedied wounds. The newly recruited griffin lingered hesitantly behind Siwang, yearning to approach Marco for affection but seemingly intimidated by Siwang's presence. Marco chuckled softly, extending a hand in invitation, prompting Siwang to call out, which encouraged the little creature to scamper eagerly to Marco's side. Witnessing this interaction, Marco found amusement in the realization that Siwang had already claimed this newcomer as a subordinate. Griffins, being part of the feline family, exhibited behaviors reminiscent of cats. Every time Siwang sought Marco's company, it would affectionately nuzzle him, evoking memories of the kittens he had cared for in his youth. He hoped to extract some insights from this experience that might lead to a new quest. Following the completion of the treasure vault mission, that area had returned to normalcy as if it had never been disturbed. With resources dwindling, Marco contemplated the need to amass supplies over the coming months, especially as he was soon to embark on a journey to the northern lands. Without combat-ready soldiers, they would stand little chance against any potential adversaries that might arise. At that moment, Marco suddenly recalled that he still possessed a treasure map yet to be utilized. This map, within the game, served a specific purpose: to seek out the Tear of Asha. Curiosity piqued, he pondered what delightful surprises awaited him this time. With this thought racing through his mind, Marco hastily accessed his task interface and opened the treasure map reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a treasure map. You may locate this treasure point on the map. The precise location lies in a valley, 20 kilometers north of Griffin Castle, with rewards contingent upon actual findings. Note: you may view this information at any time. After diligently noting down this information, Marco swiftly inscribed on paper the basic features he had observed: a cave, a large tree, a massive boulder, along with the system's description of the valley's position. Once this was accomplished, he called in Sarsting, who was keeping watch outside, and entrusted him with the intelligence and descriptions he had compiled. Marco instructed him to deliver these details to that fellow, Hank. Ever since Hank had become Marco's knight, he had shown remarkable dedication. As he took the initiative to learn the script of the Westeros continent, Hank's proficiency in the common tongue, combined with his shapeshifter talents, made his acquisition of knowledge exceedingly efficient. He surpassed the other two educated predecessors by leaps and bounds. Occasionally, Marco would assign him intelligence tasks, nurturing the notion of cultivating him into his chief of intelligence. Hank had become arguably the most informed individual regarding the entirety of Skagos Island. Entrusting these matters to him gave Marco great peace of mind, confident that news from the valley would soon arrive. Suddenly, Marco stumbled upon an intriguing piece of information amidst the pile of papers. He picked it up and began to read silently. Quite fascinating. As he scrutinized the document, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. On Skagos Island, many utilized whale oil lamps for illumination. However, all the whale oil lamps in this land emitted a yellow light akin to that of candles. Never had a green flame been observed. Wait, there exists a type of oil that burns with a green hue. Realizing this, Marco was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. The haunting memory of the Stannis fleet's annihilation still vividly etched in his mind. The terrifying force, akin to TNT explosives, was profoundly shocking even to an outsider from Blue Star. Wildfire is a highly flammable liquid on the continent of Westeros, capable of burning for extended periods. Once ignited, it will incinerate everything in its path. It originates from the Alchemist Guild. It can even seep into clothing, wood, leather, and steel, igniting them all, and remarkably, it can burn even when floating on water. This characteristic renders it an ideal weapon of war. Though its appearances in the television series were few, each instance wrought devastating destruction. In his past life, netizens had remarked that Cersei Lannister scarcely knew how to wield wildfire. She merely employed it as a tool in her political games. However, these matters are not what Marco should be preoccupied with. Rather, his foremost concern lies in whether there truly exists such a phenomenon within his castle. Upon reflecting carefully, it indeed seems highly plausible. The North, perpetually shrouded in cold, is undeniably suitable for the preservation of wildfire. But is it truly the case? Marco discovered several reports pertaining to the green flames, such as claims from individuals who asserted they had witnessed green, ghostly fires in fields near farms. Additionally, there were accounts of a fire igniting at home while lighting oil lamps, with the flames initially appearing green. After silently perusing this information, a task interface suddenly materialized before him. Ding! The wildfire that incinerates all has been brought into the beautiful Griffin Castle by a few little mice, and it appears you have sensed their presence. Find them and eliminate them. Task reward, 2,000 gold. Upon reading the task description, Marco finally confirmed that his suspicions were indeed correct. There was, in fact, wildfire manifesting here. Yet, this only deepened his perplexity, as the wildfire was scarcely mentioned in the television series and had never been depicted as occurring in the north. Could it be that he had occasionally relied too heavily on the advantages of the plot? After all, this is a realm of reality. Is it possible that significant events have transpired unbeknownst to him? The appearance of wildfire in the north could very well be one such event. Marco mused to himself, having always structured his plans according to the narrative, never considering the potential for deviation. Now, he recognized that he had fallen into a fallacy by neglecting the greatest variable of all, humanity itself. Each individual is a living being, capable of thought and action. And it is entirely conceivable that a single idea from one person today could lead to the genesis of an apocalyptic scenario in the future. Marco's over-reliance on the narrative was a grave mistake, one that could very well lead to significant repercussions down the line. Thankfully, he had identified this issue in advance. Otherwise, he might have found himself in dire straits. He felt a sense of relief, recalling that he had maintained a chart indicating threats to his safety, where the level of wildfire was categorized alongside his fleet. Currently, his only known adversary was Count Russ Bolton of the Terror Castle, from whom he had seized his future logistical base. Moreover, this individual had been plotting for years. Marco did not believe for a moment that he had only the lines of Mandes and Capo at his disposal. This man was adept at diversifying his bets, lurking in the shadows to emerge as the ultimate victor. Chapter 25. The looming threat in the city. Bell too staggered out of the tavern, intoxicated and reeling. Ever since his last indulgence in wine during the celebration, he had been unable to shake the memory of its exquisite flavor. In a moment of audacity, he had stealthily ventured to the castle's refuse area to pilfer some dregs, despite the city guards insisting that it was meant for feeding wild boars. Yet, Bell too was unfazed. Many of the townsfolk shared his penchant for clandestine indulgences, and none among them felt any shame. They seized land, women, and sustenance, leading lives fraught with uncertainty. Even within the fortress of the floating timber hall, the denizens of the northern territories, devoid of arable land, would descend upon the tribe each autumn to abduct villagers, including his own daughter and wife, taken 2 years prior. Ah, how much better it was now. The whale oil and ambergris sent by his son days ago could be bartered for more wine. Oh, old God, may you grant your blessings upon our Lord. He is your holy son. His raucous revelry roused the slumbering tenants above, and several families retaliated by dousing him with buckets of foot-washing water, leaving the old drunkard scurrying away, sobered by the shock. The cause of his inebriated state was a newfound companion at the tavern, who had generously treated him to 2 tankards of potent ale, leading to his current predicament. In an instant, a sharp blade pierced the artery in his neck, blood gushing forth, some even cascading into his lungs. Bell too could utter no sound, succumbing instead to violent convulsions as he collapsed to the ground. Even in his dying moments, he remained oblivious to the reasons behind his demise or the identity of his assailant. Do not blame me. Blame only your own eyes for witnessing that which should remain hidden. The castle has begun its inquiries, and I do not wish to be exposed by your folly, murmured the assassin, observing Bell two's spasms before vanishing into the darkness. By dawn, news of the death had reached Marco's ears, causing him to furrow his brow in contemplation of ominous possibilities. Soon after, Sas Ting entered, announcing that the captain of the city guard, Mans, had urgent matters to report. Mans, once the mightiest warrior of the Krall clan and cousin to Hank, was notorious as the first to challenge Marco to a duel. This incident had circulated widely since his appointment, rendering him a source of amusement among the populace, compelling him to avoid Marco out of sheer embarrassment. It was common knowledge that Marco was the Holy Son, a wielder of magic. Any brave enough to confront him invariably turned to ashes beneath his extraordinary power. Mans found himself in a state of utter dismay. While patrolling that morning, an apprentice from the blacksmith's shop had reported a death, tightening his already frayed nerves. Their chieftain had departed merely a day prior, and such calamity had already befallen them. The thought of meeting the Holy Son next was his most profound fear. Since the last time when his encounter with the Holy Sun was inadvertently divulged by an inebriated subordinate, Mance has been mockingly referred to as Brave Mance by the townsfolk. This epithet is not a commendation of his courage, but rather a derision of his presumptuousness. However, Mance refrains from offering extensive explanations. For each attempt to clarify the incident only invites scorn from the crowd. Gazing at the office door ajar by SAS Ting, Mance swallowed hard, clenched his fists tighter, and stepped inside. Your Holiness, my lord, I am here to report on the matter of the dead and the arrest. Mance's nervousness transformed his previously fluent speech into a stammering mess, making him wish he could burrow into the ground like a groundhog. At that moment, Marco, sipping floral tea, nearly spat it out upon hearing Mance's disjointed words and anxious tone. Observing Mance's evident embarrassment, he gently reassured him, Mance, right? I remember you. There is no need to be anxious or afraid. Just articulate the matter clearly. I heard from Hank that your command of the common tongue is quite commendable. Speak clearly. This is your duty. At Marco's words, Mance's body stiffened momentarily, his eyes widening in disbelief that Marco actually remembered him. Recalling Marco's encouragement and Hank's parting words, he felt a surge of excitement that quelled his inner turmoil. Drawing a deep breath and organizing his thoughts, Mance addressed Marco, My lord, this morning, we discovered a corpse on the street outside the blacksmith shop. Judging by the texture and rigor mortis, I estimate that the individual has been deceased for some time. How should I put this? It was around midnight, I believe. This fellow's method of murder is exceptionally skillful. The blood was drained meticulously, thus minimizing the lingering sin of carnage. I apologize. I misspoke. My lord, it has been quite a while since I last consumed human flesh. Truly. You must believe me. Marco looked at the desperate explanations of the city guard captain, feeling a mix of exasperation and relief. He was thankful to have retained these denizens of Abyss Fortress by his side. Otherwise, he shuddered to think of the chaos that might have ensued. These untamed cannibals could only be restrained by his iron chain. Otherwise, calamity would have already struck. All right. I believe you. Have you found anything? Any suspects? No. My lord, I have already apprehended the murderer. Humph. He thought he could conceal his actions. Little did he know I would catch him. May I, perhaps, remove his thigh for consumption? I wish to marinate it. Oh dear. Mance continued to rattle on about his findings with great enthusiasm. Yet, his tone and demeanor suggested that he should never have learned the common tongue, for he now resembled a loudspeaker from Blue Star, capable of overwhelming anyone with his incessant noise. Upon hearing that last remark, Marco's anger surged instantaneously. He seized a nearby book and hurled it, causing the towering man, over 2 meters tall, to cower in fright. My lord, I am at fault. I shall never speak of cannibalism again. I truly have not indulged in such acts. You need not go there. It is a chaotic mess. Hurry. Lead the way. Show me. From this moment. You shall remain silent until I permit you to speak. Marco admonished Mance, who hesitated, urging him not to proceed. Frustrated, Marco berated him once more, insisting he close his mouth. Thus, Marco followed Mance to the vicinity of the blacksmith shop, where a throng of people had gathered, obstructed by soldiers of the city guard wielding obsidian spears. These individuals had been well educated by the warriors of the abyssal fortress, refraining from disturbing the scene, merely observing the commotion from afar. Due to Marco's scarcity of iron implements, soldiers like those of the city guard continued to utilize their original obsidian weapons. Upon arrival, Marco beheld lifeless bodies, and against the wall of a house stood a young man, about 20 years of age, who bore an appearance and attire typical of the rock-dwelling folk. He trembled in fear, encircled by several city guards who were deliberating on how to devour him. Some suggested boiling him for soup, others proposed barbecuing, while a few outright advocated for raw consumption. As Marco approached, their discussion ceased. These guards were intimidating the suspect in hopes of extracting information and confessions. The captain of the city guard, Mance, rushed forward, delivering several slaps to the guards before gesturing towards Marco as if to convey something through sign language. Frustrated by Mance's antics, Marco urged, All right, enough. Speak quickly. Explain the situation and who this individual is. My lord, the deceased is an elderly man from the Floating Wood Hall, named Beltu. He lived alone and had a son who worked at the whale oil workshop. This young man is Joman, an apprentice from the King's Hall, who also resides alone. His home a mere 5 houses away from here. When Mance followed the blood trail to his residence, he discovered the young man burning clothing and the murder weapon. Furthermore, They found whale oil and whale incense beneath Joman's bed. Based on this information, Mance concluded that this lad is the perpetrator. Chapter 26. Behind the case, Marco turned to the trembling Joman, noticing his vacant stare, seemingly petrified with fear. He hastily reassured him. Joman, is it? There is no need to be afraid. As long as you clarify the situation, all will be well. Do not fret. I shall not wrong an innocent soul. Yet I will not spare any evildoer. With a thud, Joman fell to his knees, his forehead pressed firmly against the ground as he pleaded, My lord, please believe me. I did not commit murder. Truly, I did not. Upon awakening the next morning, he discovered a blood-stained shirt and a dagger inexplicably present in his room. He overheard voices downstairs mentioning a death at the blacksmith shop, which heightened his panic. In a frantic attempt to dispose of the incriminating items, he was caught off guard as the city guard captain, Mance, stormed in just as the fire in the furnace was being kindled. Joman, trembling, recounted the events. Unable to lift his head, Marco's gaze drifted to the bloodied shirt and dagger. Joman insisted that these items were not his. Marco summoned a soldier from the city guard to retrieve the bloodstained shirt, lifting it with both hands. He then called Joman to his side. The young man still wore that vacant expression, devoid of any emotion. Marco beckoned Captain Mance over and instructed him to compare the physiques of the two individuals. It was evident to Mance that there were differences. Blushing, he apologized to Marco. I am sorry, my lord. It was my oversight not to thoroughly investigate the circumstances. Later, you should revisit the bloodstained footprints you discovered this morning. Walk them yourself and see if it is indeed possible to leave such traces. At once, my lord, Mance replied. Departing, Marco examined the bloodied garment closely. It was an antiquated fur coat, conspicuously stained at the chest and right arm with an excessive amount of blood. The splatter appeared too abundant, not resembling the typical spillage from a dying person, but rather as if it had been deliberately smeared. Upon inspecting the wounds of the deceased, Marco noted the assailant's method was remarkably proficient, delivering clean, precise strikes that would not result in such a profusion of blood. Clearly, this was a premeditated act. What could they possibly aim to frame this fellow for? Marco pondered silently, then turned his attention back to Joman, inquiring, Have you recently encountered any unusual events or individuals? At this question, Joman's vacant gaze suddenly flickered with life, yet it dimmed once more as if he recalled something troubling. He swallowed hard and replied, My lord, I do not understand why this is happening. I have not encountered anything unusual. I truly did not kill anyone. Very well. In the name of the Lord, I shall temporarily absolve you of the murder suspicion. However, this does not imply your innocence concerning the matter. You must remain within the city and cannot leave. Do you understand? Indeed, my lord. A flicker of doubt crossed Marco's mind as he watched the figure retreat. He addressed the captain of the city guard, Mance, saying, Is there truly no way to walk on those footprints? My lord, it appears you were right. This fellow is certainly not a murderer. Marco chuckled and remarked, You still lack experience in such matters. You must learn and observe more. Take a page from your cousin's book. He approaches his tasks with great meticulousness. Yes. After the body was cremated, Marco ordered the ashes of the deceased to be gathered. To prepare for a potential corpse demon crisis in the future, he had insisted on cremation ever since he conquered Skagga's Island. Currently, Marco's wolf spirit squad had grown to approximately 20 members, all unified under the leadership of Hank, who instructed and guided them. 3 members were stationed at the log hall and the King's Hall, while 1 was at the mine. Due to Marco's previous encounter with Wolf Fong, who had joined him in the attack on Abyss Fortress, this young man, Wolf Fong, possessed considerable talent. After acquiring a second animal companion, he heeded Marco's advice to transform it into a wildcat. Such an animal companion was far more discreet, making it well suited for intelligence gathering. Many shapeshifters preferred wolves or eagles as their companions, the former being easier to communicate with, while the latter was easier to control. The more formidable individuals even managed to tame a bear. Perhaps due to the influence of Griffin Fortress, the abilities of the shapeshifters had grown increasingly powerful. It was common for them now to possess 2 animal companions. My lord, we are nearly prepared. Many can now proficiently control wildcats. Tonight, we will monitor all the building areas in the city according to our designated positions, identifying those mice. Very well. Then hurry and rest. There is much to accomplish tonight. Marco nodded in satisfaction and proceeded with their arrangements. Night soon fell, and at that moment, Joman stealthily peeked out from his front door, ensuring no one was around. Utilizing the moonlight and the public whale oil lamp on the roadside, he cautiously made his way towards a house near the blacksmith shop. The houses within Griffin Fortress were all two-story structures, with each floor occupied by a separate family. Marco had stipulated that only families with more than 5 members could apply for an entire building. Unbeknownst to Joman, a small cat with glowing eyes trailed him from the dim corner behind. Once Joman entered a standalone building, the kitten scampered after him, leaping onto a nearby public whale oil lamp. It ascended the wooden frame and jumped to the second floor. Peering through the window, the little cat observed the scene within. 2 individuals were conversing, though the cat could not discern their words. It merely saw Joman nodding, and at that moment, the kitten suddenly trembled, losing its earlier agility and transforming into an ordinary cat. 3 minutes later, Captain Mance of the City Guard and Captain Lauren Hawkeye of the Archers, accompanied by a battalion of 20 men, surrounded the area, brandishing torches that illuminated the surroundings brilliantly. Mance called out, "Surrender at once, or we shall set fire to this place." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a ceramic jar was hurled from within, spilling its verdant contents everywhere. With another thrown torch, emerald flames erupted instantaneously, producing a fierce blaze and intense heat. Fortunately, Mance and his men had prudently distanced themselves from the site. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, and a man thrust a figure, Joman, out into the open, exclaiming, "We have concealed this fellow's brother and sister, and they possess a substantial quantity of this substance. You shall make your sorcerer lord regret provoking us." "Ah, meow." Accompanied by a piercing cat's yowl and the man's anguished cry, onlookers beheld the man's right hand impaled against the doorframe. His torch was knocked from his left hand by Joman, prompting the crowd to surge forward and capture the man. Fabric was stuffed into his mouth to prevent him from biting, and after subduing him, Joman rushed to Mance, pleading, "Please, help rescue my family. I can lead you to their hideout. I discovered them experimenting with that peculiar whale oil while I was working. They captured my siblings and forbade me from speaking of them. The Lord must have realized my predicament, right? Praise the Holy Sun." Mance patted his back reassuringly and replied, "It was the Lord who informed us of your troubles, which is why we sought you out. That cat must surely be the legendary wolf spirit. How marvelous to control beasts to assault others. Now, let us hasten to your destination." After their exchange, they dashed towards the marketplace, with Mance and Lauren leading 10 men in opposite directions, while Joman accompanied Mance. According to Joman, these individuals had boasted of their connections to the tribes aligned with the royal hall, smuggling the so-called wildfire into Griffin Fortress under the guise of transporting furs and fish. Initially intending to incinerate the castle, they lacked the opportunity to infiltrate and were not adept in handling these substances, thus resorting to clandestine experimentation within the city. On one occasion, they mistakenly mixed their lantern with another's, nearly resulting in a tragic fire for that family. When the castle commenced its investigation, they conspired to eliminate the elder to divert attention, thus enabling them to devastate this vast area in retaliation against Griffin Fortress. Chapter 27. The Final Strike. Have they ever revealed their identity? Where do they hail from? As Mance pressed onward, he inquired of Jorman. His curiosity piqued regarding the forces that threatened their stronghold, Griffin Castle. In Mance's perspective, they had been thriving here. The rock folk exhibited unwavering loyalty to Marco's reign, and, most importantly, he had elevated them to a state of civilization. When Jorman mentioned the Blood Hand, his expression shifted slightly, as if stirred by some unseen force. Mance, preoccupied with his thoughts, remained oblivious to the young man's unusual demeanor. Approximately 5 minutes later, guided by Jorman, the group arrived at a modest dwelling. Jorman then proclaimed, "Allow me to enter first and test the waters. Since they have seen me today without being apprehended and without contact with you all, they are unlikely to suspect me. You wait here for my signal." With that, Jorman approached the door. Mance contemplated intervening but was rebuffed by Jorman, who invoked the safety of his sister as a reason. Once the plan was solidified, Mance and his subordinates concealed themselves beside another house, quietly observing the situation around Jorman. Arriving at the threshold, Jorman knocked 5 times upon the door. Shortly thereafter, a man appeared to open it, only to seize Jorman by the throat, pulling him close as a shield. The man surveyed the surroundings for safety before shoving Jorman forward. It was then that Mance recalled Jorman's instruction to wait 2 minutes before proceeding. After the designated time elapsed, the door was abruptly thrust open. The man forcefully propelled Jorman out, glancing around to ensure the coast was clear before cursing and pulling Jorman back inside. It turned out he had been lurking behind the door, patiently observing for 2 minutes. Witnessing this, Mance felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had he acted on impulse, all would have been lost. The group stealthily approached, with Mance pressing his ear against the door, first hearing voices inside. followed by sounds of scuffling. Soon, the crash of breaking glass echoed through. Upon receiving the signal, Mans kicked the wooden door open and charged inside. Upon entering, Mans beheld Jormund sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised, while the earlier assailant was struck in the arm and thigh by the arrows of his companions. Despite his wounds, the man showed no fear. Instead, he laughed uproariously, exclaiming, "Jormund, I knew you would betray us. I had already informed the boss, but he refused to believe me. Nevertheless, I still reap the rewards. Haha, your sister is delightful. I adore the way she trembles in fear. It's a pity she's so young. A mere game with her led to this. Haha." At this moment, Jormund had already risen from the ground and rushed to a wooden bed. Wrapping a small girl in a blanket, Mance could only see the girl's hair and her pale face. The light from the torch was too dim for him to discern her true condition. Upon hearing the man's words, Mance felt an overwhelming surge of anger, and he seized the obsidian spear from his subordinate, thrusting it into the man's ankle. The piercing pain elicited a harrowing scream from the man. If Marco were present, he would undoubtedly mock Mance, for this once ruthless individual, known for his insatiable appetite for flesh, had surprisingly developed a semblance of ethical consideration. The Claw clan members of the Abyss Fortress were among the first to inhabit Griffin Castle. Marco speculated that perhaps due to the system's influence, they had undergone a profound transformation in both character and mentality, no longer exhibiting their previously brutal and savage behavior. If Mance and his companions had not incessantly boasted of their cannibalistic tendencies, Marco would have perceived them as mere common folk, rather than as creatures of the rock. Nonetheless, Marco regarded this development as a highly favorable change, one that could yield unforeseen benefits when he eventually interacted with the continent of Westeros. Meanwhile, Mance was consumed by rage, contemplating the notion of devouring the man before him, wishing to make him regret his existence in this world. Fortunately, one of his subordinates intervened just in time, pointing to the anxious Jormund beside him, prompting Mance to recognize the true priority of the situation. He swiftly ordered his men to apprehend the man, and then led Jormund toward the entrance of the main castle. On their way to the castle, they encountered the archer captain, Loren Hawkeye, who had come to join them. Loren reported that upon breaking in, the man in charge had been asleep, allowing them to rescue Jormund's brother without incident. Fortunately, Jormund's brother had sustained no injuries, though he was curled up, clutching his stomach and shivering, refusing to relax despite reassurances that all was well. Moreover, Loren discovered an unopened jar of wildfire, and combined with the one from Jormund's previous visit to that outpost, they had uncovered a total of 2 jars of wildfire. However, according to Jormund, the Bloodhand had brought in 3 jars, leaving one unaccounted for, which startled Mance. After inquiring about several potential locations, he hurriedly dispatched his men to search these areas with their main force. Once all these tasks were completed and he confirmed that there were no issues, he urgently pulled Jormund and his brother towards the main castle. At that moment, Marco was in the reception hall on the first floor of the main castle, which had seen little use. He had transformed it into a command center. The operation of the Wolf Spirit Squad tonight is fundamentally experimental. Unlike the mainstream animal companions, the use of a cat among shapeshifters is unprecedented. Thus Marco must ascertain the potential side effects. As Marco and the priest, Casperade, deliberate on subsequent team development plans, Sasting enters to report that Loren Hawkeye and his group request assistance in rescuing a young girl. Upon hearing this, Marco promptly permits their entry. At this moment, Jormund appears, his face awash with tears, cradling what seems to be a lifeless body, accompanied by a stoic child behind him. Upon seeing Marco, Jormund hastily kneels and implores, "My lord, I beseech you to save my sister. It is my fault. I should not have succumbed to the enemy's coercion. I implore you. I am willing to accept any punishment." The captain of the city guards, Mans, then turns to Marco, stating, "My lord, please assist him. This young man has shown remarkable bravery. It is due to him that we have captured these little mice tonight. Those fiends are utterly despicable." As he speaks, his tone gradually grows colder, and Jormund realizes something amiss just as he prepares to act. At this moment, Captain Mans is rendered speechless by the scene before him. Unable to comprehend why Jormund is under attack, Marco slowly approaches the lifeless body, gently unwrapping the shroud to reveal its entirety. It is a young girl of the rock species, with flowing black curls and a face marred by agony. Her torso has been brutally sliced open, with cowhide water bags inserted within. One of these has already been punctured, spilling forth a greenish, oily wildfire that saturates her flesh in a grotesque hue. Upon witnessing this, Priest Casper urgently instructs those nearby to extinguish all nearby candle flames. He then walks slowly to Marco's side and advises, "My lord, perhaps we should first address this situation." Marco trembles, feeling an inferno of rage burning within him. He suppresses his fury and asks Casper, "Casper, why do they inflict such harm upon a beautiful being? When they too are human, does causing pain and sorrow to others truly bring joy to these wretches?" "Alas, my lord, humanity is diverse. Some are beautiful and kind, while others are wicked and grotesque. All beings are lost sheep, necessitating shepherds like us to guide them." Chapter 28. The trial at this moment. Mance began to discern a subtle clue. He turned to Marco and inquired, "My lord, could it be that they are attempting to assassinate you?" However, Marco, gradually suppressing his fury, cast a chilling gaze upon Joman and slowly replied, "But is he not the victim? Is that not so?" "Initially, I too believed this to be the case. Yet ever since Wolf Fong reported on Joman's first encounter with his accomplices, my suspicions began to arise." Marco then laid bare all his doubts and conjectures. He observed that many of Joman's behaviors seemed excessively calm. Furthermore, during their conversations, Joman would often stare blankly at certain points. At first, Marco assumed it was fear, but upon reflection, he realized that Joman's actions were deliberate, intended to prevent Marco from uncovering any clues. Moreover, during Joman's initial meeting with his accomplices, he was unaware that he was under surveillance, marking the beginning of his exposure. According to Wolf Fong, their dialogue commenced on equal footing, yet once Mance and his group surrounded the small building, Joman unexpectedly found himself in a state of captivity. Marco pointed out that in a bid to clear his name, Joman performed for Mance on 2 occasions. The first instance involved a daring seizure of a torch, showcasing both his bravery and the reality of his coercion. The second instance, prior to entering, included a cautionary reminder and the tragic fate of his sister, which completely won Mance's trust. Simultaneously, he deftly misled all the city guards with false information. At this juncture, Marco could not help but admire this individual. For each step of his plan was intricately executed, devoid of any semblance of spontaneity. He pondered that had he not employed Wolf Fong as a remote listener, he might have truly fallen victim today. Meanwhile, Joman glared at Marco with an expression of deep resentment, defiantly questioning, "How did you deduce that our ultimate target was you?" Marco, gazing into Joman's eyes filled with violence and madness, finally understood the reason behind Joman's reluctance to meet his gaze. He shook his head and responded, "Because I possess a thorough understanding of your master, Luce Bolton. He is a cautious man, one who would not engage in an unprepared battle. He is also a greedy individual. This fortress, already constructed, will not be allowed to fall into ruin, as it represents a treasure trove of golden dragons." With a cold snort, Joman ceased his words, seemingly resigned to his fate. 3 days later, in an open space before the castle's gorge, a massive platform was erected, upon which 5 assassins, bound by bloodied hands, were affixed to 5 towering pillars. Their garments were tattered and stained with blood, yet curiously, their bodies bore no visible wounds. At that moment, each of them wore an expression of numbness, devoid of any pretense, for over the past 3 days, they had endured harrowing torment. In the hands of Marco, death has become a luxury, as their psychological defenses crumble under the dual torment of spirit and flesh, forcing them to divulge everything they know. Thus, they are both yearning and fearful, waiting in vain for a resolution, leading to a numbing of their senses. At this moment, the wooden platform is surrounded by a throng of onlookers, who have learned the details of the situation from the city guard soldiers. Originally, Coman and his companions were to be subjected to a trial by stones, but the captain of the guard, Mance, intervened, declaring that the Lord would personally oversee their judgment. Before long, Marco, accompanied by Hank and a few others, ascends to the viewing platform, where Marco takes his place upon a wooden chair. SAS Ting then approaches, calling for silence with a commanding shout. The once bustling crowd falls into an immediate hush. Once the audience has quieted, SAS Ting announces, "Let Elder Bloodstone come forth to read the verdict." Elder Bloodstone slowly steps forward, slightly intimidated by the multitude, but as a seasoned individual of high standing. He quickly acclimates to the scene. "Human Torch! Human Torch!" Upon hearing the verdict, the crowd erupts in cheers, loudly chanting the term Human Torch. This punishment, conceived by Hank, involves wrapping the lower half of the condemned in a burlap sack soaked in whale oil and igniting it, resulting in a slow, agonizing burn that gradually consumes the victim from the feet upwards. As the whale oil burns slowly, the condemned witnesses their own body being charred. Those with fragile minds may succumb to terror, while the constant threat of impending death keeps their nerves taut until the fatal end. since the conquest of Skaggs Island. Such a punishment has only been administered twice at Griffin Fortress, and thus the onlookers eagerly await the spectacle of these criminals being ignited. Following practical tests by Casperat, Marco abandoned plans to convert them into incendiary devices, deeming them too perilous, as even a minor spark could ignite a violent reaction. During this event, Marco also extracted valuable intelligence from Comyn and his companions regarding the legendary leech breeder, Count Luz Bolton, who intends to dispatch a force to annihilate Griffin Fortress come spring. The pretext for this military action is the eradication of pirates who have preyed upon his merchant vessels, leading him to send troops westward. Marquis Ricard Stark of the North has even contributed 2 rowing warships for his use, with this contingent seemingly stationed at a dock within the Stark family territory. Although no one favors the presence of foreign troops within their domain, the threat of piracy continues to loom over their family businesses. This time, Count Russ Bolton has assembled a formidable force of nearly 500 individuals, currently engaged in maritime combat training. The assailants tasked with the assassination of Marco hail from a stronghold at Seal Bay. Known as the Blood Hand, this unit has been envisioned by Count Russ Bolton, who harbors ambitions of establishing a military akin to the famed Winterwolves, a renowned cavalry corps in the annals of the North's history. Yet, his aspirations extend further. He desires a battalion proficient in both equestrian and naval warfare, ruthless, fearless, and dedicated to securing him victory and wealth. In a bid to resolve matters decisively, Russ Bolton has clandestinely gathered the Blood Hand for a practical exercise unbeknownst to Marco. Little does Marquis Ricard Castark suspect that his support for Russ Bolton aligns him with the financial backers of the very pirates he seeks to confront. The mere thought of impending foes after the spring stirs within Marco a desperate yearning for a vessel. Fortunately, the system graciously offers him a means to acquire one, the adventure spell, Saras's Vessel, from the Level 2 Magic Guild. In the game, this spell enables heroes to summon a ship by the seaside. It remains uncertain what form it may take in this world. Upon this realization, Marco promptly accessed his interface. Hero level. For hero skills, basic offense, advanced leadership, diplomacy. Omitted. Special abilities, regal presence, universal comprehension. Structures owned. Town hall, militia hut, blacksmith, fortress, tavern, market. Archery tower, barracks, griffin tower. Omitted. Building level. 8 soldiers owned. 160 thugs, 9 archers, 3 infantry, 2 griffins, 1 priest, 1 unicorn, subjects. Omitted. Resources. 3190 gold, 26 wood, 31 ore, 6 crystal, 1 mercury, 6 gemstones, 6 sulfur. After reviewing his resources, Marco retrieved a pouch filled with gold coins from a nearby chest, treasure unearthed 2 days prior, following a treasure map. As he unveiled the pouch, a notification from the system materialized. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have discovered a preliminary treasure, the endless gold pouch, fake, usage, 4/4, capable of accumulating 2,000 gold. Would you like to exchange? Upon confirming, Marco's gold resources surged to 5,000. He then delved into the construction sequence, selecting the Level 2 Magic Guild. As he listened to the sounds of buildings rising outside the castle, exhilaration coursed through him. He hastily flung open the door to his office and raced towards the newly erected Level 2 Magic Guild, where all spells would now be of the 2nd tier. Chapter 29. The Vessel of Sarasa. Upon entering the magical tower, Marco endured nearly 2 minutes of intensive knowledge infusion. He had anticipated that after reaching Level 4, he would be able to withstand the onslaught of magic. However, the 4 magical scrolls were indifferent to such expectations. They burrowed into Marco's mind like voracious parasites. Only when they found a suitable environment did they cease their relentless agitation, leaving Marco with the unsettling feeling of being merely a vessel for their magic. Nonetheless, the acquisition of these spells made Marco feel that all he had endured was worthwhile. The 2nd-tier magical guild granted him access to 3 spells, 1 for light, 1 for darkness, and another for summoning or destruction. These spells, once mutated, transformed into what Marco perceived as divine techniques. The summoning spell, Reanimation of the Undead. Consuming 9 mana points, resurrects corpses to fight for you. They fear flames and dragon crystals, and are referred to as zombies by the inhabitants of this world. Basic, can resurrect 10 corpses. Intermediate, can resurrect 20 corpses. Advanced, can resurrect 50 corpses. Expert, can resurrect 100 corpses. The dark magic spell, Rotting Curse, consuming 6 mana points, curses the target to succumb to a state of plague. The damage endured during the spell's duration is equivalent to the hero's mana points per minute. Basic, causes the target to experience body aches and weakness. Intermediate, causes the target to lose combat effectiveness. Advanced, causes the target's skin to crack and bleed. Expert, causes the target to become infected with decay. The light magic spell, Magic Purification, consuming 10 mana points, dispels beneficial magic on enemies and negative magic on allies. The efficacy of dispelling is contingent upon the caster's level, making it challenging for lower-level casters to dispel spells cast by higher-level sorcerers. Basic, 40 chance of dispelling. Intermediate, 60 chance of dispelling. Advanced, 80 chance of dispelling. Expert, 100 chance of dispelling. The adventure magic spell, Vessel of Sarissa, consuming 40 mana points, summons a magical ship. The specific design and appearance to be determined by reality. Gazing at the 4 new spells inscribed in his spellbook, Marco's heart soared with joy. For he now possessed his own expendable soldiers. In the face of future dangers, he could send forth these disposable zombies to absorb the brunt of any threats. Eagerly, Marco departed the castle, intent on testing his adventure magic, the Vessel of Sarissa, by the sea. Griffin Castle, situated at the southwestern corner of Skagas Island, had yet to construct the dock listed in the building plans, which meant that the accompanying pier had not materialized. Nevertheless, Marco was already planning to erect a new dock. The continent of Westeros boasted a diverse array of vessels, including small fishing boats, raiding ships, and warships of various sizes alongside merchant vessels. In the distant Essos continent, there existed colossal fast-sailing ships and immense swan ships capable of traversing vast oceans. On the continent of Westeros, there exist 3 formidable naval fleets. The Iron Fleet of House Greyjoy, renowned throughout the realm, is based in the Iron Islands and boasts nearly 100 longships. These longships, designed specifically for raiding, are swift and agile compared to typical merchant flatboats, capable of carrying approximately 100 soldiers at maximum capacity, bearing a resemblance to the Viking vessels of Earth. In the eastern capital of King's Landing, the Royal Fleet, primarily destroyed by Tyrion Lannister using wildfire during the Battle of Blackwater, was stationed at the port of King's Landing. This fleet comprised large, oared warships, reminiscent of Byzantine galleys from the medieval period on Earth. At its zenith, the Royal Fleet consisted of around 30 principal warships, equipped with crossbows and siege engines. Additionally, in the southern region of the Arbor, the fleet of House Tyrell, commanded by House Redwine, is based in the port of Arbor and consists of approximately 20 main vessels. However, this is not an exhaustive account. Many coastal lords across the 7 kingdoms maintain 2 or 3 oared warships to bolster their maritime defenses against piracy. Notable families, such as the Lannisters, possess larger and more numerous warships, typically around 30, though these are often dispersed due to their proximity to the Iron Islands. In times of significant conflict, the great lords summoned their vassals for support, consolidating a more formidable naval force. The North once had its own fleet, but it was entirely destroyed by the infamous Burned Men, leaving the North devoid of a naval presence for over a century. This historical loss is a primary reason for Mako's reluctance to establish a navy. However, he is aware that the Manderleys in White Harbor have already begun to build a fleet, which could pose a considerable threat in the future. Mako summoned his griffin, Cywin, and ascended into the air, flying over the bay. Uncertain of the type of vessel he would summon, he sought a deep water area. Opening his spellbook, he selected the spell Sarassa's Vessel. Upon completion, Mako felt the vibrant magical energy within him dissipate. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool formed on the surface of the sea, revealing the bow of a ship, followed by its hull and mast. With a great splashing sound, a colossal triangular sailboat emerged before him, identical to those found in games, adorned with 2 grand triangular sails. Estimating its size, Mako concluded that the ship measured approximately 30 meters in length, with a towering mast exceeding 10 meters in height. The deck was teeming with people, their faces a mixture of shock and fear. However, upon spotting Mako and Cywin, they began to engage in hushed conversations. Marco soared through the skies upon his griffin, descending onto the deck where the sailors gazed at him with expressions of wariness. Yet, they exhibited no hostility, merely observing Marco and the griffin, Siwang, with a sense of wonder. At that moment, a tall middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, first bowing respectfully to Marco before excitedly inquiring, "Noble sir, may I ask where we are? My crew and I lost our way amidst the storm and unexpectedly entered a peculiar realm. A voice informed us that if we pledged our allegiance to Griffin Fortress, its lord would guide us out of this strange space. Might you be the master of Griffin Fortress?" With a shrill cry, Siwang responded in kind, flapping his wings vigorously. creating a powerful gust that caused those present to stagger back slightly. This display prompted the surrounding sailors to kneel, each one swearing fealty to Marco. Through subsequent conversation, Marco learned that these sailors had lost fragments of their memories in this enigmatic space, rendering them unable to recall their origins. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully summoning a brigantine from the turbulent currents of time and space, influenced by the world's consciousness. The crew has lost their memories of the original world and is now wholly devoted to the host. Ship type: Brigantine Captain, Char First Mate, Michael Crew. 50 Upon returning to Griffin Fortress, Marco introduced Char and his crew to the inhabitants of the castle. That evening, in the banquet hall on the first floor, Marco hosted a small welcoming feast for his new sailors. The vessel, named the Moonlight, although lacking formidable oceanic capabilities, boasted ample space and superior carrying capacity, making it suitable for Marco's future troop transport needs. Moreover, it was a galley ship, equipped with catapults and ballistae, capable of holding its own against 2 to 3 warships, provided it did not encounter a large fleet. Most importantly, it was a magical ship, which, with the infusion of resources, would gradually undergo repairs. Even if destroyed, it could be summoned anew by Marco, effectively binding it to him entirely. As the architectural level of Griffin Fortress rose, the surrounding seas and lands began to be influenced by its presence, with the climate gradually becoming more temperate. In certain areas of the outer moat, many rock types had begun to attempt sowing wheat under the guidance of the marauders. Marco hoped to expedite the construction of his dock, as the Moonlight was currently moored approximately 200 meters from Griffin Fortress. Marco had consulted the system, which indicated that the construction of a shipyard would also yield a corresponding dock, and as the building level increased, the dock would transform from a shallow harbor to a deep-water port. Early the next morning, Marco hurriedly ascended to the 3rd floor of the tavern. With the ship secured and resources at hand, he was finally poised to attempt summoning a high-ranking unit. In the office of the Refugee Recruitment Center, Marco received a scroll from the hands of the man at the southern gate. Ever since the last encounter where Marco had taught him a lesson, the fellow had refrained from showing off in Marco's presence. Marco briefly glanced at the scroll before inscribing his name upon it. With a resounding thud, a powerful magical reaction ensued, and a figure materialized before Marco through the bidirectional portal. Chapter 30 Greetings from the Bolton family in the spring of the year 296 of the Age of Iron. Marco, who had been sheltered in Griffin's Keep for over 4 months, finally welcomed the grand army of his old friend, Count Lucius Bolton. As the long summer had yet to conclude, the shivering sea was not as frigid this year. To allow the vessel Moonlight to acclimate to the climate and currents of Seal Bay, Marco had dispatched them a month in advance to scour the coastline for traces of the Bloodhand forces. However, at the original stronghold, Marco's subordinates found no sign of their presence. Thus, Marco surmised that they might have departed to rendezvous with the main army. He remained cautious of these individuals, as they were elite special forces meticulously trained by Lucius Bolton. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted Marco's contemplation, prompting him to lift his gaze from the mountain of intelligence reports. "Come in," he called, as the door swung open. An elderly man with a splendid blue robe sweeping the floor entered, adorned with a lavish hat crowned with a long feather atop a red gemstone. He bowed respectfully to Marco before producing a notebook and addressing him. "My lord, Naxos sends his regards, and I have prepared the statistical data you requested. However, my lord, I am but a humble mage. Why entrust all matters to me? Surely the Bloodstone Elder and Casper Aid could handle such tasks?" This gentleman, with an air reminiscent of Arabian elegance, was the 4th level unit, the Archmage, summoned by Marco from a refugee camp. The Archmage, a 4th level unit of the Academy faction in the game Heroes of Might and Magic V, had cost Marco a total of 400 units of gold resources to summon from the Dimensional Rift. This expenditure had nearly pushed Marco to the brink of bankruptcy, and since that time, he had not received any further assignments, leading him to ponder whether the Archmage was a harbinger of misfortune, originating from the Silver Federation of the Ashen World. Archmages are masters of arcane knowledge, haunting nightmares for their adversaries on the battlefield. Abilities: Spellcaster, capable of casting spells such as Fist of Fury, Intermediate, Chain Fireball, Novice. Power of Justice, Intermediate, and Magic Purification, Advanced, during combat. Energy Tunnel, reduces the magic points consumed by the hero when casting spells by 25. Marco found the Energy Tunnel ability particularly practical, given the constraints of magic points and levels. However, the sole drawback was the Archmage's cunning nature. He often evaded responsibilities, and when cornered, he would resort to grumbling as he did now. Thus, in an effort to reprimand him, Marco assigned all administrative tasks within the territory to the Archmage, liberating the Bloodstone Elder and Casper aid to impart knowledge to the populace. Although Marco had not undertaken any new missions, he had managed to accumulate a certain amount of resources during these 4 months. As Marco continues to enlist soldiers and expand his army, the number of his marauding warriors has reached 310, while he has successfully recruited 109 archers. Additionally, he has summoned 3 griffins. All these preparations are in anticipation of the imminent battle. A force of 500 soldiers represents a formidable power throughout the north, particularly from the infamous Terror Castle. Renowned for its infantry tactics, the Northerners are known for their bravery and fearlessness, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess. While they may appear poorly equipped in television portrayals, in reality, they possess well-crafted armor and rigorous military training, far from the reckless charge of the untrained. Over the past 4 months, Marco has diligently applied his knowledge acquired from Blue Star, experimenting with various ideas and producing tangible results. Given the abundance of obsidian mines in the region, he conceived the idea of creating glass artifacts and products, and he also attempted ceramics, albeit with limited success. After imparting his insights and foundational methods, Marco turned his attention to other ventures, as these creations could be exchanged for currency and provisions, with many willing to assist him. Of course, Marco has not neglected the development of agriculture and animal husbandry. The island's numerous rivers and streams provide an ideal environment for aquaculture, allowing him to utilize these favorable geographic conditions to cultivate fish. The variety of fish species in Westeros is quite extensive, and due to the migratory nature of salmon and eel, the local populace can enjoy a bountiful feast during their breeding season. Moreover, the streams are home to a particularly fierce freshwater fish, the pike, known for its formidable nature and delectable flesh. Marco's ambition is to establish a comprehensive freshwater aquaculture system in the vicinity of Griffin Castle within 2 years. The indigenous rockfolk on Skagas Island possess prior experience in aquaculture, having successfully raised long-haired rhinos and sheep. Marco's arrival has introduced them to innovative suggestions and has taught them how to tame wild boars and castrate pigs. To facilitate trade for the rockfolk, Marco has also established a mint, although the island's limited precious metal resources have hindered large-scale coinage. Currently, only copper coins are in circulation, as both gold and silver have been securely stored by Marco. Upon receiving a report from Naxos, Marco nodded in satisfaction. Starting this year, he plans to officially engage in trade with northern merchants. However, due to the rockfolk's notorious reputation, few northern traders dare venture here. Those who previously engaged in trade did so from a distance, exchanging goods from small boats. Nonetheless, the Amber family of the North presents a promising opportunity. Once the conflict with the Bolton family concludes, Marco intends to journey to the north. In the eyes of the Northmen, the various factions are viewed as barbaric and insular, only marginally better than the wildlings. What Mark seeks to accomplish is to alter this perception, beginning with commercial trade, gradually reshaping the mindset of the Northmen, thereby paving the way for an eventual conquest. Meanwhile, approximately 50 kilometers from Griffin's Roost, 3 rowing warships glide steadily across the sea, their destination being the very fortress itself. Upon hearing from a servant that his family intended to vanquish pirates, a young nobleman resolved to accompany the troops. This notion was promptly met with rejection from his father, Lus Bolton, who confined him to his chamber. However, the young man, demonstrating remarkable agility, escaped the castle and managed to stow away on the last warship to set sail. He concealed himself in the ship's hold for an entire week. Had it not been for a soldier's discovery, he might have joined the forces in their assault on the island. The expedition is led by Sir Eliurk of House Bolton, who also serves as the family's naval defense officer, possessing a wealth of combat experience. Observing his young lord gazing into the distance from the bow of the ship, he sighed softly and approached him. Dominic Bolton turned to face York, his eyes fixed intently upon him, and spoke with measured clarity. Sir York, tell me the truth. Are the men on that ship behind us pirates? And this is the Shivering Sea. What is our purpose for venturing forth? It seemed Sir York had anticipated such inquiries from his young lord. With a resigned sigh, he replied, the Bolton family has long been at odds with the Stark family, which has placed us in a position of oppression throughout the north. Your father has tirelessly labored for our house. Our forces require gold dragons and provisions. The latter 2 words pierced Dominic's heart like arrows, leaving him momentarily stunned. But, this contradicts the faith of the 7. Young Master Dominic, The North does not revere the Seven. They cannot save us. You are destined to become a great noble, ruling over the masses. The chivalric ideals and faith will not aid you in commanding those unruly commoners. Only gold dragons and spears can serve you. I. At that moment, Dominic Bolton's emotions were tumultuous. In his recollections, his father was not a cruel lord, though he possessed some peculiarities and a certain aloofness. He had always been a figure of greatness and a caring father in Dominic's eyes. The sudden revelation of his father's clandestine truths left him feeling adrift. Sir Elior gazed at the sky, calculating their distance, intent on reaching the castle before noon. He personally doubted the capabilities of the Skagosi to construct a fortress. Yet the current leader of Bloodhand, Bucktooth Mern, had adamantly claimed to have witnessed the castle with his own eyes. This inevitably caused some concern for York. If his contingent of 500 men were merely to confront the indigenous people armed with glass weapons, he would feel entirely confident. However, if an assault on a fortress were indeed required, the challenge would be considerably greater, and a single misstep could lead to his downfall. Though Bucktooth Manson had assured him that his 200 men would handle the gate and drawbridge, York harbored doubts about the capabilities of these pirates. Even having heard of their formidable reputation, he could not equate them with the renowned winter wolves of the north. The soldiers of Bloodhand had already scouted the coastline, revealing that they were approximately 5 kilometers from Griffin's Roost, with the deep water lying about 100 meters from the shore. This location was ideal for assembly, and Bucktooth Manson had previously arranged for soldiers to scout the area. The group had already deliberated that, due to their limited number of warships, these 3 vessels would refrain from participating in the siege to avoid unnecessary losses. Once the ships were anchored, Black Eel York began gathering everyone. With over 300 individuals on board, including soldiers and sailors. After ensuring the safety of the remaining soldiers, York commenced the boarding process, assigning crossbowmen to both the small boats and the ship's railing to prevent any enemy ambush. The ship's ballistae and smaller catapults were also primed and ready. At that moment, Dominic Bolton burst from the cabin, clad in the standard armor of a soldier. In his haste, he had neglected to bring his knightly armor. Sir York, I am prepared. As the heir to the Bolton family, I put the interests of my family foremost. I demand to join the battle. Sir York regarded the young heir with satisfaction. Reflecting that it seemed the southern heathens had not dulled his martial spirit, he remained a true Bolton. Young Master Dominic, I require you to guard our 3 warships. This is of utmost importance. Black Eel was correct. Young Master, you should stay here. As Dominic prepared to object, a voice interrupted him. Both turned to see a young man with disheveled hair standing on the deck, smiling at them. Who are you? Dominic inquired, puzzled. Young Master Dominic, greetings. I am Bucktooth Manson, now in charge of the Bloodhand troops, at your service. Bucktooth Manson said, bowing theatrically, adding a touch of levity to the situation. Young Master, please believe us. We harbor no disdain towards you. It is merely that these 3 vessels are our only means of retreat, and this enemy is formidable. We have already lost 5 brothers here. Thus, we must secure an escape route. He then turned to York, saying, My Lord Black Eel, are you prepared to extend the Bolton family's greetings to our foes? Chapter 31. The battle outside the city gates at this moment. Marco stood on the platform before the narrow steps of the castle, preparing to deliver a pre-battle address. The warriors transformed by the system were fundamentally different from the warriors of the Rock Tribe. To ensure that they would heed commands and maintain the formation against the marauders, Marco decided to designate all untransformed soldiers as archers. Since the execution of the Bloodhand assassins, the area in front of the castle had been transformed into a small square, now filled with soldiers from both sides. Marco gazed at the warriors before him and proclaimed loudly, Warriors of Griffin Castle, our homeland is under siege by the enemy, who approach us now. Behind us lies our home. We have nowhere left to retreat. Tell me, what shall we do? Kill, kill, kill. The synchronized shouts of the system soldiers drowned out the roars of the Rock Tribe warriors, their powerful confidence deeply inspiring the clan fighters. Satisfied, Marco nodded and shouted, Let us march. Let their corpses be the foundation of Griffin Castle. Kill, kill. The marauder soldiers began to advance towards the city gates in a steady stream. Long before the battle commenced, Marco had prepared several strategies. Although he was not a military enthusiast in his past life, he had, to some extent, absorbed some fundamental knowledge of warfare in the information age. In his view, in the wars of the cold weapon era, when both sides are evenly matched, it ultimately comes down to morale and formation, with equipment advantage being a significant factor. Thus, He had preemptively assigned these tribal warriors to the walls as archers for long-range support. On the continent of Westeros, various types of bows existed: ordinary bows, longbows, recurve bows, and crossbows. The archers under Marco wielded longbows, while the bows used by the tribal warriors were of much lower quality, some even made from beast bones. Marco had once contemplated felling a fishbeam tree to craft longbows, but that night, he was drawn into a lengthy discourse by the three-eyed crow, compelling him to abandon that enticing notion. Though Marco had extracted a certain amount of iron ore, limitations in materials and fuel meant that he could only sustain the consumption of the system soldiers for the time being. Many tribal warriors still wielded obsidian weapons. Had the enemy been whites, that would have posed no issue. However, they were about to confront a fully armed regular army from the north, which dissuaded Marco from the thoughts of open-field engagements and ambushes. With 3 warships having arrived, Marco found it challenging to ascertain the enemy's exact numbers. The presence of crossbowmen and ballistae aboard those vessels further deterred him from executing a plan for an ambush midway. Once the enemy had gathered, the nearly 700 soldiers dispelled any notions Marco had of engaging in open combat. It was his first encounter with these northern soldiers. He could not possibly reference the combat prowess exhibited by the soldiers in the television series Game of Thrones to deduce the outcome of the impending battle. Such an approach would undoubtedly lead to his own demise. Mark's previous victory against the 3 tribes of the Rockborn, achieved with a smaller force, was significantly due to his acquisition of unicorns and the use of magic, thus rendering him unable to act recklessly this time. The marauding soldiers under Mark had nearly completed their armor modifications, enhancing their original scale armor with additional protective gear for various body parts. The expenditure on gauntlets, bracers, greaves, and knee guards had severely depleted Mark's supplies. Fortunately, Skaggs Island boasted a certain level of industrial infrastructure. Otherwise, Mark's inventory would likely not endure beyond a year. Upon his arrival in this world, Mark discovered a wealth of gold, silver, and food reserves in his castle's warehouse. Initially, he believed that the gold could be exchanged for system resources, only to later learn that the system did not recognize real gold as a resource. The castle's warehouse still housed an assortment of materials, including some leather and iron ingots, but these supplies had dwindled significantly due to consumption over time. To afford better protection for his marauding soldiers, Mark had specially crafted 100 tower shields in preparation for the forthcoming confrontation. As Mark ascended the battlements, the marauding soldiers had already formed a semicircular formation at the city gates, while the archers and warriors atop the walls were prepared. Although both the Floating Wood Hall and the King's Hall had intended to send troops, Mark had declined their offers under the pretext of defending the clan fortress. Despite the large number of clan warriors, they lacked combat training, and their discipline and morale were too variable to form effective fighting units. Moreover, they represented a vital source of future troops for Mark and could not be squandered in this manner. The Crow clan warriors of Abyss Fortress, who had long relied on raiding for sustenance, exhibited no issues with combat capability or morale. However, their weaponry was woefully inadequate. Mark did not expect them to inflict significant damage on the enemy. Mere distant suppression would suffice. At that moment, the sound of enemy footsteps in the southeast drew nearer. Mark swallowed hard, casting his gaze in that direction. 2 hours earlier, after landing, many appeared somewhat disoriented. To ensure the subsequent battle would not be compromised, York ordered the soldiers to rest for an additional hour. Prior to this expedition, York had procured dream flowers from the scholar at Terror Fortress to ensure his soldiers maintained sufficient stamina and did not lose their fighting spirit due to seasickness. This substance, a slow-acting poison capable of inducing a painless death, could calm the nerves, slow the heartbeat, and suppress seizures, promoting tranquility and strength. A pinch ensured a night of dreamless sleep, while 3 pinches would result in death during slumber. York's method was straightforward: allow the soldiers to rest, acclimatizing to the ship's swells during the day and sleeping soundly until dawn. In just a few days, many soldiers had acclimatized to their surroundings, and the symptoms of seasickness had notably diminished. York surveyed the assembled troops, glanced at the sun in the sky, and, having gauged the time, bellowed to his men, "Soldiers of the Fortress of Terror, these savage Skargoth tribesmen have defied the Earl's commands, slaughtering our officials and tarnishing the honor of our loyal families. Let us deliver them the final greeting, staining our shields with their blood, and allow them to atone for their ignorance through death. Our blades remain sharp. Forward!" Dominic Bolton, hearing the distant cries, felt a surge of excitement, wishing to join them immediately. Yet, he restrained himself. First and foremost, he was a knight, and only then a scion of his family. Having pledged to obey the arrangements, Dominic would not betray the trust of his family's knights. Meanwhile, at the rear of the main force, the Bloodhand soldiers, armed with various weapons, stood in neat formation, an atmosphere of impending violence permeating the air. Black Eel York observed the Bloodhand warriors, whose formidable presence rivaled that of his own soldiers, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. His liege, Earl Louis Bolton, frequently extolled the prowess of this contingent before him. Over time, York had felt a twinge of discomfort. Having anticipated this expedition would allow him to showcase his soldiers' martial prowess before these warriors. However, he did not expect these soldiers to be as formidable as they appeared. Their marching was impeccably ordered, their steps synchronized without a hint of chaos. Even more alarming was their expressionless demeanor. Previously, during a rest period, a few of his more impulsive subordinates had attempted to provoke them, only to find the Bloodhand warriors swiftly drawing their blades, nearly igniting a conflict between the two factions. Beside him, Bucktooth Manson chuckled and remarked, "What do you think, Black Eel? My lads are no less than yours, are they? In certain respects. Your men might even fall short of ours." Manson shook his head, addressing York, "TSK, TSK. My brothers have tasted blood. They are unlike your green recruits. You. Humph. Enough. Remember your promise to me. I do not wish for my soldiers to be skewered at the moat. Rest assured, I have it all planned out. This time. The Wizard Lord will remember this for a lifetime." With the sound of a horn echoing, the tribal warriors atop the battlements began to shout, causing Marco to furrow his brow slightly. Once the chaotic warriors quieted down, Marco turned to the captain of the archers, Lauren Hawkeye, and instructed, "They are yours to command. Strike when necessary. I have no use for disobedient soldiers." "Yes, my lord." As the dialogue between the two concluded, the soldiers of the Bolton family formed a precise line, arriving approximately 200 meters from Griffin's Keep. At that moment, a clan warrior, feeling somewhat anxious, inadvertently released an arrow that had been poised to strike. This blunder was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, instantly provoking the other warriors, who unleashed a flurry of arrows that soared towards the castle. Landing more than 100 meters away, the soldiers of the Bolton family, witnessing this comical scene, erupted in laughter, with some even voicing disdainful jeers. Marco, observing the spectacle, felt his fury rise, nearly distorting his features. Though he was aware of the tribal warriors' lack of combat awareness, he could scarcely fathom it being this egregious. He began to wonder if the Stark family's former head had been overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the Ironborn. These individuals truly exhibited a lamentable level of martial competence. Marco resolved that once this battle concluded, Bobby Lee, the leader of the rabble, would be tasked with rigorously training them, ensuring that they could at the very least comprehend commands. Just as Marco prepared to chastise them, two figures emerged from the opposing formation, one bearing a tower shield in front, while the other cautiously followed behind, hoisting a white flag as a gesture for parley. "I am CAC 3 of the Bolton family," he announced. "Our commander has instructed me to convey this. If your lord swears fealty to the Bolton family, we shall refrain from attacking you, otherwise." Boom. The sound of an arrow loosed by Lauren the Hawk echoed from the castle gates. Simultaneously, the archers within the formation began to prepare for an assault. The soldiers of the Bolton family arranged themselves in a square formation, their tower shields configured in an L shape to better defend against incoming arrows. As they entered the 100-meter range, Lauren the Hawk promptly commanded the attack, and a deluge of arrows rained down upon the Bolton soldiers. Despite their formidable defenses, a few unfortunate souls were struck. After enduring this hail of arrows, the Bolton archers retaliated, launching specially designed crossbow bolts that whizzed towards the castle's parapets. Upon shattering, their unique glass vials unleashed a splatter of luminescent green wildfire. "Watch out!" Boom. Bang. As a cacophony of gasps and explosions resounded, the two massive hemp ropes connecting the drawbridge ignited with the green flames, subsequently succumbing to concentrated enemy fire. After 3 minutes of steadfast resistance, the ropes snapped. The colossal wooden drawbridge crashed down, kicking up clouds of dust as the Bolton soldiers surged towards the rabble. Just as their vanguard was about to engage with Marco and his men, another tremendous explosion erupted, igniting the immense gates behind the rabble. Marco, stationed on the wall and watching the unfolding chaos below, inquired with astonishment about the commotion emanating from the gates. At this moment, the inner side of the city gate lay in utter disarray. Clan warriors, engulfed in flames, fled in every direction, the eerie green flames refusing to be extinguished, leading to their agonizing demise. Just then, Hank rushed over to report that a figure clad in rocky attire had charged towards the city gate, pushing a burning cart. It appeared that wildfires raged within the cart, and over 20 clan warriors near the gate had already perished, leaving the gate in ruins. What? How could there still be their forces within the city? Hurry and organize a rescue. Your presence here is unnecessary for reporting. Your duty is to maintain order within the city. Chapter 32. Marco's counterattack. Bucktooth Manson gazed at Black Eel York and exclaimed, "Did you see that? I told you I would manage the city gates and drawbridge. Ha ha ha. Those indigenous savages must be trembling in fear now." York, however, remained fixated on the direction of the city gates, his demeanor tense, for he harbored a foreboding sense that today's battle would prove exceedingly arduous. As the dust settled, he beheld the rabble soldiers still steadfast in their formation, a weight of despair settling in his heart. "Do you see those fellows? They are likely the most formidable opponents. They certainly do not resemble indigenous soldiers. Urge your men to press the attack. We must breach their defenses swiftly." With that, he disregarded Manson, who wore a look of astonishment, and called loudly to his soldiers to continue their offensive. In a brief span, the infantry lines clashed, the rabble soldiers leveraging their formidable physical prowess to withstand the onslaught of the Burtons. The cacophony of battle echoed as they fought fiercely, with soldiers succumbing to spears and crossbow bolts, falling to the ground with anguished cries. Meanwhile, the soldiers atop the walls were compelled to abandon their assault due to the interference of wildfires. At that moment, the clan warriors began to exhibit signs of disarray, some responding to the command of Lauren Hawkeye, joining the archers in extinguishing the flames. Others clamored to descend and vanquish the enemy, but fortunately, Hank and Captain Manson of the city guards swiftly curtailed their reckless enthusiasm. Under Manson's leadership, the clan warriors soon became involved in the firefighting efforts. The nature of the wildfires was astonishing. They seemed to possess a corrosive quality, and the conflagration atop the city gate showed no signs of abating. Thankfully, Marco had the foresight to suggest employing sand to quell the flames. Otherwise, the blaze would have persisted for an extended period. Marco felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, or perhaps disappointment, with the clan warriors' performance in this battle, yet he recognized their shortcomings. Determined to rectify this, Marco resolved that following this campaign, he would ensure that Sarsting and his companions rigorously trained these clan warriors, instilling in them the essence of obedience. Observing the tense situation on the battlefield, Marco understood the moment to turn the tide had arrived. He turned to an archer beside him and commanded, "Signal." A piercing arrow whistled through the air, its urgent sound reverberating far and wide. In no time, Griffin Siwong descended from Griffin Tower with four companions, swooping down to Marco's side. Marco called for Naxos, urging him to ride with him atop the Griffin and ascend into the skies. Initially, the old man offered various excuses to decline, but under Marco's fierce gaze, he relented, muttering indistinct phrases as he mounted the Griffin. At this moment, Merson and York also beheld the Griffins soaring through the sky. Similarly, they noticed the silver-haired, violet-eyed youth alongside the oddly dressed elder, their expressions rife with astonishment and disbelief. Merson, taken aback upon seeing Marco and his companions, quickly regained his composure and bellowed, "Enemy attack! Position in the sky! Brothers of the Blood Hand, prepare to snipe!" He then turned to York, shouting, "I don't care what it is. Even if a dragon flies through the sky today, I shall bring it down. Long live the terrifying fortress. Fire at will." Humans are often filled with trepidation when confronted with the unknown, especially when it pertains to legendary beings. Although Merson's voice rang out loud and clear, a faint tremor betrayed his inner turmoil. As Merson's cry echoed, many soldiers of the Burton family also caught sight of the Griffin aloft, yet numerous crossbowmen, gripped by fear, refrained from launching their attacks. Only the soldiers of the Blood Hand adhered to the command, aiming their crossbows at the creature in the sky. Marco commanded the Griffins to flap their wings, using the tremendous gusts to deflect the incoming bolts. After gauging the distance, he urged Naxos to commence his incantation. The elder chanted a spell, channeling magical energy, and gradually, a fireball the size of a basketball materialized in his hand. Guided by Naxos, this fireball shot toward the ground at an alarming speed, expanding in size and radiating a terrifying heat, paralyzing some soldiers with dread. Evade! With a resounding explosion, approximately 10 soldiers lay scorched on the ground. The officer's urgent call had some effect. Several soldiers had the presence of mind to throw themselves to the ground, thus narrowly escaping the lethal blast. However, a portion of the surrounding soldiers were knocked down by the shockwave, disrupting their formation. Witnessing such devastation, Marco shook his head in resignation, silently reflecting that he could not solely rely on magic. Accumulating resources and bolstering his forces were essential to conquering this world. Consequently, Marco opened his spellbook and turned to the page for summoning magic. At the city gate, a massive hexagram materialized behind the rioting soldiers. With a roar, a towering fire elemental, approximately 3 meters tall, emerged, emanating a searing energy. Under Marco's guidance, it unleashed an assault on the soldiers outside the city gate, firing 2 colossal pillars of flame toward them. A monster. Evade. Defend. Though the commands from Merson and York were relayed in a timely manner, over 20 soldiers still succumbed to the flames, transformed into living torches. The appearance of the fire elemental instilled fear in many soldiers. Yet their extensive training and loyalty to their officer compelled them to maintain their positions. Under the barrage of insults and shoves from the Mersons, the soldiers of the Bolton family finally summoned their courage to launch an assault on the fire elemental. Bolts from their crossbows struck the creature, eliciting a series of anguished cries. Although these arrows were ultimately incinerated by the blazing shield enveloping the elemental, its reaction instilled a glimmer of hope within the Bolton soldiers. Merson and York exchanged a glance, both exhaling in relief. Upon first sight of the fire elemental, they had feared their demise. Fortunately, this peculiar being was not as terrifying as it appeared. It too could be wounded and could cry out in pain, indicating it could ultimately perish. However, Marco was not inclined to permit them to continue in this manner. He turned to Naxos beside him and commanded, "Prepare. Channel the righteous force. Target the fire elemental." As Marco activated his swift response, 2 spells rapidly manifested their effects on the fire elemental, coinciding with its second fiery assault, which was now fully charged. Boom, boom. 2 pillars of flame erupted, obliterating the area before them. Yet this time, many Bolton soldiers had anticipated the trajectory of the flames, resulting in only a modest loss of around 10 men. At that moment, the unicorn silver flash leapt forth with formidable presence from behind the fire elemental, radiating brilliance that momentarily blinded the soldiers in its path. Simultaneously, archers atop the walls extinguished the flames, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows that cascaded down alongside Silver Flash's charge. In an instant, the soldiers caught in the blinding effect were pierced mercilessly, resembling a hive of wasps. With a fierce neigh, Silver Flash charged towards the soldiers on the drawbridge, bolstered by 2 powerful enhancement spells, and barreled through the ranks of the Bolton family. Many soldiers on the bridge were sent tumbling into the water, while the more aggressive soldiers seized the opportunity to surge forward, pushing the front line closer to the drawbridge. Meanwhile, the fire elemental was nearing collapse, its form riddled with unconsumed crossbow bolts and its hue fading to a dull yellow. Marco commanded it to execute a final close-range assault. The towering fire elemental, akin to a tank, charged into the enemy lines, immediately incinerating 3 soldiers. A few brave soldiers, seeing no means of escape, gritted their teeth and thrust their spears at the fiery beast, with others swiftly following suit. More than 10 spears pierced the body of the fire elemental in an instant. A peculiar wail echoed as the elemental's color darkened and it shattered into countless fragments. The Bolton soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers, their morale soaring as they gradually regained their formation, disrupted by the unicorn's charge. However, before they could revel in their victory for long, a second magical array reappeared on the battlefield. Following a cacophony of grinding stones, a colossal earth elemental, composed of rock, emerged behind the Bolton forces. Accompanied by the piercing neigh of the unicorn's silver flash, 2 extraordinary creatures charged at the formation of the Bolton family soldiers. The colossal fists of the earth elementals could easily send rows of soldiers sprawling, while the potent light energy emanating from the unicorn's body grew increasingly formidable under the influence of their combined magic. Each impact hurled soldiers, along with their shields, far afield, and the onslaught from these 2 beings shattered the recently restored infantry formation into disarray. Bobby Lee, the leader of the rabble, seized the opportunity and employed a strategy of gradual erosion, systematically dismantling the disordered Bolton soldiers. Observing this chaos, Marco nodded in satisfaction before soaring above the city gates atop his griffin, Siwang. At this moment, the Bolton archers were thoroughly disrupted, rendering them oblivious to his presence. Marco opened his spellbook and invoked a spell unique to heroes of the human race, the Blessing Ritual. Instantly, a colossal angelic apparition appeared above the city gate, exuding a wave of sacred power and light that imbued every system soldier with newfound strength. Witnessing this eerie apparition and the radiance it emitted, the Bolton soldiers fell into utter panic. Many cowardly individuals screamed and abandoned their weapons, fleeing in terror. The magical phenomena and mythical creatures they had encountered that day had already instilled a profound fear in the hearts of many soldiers. And Marco's final strike became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. The towering figure led the soldiers to believe that Marco was preparing some dreadful sorcery. The unknown threat is the most terrifying. Before any attack was launched, dread enveloped everyone. One soldier, unable to withstand the mounting terror, shouted, "Ah, the dragon is coming! The dragon fire is here!" This exclamation ignited a wave of panic, transforming a scattering of fleeing soldiers into a full-scale rout, as every soldier discarded their weapons and fled. Monson and York, along with over 30 guards, found themselves incapable of holding back the tide of retreating soldiers. Soon, Monson and York became visible to Marco amidst the chaotic throng. These two had been exceedingly cautious, commanding from the safety of the formation's center. Had it not been for the soldiers' collapse, Marco might never have spotted them. With a sweeping gesture, Marco commanded Silver Flash, who let out a fierce cry and lunged towards the two. The earth elemental attacked from another direction, sending soldiers fleeing in terror well out of their path. Monson and York, upon witnessing the two magical beasts charging towards them, realized they had no avenue of escape and, with no other choice, steeled themselves to confront the oncoming threat. Silver Flash surged ahead, unleashing a powerful force that instantly triggered a blinding effect on the frontline soldiers. The overwhelming light energy erupted, shattering the makeshift shield wall formed by the guards, while the earth elemental followed closely, rushing through the breach in their defense. Two formidable magical creatures took less than a minute to topple all the soldiers to the ground, while the marauding troops seized the opportunity to bind them. "All right, my soldiers. Today, we have spilled enough blood. What I require now is captives. Go forth. Let them witness your might." Observing that the situation was under control, Mark commanded a full-scale assault. The clan warriors atop the walls swiftly descended to the gate under Lauren's guidance. Upon hearing the orders, they erupted with excitement, howling as they charged towards the fleeing soldiers. The Claw clan warriors of Abyss Fortress possessed unparalleled expertise in capturing and binding foes, allowing Mark to entrust this task to them with confidence. At this moment, Dominic Bolton was engulfed in despair, for he had just been captured by the enemy. Those cunning adversaries had disguised their warships as merchant vessels and feigned death on deck, only to approach seeking refuge. Moved by compassion, Dominic disregarded his subordinates' warnings and connected the two warships. To his dismay, once these scoundrels boarded, they immediately launched an attack, using themselves as leverage to force the sailors of the other two warships to surrender. Meanwhile, a young man toying with a swift eagle remarked to a burly figure, "Captain Charles, what do you think? Am I not right? This fellow is quite the catch." On the other side, First Mate Michael praised, "Ha ha ha. Fong, you are truly remarkable. No wonder the Lord holds you in such high regard." Chapter 33, The Target. The Amber Family. "My lord, surely, you jest. Is this truly the case?" Dominic Bolton gazed incredulously at Marco, questioning whether he had misheard. At this moment, Sass Ting interjected, speaking in a calm tone. 3 days prior, Marco had vanquished the expeditionary forces of the Bolton family, capturing nearly 500 defeated soldiers, among whom was Dominic Bolton, the only son of Count Rufus Bolton. Although Marco was not in want of wealth, he could leverage Dominic Bolton to negotiate favorable terms with Rufus Bolton. Even if negotiations faltered, Marco could still exchange this heir of the Bolton lineage for a substantial sum, ensuring his profit. In the reception hall of Griffin Castle, a multitude of Bolton family captives stood, including Mandy's, Capo, Bucktooth Munson, and Black Eel York. Marco calculated the situation and was astonished to find himself in possession of so many knights of the Bolton family. The North has always held a unique status within the realm of Westeros, primarily comprised of descendants of the First Men. Due to their beliefs, few Northerners pursued knighthood. However, the Bolton family, for various peculiar reasons, had emulated the noble systems of the South, resulting in the establishment of numerous knights, two of whom were unfortunate enough to be present. Once Dominic's agitation subsided, Marco addressed the group. As he uttered the words welcome, Capo and the others momentarily stiffened, their gazes instinctively shifting towards Hank, who stood beside Marco. At that moment, Hank seemed to sense their scrutiny and turned to meet their eyes, revealing a cruel grin that sent shivers down their spines. During the past 3 days, Hank had extracted a wealth of valuable information from them, despite numerous unpleasant exchanges. "No, no," the four exclaimed in unison, only to regret their hasty response as they recalled that their young master, Dominic Bolton, would be detained here indefinitely. The joy of newfound freedom evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming uncertainty about the future. From a young age, Dominic had been captivated by the history of Westeros, diligently studying every book he could find during his nightly training. He possessed an intimate understanding of the continent's past, and if he were to attend the Citadel, he could forge a copper chain link for himself. He was entirely certain that Skaggs Island had never been home to a notable family. The island's indigenous people had always lived in a manner akin to wildlings. Even if all the resources and manpower of Skaggs Island were exhausted, they could never construct such a magnificent castle, leading to only one conclusion: magic. Every child of the North has heard tales of the Forest Children and has grown up listening to the stories of the Dawn War. As Demiric matured day by day, he eventually began to regard these tales as mere legends and jokes. However, now that he discovered these legends were manifesting right before him, he felt as though the seven gods had always been watching over him. Every youth in Westeros dreams of one day commanding dragons and soaring through the skies. Although there are no dragons at present, magic and griffins do indeed exist, and they stand before him. I must seize this rare opportunity. The young man silently vowed within himself. Marco observed the boy, lost in his own reverie, and felt a pang of nostalgia. There was a time when he, too, had been filled with such fantasies and desires for recognition. You're only 20 years old. What are you lamenting for? He chided himself, attempting to quell his wandering thoughts. With a hint of irritation, he cast a reproachful glance at Demiric, as if blaming this overly dramatic youth for his own distraction. He then gathered his thoughts and addressed his trusted companions. Hank, Naxus, Alok, Sarsting, you shall accompany me to the north and beyond. Additionally, Hank summoned the 20 Snow Bear Knights to join us in our campaign. Oh, and don't forget the Wolf Fangs. The rest will remain at Griffin's Roost. Upon my departure, all affairs shall be entrusted to Casper Ed. You are all to obey his commands. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. At that moment, a voice rang out from the center of the hall. My lord, how will you deal with me? It was Demiric Bolton, drawing the gaze of everyone present. The 17-year-old felt his cheeks flush under such scrutiny for the first time. Marco replied nonchalantly, you are already my prisoner. From this day forth, your movements are confined to this floor. I have given orders that should you venture beyond this area, you will be dealt with severely. Your vassal has taken my letter to your father. Once I have concluded my affairs in the north, I will discuss matters with him. Now, Bloodhand Blackstone, take him away. At your command, my lord. 2 weeks later, at Seal Bay, after a week of sailing, Marco and his entourage anchored at a small fishing village dock belonging to House Amber. Though publicly claimed to be a mere fishing village, it was, in fact, the harbor for House Amber's warships and stationed troops. The wildlings from beyond the wall raided southward each year. The purpose of their stationed forces was to combat these incursions. Prior to entering the harbor, Marco's vessels had already established contact with the naval forces of House Amber. After collecting a hefty inspection fee, the Amber naval soldiers allowed Marco and his fleet to dock. These individuals are remarkably audacious. After receiving payment, they did not even inspect Marco's cabin before allowing entry. Although it is now spring, the north remains ensconced in snow, and the climate here is utterly dissimilar to that of Griffin's Roost. The weather at Griffin's Roost has increasingly mirrored that of the southern regions, and within its vicinity, one would hardly encounter such incessant snowfall. The arrival of Marco and his entourage had long since captured the attention of the port's constable. Just as Hank and his companions were directing the soldiers to disembark and assemble, a middle-aged man claiming to be an envoy of the constable approached for negotiations. Behind this envoy stood over 100 fully armed soldiers, some of whom wielded various bows and crossbows, already aimed at Marco and his group. Meanwhile, the constable, Tuin, protected by the soldiers, wore an expression of distress. Initially, he had presumed Marco and his companions were merely ordinary merchants here for trade. While he was still contemplating how much tax to levy, he was informed that Marco had released 20 snow bears from the ship. Startled, Tuin hastily summoned his troops, inwardly cursing the ancestral lineage of the naval officer who had accepted the payment but left him to deal with the ensuing chaos. These snow bears are a unique breed from beyond the mountains, virtually unseen in the north, and many have only heard tales of them. On Skaggs Island, there are only about 30, and upon acquiring them, Marco had appointed individuals specifically to tend to their care. Although the 20 snow bear riders were not formally integrated into Marco's system, their combat prowess and loyalty were beyond reproach. Due to the remarkable defensive capabilities of the snow bears, Marco had merely equipped them with armor on their heads and necks, and the riders wielded primarily crossbows and bows. The anatomical structure of these creatures precludes them from serving as standard mounts. They are utilized instead for intimidation and combat in snowy terrains. Marco's intention in bringing them was primarily for display and as a ceremonial guard, as this marked his inaugural engagement with the nobles of the north. Without sufficient grandeur, one could easily be dismissed. Observing the increasingly tense atmosphere, the envoy from the constable of Codfish Village instinctively swallowed. Gathering his thoughts before addressing Marco amidst the crowd, "Pardon me, my lord. May I inquire as to your identity and the purpose of your considerable military presence here?" At that moment, Marco, mounted on his steed and cloaked in a dark brown mantle that concealed his visage and hair, had resolved to obscure his appearance from the outset to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, his silver hair and violet eyes could readily conjure associations with the Targaryens. It has only been a little over a decade since Robert Baratheon ascended to the throne, and many commoners and nobles alike remain quite familiar with the distinguishing traits of that family. The Grand Sorcerer Naxus timely stepped forward to take the initiative. Addressing the envoy with courtesy, "Greetings, esteemed sir. My master and I hail from the distant continent of Essos. Our vessel lost its way amidst a tempest and unwittingly found its way to Skagos Island. There, we encountered the chieftain of the Stern clan, Alok, who was preparing to journey north to visit the Amber family. Thus, we decided to accompany him. Of course, my master also wishes to pay a visit to the Amber family to sell our goods and replenish our supplies. Well, my lord is merely a constable. As for the esteemed count, we may not find common ground in conversation." Upon hearing that Alok and his company were from Skagos Island, the envoy's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain, and his tone bore an undercurrent of reluctance. However, after receiving a silver coin from Naxus, his demeanor transformed into one of warmth, promptly introducing Naxus to the constable. Naxus, equally amicable and affable, engaged in a brief exchange with the constable, and in a mere 3 minutes, they became fast friends. The constable even extended a special invitation for Marco and his companions to visit his office. Though termed an office, it was, in truth, a modest 2-story wooden structure. As Marco ascended, the wooden joints of the second floor creaked ominously, prompting thoughts of an accidental tumble to the ground below. Observing the man with squinting eyes in a state of delight, Marco surmised that if Naxus were to request his allegiance right then, the fellow would readily acquiesce. Once everyone was seated, Tuan, glowing with enthusiasm, confidently proclaimed, "Is that so? What if I refuse? You audacious Tuan, how dare you recommend these strangers to the final Hearth City? Do you seek death?" Just then, a voice resonated from the staircase as a burly middle-aged man with a full beard entered, clad in simple armor and draped in a dark cloak. His imposing stature, bulging muscles, and the unmistakable aura of a seasoned warrior exuded a military presence. His piercing green eyes fixated on Marco and his companions, brimming with skepticism and distrust. Chapter 34. Codfish Village. Mr. Tucker Gray, do not malign the good-hearted. These esteemed guests are en route to Last Hearth to pay their respects to Lord John Amberber. The sheriff, Tuin, shouted vehemently, his eyes ablaze with indignation, whether over the unfounded accusations against Marco and his companions or the humiliation of being called out. It was difficult to discern. Previously a commoner, Sheriff Tuin had squandered his inheritance after the death of his parents due to his indolence, eventually finding himself in Last Hearth as a servant. His cleverness and knack for flattery caught the eye of Lord John Amberber, who appointed him as sheriff. Despite his ascent, the nickname from his past clung to him like a persistent shadow, a constant reminder of his humble origins. My men have long sensed something amiss, demanding such exorbitant inspection fees. They accepted without hesitation, which is hardly the conduct of a merchant. Speak, who are you truly? As Tucker Gray uttered these words, a dozen soldiers rushed up from below, crossbows trained on Marco and his companions, poised to strike at the slightest provocation. You. Sheriff Tuin found himself in the crosshairs as well, a tumult of surprise and fury swelling within him, feeling thoroughly insulted. He believed Tucker Gray was settling a personal score. In this critical moment, Naxus stepped forward, addressing Tucker Gray. "My lord, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Money is of no consequence to my master. Our family has long conducted trade with King's Landing. This price is standard. The gold cloaks operate in this manner. Furthermore, it is quite normal for us to have formidable guards whilst trading abroad. My master has a penchant for exotic creatures, any animal he has not encountered before. He is likely to purchase. These Snowbear Knights were specially hired from the island. If we intended to attack, we would not come with such a meager contingent. We are not pirates, after all. Would you not agree?" After contemplating Naxus's explanation, Tucker Gray fell into a deep reflection. He then lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of those present. Seeing that he was no longer pursued, Sheriff Tuin's racing heart began to steady. He composed himself and addressed Tucker Gray, Lord Gray. I shall relay the events of today to Lord Amberber in their entirety. Tucker Gray, however, ignored him and turned an axis. If that is the case, then there is no issue. My apologies. I ask for your forgiveness for my earlier offense. Stand down. Just as he was about to depart, Marco's voice rang out. Then, Lord Gray, may I inquire why? Would you harbor such suspicion towards an individual from Skaggs Island and his attendant? It is not so much about suspicion, but rather that there have been peculiar occurrences in the vicinity of the territory lately, which has prompted me to be particularly vigilant regarding outsiders. My apologies. Might you kindly inform the individual in question about what those occurrences entail? Are they perhaps strange creatures? His estate already houses lions, elephants, tigers, and grizzly bears. Could it be the shadowy bobcats exclusive to the realm of Westeros? Marco inquired breathlessly, nearly rushing forward to grasp Tucker Gray, his excitement palpable. Oh, is that so? Then it is of no concern to the individual. Thank you. After uttering those final words, Marco sealed his lips, seemingly unwilling to engage in further discourse concerning exotic animals. This behavior and tone alleviated any lingering doubts Tucker Gray may have had regarding his motives. The coastal defense officer then departed from the office building, disregarding the intense gaze of his attendant, Tuan. However, Tuan was adept at managing his emotions. He lowered his head to adjust his expression, then beamed at the assembled guests, proclaiming, Now then, esteemed guests, please bear with me for a moment. I shall procure someone to deliver a raven's message and endeavor to bring news to you by tomorrow. With that, he hurriedly descended the stairs. Upon witnessing his departure, Marco turned to another cloaked figure beside him and inquired, Madam, have you visited this place before? Are you familiar with it? I have some recollections. This was once merely a small fishing village, and I never expected that over the years it would transform into a port, replied the woman, who, like Marco, was draped in a cloak, none other than Alok's mother, Ellie Amber, matriarch of the Stern family. However, Marco did not permit her to pursue such actions, nor would he allow Alok to escort her. When Marco initially made this statement, it nearly caused the poor mother to faint on the spot. Fortunately, Marco patiently elucidated the reasons. After all, the Amber family was noble, and a hasty reunion could result in them being deemed impostors, considering she had been missing for over a decade. Not to mention, their family servants would likely not recognize her, and her father might not even recall her visage, thus necessitating a gradual approach. Marco's plan was to establish a connection with Last Hearth under the guise of official communication, and subsequently, during a meeting, facilitate Ellie Amber's recognition by her father. At that moment, Alok suddenly interjected, Mother, do you remember what kind of person grandfather was? What did he look like? I recall you mentioning that when he was young, he once drank too much and fell asleep by the roadside. A raven, mistaking him for deceased, came and pecked out his eyes. Your grandfather suddenly awoke in pain, seizing that wretched raven and consuming it whole, which is why the people outside refer to him as Raven Eater Morse. This also explains my aversion to your drinking habits. Really? Haha. Grandfather is truly something. Haha. Oh dear. Alok found himself laughing at this, but his jesting about his grandfather earned him a sharp rap on the head from Ellie Amber. As the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs echoed, Ellie Amber and Marco quickly covered their heads. Before long, Tuan, with a beaming smile, rushed to join the group. He informed Marco and the others that he had dispatched the crow's message, and they could expect news by tomorrow at the latest. In the ensuing time, Marco arranged for Naxos and Tuan to discuss trade matters, having brought a wealth of goods from his Griffin fortress. He aimed to establish a market in this port, seeking to elevate the reputation of Skaggs Island and prevent the Northerners from perceiving it merely as a desolate wasteland. The demand for alcoholic beverages among the Northerners was substantial, yet their agricultural output was lacking, resulting in persistently high prices for such drinks. The semi-finished brews of ale and pumpkin wine in Marco's possession were perfectly suited for affordable sales to the lower classes. As time passed, the brewing techniques in Marco's territory would undoubtedly improve. When the renowned Skaggs Island Alish and pumpkin wines gained recognition, they would naturally penetrate the upper market of the north, subsequently radiating throughout the region. After sampling the test brews, Tuan praised them enthusiastically, asserting that he could offer a purchase price of 1 silver stag per barrel. Westeros boasts a comprehensive monetary system. However, the interchangeability of currencies made of different materials often pose challenges. In summary, a gold dragon possesses a purchasing power equivalent to 100,000, a silver moon to 10,000, and a silver stag to 1,000, with further denominations in copper coins, copper stars, copper pennies, and copper plates representing hundreds, tens, and units, respectively. This is my personal opinion. Please refrain from criticism. Moreover, due to the varying price levels across the 7 kingdoms, these values fluctuate continuously. Thus, a 200-liter barrel of ale could command a price around 1,000 blue star coins. However, such matters were of little concern to Marco. For him, as long as Griffin Fortress continued to flourish, food would be abundant, and monetary concerns were trivial. His sole aim was to open the market. Following their discussions on the purchase prices of other goods, Tuan and Marco recognized that food in the north would always be a hard currency. In recent years, influenced by the prolonged summer, the climate in the north had stabilized somewhat, eliminating the perennial harvest failures. After delegating the signing of trade contracts to the two of them, Marco and the others, guided by Tuan's envoy, made their way to the market in Cod Village. The envoy, known as Frog, was a villager from the surrounding hamlets and had been serving as an attendant beside Tu and since his appointment. The marketplace stretched from the port to the city gates, primarily showcasing fish and game, with vegetables and grains being rather scarce. A few stalls offered various household items, such as ironware and clothing. Are we still being monitored? Marco mused to himself, surprised by the caution exhibited by this individual. He had assumed that his rationale had gained their trust. He could not help but admire this person's keen perception, managing to suspect them based solely on mere traces of evidence. The remnants of the Bolton family were discovered within the territory of House Karstark. Their public narrative claimed they had encountered a storm and pirates at sea, which forced them to seek refuge in Seal Bay, resulting in considerable loss of life and weaponry. However, it was evident that this explanation lacked persuasive power in the eyes of those with ulterior motives. Marco was certain that the northern nobility would seek retribution against Roose Bolton. Furthermore, he could almost foresee the expression of the formidable Lord of the Dreadfort, though he was uncertain of Roose Bolton's reaction upon receiving the gift he had sent. The following morning, Frog, the attendant of Sheriff Tuan, arrived early at the dock where the Moonlight was moored. He brought news that the envoy from Last Hearth was en route. Under Marco's directive, Naxius had fabricated an identity for Marco as the son of a merchant from Lorith. Lorith was one of the 9 free trade cities, located in the northern part of Essos, specifically on a vast archipelago within the Shivering Sea. It lay at the westernmost point of the main island, sheltered by Lorith Bay, situated west of Axe Peninsula and east of Bravos. Among the 9 free trade cities, Lorith was the least prominent, yet Marco found its insignificance and exclusivity advantageous for concealing his true identity. These arrangements were part of Marco's initial strategy. As Lorith had always been an enigmatic locale on the continent of Essos, the islands of Lorith were steeped in legend, with many believing it once housed a colossal city in ancient times, which had since fallen into desolation for reasons unknown. Only the tales of labyrinth builders and the cult of the blind god remained, drawing the interest of scholars from Westeros who sought to unravel their mysteries. With this connection, Marco often found himself needing little explanation, allowing the more astute individuals to draw their own conclusions. Chapter 35. Father and daughter reunited at this moment. Young Jon rode fiercely towards his ancestral domain, Codfish Village, having been entrusted by his father with the task of welcoming an esteemed guest. Just a few days prior, his father had received a raven from the village, wherein the constable, Tuan, conveyed that a large merchant vessel had arrived at his docks. The vessel's owner hailed from the free trade city-states and had lost their way in a tempest, ultimately finding refuge in Seal Bay. Tuan mentioned in his missive that the ship's master wished to engage in trade with House Amber, having originally intended to journey to King's Landing. However, having deviated from their course and with supplies nearly exhausted, they sought to mitigate their losses through nearby transactions. Upon receiving the raven, Lord John Amber of Last Hearth regarded the matter with utmost seriousness and dispatched his son, accompanied by 5 knights, to greet the visitor that very evening. Young John, a towering figure at approximately 2 meters, appeared robust and imposing. Both he and his father bore the name John Amber, renowned as formidable warriors of the North. They were often distinguished by outsiders as Young John for the son and Old John for the father. The arduous journey left young John weary and aching, yet he persevered, and as dusk fell, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Codfish Village. The sentinels stationed at the watchtower had noticed their approach and hastened to report the news, while the remaining soldiers rushed forth to offer their greetings. As young John and his company secured their horses, Constable Tuan and the coastal defense officer, Tuck Gray, arrived simultaneously to meet him. Constable Tuan spoke first, exclaiming, "Master John, I did not expect you to come in person. It seems that the Lord Earl places great importance on this matter, unlike certain individuals who nearly offended our most distinguished guest. Humph. I am merely fulfilling the duty bestowed upon me by the Lord Earl. I shall address any potential threats to our family, young John retorted, his voice booming to quell their quarrel. He, much like his father, was direct and to the point, believing that if both parties were at fault, neither deserved assistance, as their motivations ultimately served their own kin. Realizing his complaint had fallen on deaf ears, Tuan refrained from further argument and quickly added, Master John, the guest and his attendants have remained aboard their merchant vessel to rest. I have dispatched individuals to attend to them over the past few days. Young John, somewhat displeased, inquired, why did you not invite them to the inn? Oh, wait, that place is too foul. Have the village's women sent any over? I recall Layla is quite exceptional, with skills that are second to none. At that moment, Tuck Gray interjected, Master John. In recent days, my subordinates have been diligently rotating their surveillance over them, and they have encountered no significant issues. It appears that their claims hold true. Early the following morning, young Jon Snow arose from Layla's embrace. After donning his attire, he ventured to the docks accompanied by 5 mounted knights under his command. Following a brief report and exchange, Jon witnessed the emergence of Marco and his entourage. Marco, feigning attentiveness, listened to Naxius's briefing before addressing Jon directly. Upon concluding his remarks, a nearby attendant approached, bearing a tray upon which rested a silver telescope. This exquisite instrument was crafted specifically for Marco after his study of glass manufacturing techniques, and there were 5 in total. Although telescopes exist in the realm of Westeros, they are exceedingly costly, primarily sourced from Myr. Myr, one of the 9 free cities of trade, is renowned for its exceptional craftsmanship, producing the finest lenses. Thus, telescopes in Westeros are colloquially referred to as Myr glass tubes. Marco harbored suspicions that they had mastered the art of creating high-purity glass. After receiving the gift, Jon swiftly learned to operate the device with the aid of the attendant. He became so enthralled that he nearly lost himself in the experience, only to be pulled back to reality by one of his knights. Blushing, Jon addressed the guest. My lord, welcome to House Amber. We are ready to depart today. Is there anything else you need to prepare? Approximately an hour later, Marco's party, fully prepared, set forth alongside Jon on their journey to Last Hearth, the ancestral stronghold of House Amber. Last Hearth is situated near the Night Watch's newly granted lands, adjacent to the Last River, positioned in the northeastern corner of the North S Long Lake, with Seal Bay to the west and King S Road to the east. Aside from the Night Watch's fortress, Last Hearth is the northernmost castle in the 7 kingdoms, and behind it lies an expansive forest, reputedly home to the most abundant fish beams in the north, with tales of the children of the forest dwelling deep within. Though the members of House Amber often dismiss such legends as mere folly, Marco's party primarily traveled on horseback, but to accommodate the sole lady of the group, Ellie Amber, Marco procured a cart in Codfish Village. The cart carried gifts prepared by Marco, including glassware, ceramics, and a collection of silverware crafted specifically for this occasion. Additionally, Marco prepared 2 barrels of ale and some distilled spirits, intended as offerings to House Amber. Thus, the group traversed the landscape, making their way over the course of a week until they finally reached Last Hearth. This square-shaped fortress is surrounded by 4 imposing arrow towers, with a large and a small keep at its center and scattered wooden cottages dotting the perimeter. On the periphery of these villages stood a row of wooden fences, towering over 3 meters high. At this moment, Marco and his companions had dismounted, for behind a rudimentary wooden gate, a middle-aged man was leading a group of individuals awaiting their arrival. To Jon, a robust figure standing approximately 2 meters tall, bore a striking resemblance to his son, his face adorned with a full beard, suggesting he was around 40 years of age. Upon spotting his father, young Jon hurried towards him, and after exchanging a few words, Jon welcomed his retainers forward. Greetings, friends from Essos. It is a pleasure to meet you. But why must one conceal their face when meeting a friend? Do you harbor disdain for me? Jon initially offered a courteous salutation, then his gaze settled on Marco, seemingly dissatisfied with his attire. Esteemed Lord Count, I beg your pardon. The deity of one forbids its followers from gazing upon heathens. All beings are the eyes of my Father. Through them, my Father redeems the world. All things are one, and all spirits ultimately converge. A middle-aged man behind Jon approached with a deliberate pace, clad in a gray robe. With short hair and a necklace crafted from various materials, he identified himself as a scholar from a unique organization known as the Citadel, similar to the Night's Watch. Scholars are regarded as servants of Westeros, or rather, servants of knowledge and civilization. Upon completing their studies, they are dispatched to castles or other abodes, serving faithfully as mentors, healers, and advisors. They constitute the most influential grassroots organization, second only to the Faith of the Seven, possessing the power to sway a lord's decisions to a certain extent. The Citadel, located in the old town of southern Westeros, serves as the supreme governing body for all scholars across the Seven Kingdoms. It is here that the most erudite archmasters convene, researching and training newcomers, thus making it their abode. The Citadel is nominally a fief of House Hightower, which has diligently supported its establishment and has consistently acted as a significant benefactor and protector of the scholars. The scholar approached Marco with utmost respect, bowing slightly before addressing him. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Baron, a scholar. Please excuse my intrusion. My former mentor, Dr. Peresdan, once remarked that the cult of the blind god has been extinct for over 1,000 years. Is your deity a manifestation of this great existence?" Marco's arcane rhetoric inadvertently swayed the belief of several individuals present. After this brief inquiry, John Amber chose not to dwell on the matter further and extended a warm invitation for Marco and his companions to enter the castle. As noon approached, the Amber family had prepared a sumptuous feast in anticipation of this meeting. The table was laden with dark bread, cheese, meat broth, roasted suckling pig, rich barley venison soup, roasted chicken, grilled fish, seafood stew, and an array of ingredients that epitomized the culinary artistry of the medieval era. Marco, accustomed to the delicacies of the land of flowers in his previous life, found the most challenging aspects of this new world to be the food and the necessity of relieving himself. Consequently, he feasted solely on roasted meats and bread, for he struggled to palate anything else. During the banquet, Marco and his companions encountered the two uncles of Lord John, Mors Amber and Hoster Amber. Mors Amber was the father of Ellie Amber, and upon seeing her father, Ellie nearly fainted from overwhelming emotion, fortunately steadied by the timely support of a lock beside her. Marco observed this moment and, after completing his meal, proposed to Lord John Amber that they might tour their family's ancestral castle. Marco, with a flourish of persuasion, conveyed to the Amber family that it was his inaugural visit to the continent of Westeros. He recounted having heard tales of Last Hearth while in Essos, where it was described as the castle at the end of the world. Thus, he expressed a profound desire to discover the castle's wonders and to compare it with his own palace. Upon hearing this, Lord John felt a swell of pride and graciously assumed the role of guide, leading Marco and his companions through the castle, starting from the ground floor and exploring room by room. Last Hearth comprised 2 towers, with the main tower occupying approximately 80 of the castle's area, while the smaller secondary tower served as a storage for provisions and a place to rear ravens. The main tower boasted 3 levels. The first floor housed the kitchen, dining room, storeroom, and kennel, along with 8 bedrooms typically occupied by servants. The second floor contained the family members' quarters, a spacious parlor, and a dining area. Though the floors were not adorned with ornate carpets, the Amber family had laid down some deer hide to create a rustic yet fittingly bold ambience, perfectly reflecting their style. Each room on every level featured a grand fireplace, ensuring the castle remained warm and inviting, shielding its inhabitants from the biting cold winds outside. While on the second floor, Marco noticed that each bedroom door bore a name, which delighted him unexpectedly as he sought a way to steer the conversation. Seizing the opportunity, he deliberately paused before the wooden door labeled with the name Ellie and addressed Lord John, saying, "My lord, might I inquire if the young lady named Ellie is not in attendance? I did not see her during today's luncheon." Upon hearing this, Lord John hesitated momentarily, casting his gaze toward his uncle, Mors Amber. Mors Amber took a sip of the ale Marco had offered, sighed deeply, and replied, "My lord Marco, this is the room of my daughter, Ellie Amber. Over a decade ago, she was taken by those brigands beyond the wall, and she is my only child in this world. Thus, I have kept this room for her. Oh dear, how terribly impolite of me. It is entirely my fault. I apologize. It was merely by chance that someone had noticed a mouse scurrying inside, prompting attention to this place." With an expression of regret, Marco spoke, seemingly remorseful for his indiscretion. "What? No way. I must go in and take a look. Where are my keys?" Upon hearing this, Mors Amber immediately became agitated. He handed the bottle to his servant and began rummaging through his pockets. "After all these years, how could you still forget?" Ellie Amber remarked as she approached, retrieving the room key from the pouch attached to Mors's belt. Subsequently, amid the astonished gazes of the Amber family, she unlocked the door and stepped inside with a measured pace. Skillfully, she found flint to ignite a candle. Then, she extracted a bag from the drawer and directed her words at Morse Amber, saying, "Father, I have always insisted that the prosthetic I must be worn. Why do you not heed my words?" Chapter 36. The Forest of Dreams. You were little Ellie, Morse Amber exclaimed, his face a portrait of disbelief. As if he could scarcely fathom the reality before him, his hands trembled incessantly, a testament to his overwhelming excitement. At that moment, Ellie Amber was also in tears, having longed for this moment since the restoration of her memories. She had awaited this day for what felt like an eternity, and all her words culminated in a single embrace. The long-separated father and daughter held each other tightly, their eyes brimming with tears, not tears of sorrow, but tears of joy and happiness. Marco and the others quietly withdrew to the doorway, granting the father-daughter duo their privacy. Marco turned to Lord John and said, "I sincerely apologize, my lord. In truth, someone had known about this for quite some time, but due to the passage of years, that someone feared your family might regard Lady Ellie as an impostor, which is why the truth remained unspoken." Lord John waved his hand dismissively at Marco. "Humph. Over the years, there have been numerous interlopers claiming to be the Amber clan's kin. Had it not been for your assistance, this sister of the clan would likely have been turned away at the threshold. Lord Marco, from this day forth, you shall be our most esteemed guest of the Amber family. The old gods above will bear witness to this." Initially, Morse Amber had hoped to welcome his grandson into the Amber lineage, yet Alok believed himself the chieftain of the Stern clan, responsible for his people. Thus, he respectfully declined his grandfather's proposal, asserting that he would ensure one of his sons would join the Amber family in due course. Furthermore, under Marco's guidance, he revealed to Lord John that he commanded over 10,000 subjects, which elicited great delight from the northern count. No lord would refuse the opportunity to expand their family's influence, as evidenced by the numerous branches of the Flint family in the north. Should the family decline or the heirs perish, they could seek an heir from the collateral lines to inherit the family name and legacy. Moreover, Alok proposed that his tribe would serve as a distribution hub for Marco's goods, anticipating a significant influx of merchandise to last hearth. The gathering continued into the late hours of the night. The three principal members of the Amber family had intended to toast Marco, but he graciously declined under the pretext of a religious prohibition against alcohol. Reluctantly, they shifted their focus to Sars and his companions. By the end of the evening, Marco's guards were thoroughly inebriated, depleting all the provisions of wine he had brought. The great mage Naxus, due to his advanced age, managed to evade the debauchery, while Marco and he spent the night engaging in discourse with Baron, the scholar of the Amber family. Marco, under the pretense of seeking out exotic creatures, relentlessly gathered intelligence concerning the fabled Last Hearth City. Baron, intrigued by the blind faith that Marco professed, occasionally took out his notebook to jot down the words spoken by him. However, the so-called doctrines and mythologies were mere fabrications of Marco's imagination, with many tenets borrowed from the Church of the Cross of Blue Star. The half-truths he spun ensnared the scholar, who found himself unable to discern reality from fiction, and he unwittingly developed a longing for the place from which Marco hailed. As a servant of knowledge, every scholar possesses an innate curiosity towards unknown civilizations and cultures. Baron had ventured to the north with the aspiration of unearthing the history of the Children of the Forest. Given that Last Hearth City was the location with the most sightings of the Children of the Forest, Baron harbored a dream of attaining a doctorate in his lifetime. His greatest admiration was reserved for his former mentor, Dr. Paristan, a living encyclopedia of world history, capable of recounting any event or figure related to a name from any era. Yet, Baron did not envision achieving Dr. Parestan's level of expertise. His current ambition was simply to reconstruct the history of the Children of the Forest. Marco continued to play the role of a dandy enamored with exotic beings, his discourse seldom straying from the topic, which left Baron, who was diligently taking notes, somewhat agitated. In a moment of desperation, to obtain information about the mysterious sect that Marco spoke of, Baron recounted the legends of the entire North. Upon hearing this, Marco displayed great enthusiasm, expressing a desire to journey northwards to the Wall of Despair and, if feasible, to search for the legendary giants. This nearly brought Baron to tears, as he feared that should Marco venture beyond the wall, he would undoubtedly be flayed alive by the members of the Amber family. Nevertheless, Marco paid no heed to Baron's distressed demeanor and announced his intention to explore the Wolf's Tail forest behind Last Hearth City the following day. Seeking the fabled Children of the Forest, Baron swallowed hard, glancing at the several inebriated members of the Amber family, and silently suppressed the urge to report his concerns. As the banquet concluded, Marco observed the trembling Baron with a quiet sigh of relief. He had shared far too much that evening. His recollections concerning the 9 free trade city-states were scant, and during his time in Blue Star, it was only due to the faceless one, Jakuin, that he had delved into the intricacies of this city named after a certain individual. Marco was uncertain whether the information he had conveyed bore any resemblance to the realities of this world. Thus, to avert revealing his facade, he gradually lured Baron into his conversational snare, intending to make him believe that Marco's inclination to explore the Wall of Despair and beyond was a result of Baron's encouragement. With such entanglements in play, Baron would be less inclined to scrutinize the veracity of the information Marco had shared. Moreover, Marco was acutely aware that, apart from a handful of industrious scholars holding bachelor's and doctoral degrees, their breadth of knowledge and intelligence was confined solely to the continent of Westeros. This limitation was the very foundation upon which he dared to weave his half-truths. The fury of the wind god, the coldness of the water god, the decay of the earth god. At that moment, Marco found himself standing amidst a dense thicket, an unusual energy pulsating in rhythm with these invocations, sharpening his senses to their essence. As the prayers came to an end, the entire space shattered instantaneously, along with Marco's consciousness, which fragmented into oblivion. The scene shifted, and Marco's awareness re-emerged, revealing him beside a fish tree. A young human male, approximately 20 years of age, was ensnared by vines that bound his hands above him, his body marred by claw marks, presenting a most melancholic sight. Initially, Marco surmised this to be an image of the Night King's emergence. However, upon noticing the singular presence of a child of the forest, he sensed an unsettling discrepancy. The state of the forest child was peculiar as well. One eye glimmered with a faint blue light, and the obsidian dagger in his hand appeared to slip precariously. Surrounding this young man lay over a dozen human corpses, some in various stages of decay, while others seemed freshly unearthed. At that moment, the human male was engulfed in terror, acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited him. He struggled desperately against his bindings, yet the vines, as if animated by a life of their own, tightened their grip with each futile attempt. A roar pierced the air, startling the struggling man into stillness as a large feline emerged from the depths of the forest. Its fur was a deep black, adorned with gray stripes, and its size was comparable to that of a Siberian tiger. It placed a human corpse beside the fish and then approached the man, issuing a commanding roar. The man, utterly terrified, lost control of his bodily functions. Upon seeing him subdued, the great cat nuzzled against the child of the forest. At that moment, the forest child froze, her eyes transforming entirely to a brilliant blue. Ignoring the smoke rising from her hands, she grasped the obsidian dagger and plunged it forcefully into the heart of the young man. He cried out in agony, emanating an eerie blue light, before succumbing to lifelessness. The forest child then rolled her eyes back and collapsed, fortunately caught by the great cat's back. After a brief interval, she struggled to rise, her eyes returning to normalcy. Cautiously, she approached the young man, seemingly intent on verifying his demise. Just as her hand reached toward him, a chilling shriek erupted, shattering the fabric of the surrounding space into dust, and Marco jolted awake from his dream. The three-eyed raven once revealed to Marco that the realm of consciousness harbors a remarkably mysterious energy, an energy that bestowed upon Marco a faculty akin to the green sight, enabling him, under certain circumstances, to perceive the past and foresee the future. It is noteworthy that throughout the entirety of Westeros, only the three-eyed raven, a green seer, and a select few of the children of the forest possess such a unique ability. Initially, he dismissed Skagos Island, for after conquering it, Marco had dispatched agents to meticulously inspect all the fish beams on the island, documenting their sizes and creating corresponding topographical maps. The terrain and scenes within his dreams bore no resemblance to the data in Marco's possession. Furthermore, if there were indeed children of the forest on Skagos, they would have long been revered by the Rockborn as deities. As for the lands beyond, it was even less plausible. The dream-esque scenery unfolded within a forest with scant snowfall, and the attire of the corpses suggested a greater affiliation with the denizens of the north. Perhaps the location of these events lies in my vicinity. Corpses? Marco seemed to recall something, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, the soft chant from the depths of the forest awakened a certain dreadful being. Find it. Destroy it. The task log that materialized before him startled Marco. After an extended absence of tasks, he had presumed it had become obsolete. The following morning, Marco and his companions stood at the outskirts of Wolfstail Forest, which is part of Wolfwood, separated by the Last River, leading the denizens of Last Hearth to dub it Wolfstail. Wolfwood is the largest forest in the north, stretching from deepwood motte in the west to last hearth in the east, encompassing the most expansive woodland in all of Westeros, predominantly adorned with oak, coniferous trees, and blackthorn. At that moment, Ser Baron and young Jon Snow were at the forest's entrance, attempting to dissuade Marco. Early that day, Marco had expressed to Jon his desire to venture into Wolf's Tail, motivated by Ser Baron's assertion that the forest harbored children of the forest and shadow cats. Upon hearing this, Ser Baron felt the piercing gaze of several menacing eyes directed at him, prompting him to hastily position himself before Marco. Yet, Marco insisted on his necessity to proceed and declared to the members of House Amber that these were the only matters of interest to him. Jon proposed dispatching a contingent of 50 men for his protection, but Marco declined, opting instead to take only Sars Ting and 2 others. After vanquishing several formidable warriors from House Amber, Jon relinquished the idea of sending reinforcements. Nevertheless, he did send his son, young Jon, to serve as Marco's guide. While Ser Baron volunteered to act as an advisor, his fear was palpable. He could easily surmise the repercussions of remaining behind, thus perceiving that staying close to Marco was his safest course of action. "Behold," said Bachelor Baron, "Sir Mackerel, it is truly unnecessary for you to enter. We can finance the recruitment of hunters for you. What more could you desire?" Upon hearing this, Mackerel, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Bachelor Baron, did you hear that? This is indeed a divine revelation pertaining to certain beings from beyond." No sooner had he spoken than he commanded everyone to set forth. Today, Mackerel and his companions would be traveling on foot, accompanied by 10 snow bear knights. However, due to the constraints of the forest, none of the snow bears could be brought along. Mackerel, relying on the memory stored in his mind, led the way ahead, while Little John and Baron anxiously stomped their feet, eager to catch up with him. Yet, they were held back by Hank and his companions. Ilok, as initially agreed, remained behind in Hearthstone, where Mackerel instructed him to diligently learn the art of governance from his uncle. Chapter 37. The last child of the forest. In the depths of Wolf's Tail Wood, fishleaf trees abound, yet apart from a few ancient specimens etched with human faces, the majority appear relatively youthful. The fishleaf tree is a deciduous species that thrives across the continent of Westeros, its branches and trunk pale as bone, while its leaves are a deep crimson, reminiscent of bloodied hands. Most fishleaf trees bear carvings of human faces, some of which were inscribed by the children of the forest long before the first men crossed the narrow sea. The wildlings beyond the wall and the descendants of these first men continue this tradition, and due to the tree's red sap, the faces sometimes seem to weep blood. Only those fishleaf trees adorned with human visages are referred to as heart trees, holding profound sanctity for the old gods' followers in the north. They pray, make vows, and forge marital bonds before these trees, believing that such acts are witnessed by the old gods, while also holding the belief that no one can lie in their presence. Additionally, the fishleaf tree possesses the remarkable trait of remaining uncorrupted, rendering its wood an exceptional material for crafting various items. Thus, the Amber family's timber trade is renowned throughout the north. They categorize Wolf's Tail wood into several sections, planting fishleaf trees by year, with the Amber family's fishleaf longbows and spears gaining considerable fame across the north. It appears that the further north one travels in Westeros, the more abundant and robust the fishleaf trees become. When Jon Snow shared this, his face brimmed with pride, expressing intentions to procure a fishleaf longbow for Marco. Suddenly, a beastly roar shattered the air, and the tension heightened among the group. Hank and his companions swiftly shielded Marco, who discerned the intent behind the roar. In the distance, a colossal shadow cat sprinted toward them, pursued closely by several figures. The shadow cat appeared to stagger, evidently gravely injured, upon spotting Marco and the others. It did not flee but charged directly towards them, seemingly seeking refuge from its pursuers. At that moment, a dark figure lunged from the shadows, colliding with the shadow cat. The impact caused the creature to stumble, losing its balance and crashing to the ground, revealing that a humanoid being was strapped to its back. This being tumbled to the ground, landing heavily. Its skin was dark, and it bore a resemblance to a 13-year-old human child. Covered in dirt and clad in a garment fashioned from leaves and vines, the attire was tattered, with crimson droplets seeping from within. At this juncture, Marco abruptly turned to the astonished Bachelor Baron, exclaiming, How splendid! Bachelor, you have indeed not deceived anyone. There truly are children of the forest here. Just look at her appearance and attire. It is exactly as you described. Therefore, giants and wights must exist as well, correct?" Little John was about to reprimand Baron when his peripheral vision caught sight of over 10 figures in the distance. He urgently shouted, "Stand guard." As soon as the words left his lips, he drew the massive double-handed sword from his waist, adopting a defensive stance. Upon closer inspection of the 10 figures, his pupils involuntarily contracted, for he beheld 12 corpses, some already in a state of decay, while others had their intestines spilling forth. What in the world is this? Wait. Those blue eyes. Could this be the fabled corpse demon? Baron. Scholar. Lord Marco. Hurry. Seeing that Baron offered no response, Little John turned to Marco, only to be taken aback at the sight before him. Marco had already approached the forest child, seemingly intent on touching this legendary being. Meanwhile, Baron stood frozen, mumbling to himself, entirely oblivious to the surrounding chaos. Observing the utterly unreliable duo, Little John felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Yet he had no time to dwell on it, for a corpse demon had already charged close to him. At that moment, Marco was crouched on the ground, examining the injuries of the forest child, while the fallen shadow lynx was roaring at him. It had intended to rush forward, but, hindered by its injured hind leg, could only whimper, its voice laced with warnings. Calmly, Marco reassured it, "Do not be afraid. I will assist you and your master. She is gravely injured. I must tend to her first." Thanks to his skill of understanding all beings, Marco's words transformed into a low-frequency sound, rendering them imperceptible to those around. The shadow lynx was momentarily taken aback, astonished that it could comprehend Marco's speech. Suddenly, it sensed movement behind it and swiftly turned to defend itself. Realizing that 2 corpse demons had stealthily approached, just as it prepared to attack, 2 crossbow bolts struck the demons, sending them staggering back with tremendous force. However, this heart-targeting assault did not incapacitate the creatures, who continued their advance towards Marco and his companions. The 10 snow bear knights guarding Marco seized their war hammers and charged forward, having previously utilized crossbow bolts against the demons. Yet, many of the undead remained undeterred, bounding forth despite their bodies riddled with arrows. Marco, wishing to conceal his obsidian weapon, had refrained from bringing it out this time. Besides, he deemed these level 2 creatures beneath his notice. As the 2 demons drew near, they were swiftly met by 2 knights, their hammers sending one of the creatures flying, the sheer force obliterating its skull. Seeing the forest child grievously injured, Marco immediately employed vital regeneration to treat her. A faint glow of magical energy flickered over her, gradually stabilizing her breathing. Shielded by Narcissus and the others, neither John nor his companion noticed the peculiarities in their surroundings, as John was currently engaged in fierce combat with a ghoul. The limited number of ghouls posed little threat, and within just over 10 minutes, the 15 ghouls were vanquished. With a swift stroke, John cleaved the final ghoul in 2, letting out a sigh of relief. He turned to Marco and exclaimed, "My Lord Marco, we must leave at once. Today's events are most peculiar." Before John could finish his sentence, he was bitten on the calf by a ghoul that had lost half its body. Flesh was torn away from his leg amid his cries of agony. With a fierce kick, he sent the half-ghoul sprawling and, dragging his injured foot, swung his sword at the creature, cursing as he reduced it to a bloody pulp. Marco first retrieved a leather pouch from his waist, administering a dose of sleeping potion to John before preparing to cauterize the wound with wildfire. The scholars of Westeros boasted a comprehensive medical system, especially adept at wound management, significantly reducing the likelihood of infection, even in cases of necrosis. They employed maggots to consume the decayed flesh, applying a specially formulated ointment to prevent further infection. The eerie blue flames seared John's wound, eliciting another agonized scream as he railed against the loathsome ghouls. Despite his injuries, he urged Marco to flee, his own plight serving as a grim reminder of the danger they faced. Sastin and his companions, sensing the peril, meticulously divided into 3 teams to besiege the ghouls, focusing their attacks on the creature's limbs and heads. After dispatching all the ghouls, Marco completed the healing of the shadow lynx, which initially resisted but soon calmed upon sensing Marco's wondrous magic. As the spell took effect, the lynx's wound ceased to bleed. Watching the injured John insistently implore him to leave, Marco felt a surge of emotion. However, his task remained incomplete, and he could not depart just yet. In Marco's perspective, the otherworldly being behind the ghouls was likely the target of this mission, and with John now injured, he could justify leaving him behind. The three-eyed raven had once spoken of an ancient time when the energy of life within the ghouls was stable, sustained by the fire magic of dragon crystals. Yet, for reasons unknown, this life energy had transformed into a force filled with death and ice, which had driven the ghouls into madness. For many years, the three-eyed crow has been in pursuit of the truth. In his view, had he not proposed the creation of the others, his kin would not have suffered such devastating losses. This powerful notion has lingered in the labyrinth of his memories, and regardless of how many times he has changed forms, the three-eyed crow remains resolute in uncovering the truth behind the rampage of the others. He has asserted that to forge an entity akin to the king of the others requires an immense expenditure of life energy. Marco suspects that the child of the forest has also fallen under the influence of some mysterious force, compelled to partake in this ritual against her will. However, Marco is aware that this other is likely not very powerful. Otherwise, today would have witnessed the final battle for Heathfire Keep. Everything shall await her awakening. Marco silently mused, unconsciously directing his gaze toward the child of the forest at his feet. At that moment, the child of the forest slowly opened her eyes. Her dark golden irises filled with confusion, but upon seeing the surrounding humans, her expression sharpened instantly. With a swift motion, she drew an obsidian dagger from her waist. Half crouching on the ground and baring her teeth in what she deemed a fearsome display, the shadowy lynx, now recovered, leaped to her side, nuzzling against her. The child of the forest affectionately patted its head before vaulting onto its back. As she prepared to depart, Marco hastily called out, "Hey, you can't just leave like this. You won't be able to handle that monster." The peculiar intonations of the source language flowed like a melody, aside from Marco and the child of the forest. No one could discern that they were communicating. Marco's large hat concealed him thoroughly, and neither Baron nor his companions noticed their exchanges. John and his companion merely observed Marco gesturing to the child of the forest, assuming he wished to retain this legendary being. Just as they believed she was about to flee, a shocking scene unfolded. The child of the forest dismounted the shadowy lynx and approached Marco with measured steps. By the gods above, how can a mere human wield the source language? What mysterious being are you the embodiment of? And how do you know of that creature? My sisters shall never forgive me. I have failed to protect this last sanctuary, while the minions of the other consume the magic here. Oh, unknown deity, can I still atone for my sins? Marco regarded her sorrowful, shadowy visage and replied softly, I am but an ordinary mortal, yet the others are enemies of all life. I witnessed your deeds in my dreams, which is why I have come here. The child of the forest, with her oddly elongated name, gazed at Marco timidly and said, You. I shall call you Moonshadow. Could you tell me what exactly has transpired? Looking at the pitiable little girl, Marco could not help but perceive her as someone in need of protection, akin to a younger sister. In the ensuing moments, Yue recounted the entire saga to Marco. Following the Dawn War, their tribe had chosen to seclude themselves within this forest. Typically, they remained hidden in underground caverns. However, for reasons unknown, their kin have been mysteriously perishing one by one over the past few years. As she spoke, sorrow and heartbreak filled Wing's eyes, and even the nearby fish-leaf trees rustled softly, as if attuned to her emotions. Little did she anticipate that the entity she had awakened would be so fearsome, directly seizing control of her body to utter the language of the undead. Observing Marco's perplexed expression, Wang elucidated, this magic is the very incantation used to conjure the whites. My people possess the ability to converse with the deceased. Yet, the human anatomy and life energy are truly remarkable. Our prophet, upon wielding this magic, inadvertently birthed the ice white. Now, I have inadvertently summoned another. This must be the deity's retribution upon me. My sisters have warned that the realm of the dead has been tainted and is no longer ours to traverse. Yet, I have dared to trespass. Noticing Yue Ying's despondent demeanor, Marco hastily reassured her, do not fret. Perhaps my presence here is guided by your deities. I shall assist you. Chapter 38, The Half-Finished Wraith. At this moment, Bachelor Baron was filled with excitement, for he had encountered a child of the forest, a tangible being, rather than a mere figment of a villager's imagination. Although Baron was not a devout follower, he felt an overwhelming urge to express gratitude to the seven gods, as his ethereal dream might finally be within reach. However, this exhilaration was short-lived, as Marco mercilessly shattered it by declaring that he had received divine inspiration and must venture deep into the woods with the child of the forest. Initially, Baron resisted, but when Marco suggested that he could facilitate a close encounter with the forest child, Baron cast aside all of John's earlier warnings. Baron waved enthusiastically at Marco as he departed, only to be unceremoniously knocked to the ground by young John, who was being supported by two snow bear knights while another stood vigil with a crossbow. Young John, seething with rage, found it inappropriate to vent his frustration on the nearby warriors, so he redirected his ire towards Baron, exclaiming, Did I not instruct you to stop them? What the hell are you doing? Cheering them on? Rubbing his sore backside, Baron rose from the ground with a forced smile and said to young John, "My Lord John, please do not be angry. Even if you were uninjured, I believe you could not have halted Lord Marco." Young John contemplated resisting further, but the effects of the medication coursing through him rendered his mind blank. "Helpless," he stammered. "Old gods above, I hope you bless Lord Marco. Otherwise, my father and the others will not spare me." Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Marco and his companions were making their way toward the fishbeam tree. Ewing mentioned that their secluded cave was nearby, and the monstrous entity was likely lurking there. The forest was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of even the faintest sound of insects or birds, as if some dreadful presence had frightened them all away. This unsettling stillness was attributed to a chilling aura that pervaded the woods, a power that seemed to be steadily intensifying. Marco sensed a cold energy spreading around him. Not the kind associated with melting snow, but a bone-chilling frost that pierced the very soul. As Marco's level increased, he found himself more attuned to the currents and flows of energy surrounding him. The shadow lynx emitted a low growl, releasing a misty vapor from its mouth. The special energy caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet, resulting in crystalline droplets forming on its whiskers. The forest child, Yu-ing, turned to Marco and said, "Human who speaks the ancient tongue, we are growing ever closer to the heart tree. Are you not afraid?" Marco chuckled lightly and replied, "In our eyes, you are merely a little girl. If you are unafraid, why should we be? I am not merely a young girl, by the reckoning of your kind. I have existed for 600 years. I have yet to engage in true combat, nor do I possess the art of battle magic. Yet I am accompanied by animal allies who shall assist me." A low growl, akin to a warning, emanated from the shadowy lynx, interrupting the dialogue of the two individuals. Reacting promptly, Marco issued orders for vigilance among his companions. This time, with no observers such as Little John nearby, Marco commanded Hank and the others to retrieve the obsidian weapons. From the depths of the forest thicket, shadows flickered, and suddenly, a pack of forest wolves charged forth, revealing themselves to be reanimated corpses. Their gray-white eyes radiated a terrifying blue light, rendering them both eerie and fearsome. These undead wolves swiftly advanced towards Marco and his group, their slender forms allowing them to deftly evade several crossbow bolts. Following closely behind, more than 10 additional undead emerged, including a massive skeletal bear and a horse of bones. Perhaps due to the dragon's lack of resurrection, the obsidian weapons did not cause the undead to decay as rapidly as one might expect from tales. Marco observed one of the undead wolves, despite having been struck by 4 obsidian arrows, still sprinting with remarkable speed. Fortunately, while the effect was diminished, it did not imply a complete lack of efficacy. Given sufficient numbers, the obsidian arrows could still vanquish the undead. At that moment, Lauren Hawkeye seized the opportunity, loosing 2 more arrows at the undead wolf, striking its head and chest. Finally, the creature succumbed, letting out a ghastly cry before slowly disintegrating into nothingness. Witnessing the effectiveness of their efforts, Marco felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, the lack of anticipated results from the obsidian weapons had caused a knot of anxiety in his chest. Marco recognized that he often fell prey to such empirical errors, relying too heavily on his knowledge of tales and making reckless assumptions. Wildfires and the undead were no exception. Reflecting upon it, had he not encountered this mission, he might have faced annihilation by the horde of undead upon venturing beyond the wall. He had believed that with the obsidian weapons, he and his subordinates could traverse the wilderness with impunity, yet reality had delivered a resounding slap to his face. It became clear to him that he must not underestimate these indigenous forces, or he would indeed suffer grave consequences. The undead had existed for millennia. They did not perish in a comical manner as depicted in tales. Marco silently acknowledged this truth, feeling a sense of gratitude for having encountered the undead early on. For the consequences of ignorance could have been dire. At this moment, the second wave of undead, led by the skeletal bear, surged forth. The physical decay among this group was significantly pronounced, rendering them slower than their wolf counterparts. As the formidable brown bears and skeletal steeds charged forward, Sasting and his 2 companions raised their shields and bravely advanced. Being of the 3rd-tier combat class, their strength was already formidable, and with Marco's skills enhancing their capabilities, both their speed and power saw a marked improvement. Observing the 3 guardians rushing into battle, Marco invoked the blessing ritual. A colossal angelic apparition flickered through the air, bestowing upon Sasting and his companions immense strength and courage. Nearby, Naxus also felt the surge of this power, filling him with valor so intense that he nearly charged into close combat with the undead. With a resounding clash, the 2 animal corpses collided with Sasting and his allies. Each of the 3 swordsmen, skilled in the art of swordplay and shielded for protection, found themselves impervious to significant harm from the ghastly foes. With the shield bash characteristic activated, the two terrifying undead were swiftly decapitated, drawing from their initial combat experience. The Snow Bear Knights concentrated their assaults on a single skeleton, and by the time it reached Sas Ting and his group, it was riddled with no fewer than 5 or 6 arrows. The obsidian weapons proved effective against the undead, allowing Sas Ting and his companions to dispatch their foes with lethal precision. As the last of the skeletal horde fell, Marco's face broke into a satisfied smile. Had the obsidian weaponry failed initially, he might have resorted to magical attacks. The dangers beyond this realm were far greater, and mana was a precious resource, diminishing with each use. Marco had previously experimented with his own blood, discovering its potential to replenish mana, albeit only once per day. The initial restoration yielded around half of his mana, but subsequent uses diminished in efficacy over the following days. Moreover, it seemed that using blood to restore mana came with certain drawbacks. During his tests, Marco noticed that post-recovery, the power of his magical skills waned, and casting times extended. At that moment, a spear of ice suddenly hurtled toward Marco's position. He felt a sharp tug pulling him backward, and in an instant, he was yanked from his previous spot. Though somewhat disheveled, he narrowly escaped with his life. A completely ice-forged spear struck the ground a mere 30 centimeters from him. Turning to see who had saved him, Marco discovered it was Hank who had acted just in time. Expressing his gratitude, Marco's gaze shifted to a large tree not far away, where a humanoid figure stood atop its crown, cloaked in an aura of death. The figure's skin was dark and marred with cracks, and as sunlight filtered through, hints of bluish-black blood, mixed with icy shards, trickled from its wounds. At Hanky's command, the 7 Snow Bear Knights launched their obsidian crossbow bolts at the creature with remarkable speed. Yet, unlike the corpses, this being displayed remarkable agility, having already leapt down from the tree before the arrows had even been fired. Upon witnessing the demise of the undead, he did not linger but swiftly retreated deeper into the forest, suggesting a degree of cunning intelligence. Observing this, Marco promptly ordered his companions to pursue. Also beckoning to the eager forest dweller, Moonshadow, Marco inquired, "Can your companion scent the presence of that creature?" Although Marco was capable of communicating with the Shadow Lynx, this particular feline was fiercely wild, displaying hostility towards anyone but Moonshadow. This left Marco feeling increasingly exasperated, sensing an inexplicable animosity from the lynx. Upon hearing Marco's question, Moonshadow nodded in affirmation and began to whisper to the Shadow Lynx. Soon after, Marco heard a low growl from the lynx, seemingly an indication of approval. Thus, Marco instructed Moonshadow to trail behind the group as they ventured further into the woods, where the 7 Snow Bear Knights continued to unleash their crossbow bolts towards the otherworldly being. After pursuing for over 200 meters, Lauren the Eagle Eye seized the opportune moment to strike decisively, launching an obsidian arrow that found its mark in the creature's heart. The force of the projectile was such that the creature lost control and collapsed to the ground, emitting a low, mournful growl. The entity extracted the obsidian arrow from its heart, steam still rising from the tip. The obsidian had evidently inflicted some harm, though it did not reduce the creature to dust as one might expect from tales. Observing this, Marco urgently commanded an offensive. The barrage of obsidian arrows concentrated on the creature, which let out a piercing wail as it began to convulse violently. As they drew closer, they finally beheld the creature's form, retaining a semblance of humanity, albeit marred by numerous fissures across its body. This being was a far cry from Marco's preconceived notions of the otherworldly, still possessing human-like hair and eyes, yet the wounds inflicted by the obsidian arrows were widening ominously. Just as the Snow Bear Knights prepared to deliver the final blow, an eerie azure energy emanated from the creature. A chilling, biting wind surged forth from the being as though it possessed awareness, sweeping towards Marco and his companions, leaving them momentarily paralyzed by the frigid aura. Without awaiting Marco's command, the Snow Bear Knights loosed their crossbows, their obsidian arrows striking the creature with precision. The focus was on its head and heart, and under the relentless onslaught of arrows, the creature's energy was finally neutralized, its form gradually disintegrating into fine powder, dissipating into the air. With his faint sense of perception, Marco also detected the changes in the otherworldly creature. The cold energy within him seemed to stand in stark opposition to the properties of obsidian. The reason obsidian is capable of slaying such beings ultimately lies in the fiery magical energy it harbors. Obsidian, often referred to as dragon crystal, serves as the vessel for magic in this realm. Both the children of the forest and the Valyrians utilize dragon crystals to wield their spells. The Valyrians call it frozen fire, while the children of the forest believe it to be forged from the flames of life by the gods themselves. Marco had previously studied this renowned magical artifact, yet, perhaps due to the divergence in magical systems, the dragon crystal remained unresponsive in his hands. Contemplating this, Marco murmured, "Oh, a mighty dragon. It seems that only with the resurrection of the dragon can these dragon crystals reveal their true potential." Chapter 39, Gifts and Tasks. Ramsay Snow was in high spirits today, for his servant, the foul-mouthed Reek, had informed him that his long-unseen half-brother had been captured by hostile forces. Upon hearing this news, Ramsay was so elated that he could not sleep a wink that night. If his brother were to perish out there, he would become the sole heir of House Bolton. Eagerly, he made his way to the Dreffort, yearning to confer with his father in hopes of gleaning insight into his brother's predicament. At that moment, Roose Bolton stood before 4 trembling figures: Mandus, Karstark, the buck-toothed Mervyn, and the slippery eel, York. These were the very men he had dispatched to conquer the Isle of Skagos. He had anticipated that this expedition would proceed unnoticed. Yet to his astonishment, both contingents had been utterly decimated. In Roose's estimation, magic was merely a child's trick, wholly inconsequential. After all, the Targaryens, who boasted of their true dragon blood, ultimately met their demise as well. He believed that soldiers and weapons constituted the most potent form of magic in this world, dismissing sorcery and wizards as mere fabrications. In his youth, he had encountered many so-called sorcerers. With this thought in mind, Roose coldly commanded, "Turn around and let me see what my friend has bestowed upon me." At his words, Mandus and Karstark trembled even more violently. Yet compelled by the fury in their lord's voice, they reluctantly turned their bodies, unfastening their tunics to reveal their backs. During their imprisonment in the Eyrie, they had contemplated erasing these tattoos, but after being discovered by Hank and his men, they were bound. Later, when Domeric was captured, they were finally released. But Hank had threatened their young lord's life, compelling them to abandon any thoughts of removing the tattoos. Haha, how utterly amusing. My friend knows me all too well. He understands my family. Roose Bolton chuckled heartily at the sight of the tattoos, his laughter sending chills down the spines of those surrounding him. In their minds, Roose Bolton had always been a figure of extreme calm and discipline. Such a display of emotion was a rarity for him, further intensifying Mandus and the others' dread. Just then, a servant entered the chamber, approaching Roose with measured steps and whispering, "My lord, Ramsay has arrived. He wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Roose's laughter abruptly ceased. He composed himself and replied to the servant, "Ramsay. Has news traveled so swiftly? Let him in." After the servant departed, Roose contemplated for a moment before raising his gaze to Mandus and the others, stating, "Very well. I have come to a decision. I shall not pursue your accountability for this matter any further. However, you must disclose to me in full what transpired during those 2 occurrences." "Indeed, my lord." Subsequently, they lowered their heads and exchanged glances, and after a brief exchange of looks, Mandus, the unassuming native with no significant power, was pushed forward. As the account reached the point where Marco rode the griffin, Rams had just entered and was visibly taken aback upon hearing this. Nevertheless, he exhibited remarkable intelligence, suppressing his astonishment as he approached Roose Bolton, bowing respectfully. Roose Bolton was deep in thought regarding Mandus's narrative and merely gestured for Rams to take his place behind him. At that moment, Roose Bolton abruptly interrupted Mandus's tale, inquiring, "Is that castle vast? Do you mean to say it grew larger as you departed? Moreover, those soldiers who guarded us claimed that the castle would expand further, its territory increasing. I wonder if there is any truth to this." Roose Bolton pondered intently, his expression grave, as he asked, "So, have you truly witnessed his magic? Does such a phenomenon genuinely exist?" As Roose Bolton's words progressed, his tone was rife with inner conflict, seemingly wishing for the truth yet also fearing it. Upon hearing those 2 words, Merson and York involuntarily trembled, causing Roose Bolton to sense something amiss. His countenance darkened as he barked, "Speak. Is it true or not? I have also heard those soldiers mention that he possesses a spell to summon ships. It was that vessel which captured young Master Domeric, and furthermore, he can summon fire giants and stone giants." At this juncture, Merson suddenly recalled something and, mustering his courage, said, "My lord, those creatures can still be slain by crossbow bolts. We successfully defeated a fire giant once." A glimmer of hope flickered in Roose Bolton's eyes upon hearing this. Yet he soon seemed to recollect something, and his gaze dimmed once more, returning to its previous state. He understood that if they were indeed so easily vanquished, they would not be standing here now. Listening to the discussions of his family's knights left Ram Snow utterly astounded. Though he had heard tales of the children of the forest in his youth, today's revelations completely overturned his understanding. The existence of magic was indeed real, and it had bested his family's soldiers. At this moment, Luce Bolton, deep in contemplation, suddenly lifted his gaze and addressed Mandes and the others, stating, "The blood hand of the Bolton family shall, from this day forth, exert all efforts to gather intelligence on that castle. I must comprehend the nature of my adversary. Additionally, send someone to make contact with them. I need to ascertain the current circumstances of my son and inquire about their demands." In the heart of the forest, unaware of the tumultuous events befalling the Bolton family, Marco grappled with the choices presented by his newly acquired skills. Ding! You have achieved a resplendent victory. Your enemies have been vanquished, granting you 126 experience points. Ding! The hero has leveled up. Please select an appropriate ability. 1. Speed Energy. The hero automatically masters a group rapid response spell, enhancing advanced light magic effects upon mastering it. 2. Reward. Augments the combat prowess of your troops, increasing their strength by 5 when morale is at 1, capping at 20. 3. Basic Destruction Magic. Allows the hero to learn Tier 3 destruction spells, amplifying their potency. 4. Basic Light Magic. Permits the hero to learn Tier 3 light spells, enhancing their effectiveness. Gazing at the progress bar of his attributes, now elevated to level 5, Marco felt a surge of excitement. Since his last encounter with the soldiers of the Bolton family, his experience points had lingered at the threshold. This recent battle had perfectly filled that final gap, thereby enabling Marco to ascend to the status of a level 5 hero. It was only upon reaching large-scale battles, such as those involving thousands or tens of thousands, that he could anticipate further elevation in experience. Contemplating the 4 skills before him, Marco's expression was one of deep contemplation. Each skill held substantial utility, particularly the latter 2 magical abilities. However, due to a lack of resources and his own modest level, he found himself constrained to selecting skills that bolstered combat or defensive capabilities during the early stages. After weighing all factors, Marco ultimately opted for the reward skill. With the blessing ceremony and advanced morale magic at his disposal, he could enhance the combat effectiveness of his system soldiers by an additional 20. These skills were akin to auras. During previous uses of the blessing ceremony, Marco had sensed a subtle flow of energy emanating from his soldiers. Upon the emergence of the reward skill, he once again felt that familiar resonance, a dark red energy pulsating around them, almost tangible in its essence. In a world where magical abilities had been significantly diminished, amplifying his troops' combat strength appeared to be a prudent choice. Though he remained perplexed by his inability to summon any defensive spells. Having set aside these musings, Marco, under the guidance of the Moonshadow, approached the sacred fishwood tree where she was to conduct her magical ritual. The once pervasive chill that lingered in the area had now dissipated entirely. To Marco's perception, remnants of that icy energy still clung to the fishwood, prompting him to approach slowly and gently caress its trunk. With a crackling sound, the fishwood shattered, revealing a crystalline gem that tumbled to the ground at Marco's feet. As Marco reached out to pick it up, he was halted by the forest child, Weighing, who, trembling with trepidation, cautioned him. "Human who speaks the source language, do not touch it. I remember now, it was this that once ensnared me. Please, be careful." Yet, Marco, undeterred, disregarded her warning and grasped the gemstone. At the moment it fell by his feet, the mission log interface unexpectedly reappeared, cradling the orb-sized jewel. An icy chill surged through his palm. The gem, translucent and a deep, ethereal blue, resembled a heart in shape. As he held it, a gentle female voice resonated in his mind, melodious and sorrowful, seemingly imbued with affection for him. The voice addressed him, "My dear, would you?" But before the sentiment could fully unfold, it shrieked and vanished from his consciousness. Since the last encounter with the three-eyed raven in his mental realm, Marco had sensed a mysterious energy within that space. It appeared to be a protective mechanism bestowed by the system, designed to annihilate any force attempting to invade his consciousness. During their second exchange, the three-eyed raven had cleverly opted not to intrude directly but instead subtly guided Marco's thoughts, only to be ultimately discovered. Before he could ponder further, the remnants of the soul's consciousness surged into his awareness. After assimilating this influx of information, Marco reassured the worry-stricken Weighing. "I am unharmed. Do not fret for me. That entity has been vanquished. Do you recall the events leading up to its control? When Weighing's companion had descended to the ground with her, he had clutched the gemstone tightly, initially believing it to be a mere ornament crafted from dragon crystal. However, as time wore on, her kin's health waned. On the day Wei Ying subdued the shadow lynx, her companion succumbed beneath the fishbeam tree. Upon touching the gemstone, a voice had emerged within her, persistently tempting and tormenting her, rendering her incapable of discarding it. Ultimately, she clung to it for merely 2 days before losing her consciousness entirely. When she finally awoke, the human male had been transformed into a white. As she approached to ascertain the situation, the awakened white ambushed her, controlling a corpse to attack her animal companion, the shadow lynx. Thereafter, they fought and fled together until they encountered Marco and his companions. Chapter 40. The retreat. The mountain cave inhabited by the forest children is situated near the fishbeam tree, with a peculiar circle made of its branches at the entrance. Marco could still sense the lingering energy above, as the forest child, Wei Ying, explained that it was a protective magical array set by her sisters, primarily designed to ward off external forces and humans. As she spoke, her gaze was filled with sorrow, seemingly reminiscing about her deceased kin. Despite their diminutive stature, the forest children resided in a remarkably spacious cave, allowing Marco and his companions to enter with ease, devoid of any sense of crowding. Marco led the way, relying on his memories, having previously inquired about the cave from Wei Ying. However, this last forest child of the Wolf-Tail Forest claimed to have never encountered the cave Marco described. All passages in this region were interconnected, and the air was refreshingly pure, lacking the usual oppressive atmosphere of a typical cave. Wei Ying mentioned that magic had been cast within the cave to ensure a constant flow of air. Furthermore, the forest children had enchanted the crystals within the cave, ensuring that the underground chambers were perpetually illuminated. Since the ancient Dawn War, these forest children had lived a secluded life underground. After the cave was magically transformed, it resembled a vast labyrinth. Had it not been for Marco and Wei Ying's knowledge of the paths, they might have easily become lost in this area. A shadow lynx growled softly, seemingly discontent with its surroundings, but Wei Ying promptly soothed it. Observing this, Marco couldn't help but jest. What is this? The king of the forest fears the dark? Aren't you supposed to be formidable? In response, the shadow lynx bared its teeth at Marco, letting out a fierce growl to express its displeasure. This creature appeared to harbor a strong aversion towards Marco, despite the latter having saved its life. It would consistently interfere whenever Marco spoke with Wei Ying. Wei Ying communicated with it in the source language, a tongue passed down from the gods served by the forest children, said to possess the ability to converse with all beings. This language, when spoken, resembled singing, yet had a unique cadence distinct from ordinary melodies. Wei Ying explained that the source language embodied a rhythm unique to all existence, representing origin and inception. Each time Marco spoke, he would hear the shadow lynx voicing its sentiments nearby, exclaiming, "Humans cannot be trusted. Leave, human. Humans are cunning." It made Marco wonder if a human soul resided within the creature, akin to a nagging spirit. Eventually, he learned from Wei Ying that during his last encounter, while healing the shadow lynx, he had inadvertently checked its gender, which had led to the creature harboring a grudge against him. Upon hearing the reason, Marco was both amused and bewildered. In his previous life, he had a fondness for wild large felines and canines, but circumstances had prevented him from pursuing this passion, primarily due to financial constraints. Now, having arrived in this new world, free from such limitations, he resolved to rekindle his interest. Marco currently owned 30 snow bears. Just as he contemplated teasing one of these magnificent creatures, he suddenly sensed an eerie chill emanating from a nearby crevice. He raised his hand, and the surrounding soldiers immediately fell into a state of alertness, proceeding in the direction Marco indicated. As they ventured deeper, the cold energy intensified, reminiscent of the bone-chilling frost encountered with the whites on the ground. Suddenly, a series of strange howls echoed from within, and spiders the size of calves emerged at the entrance. These arachnids appeared to be composed of ice, their bodies a shade of dark blue, adorned with barbed eye spines on their 8 legs. Their 6 eyes glowed with a ghostly blue light, and the sound of their dagger-like fangs clashing sent a shiver of unease through the hearts of the group, leaving them restless. "Humans, die." The chilling utterances accompanied the advance of these ice spiders towards Marco and his companions. Their sharp ice claws struck the ground, creating fist-sized craters. Sass, Ting, and their fellow warriors drew their shields and unsheathed their swords to counter the attack. The Snow Bear Knights readied their crossbows, loading obsidian arrows, poised to retaliate. With a flurry of swift fire, a volley of crossbow bolts rained upon the first ice spider, instantly shattering its head into a cascade of frigid shards. As the remaining ice spiders closed in, the 10 knights abandoned their crossbows after just 2 rounds of fire, opting instead to grasp their war hammers and charge forth. The combat erupted into a fierce melee. Despite their menacing appearance, the ice spiders relied solely on their claws and fangs. Once the warriors discerned their attack patterns, they fought with increasing confidence. Seizing the opportune moment, the soldiers plunged their obsidian weapons into the heads and abdomens of the ice spiders. While some succeeded in smashing off their claws, 16 ice spiders, akin to those of legend, were reduced to a pile of shattered remnants. It seemed these creatures were more intimidating in appearance than in actual combat prowess. Particularly for Sass, Ting, and their companions, they proved relatively feeble. A shield raised here and a sword swung there was enough to inflict injury upon them. Marco sensed that these ice spiders differed from the whites, lacking the magical armor that could shatter iron weapons. However, he noted that these creatures appeared to be in their juvenile stage, as the legendary ice spiders were known to serve as mounts for the whites, and these specimens, measuring only around 2 meters, did not yet possess the stature for riding. Fortunately, they were drawing ever closer to their destination. Marco sensed the fluctuations of energy in the air, realizing that a more potent source of energy resided deep within the cavern. The group pressed onward, and after traversing for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at an immense chamber, a vast cavern composed of countless ice pillars. Towering within were crystalline, translucent blue-black ice spires. Upon witnessing these formations, Marco hastily commanded the group to halt. No sooner had the command been issued than a fierce blizzard swept in, disorienting them and sending them staggering in all directions. Amidst the tumult of the storm, a spear of ice hurtled toward Marco with alarming speed, leaving no time for anyone to react. With a shriek from Moonshadow, Marco instinctively dodged, yet the ice spear still struck his left shoulder. A chilling, excruciating pain surged through him, rendering the left side of his body numb. He cried out, feeling as though death was imminent. Sass, Ting, and the others immediately raised their shields and clustered around him, while Hank and his companions appeared somewhat flustered. Stay calm. Maintain your defenses, Marco urged. We are facing true whites, not those half-baked ones from earlier. Wolf Fong, wrap your hand in cloth and extract that ice spear for me. Hearing Marco's command, the group steadied themselves, but the hidden enemy, after this initial strike, ceased its assault, leaving them puzzled about the situation. With a swift motion, Wolf Fong extracted the ice spear from Marco's shoulder, and blood gushed forth. Marco quickly employed his vitality regeneration spell. Under the influence of magic, the wound gradually healed, and sensation returned to his limb, prompting a collective sigh of relief from those surrounding him. Marco felt extraordinarily fortunate. Such a spear could slay dragons in television dramas. Had their adversary been the Night King, he would surely have met his end today. Noticing the enemy's inactivity, Marco ordered his comrades to proceed cautiously forward. Initially, Hank intended for Marco to remain behind, but Marco declined, citing their lack of magical prowess as justification. He first invoked a blessing ritual, summoning a colossal angelic apparition that materialized above them. To his surprise, the energy radiating from the angelic figure had a mitigating effect on the blizzard. As the two energies clashed, the storm was weakened, providing Marco the opportunity to command a forward advance. At that moment, beneath a massive ice pillar in the center of the chamber, an ancient white sat half reclined on the ground, clutching an ice spear. He appeared remarkably frail, devoid of strength, with his energy fluctuating erratically. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently. Immediately, he beheld the ethereal silhouette of an angel in the sky. The ancient white, taken aback by this sight, appeared to be utterly confounded, as if encountering such a phenomenon for the very first time. Mustering his resolve, he propped himself up and grasped the ice spear, readying himself for battle. With a swift motion, a sharp obsidian arrow pierced through his palm. The ice spear slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground, just as Marco's subordinates encircled him in a timely fashion. At this moment, Marco was certain that the entity lurking behind the white was indeed the target of his mission. Human, die, rasped the gaunt, emaciated white in a hoarse tongue. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he violently yanked the arrow embedded in his hand, conjuring a smaller ice spear which he hurled directly at Marco. In the instant the white launched its attack, over 10 arrows struck him, causing the thrown spear to veer off course and miss Marco entirely. Under the assault of the obsidian arrows, the white swiftly disintegrated into a fine powder, leaving only the fallen ice spear behind. Marco's wounds had nearly healed, prompting him to decline the support of the wolf Fong and stride towards the massive ice column. This column, approximately 3 meters in diameter, extended from the ground to the cave's apex, adorned with intricate runes that seemed to narrate an ancient tale. Gazing intently at the runes, Marco activated his innate skill to comprehend all things, swiftly deciphering the meanings inscribed upon it: death and rebirth, Fire and ice from the same source. Life and death intertwined. Our ancestors return, worlds wither, all things fade. The cold can endure. Marco discerned that the Night King had been following this very sequence of actions, resurrecting soldiers, luring dragons to their demise, reviving ice dragons, and eliminating the three-eyed crow. The ultimate objective of these deeds appeared to be the resurrection of their concealed puppeteer. A foreboding sensation crept over Marco, as he felt that one day he would confront this enigmatic figure. Was it a deity or something else? Or, as theorized by some great beings of his past life, were these so-called gods merely faint echoes of regulatory consciousness? After contemplating the runes, Marco found himself lost in thought, his mind a tempest of confusion. Observing that the surroundings posed no immediate threat, he instructed Hank to pass him his knight's broadsword, guided by the energy of that consciousness. Marco summoned all his strength and struck the ice column with a single, powerful blow. With a resounding crash, the column trembled violently under Marco's strike, the broadsword embedding itself deep within. A strange energy surged forth from the cleft. As if possessed, it surged into Marco's body, coursing through him with wild abandon. Ultimately, it converged upon his consciousness, seemingly intent on seizing control of his very being. At this moment, within the realm of Marco's consciousness, a multitude of distorted and bizarre entities wreaked havoc. Their intent was to utterly annihilate this realm of awareness, devouring the host's memories to seize control of the body. Suddenly, a majestic dragon, adorned with resplendent golden scales, materialized in this world, its luminous aura restoring the ravaged space to its former glory. In that instant, the dragon, brimming with fury, gazed upon the intruders, its eyes emitting two radiant beams of light that obliterated over 100 nearby entities into mere dust. Confronted by this formidable dragon, the twisted beings exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, they lunged madly towards the golden creature. A resounding roar, infused with terrifying energy, erupted from the dragon's maw, sending forth ripples of power that annihilated the advancing entities. The space was now awash with transparent specks of primordial energy, and the once fearsome entities had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Chapter 41: The Legacy of the Forest Child. The golden dragon opened its maw wide, gathering all the energy into its mouth. Once it had absorbed the last vestige of power, it nodded in satisfaction. Gradually, it vanished from sight, casting one last glance at Marco's concealed position. With a distortion of space, Marco appeared where the dragon had just been. Observing the world around him returning to a state of normalcy, he murmured to himself, "What kind of being are you? A system? A deity? Never mind. I was once a person with nothing. Whatever it desires shall be. At least I remain myself. Why ponder so much? I must cherish every day in this new world. How could I betray my own existence? I have already acquired so much and experienced such a variety of moments. What more could I possibly want? Let it be as it will. I am merely a mortal, a humble being. If you ask nothing of me, I shall continue to live my life." As he uttered these final words, Marco shouted towards the spot where the golden dragon had disappeared. Immediately after, he vanished from the realm of consciousness, seemingly hearing a cold snort as he departed. Marco slowly opened his eyes before the immense ice pillar, still poised as if in the act of striking with his sword. Although it felt as though he had spent an eternity in the realm of consciousness, the real world appeared unchanged. With a swift motion, he drew his knightly broadsword, and the massive ice pillar shattered into a flurry of glistening ice crystals. Soon after, all the ice pillars in the vicinity began to dissipate, and within just over a minute, the space was left with nothing but the bones of animals and humans. The forest child, Moonshadow, approached riding her shadowy lynx. During the earlier battle, Marco had instructed her to stay hidden. Now, witnessing the transformation of the surroundings, she could no longer contain her excitement and rushed forward. "Human who speaks the ancient tongue. Thank you. My sisters have informed me that their imprisoned souls have departed this place, and even more ancient beings have also escaped their constraints." However, Marco felt no shift in the air, so he inquired of Moonshadow, "I sense no change. I merely follow the deity's guidance to sever this ice pillar. What relation do these ice pillars and those souls bear to one another?" Upon hearing Marco's question, Moonshadow slowly closed her eyes, seemingly attuning herself to the unknown presences around them. Yet, when she opened her golden eyes again, Marco noticed they were filled with sorrow, as if she had uncovered some painful memories of the past. Gathering her thoughts, Moonshadow began to recount to Marco all that had transpired in this place. Her voice, imbued with the melodic cadence of the ancient tongue, stirred emotions within Marco, rendering his eyes moist. The ancient language seemed to possess a captivating power to evoke the souls and sentiments of listeners. Each time Moonshadow recounted a tale of sorrow, Marco found himself deeply moved by her words. Originally, before the forest children, including Moonshadow and her companions, retreated into seclusion, this place served as a lair for the otherworldly beings. These entities delighted in unknown presence through sanguinary rites. During the Dawn War, a faction of the forest children alongside the ancestral forces launched an assault on this stronghold, resulting in an epic clash. Ultimately, a grotesque otherworldly being unleashed formidable magic, annihilating everything in its wake, while the remaining powerful entities were ensnared in an icy prison by the spell. This peculiar magic was such that even the deceased entities around were bound here, gradually being absorbed by a colossal ice spire at the center. For centuries, these ice spires have incessantly devoured the flesh and souls of the entombed beings, while the massive ice spire tormented the absorbed souls. Thus, the consciousness of monstrous entities within the great ice spire emerged, continuously consuming and battling. A year prior, a forest child inadvertently trespassed into this realm and fell under the enchantment of the mightiest monster within the ice spire. Following its departure, the ice spires grew increasingly potent, enhancing their absorption capabilities. For countless years, the otherworldly being has survived on the energy generated by these conscious entities, remaining in a frozen state since the battle. Today marks the day of its awakening from the ice. The remaining souls believed they would never see the light of day again, yet unexpectedly, a human has discovered this place. The otherworldly being, having languished in a weakened state for too long, was unable to unleash its full power, ultimately succumbing to the forces of Marco's soldiers in a most humiliating defeat. The beings, naturally inclined to extol the virtues of all existence, felt as though they were plummeting into the depths of despair with each passing day in this place. In a moment of reverie, Marco seemed to hear their song once more, filled with joy, as if celebrating their newfound liberation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission, Liberation of the Forest Children. You have obtained the architectural blueprint for the fairy tree, which you may place in a suitable location outdoors. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a novice treasure, the necromancer's helmet. Ding! Due to an unknown influence, the attributes of the treasure have changed. Please review the new information regarding the treasure. Necromancer's helmet. The knowledge attribute of 2 has been nullified and has now transformed into 2 exclusive skills for the necromancer. Eternal servitude, the professional ability of the necromancer, enhancing the resurrection magic effect of heroes, increasing the number of resurrections to summoning magic level hero level. The current resurrection capacity of the host is 15. Soul connection, the professional ability of the necromancer, granting heroes the unique combat ability soul connection. Upon activation, the hero will link their soul to a target creature. It is advised that the host selects weaker beings or system soldiers. Should the target creature sustain damage, the hero can draw sustenance from their torment, thereby gaining a portion of magical energy. As a radiant light flashed, a helmet materialized in Marco's hands. The front of the helmet featured a metallic skull-like mask, while the back was adorned with a crimson cloth. This peculiar helmet had the ability to envelop the entire head, and the design of the skull mask was exceedingly distinctive. After a brief glance, Marco decided to don it. Upon wearing the mask, Marco felt a surge of energy penetrate his consciousness. He promptly accessed his spellbook interface and discovered a magical icon for soul linkage on the page dedicated to special spells. With a spirit of experimentation, he utilized this magic to establish a connection with the shadow links. An invisible stream of energy instantaneously bound him to the creature, allowing Marco to sense the faint energy fluctuations emanating from it. Fluctuations akin to life energy. Marco discerned that this energy seemed unique to this world, possibly serving as the wellspring of magic therein. In the realm of Game of Thrones, the application of magic appeared to rely on this very energy, with all forms of sorcery intertwined with blood and fire. Particularly concerning resurrection spells, their effects seemed limited to revitalizing life without repairing damaged limbs. Marco surmised that this was related to life energy, where the act of casting merely served as a conduit, enabling the infusion of life energy into a host for revival. He sensed that whenever the Shadow Lynx experienced intense emotional reactions, its life energy would intensify, and this heightened energy would be reciprocated to him through their soul link. Marco had previously experimented and confirmed that his blood was indeed saturated with life energy, and there seemed to exist a converter within his consciousness capable of transforming this life energy into magical power. After linking with the Shadow Lynx for a while, he heard the creature once again disparaging him. This time, it incessantly chattered to the Moonshadow, claiming that Marco bore the sin of a skeletal frame, asserting that he was already dead and that it intended to feast upon his liver, convinced that, due to his stature, it would be large and delectable. Despite the Shadow Lynx deliberately distancing itself from Marco, a fortunate coincidence led him to uncover its antics. Listening to the creature's antics filled Marco with exasperation, and he felt an urge to rush over and give it a kick. Marco, your name is peculiar. Would it not be better to refer to you as a human who speaks the ancient tongue? No, that is not what I meant. How could you possibly carry the essence of those alien deities? Alas, no, it seems this aura emanates from your mask. How unsightly. You should remove it. How delightful it would be to be in harmony with nature like me. Why do you favor such oddities? By the way, those departed sisters recently informed me that they left some items not far from here, which could be used to confront those alien servants in the future. Marco first cast a glare at the shadowy lynx beside him, which responded with a low growl, expressing its displeasure. With a resigned shake of his head, Marco turned to explain to Wei Ying, "This is the artifact bestowed upon me by my divine patron. It grants me the ability to confront these otherworldly fiends. I shall require it further on. Moreover, with this object, I can conveniently conceal my visage, and I intend to carry it with me always. Now enough of this. Let us proceed to the location you mentioned." Having been born after the Dawn War, she had only heard tales of humanity, predominantly relayed by her sisters in the clan. They had conveyed to her that humans are creatures of great variability, capable of being as noble as deities or as cruel as ravenous wolves. It was imperative to maintain a respectful distance in their presence. Just moments ago, the departed souls had whispered to Wei Ying about a certain place, a nearby cavern where the forest children and the ancestral warriors stored their weapons. Marco found himself intrigued by these relics. He had heard that in ancient times, the ancestors would engrave runes upon their armor, and he was eager to see if these weapons had withstood the test of millennia and retained their enchantments. Under Wei Ying's guidance, Marco and his companions arrived at the concealed cavern. Its location was quite obscure. Had they not been searching specifically for it, they might not have discovered it at all. As Wei Ying pulled several branches of fishleaf wood from the ground, a towering entrance of over 2 meters gradually revealed itself. Once inside, Hank and the others collectively unearthed more than 10 large chests. Wei Ying informed them that these chests were crafted from fishleaf wood. Observing the chests, Marco felt a surge of excitement. The fact that such fine materials were used for storage suggested that the contents would be equally extraordinary. Commanded by Marco, the Snow Bear Knights began to open the chests one after another. Remarkably, despite the passage of time, the chests showed no signs of decay or dust, appearing as pristine as if newly made. Marco glanced inquiringly at Wei Ying, who approached slowly, running her fingers over the intricate patterns within the chests, scrutinizing them carefully. After her examination, she explained, "The interiors of these chests are inscribed with a unique set of runes. It is these magical inscriptions that have preserved their contents to this day." Satisfied with her answer, Marco turned to inspect his newfound treasures. The first 3 chests contained obsidian arrows and daggers, distinctly different from those forged by his subordinates among the rock kin, exuding a palpable heat from the fire elemental energy within. The next trio of chests housed armor and weapons, primarily antiquated bronze armor or bronze-crafted gear, each adorned with runes. The bronze longsword was similarly inscribed with peculiar runes, emanating faint magical fluctuations that Marco could just discern. Marco discovered that these weapons and armor seemed to be imbued with fiery energy, though he wondered if they would ignite like the weapons of the red-robed monks. Nearby, within 3 chests, lay an assortment of obsidian-inlaid wolf-tooth clubs and small hammers, alongside scattered items of silver and gold, as well as bronze helmets, arm guards, and greaves. The contents of the 3 chests were rather disorganized, resembling a cluttered storage space. Marco surmised that these items were likely collected by the ancient warriors, as the children of the forest would not gather treasures of silver and gold. After examining these artifacts, Marco turned his attention to the final 4 chests, for he sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from within. These chests contained palm-sized pieces of obsidian, completely filled to the brim, radiating 4 distinct, faint energies. Marco picked up a piece of obsidian and felt a hint of suppressed fire elemental energy within it. Moonshadow, standing beside him, took another piece, playfully handling it before addressing Marco. "This is dragon crystal, blessed by the gods. Only my sisters and I can wield it, although you possess the source language, so you may also be able to use it." These dragon crystals were originally capable of unleashing powerful magic, but after such a long time, their potency has likely diminished. Chapter 42. The Great Wall of Desperation. In the introduction by Wei Ying, Marco learned that the deities worshipped by the children of the forest are predominantly nature gods, many of whom embody natural forces, such as the gods of storms, desolation, flames, and thunder. In the eyes of the children of the forest, all powers in the world possess consciousness, derived from the gods who oversee all beings and govern all things. However, the tribe had always advised her to refrain from utilizing this ability, likely because its overwhelming strength had hindered her from mastering other offensive magics. The magic employed by the children of the forest is categorized into runic and elemental magic. Runic magic employs source runes, which consist of 12 distinct styles and pronunciations. These 12 runes represent the 12 most powerful nature gods: rivers, flames, earth, storms, rainbows, desolation, the dead, life, plants, animals, oceans, and the past and future. In subsequent exchanges with their ancestors, these 12 source runes were adapted and refined into 5 ancient runes, which explains the magical powers inscribed on certain ancient armors. Elemental magic, on the other hand, originates from the children of the forest hymns to the 12 nature deities, who respond with varying strengths according to their preferences. The enchanting rhythm of the source language is particularly favored by these deities, and the children of the forest consider themselves the offspring of the earth god, thus referring to themselves as the singers of the land. The children of the forest communicate with the deities through the fishbeam tree, which serves as the bridge between them and the gods. Obsidian, being the cooled fire of the deities, is also a divine creation. Consequently, the children of the forest utilize both the fishbeam tree and obsidian to cast their magic. Following this, Marco commanded his followers to begin transporting the spoils. While he took Weighing aside, gazing upon her charmingly dark visage, Marco formally extended an invitation, hoping she would accompany him to the outer lands in search of her kin. Furthermore, he informed Yuang that he was acquainted with the last green prophet in the world, with whom he had formed an alliance. Some of her tribe's people would eventually join Marco, who promised to provide them with protection and a place to dwell. He also expressed his desire for her to join his side. With this opportunity at hand, Marco hoped that Yuang would remain by his side. "Sisters, tell me, you possess a means to grant them rebirth. I have longed to see them. I would gladly leave this place with you." Meanwhile, the shadow lynx let out a low growl, turning its head away in apparent discontent. 3 days later, in the banquet hall of the last hearth in the north, a commotion arose. "What? You intend to go to the Great Wall of Desperation? What for? To gaze at the ice wall? Lord Marco, it is truly unnecessary for you to go. Giants are merely, legends." Upon hearing Marco's intention to visit the Great Wall of Desperation, De Chiang's scalp tingled with unease. He believed that Marco sought to venture beyond the Great Wall to find giants, rather than heading to the perilous cliffs. Initially, he intended to assert that giants were merely a myth. 3 days prior, when Marco and his companions brought the shadow lynx into the castle, everyone was left astounded. However, upon hearing Bachelor Baron mention that there was a child of the forest accompanying Marco, the Amber family was utterly astonished. Marco also gifted Lord John a set of rune armor, claiming it was a treasure he acquired during his adventures in Wolf's Tail Forest. This further solidified John's belief in the revelations Marco spoke of, which led him to oppose Marco's journey to the perilous cliffs less vehemently than before. Bachelor Baron then interjected, "My Lord Marco, might you stay a few more days? I have countless inquiries to discuss with you. My Raven's message has already been dispatched to the Academy." Faced with Marco's resolute stance, John conceded, yet he insisted on dispatching a guard to escort Marco to the Black Castle. Marco accepted this, assuring John that his visit to the perilous cliffs would be merely a brief excursion. He dared not mention his intention to journey further afield, for that would certainly compel the Amber family to prevent his departure. As he gazed at Marco's retreating figure, John's frustration mounted, and he reprimanded Bachelor Baron. "It is precisely due to your vast knowledge that you were tasked with attending to guests, and yet you have successfully sent our guest away. My Lord Count, I did not anticipate that this gentleman would exhibit such interest in these legends. In the past, I have extended the same hospitality to our family guests." Though there was a language barrier, Bachelor Baron gleaned much in these 2 days that differed significantly from the information contained in his books. He noted that many descriptions in the Academy's text diverged greatly from reality, and the child of the forest was not the monstrous creature with a deer's head and 3 fingers as depicted. Bachelor Baron was confident that his findings would create a sensation at the Academy, and he had even obtained Marco's permission to create a portrait of the child of the forest. "Baron, what are you daydreaming about? Have there been any updates on those matters?" Additionally, Lord Ned expressed that his family warmly welcomed Lord Marco and his companions for a visit. "Humph. Lord Ned is far too lenient with those wretches of house skins. They are filled with treachery and filth. Very well. We shall await Lord Ned's command. Alas, How do I convey to my uncle and the others that Lord Marco is to depart? On the following morning, Marco and his entourage, under the protection of the Amber family, arrived by the banks of the End River. Mors Amber initially opposed the decision fervently, stating that he had yet to express his profound gratitude to Marco. Yet Marco insisted that he had already received the finest hospitality and thanks. Elrock had wished to accompany them, but Marco encouraged him to continue his studies here, for he held great expectations for him. Among the young Rockkin, Wolf Fong exhibited the greatest talent, strong learning ability, unwavering loyalty, and deep admiration for Marco. For this journey, Marco's plan was to first head north along the Mahjong River, then enter King's Road, and finally proceed northward directly to the Black Castle. He had prepared over 20 carts filled with provisions and weaponry, sweeping through the entire market of Last Hearth for supplies. Marco and his companions traveled for nearly a month, and thanks to the banner of the Amber family, they encountered no bandits or marauders along the way. However, they did come across a group of raiders heading south initially. These wild men dared only to observe from a distance. It was not until yesterday that they managed to gather a band of over 30, intending to ambush Marco and his party in the dead of night to seize some supplies amidst the chaos. Unbeknownst to them, Marco had been keeping track of their movements, with Wolf Fong and Hank rotating surveillance duties daily. In the early hours of the night, just as the raiders began to settle into slumber, Hank led the Snow Bear Knights in a surprise assault on their encampment. Although the Knights struggled in a full charge, they proved adept in small-scale skirmishes. By the next morning, Hank reported that they had dispatched over 20 of the raiders, while the remaining ones fled in disarray. Marco paid no heed to the survivors and commanded his troops to continue their advance towards the Black Castle. These so-called free folk were merely a rabble of marauders, akin to the Ironborn, who inspired nothing but disdain in him. He would eventually settle accounts with them. The Black Castle serves as the primary stronghold of the Night's Watch, situated east of the Queen's Gate and west of the Oak Shield, near the heart of the wall. It marks the northern terminus of King's Road and, in the eyes of some denizens of Westeros, represents the edge of the world. The Night's Watch is a sworn brotherhood tasked with guarding the wall, with its earliest historical records dating back to the Age of Heroes, established to combat the threat of the White Walkers. Legends of the Night's Watch predate the wall itself, and after its construction, the children of the forest would annually bestow obsidian weapons upon them. Thus, the Night's Watch is arguably the oldest organization in the history of the Seven Kingdoms, having witnessed the fall of the First Men, followed by the invasion and conquest of the Undulls. Since the conclusion of the era known as the Long Night, the Night's Watch has existed for over 8,000 years. However, the scholars of the Citadel dispute this narrative, asserting that the history preceding the Long Night is a fabrication of the First Men, positing that Westeros' history spans only around 5,000 years, or even less. Presently, the White Walkers are regarded as mere myth, with historical records indicating that apart from the 13th Lord Commander, known as the Night King, who was corrupted, there has been no further incursion. The scholars of the Citadel contend that both the White Walkers and the Children of the Forest are but a single race, invented by the First Men to embellish their own achievements. Since the event of the Night King, the Wildlings have taken their place, launching relentless assaults on the wall under the leadership of their tribal chiefs. Gradually, the Night's Watch began to forget their true enemies, the White Walkers, focusing all their attention on defending against the Wildlings, relegating the White Walkers to mere legend. As time passed, the original purpose of establishing the Night's Watch was increasingly obscured and forgotten by those in power. The negligence of the Seven Kingdoms towards the wall resulted in a dwindling number of Night's Watch members. Only the North, specifically the Stark family, retained the ancient memories. Yet even they regarded the tales of the White Walkers as mere children's stories meant to frighten the young. The family motto, "Winter is coming," was merely seen as a reminder not to forget past hardships, with no one grasping its true significance. Presently, only 3 castles along the wall maintain a garrison, and the numbers of the Night's Watch continue to decline, unable to muster even 1,000 men. The current members of the Night's Watch comprise a hodgepodge of individuals from the Seven Kingdoms, including farmers, debtors, poachers, felons, thieves, and bastards. Only a few hail from noble or titled families, and most of them joined the Night's Watch as a result of political strife within the realm. Among them is Ser Alliser Thorne, a man who has always been at odds with the protagonist Jon Snow. Once a knight of House Thorne, he fought for House Targaryen during the War of the Usurper. Following the fall of King's Landing, Tywin Lannister forced him to choose between death or donning the Black Cloak. Naturally, he chose the latter. Today, Ser Alliser Thorne is in a foul mood, as Lord Commander Jeor Mormont has summoned him to greet a guest outside the castle. His displeasure intensifies upon learning that the visitor is merely a merchant from Essos. He considers himself a noble knight, believing such lowly individuals are unworthy of conversing with him. At that moment, a group of horsemen appears on the distant road, led by 10 cavalrymen, one of whom brandishes the banner of House Amber. Following closely behind are 20 riders mounted on massive white bears, leaving Ser Alistair Thorne utterly astonished. He has no doubt that these colossal beasts could crush a man's skull with a single swipe. Amidst this cavalry, there are 22 wagons laden with food and armor. A sight that leaves Ser Alistair completely dumbfounded. He feels as though his heart might stop, having been away from King's Landing for so long. He has not encountered so many wagons in ages. Here, at the edge of the civilized world, such supplies could only be destined for the Night's Watch, as no merchant would be foolish enough to bring goods to this desolate place. Ser Alistair Thorne is genuinely astounded. Throughout history, many nobles and even kings have visited the Black Castle, yet never has anyone bestowed such an abundance of offerings. After the establishment of the Targaryen dynasty, the nobility regarded this place as a realm of exile. Had it not been for the unwavering support of House Stark, the Night's Watch would have long since disbanded. Sir, might I inquire if you are here to welcome us? I beg your pardon. Please, what did you just say? Alicia Thorne stammered. Chapter 43. The Black Castle. Narcissus gazed at the somewhat agitated tall knight and, with a humble smile, greeted him. Good day, esteemed sir. I am Narcissus, and I extend the most sincere regards on behalf of my master. May I inquire if you are here to welcome our envoy? Alicia Thorne, observing the dignified elder in the blue robe, felt an instinctive sense of kinship. Though Alicia was known for his pride and arrogance, he was not a fool. He understood the boundaries of propriety. Should he truly offend these guests, he would undoubtedly not survive until the morrow. The Night's Watch had endured a decline in their living conditions over the years, facing dire shortages of supplies, and in their most desperate times, resorting to consuming the deceased for sustenance. Due to a lack of manpower, the villages and farmlands surrounding the Black Castle lay in a state of near abandonment, with many villagers having relocated due to the harassment from wild men. These supplies would significantly alleviate the logistical burdens of the Night's Watch. Most astonishing to Alicia was the inclusion of fruits and vegetables among the provisions. It seemed he had nearly forgotten the taste of fruit after such a prolonged absence from the outside world. Forgive me, I am Alicia Thorne, the newly appointed training instructor of the Night's Watch. I warmly welcome our esteemed guest to the Black Castle. At that moment, he executed his ceremonial gestures with utmost precision, resembling a courteous noble knight, devoid of his usual haughtiness and aloofness. After a brief exchange with Narcissus, Alicia addressed the guests. Please, esteemed visitors, bear with us a moment. Our commander is preparing for your reception, and I shall escort you inside shortly. However, internally, he was cursing his misfortune. In truth, the Amber family had long since dispatched a raven with news, but the members of the Night's Watch had shown little regard for this visit. Every few years, a handful of impassioned young nobles would arrive, claiming to visit the Night's Watch. The soldiers of the Night's Watch harbored no fondness for these visiting youths, regarding them as utter fools. This time, the only reason Elder Jeor Mormont had sent Alicia to greet them was due to the Amber family's standing. Otherwise, no one would have bothered with such matters. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the Black Castle as the Night's Watch busied themselves donning armor and forming ranks. Elder Jeor Mormont stood in the training yard, observing the disarray of the soldiers with an air of exasperation. It took the warriors nearly 10 minutes to assemble a semblance of an orderly formation, yet even then, the overall appearance remained disheveled. Seeing this, Jeor Mormont had no choice but to relent, briefly relaying a few instructions before hastily commanding the gatekeepers to open the castle gates. At first, when the soldier at the watchtower proclaimed that the latest guest had brought an abundance of supplies, Jeor Mormont found it hard to believe his ears. Only upon receiving confirmation from others did he hastily order preparations to welcome the visitors. The confusion that ensued during the gathering was largely due to the mistaken perception of Marco as merely a noble heir come to enjoy a leisurely visit. As the gates swung open, Marco and his entourage entered the fabled castle, and upon gazing at the immense ice walls behind the Black Castle, he could not help but marvel at the might of the children of the forest and their ancestors. Even today, Marco could still sense the surging elemental energy beneath the icy facade of the walls. The robust stone walls, forged from earth and fire, and the thick ice mantle, coalesced from water and wind, achieved a delicate balance under this colossal ice structure. Beneath the walls, the Black Castle functioned like a battery, continuously supplying life energy to the wall, rendering it ever more formidable. However, this energy was waning. and Marco surmised that the condition of other abandoned castles might be even more dire. It was no wonder that the White Walkers could send whites into the wall and command them to assassinate Lord Mormont and slaughter the Night's Watch warriors. The Night King, a traitor among men, possessed all intelligence regarding the Night's Watch and knew precisely how to dismantle the wall's defenses. Should the Black Castle, the core of this magical formation, fall entirely, the wall would inevitably crumble. The Black Castle was not a true fortress. Rather, it consisted of several stone towers and wooden fortifications, resembling more a small stronghold. Many of the towers appeared dilapidated, suffering from a lack of materials and funds, leaving numerous facilities in a state of disrepair. It was difficult to fathom how a ragtag army composed of the impoverished and the criminal could persist until today, driven by sheer will and spirit. As a traveler from another realm, Marco struggled to comprehend why these individuals placed such emphasis on oaths, for many from the Blue Planet. Oaths were merely a pretext for betrayal. Though times had progressed, self-interest and desire had become the prevailing currents of the age, and the brilliance of humanity had dimmed considerably. In some respects, Marco, as a civilized individual, perhaps fell short compared to these ragtag warriors formed from criminals. Nevertheless, it was precisely these oaths and beliefs that constituted the bedrock of their civilization, enabling their continuity through the ages. Oath-bound knights truly existed, and they stood before Marco. Although some scoundrels were present among them, this did not diminish the sacrifices they had made for their land. As Marco and his party arrived at the entrance, they dismounted their steeds and chose to walk through the gates. This decision surprised both Jeor Mormont and Alice Karstark, as they had arranged for soldiers to hold the horses for their guests, never anticipating that the guests would choose to enter on foot. Upon observing Marco's unconventional attire, Jeor Mormont furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly perturbed by the guest's concealed visage. The folk of the North are known for their forthrightness and a relaxed demeanor in social interactions. They hold the belief that friends ought to be candid with one another, devoid of pretense. Yet, considering the identity and background of this peculiar visitor, Jeor Mormont suppressed his slight discomfort. Marco, sensing the old commander's unease, spoke first. "I beg your pardon, Commander. The Lord has instructed me that my face must remain hidden from the heathens, yet this should not hinder my friendship with you. Nor should it prevent me from expressing my respect for you and your warriors. Would you not agree? Oh, forgive me. I am called Marco Belleris. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." After their introductions, Marco gestured for the drivers to bring in the 22 carts laden with supplies. Addressing Jeor Mormont, "Some small gifts. I have heard of the Night's Watch's esteemed reputation while in Lorith, though I encountered a storm. It was by the Lord's guidance that I arrived here, a clear sign of divine inspiration. To me, the brothers of the Night's Watch embody noble knights, guardians of the realm. Amid such harsh conditions, your unwavering commitment to your oaths is what I find most admirable." Marco's words filled the hearts of the Night's Watch soldiers with pride, as many had come here primarily to survive. Often looked down upon by the people of the Seven Kingdoms, in the eyes of numerous Night's Watchmen, Marco bestowed upon them a sense of respect, rendering him a friend and a figure worthy of admiration. Jeor Mormont, equally moved, gazed at Marco and expressed, "You are a true friend. I am genuinely grateful." Following this exchange, Marco and his companions were invited into the Great Hall of Castle Black, while the Shadowcats and Direwolves were escorted to the stables by Marco's men. The presence of the Direwolves made the appearance of the Shadowcats less jarring, as many of the Night's Watch were witnessing these extraordinary creatures for the first time, pausing in awe. Fortunately, the Shadowcat had been prepped by Moonsinger, remaining calm amidst its new surroundings. Moonsinger, having donned a cloak reminiscent of Marco's, concealed his identity. And during his interactions with Marco, his habits and behaviors began to subtly shift under Marco's influence. Marco publicly presented Moonsinger as his sister, and once they were settled, Jeor Mormont descended to arrange for the feast. He entrusted his steward, Bowen Marsh, a portly man in his 50s with a head of curly black hair, to guide Marco through Castle Black, earning the affectionate moniker of the Pomegranate among the Night's Watch. In the television series, John and Sam, having completed their training, are assigned as officers, while Bowen Marsh accompanies them to the haunted woods beyond the wall. Under the shadow of the weirwood tree, they take their vows and embrace, congratulating them on becoming men of the Night's Watch. At each location, Bowen Marsh patiently explains and introduces the surroundings to Miko and the others. When Miko expresses a desire to learn about the history of the Night's Watch, Bowen Marsh leads them to the bachelor's quarters beneath the crow's nest, where Maester Aemon resides, the scholar of the Black Castle and one of the last 3 members of House Targaryen. At the age of 98, This elderly man is so advanced in years that the current rulers of the Seven Kingdoms have forgotten his Targaryen lineage. In the maester's quarters, Miko encounters this frail old man, who often hunches over and trembles with each movement. He has been blind for many years. Nevertheless, Miko senses the latent power of his bloodline. A true Targaryen, the life force within him radiates with a vigor surpassing that of an average adult. Upon Miko revealing his name, the old man visibly reacts, tilting his head in contemplation, as if a memory has stirred within him. Soon, Maester Aemon becomes somewhat agitated, addressing Miko in a trembling voice in High Valyrian. You, of House Targaryen? How can this be? Who are you truly? Suppressing his discomfort, Miko responds in High Valyrian. I shall conquer this world, to restore. No, to establish a nation far mightier than the freehold of Valyria. This world is rife with chaos and oppression. Only magic and order can pave the way for its future. At this moment, Maester Aemon regains his composure from the earlier shock, his expression shifting through various complexities before settling back into his initial calm demeanor. Turning towards Miko, he states in High Valyrian, Child, I can sense your resolve and the power that resides within you. However, you do not possess a dragon, do you? Otherwise, you would already be renowned across the continent. As the two converse in High Valyrian, the surrounding crowd appears bewildered. Only Aemon's two assistants glean a fragment of understanding. Yet their grasp of High Valyrian is insufficient to comprehend the entirety of the dialogue. However, having spent years studying at the Citadel, he has an inkling of the Citadel's plans. The Truth Initiative, spearheaded by the enigmatic council within the Citadel, aims to establish science as the dominant force in Westeros, positioning the Citadel as a future organization of global influence. Maester Aemon sighed and addressed Marco in Valyrian. You must be cautious in your studies. Marco, however, interrupted him directly, asserting, I am well aware of the formidable power of the Citadel and their disdain for our kind, yet I shall not be intimidated. For I am the one who possesses the truth. As a descendant of the Dragon Lords, I will ensure that the bloodline of the dragons continues to thrive. Mortals may perish, but the lineage of dragons shall endure. Long live Valyria. Marco's words seemed to leave a profound impact on Maester Aemon, who fell into a contemplative silence, as if grappling with a weighty decision. Meanwhile, those surrounding them observed the exchange with keen curiosity, eager to discern the nature of their dialogue. After a prolonged silence, Maester Aemon turned to one of his aides and spoke in the common tongue, Clytus. Our esteemed guest has a fondness for the scrolls and tomes of the Valyrian era. You and Zeit are to transfer all the materials from the archives to this location. Chapter 44. The Magic of Valyria. After the initial shipment of books and magical scrolls arrived, Marco enlisted the help of everyone to organize the pertinent materials. Moonshadow was tasked with the runes and engravings of the Children of the Forest, while Naxus meticulously examined the scrolls left from the Valyrian era. The records and tomes housed here were unique to the continent of Westeros. Many of the manuscripts and scrolls had never even graced the halls of the Citadel. This collection was one of Marco's primary motivations for his visit, as he hoped to uncover valuable information or potential quest leads within their pages. Scholar Aemon continued to converse with Marco in Valyrian, garnering much interest from those around them regarding the content of their dialogue. Once Marco received the scrolls, he devoted his entire focus to them, oblivious to the pomegranate man, who seemed eager to speak but held his tongue. Although Aemon was blind, his hearing was remarkably acute, and he caught the whispered inquiries of Bowen Marsh, the steward, regarding the two scholars' conversation. The old scholar patiently explained that Marco and he had been communicating in Valyrian and were currently studying Valyrian runic scrolls. Upon hearing this, the steward assumed Marco was among those captivated by Valyrian civilization, as several noble heirs had previously visited the Black Castle to seek such knowledge. Indeed, the legends of Valyria had long been recounted across the Seven Kingdoms. Dragons and magic held an irresistible allure for many young souls. Some of the most prominent families in the realm had also sought information at the Black Castle, only to leave disheartened due to their lack of requisite knowledge and foundation. Bowen Marsh found solace in the quiet task of assisting others with the organization of these materials. The Valyrian scrolls were primarily collected by Scholar Aemon, with some having been preserved from times past. Among these documents were a portion left by the Children of the Forest, featuring runes and writings composed by them. Scholar Aemon was the third son of King Maegor I and Queen Diana Dane. At that time, his grandfather, King Daeron II, already had 4 adult sons, 3 of whom had also produced heirs. King Daeron II deemed the abundance of potential Targaryen claimants to the throne a perilous situation, thus sending Aemon to the Citadel. Gifted and diligent, Aemon forged his chain in merely 3 years, earning the title of Maester. Subsequently, he served the Lord of House Beesbury and Honey Holt, until his father, now King Maegor, summoned him to King's Landing to serve on the Iron Throne. At that time, Aemon believed he might supplant the Grand Maester in the Small Council, so he chose to serve his elder brother, Prince Daeron. This prince, often lost in his dragon dreams, was sometimes regarded as drunken Daeron. However, Bachelor Aemon held a different perspective. He was well aware of his brother's remarkable talents, which, alongside the dragon dreams, unveiled many hidden truths to this inebriated seer. The Targaryen family, having lost their dragons, now stood precariously on the brink of ruin, yearning for the return of their majestic beasts. They were close to achieving this goal when the devastating spring plague and the insurrection of Blackfire thwarted their efforts. Subsequently, his brother's inexplicable demise due to an illness compelled Aemon to conceal himself, as he realized his actions had infringed upon the interests of certain individuals. Brynden Rivers, known in the present as the Three-Eyed Raven, provided Aemon with significant assistance during those tumultuous times, recognizing the dire political climate within the realm. This noble bastard, the Blood Raven, remained steadfastly loyal to the Targaryen lineage, often intervening at critical junctures to uphold the family's dominion. Brynden vigorously supported Aemon, offering him protection and dispatching his followers to gather pertinent scholarly materials for him. In the year 233 AC, Aemon resolutely declined the throne, determined not to allow those with ulterior motives to exploit him as a means to threaten his brother, King Aegon V. He chose instead to journey north, serving within the Night's Watch ever since. At that moment, Maegor suddenly addressed Bachelor Aemon, speaking in Valyrian. "You have divulged all your secrets to me. Are you not fearful that I am one of them? Why do you place such trust in my words?" "Child," Aemon replied, his voice steady and authoritative. "Imbued with a profound confidence, though I lack the gift of dragon dreams, years of study and research have awakened certain powers within me. I can faintly sense the strength of your bloodline. The power of blood never deceives." Maegor then comprehended the reason behind Aemon's kindness towards the future Jon Snow. It was likely due to an instinctual recognition of his heritage. During the lifetime of Rhaegar Targaryen, he would communicate with his great-uncle through the use of ravens, and Aemon regarded Rhaegar as the prophesied prince. Aemon informed Maegor that all magic in Valyria stemmed from blood and fire, fundamentally distinct from the rituals of the Lightbringer, Lawler. The sorcerers and dragon lords of Valyria employed obsidian candles to harness magical powers, which could be activated through blood sacrifices and the burning of hair. They were capable of perceiving distant events, reading the thoughts of others, and even communicating across vast expanses of the world through these obsidian candles. At this juncture, Maegor interjected, "Then why did the Targaryen family cease to wield magic upon their arrival in Westeros?" Aemon sighed, responding, "According to the family chronicles, it appears that after the Doom, the potency of magic diminished. Furthermore, this continent possesses its own unique magical forces, which has led to the weakening of blood magic and fire magic. However, this power seems to have diminished significantly. In recent years, reports from the academic city have indicated that many of the priests of the Light King, Rhaegar, have publicly declared their ability to receive divine inspiration in Westeros." At this moment, Scholar Aemon suddenly inquired of Marco, "What magic do you wield? Why do I sense no fluctuations of those two types of magic within you?" To which Marco replied, "It is another magical system, or perhaps a gift from a more formidable deity." This venerable scholar, nearly a century old and having encountered countless events and figures, may have initially been deceived by Marco's pretense, but over time, it was inevitable that the ruse would unravel. Through the Valyrian scrolls, Marco gleaned numerous techniques related to blood magic and fire magic, as well as the corresponding steps for life sacrifice and incantation. After perusing these, a task log interface suddenly sprang forth before Marco. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Through your lineage and learning, you have acquired 2 native world magics, blood magic Gaze of Terror and fire magic Phantom Fire Ring. Ding! Due to the influence of world consciousness, these 2 magics cannot be utilized normally. Ding! The system has modified these 2 spells. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have learned level 2 Destruction Magic Lightning Strike and level 2 Battle Howl Magic Terrifying Roar. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a hidden quest. All-Powerful Hero. The hero must master the exclusive skills or magic of 8 factions or races. Incomplete. 3-8. Reward. 10,000 gold and 1 artifact. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Battle Howl Magic. Due to the influence of your bloodline and the world consciousness, when using Battle Howl Magic, You must sacrifice your own blood. The magic cost remains unchanged. Note: you may use it 5 times a day. Please take care of your health to avoid anemia or low blood pressure. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the rune knowledge of 2 magical civilizations: the source language runes of the Children of the Forest and the Bloodfire runes of Valyria. You have unlocked the talent ability of Rune Mage. Ding. You have become a novice rune mage, capable of utilizing first to second ring rune magic, with a resource cost of 1 point, resource type unchanged. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned to use the second ring rune magic Fury rune, which can enhance soldiers' combat power by 100. After receiving the spell, soldiers will launch relentless attacks against enemies or targets. Please use with caution. It is advisable to employ it on summoned beings. Marco initially anticipated enduring a painful ordeal of magical infusion, yet he was pleasantly surprised. This infusion differed entirely from the rigid learning of scrolls within the magical guild. It was an internal comprehension, as if these 2 magics were innate to Marco. The specific magic cost mirrored that of the game, but Marco's low magical level prevented him from unleashing their true power. The second ring rune magic, Fury rune, was employed in a manner akin to standard magic, with the only distinction being that it consumed resources during usage. During this period, Marco also inquired of the old scholar regarding the cataclysm that befell Valyria. The old scholar did not provide a definitive answer, but he considered it credible that the freehold of Valyria was destroyed by a magical backlash. Scholar Eamon contended that if it were indeed a volcanic eruption, it would be impossible for a single dragon to have escaped. Moreover, some dragon lords who were away on campaigns had attempted to locate surviving kin. Yet they all ultimately vanished without a trace amidst the mist of Valyria's ruins. Blood magic and fire magic? Why did this feel oddly familiar? He, like Marco, was capable of wielding magic, and in certain respects, Marco's mastery of the arcane was inferior to his own. At that moment, this grand sorcerer also lifted his head, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of perplexity. Observing this, Marco instinctively activated his necromancer's special ability, the Soul Link. Since acquiring this skill, Marco had diligently studied this unique capability, discovering that it not only allowed him to sense the emotional fluctuations of weaker foes, but, when linked to his own soldiers, enabled him to communicate with them on a conscious level. Through the Soul Link, Marco addressed Naxus. Naxus, do you not feel it? These types of magic are eerily familiar. As if, Naxus, have you regained your memories? Do you recall how you came to be here? My lord, I have no memories to recover. My family has once fought against these creatures. Have you forgotten? Marco sensed no abnormalities in the emotions within Naxus's mind. He had always believed they originated from the Ashen world, yet it now appeared otherwise. When Naxus mentioned demons, Marco initially thought he had tapped into the depths of his memories, but through the Soul Link, he discovered that Naxus's primary memories were rather simplistic. They were not as intricate as Marco had imagined, nor did they contain any recollections of the Ashen world, giving Marco the impression that they were specifically created for their own purposes. Not wishing to delve deeper into this matter, Marco found an excuse to gloss over it. Regrettably, as time passed, he received no further clues. The documents merely led him to these 3 forms of magic. Unbeknownst to him, evening descended, and the Black Castle was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Although there had been occasions in the past when noble offspring visited for feasts and gatherings, those were on a much smaller scale compared to this event, where nearly everyone could indulge in copious amounts of drink and hearty portions of meat. This left many of the Night's Watch deeply grateful to Marco. After feasting, the group gathered around the fire to converse amiably. As the night wore on, Marco expressed a desire to discuss matters with Lord Commander Jorah Mormont, who graciously invited him to the command tower. The command tower is a structure of dark timber, with the ground floor serving as a storage room, the middle level as a study, and the uppermost floor as the residence of the commander. Accompanying them are Ma Ku's sister, Yu Ing, and the chief officer, Bowen Malsey. Once everyone is seated, Geo Mormont turns to Ma Ku and inquires, "My lord Ma Ku, would you prefer tea or wine? I have a small reserve, all delivered by my nieces." Chapter 45, The Accursed Your Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief. May I inquire whether you believe in the existence of others and children of the forest? Marco spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing a mundane matter. No problem. Huh, pardon me, what did you say? Initially, Old Bear, Geo Mormont, assumed Marco simply wished to visit the summit of the wall, and without hesitation, he agreed. However, upon reflection, he realized something was amiss and hastily turned back to Marco with another question. Chief Officer Bowen Marsh chuckled upon hearing Marco's words. presuming that Marco's sudden interest stemmed from his review of the documents earlier that day. Thus, he interjected, "My lord Marco, the others and children of the forest are merely legends. By the gods, what on earth is this?" Bowen Marsh felt on the brink of madness as he beheld a girl with golden eyes, a dwarf with skin of a rich brown hue. Was she from the summer sea? She was remarkably dark. No, that couldn't be right. As Marsh pondered further, he suddenly recognized that this golden-eyed dwarf bore a striking resemblance to the children of the forest from Northern Tales. This, how is this possible? My lord Marco, where on earth did you find this girl? Bowen Marsh stammered, his heart a whirlwind of excitement, disbelief, and trepidation. The Marsh family resided southeast of Carlin Bay, close to the shivering sea, and Bowen had grown up hearing the legends of the children of the forest. Yet, like most Northerners, he had dismissed such tales as mere folklore upon reaching adulthood. However, as the legend manifested before him, disbelief and exhilaration contorted his round face, reddening it to resemble a pomegranate. Noticing the moonshadow peeking out from behind the girl, Marco affectionately ruffled her hair, displaying a look of endearment. He then addressed the utterly astonished old bear. At that moment, Jeor Mormont finally regained his composure and turned to Marco. "My lord Marco, I am at a loss. Where did you find this, girl? What are you trying to convey? Or what is your purpose? Shall we witness a legend?" Observing the commander-in-chief's calm demeanor, Marco gently shook his head, his cloak shifting with the motion. Noticing that the moonshadow had not stunned old bear Jeor Mormont, Marco adopted a different tone and asked, "Your Excellency, the commander-in-chief, let us rephrase the question. Do you believe in the existence of deities? Do you believe in divine revelations?" What began as a mere desire to visit King's Landing had unexpectedly led to a tempest at sea, resulting in an encounter with the Lord in the north. Under the guidance of the Master, someone rescued the charming little sister in the Wolf's Tail forest of the Last Hearth, where this person also encountered the White Walkers and the Whites. "Your Excellency, the commander, winter has come. No one can escape, and I have received divine revelation to venture beyond the wall to eliminate the servants of the other gods." After hearing Marco's words, old bear Jeor Mormont and Bowen Marsh were utterly astonished. The information left them speechless for a long while, seemingly unable to grasp what Marco had conveyed. Observing their shock, Marco seized the moment and continued, "To combat the servants of the other gods, from now on, my family's merchant ships will periodically send supplies to the Night's Watch brothers in the East Sea. You may arrange the personnel as you see fit. Your Excellency, if I have not perished beyond the wall, I shall, before the arrival of summer, travel to the Stark family to discuss strategies against the White Walkers." "Wait, Lord Marco." He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and addressed Marco. "Lord Marco, are you perhaps mistaken? The White Walkers are mere legends, and this little girl beside you is simply somewhat peculiar in appearance. She is certainly not a child of the forest. Have you been deceived?" As he uttered these words, he felt a deep conflict within, fearing that his statement might offend this generous new friend. They in the north were not very familiar with the people of Essos, but since Marco's arrival, he had consistently shown goodwill. Witnessing Marco's profound reverence for his god, Jeor Mormont feared that he might inadvertently provoke this new acquaintance. Yet Marco shook his head, gently patting the little girl's head, and spoke calmly to Jeor Mormont. "Your Excellency, perhaps you believe that the Night's Watch's only enemies are the wildlings beyond the wall, but I can assure you, the White Walkers are no mere fable, and they are steadily growing stronger. Moreover, in a certain sense, their increase in numbers can be partially attributed to you. My sister has indicated that you bear the taint of kinslaying, and the fragmented Whites lament in your presence. This, how can it be? What does this mean?" Upon hearing Marco's words, Jeor Mormont exclaimed in agitation, but slowly. He seemed to connect certain dots and fell silent, for he recalled that, half a month prior, he had ventured to a certain location in the haunted forest to seek out that wretched being. Every spring, Jeor Mormont would visit him, bringing iron goods and novelties, hoping that this individual would aid the Night's Watch soldiers in their times of suffering. Yet he had not anticipated that Marco would mention this matter, directly targeting that despicable creature. Only a flicker of hope remained in the heart of Jeor Mormont. He did not wish for Marco to confront that individual. However, Marco's next statement shattered his fragile optimism. "Your actions have offended the divine. Tell me, does your true God permit a former believer to engage in debauchery and commit patricide?" Upon discerning the expression on Jeor Mormont's face, Marco seized upon the slightest crack in his composure and confronted him vocally. The venerable Jeor Mormont found himself momentarily speechless in the face of Marco's inquiry. "Bowen Malcy, witnessing his superior's moment of hesitation, became visibly agitated. In his eyes, Geo Mormont was a true knight and a loyal night's watchman, a figure he held in the highest esteem. With fervor, he retorted to Marco, "My lord Marco, you must understand, old Geo's alliance with Castor is silence." Bowen. Geo Mormont barked at Bowen, seemingly reproaching him for his verbosity. Marco, with a cold smirk, interjected, "Castor, the wooden house by the brook, 19 wives. A bastard of House Stark. It appears the servants of the old gods still favor this family." Upon hearing Marco name Castor and describe his abode, Geo Mormont was utterly astonished. He could not fathom how a person from Essos could possess such knowledge. More perplexing was his inability to comprehend how Marco had such intimate familiarity with that individual, even if Castor's affairs were no secret across the lands beyond. Geo Mormont did not believe Marco would venture so far to eliminate someone for such trivial matters, which held little weight among the nobility of Westeros. Swallowing hard, he nervously addressed Marco. He has saved many of our brothers in the Night's Watch." Before he could finish, he was rendered speechless, struck dumb by the sight of a colossal winged giant standing behind Marco, its ethereal presence conveying an overwhelming sense of sanctity. In truth, while Geo Mormont pleaded for mercy, Marco had discreetly opened his spellbook and initiated the blessing ritual exclusive to knightly heroes. In the confined space, the formidable angelic apparition emanated even greater authority, as if it had sprung forth from Marco himself. Once the magical effect dissipated, Marco immediately adopted a feeble tone, declaring, "The lord of someone is quite furious. Tomorrow, that someone shall embark for the lands beyond to eradicate the fallen who offer sacrifices to the old gods. Your true God has bestowed upon me this mission through his faithful. The Lord has equally granted that someone the right to act. You cannot thwart me." Beside them, Moonshadow regarded Marco's feigned frailty with curiosity, sensing his body was entirely unharmed. Fortunately, her expression went unnoticed by Geo and Bowen, or their ruse would surely have been exposed. However, at that moment, Lord Commander Jorah Mormont was utterly stupefied, his mind a blank canvas, for the events of the night had completely overturned his worldview. Though a devotee of the old gods, in a certain light, this esteemed commander regarded the deities merely as a source of solace. The bare island of the north was steeped in poverty, perpetually besieged by the Ironborn and the wildlings, and in the eyes of Gior, the divine was non-existent. For regardless of how fervently he prayed, the gods could not alleviate the suffering endured by his family and his people. Nevertheless, being a leader weathered by many trials, Gior swiftly regained his composure after a fleeting moment of bewilderment. "Lord Mormont, our warriors have consistently received his assistance. He is our ally. That is your concern. Lord Commander, someone sincerely hopes that you, the guardians of humanity, may forge a friendship and avoid unnecessary losses. My counsel is to swiftly consolidate your forces. The defense of the wall is paramount. Of course, I possess some obsidian weapons, which are formidable against the servants of the others. Your discretion is advised. You might also seek the wisdom of Maester Eamon regarding strategies against the whites. Tomorrow, I shall lead the expedition. The wildlings are likely to commence their movements as well. And I trust you have received some intelligence by now. That is all I have to convey. It is up to you to decide, Lord Commander. Good night to you both." After uttering these words, Mikar bowed to the two of them. He then donned the hood of his cloak and took the young girl, Moonshadow, with him as they departed from the third-floor chamber. As they stepped outside, a gentle snow began to fall once more, coating the ground in a delicate layer. The crunching sound of Mikar's leather boots breaking the stillness. Although the Black Castle had fallen into disrepair, it still housed many rooms, once capable of accommodating over 3,000 souls. In gratitude for Mikar's assistance, he was assigned a cozy chamber adjacent to the king's tower. As there were no women among Mikar's company, his sister was allocated a small room beside him, arranged by Chief Steward Bowen Marsh well in advance. The chambers had been prepared early, allowing Celis and her companions to organize their quarters efficiently. Upon entering his room, Mikar tidied up briefly before preparing to rest. Just then, with a resounding bang, the door was forcefully flung open by a tremendous force. A colossal figure appeared in the doorway, and the frigid wind rushed in, causing Mikar, who had just loosened his shirt, to shiver from the cold. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Moonshadow and her animal companion, the Shadow Lynx. At that moment, Moonshadow was still clad in the cloak Mikar had gifted her. She dismounted swiftly from the back of the Shadow Lynx and hurried to Marco's side. Speaking in the ancient tongue, in this region, many souls are weeping. They are too loud. I cannot rest. Only here is the silence, for they dare not approach. Marco, gently stroking her, ambled over to close the door, only to discover that the latch had been broken. With no other option, he moved a box to barricade the entrance. While shifting the items, he encountered Sass Ting and others who had come to investigate the situation. After exchanging a few brief words with them, Marco, under the peculiar gazes of his subordinates, secured the door. Shaking off the snowflakes from his attire, he suddenly realized that his companions wore somewhat mischievous smiles. With a resigned shake of his head, Marco made his way to the fireplace, where the flames blazed brightly, imbuing the room with an inviting warmth. Meanwhile, Yueying had fallen asleep atop the shadow lynx, which languidly basked in the fire's glow, its tail swaying gently. Upon noticing Marco's approach, the great feline opened its eyes and cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Marco felt a mix of exasperation and affection for this little ancestor. After rousing Yueying, he inquired, "Why don't you rest on the bed? I will sleep here. Get some rest early. Tomorrow, we can set off to find your kin." Chapter 46. The Phantom of the Castle. My kin have informed me that your kind has a notorious penchant for ill-treating females. Would you, perchance, harbor similar intentions toward me? Alas. Moonshadow, in a state of drowsiness, directed her words toward Marco, but before she could finish, Marco delivered a playful thump to her head. He admonished her. Where did you acquire such nonsensical ideas? Hurry off to bed. Thus, the young girl, cradling her head, scampered to her bed. Having already experienced the comfort of a bed during her time with the Amber family, this was by no means a novel experience for her. The Shadow Lynx, on the other hand, rested close to the fireplace, entirely indifferent to Marco's presence. Marco settled into a chair beside it, leaning back to find solace. In the midst of drowsiness, Marco unknowingly succumbed to slumber. The flickering flames in the fireplace elongated his shadow, intertwining it with the silhouette of the lynx, creating a bizarre and eerie tableau, as though it were foretelling something ominous. As the small snowfall in the latter part of the night gradually ceased, 2 sentinels stood guard at the entrance of the dark castle. On this night, due to the demands of their post, these warriors missed the evening feast. Nonetheless, the chef had graciously prepared a special midnight meal for these unfortunate souls, a large jug of ale. As the 2 soldiers indulged in their drink, an unsettling gust of wind suddenly swept toward them. The bone-chilling breeze made them shiver involuntarily, despite their long tenure at the Wall of Despair. This peculiar occurrence was entirely unprecedented. The snow accumulated on the ground was stirred by the eerie wind, swirling as if drawn by some unseen force, rousing one of the sentinels from his drowsy stupor. Pies, did you just see something? Little Knife Furl rubbed his eyes and inquired of his companion. Shut your mouth. I saw nothing. Just stand your post. Pie, the other sentinel, seemed equally startled, responding with a loud shout that carried a note of fear, startling other pairs of sentinels nearby. Seeing his fellow sentinels nearby, Pie let out a quiet sigh of relief, his racing heart gradually calming. However, as he prepared to turn and greet a familiar face, he noticed a peculiar figure standing silently in the center of the training ground. It was a distorted humanoid creature, its black and red form starkly contrasting against the pure white snow, making it impossible to overlook. Gradually, a multitude of strange figures began to materialize in that area, quickly filling the entire training ground, resembling a gathering of sentinels in training. Many of the watchmen now witnessed this unsettling scene, and several timid individuals were so frightened that they dropped their weapons to the ground. Moments later, those eerie silhouettes vanished into thin air, leaving all the sentinels present in a state of profound astonishment. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the fear and trepidation mirrored in the other's eyes. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, startling everyone once again. In a hazy slumber, Marco seemed to hear the melodious voice of a girl, courageous Danny Flintshe, hailing from the Wolfwood. From a young age, she yearned to be a hero. Amidst the endless night, the essence of justice, the fragmented strains of her song seemed imbued with a mystical power, swiftly drawing Marco's spirit into a realm of ice and snow. In this frosty domain, everything around him appeared shrouded in mist, as biting winds howled from all directions, assailing Marco. Countless eerie wails, carried by the gusts, infiltrated his very essence, seemingly aiming to rend him asunder with the energy of fear. In his spectral state, Marco possessed an extraordinary perception. He felt himself as a potent amalgamation of magical forces, albeit currently dormant. Yet, should he choose to, he could unleash this latent power in an instant, unleashing formidable destruction. Not far from him stood a castle belonging to the Night's Watch. Why was it deemed so? Because behind it loomed the Wall of Despair, which Marco had failed to notice due to some inexplicable energy interference. The wall comprised 19 fortresses, yet even at its zenith, the Night's Watch had never stationed more than 17 simultaneously. In the past 3 centuries, their numbers had dwindled drastically, with many castles left abandoned, some mockingly referred to as ghost towns. Observing the architecture of this fortress, Marco noted it seemed even larger than the Black Castle, though it was in a state of severe disrepair, suggesting it had been forsaken for a considerable time. In an unknown tower of the castle, a diverse assembly of beings gathered, their eyes fixated on Marco as he approached, their gazes laden with malice. To label them as human would be a stretch, for aside from a few with complete forms, the rest were grotesque abominations, radiating ominous waves of energy. It was this very energy that had obscured Marco's awareness of his surroundings. At that moment, a half-human, half-rat creature suddenly addressed a short-haired girl, Dany Flint. Did you not claim this was a soul brimming with human magic? Why can I sense nothing? Surely, you are not deceiving us. The short-haired girl was one of the few who retained a humanoid shape, her brown locks exuding an air of bravado. Clad in black leather armor, she bore a knight's one-handed sword adorned with sapphires at her side, resembling a valiant female knight. However, upon closer inspection, her eyes were a haunting crimson, pulsating with a sanguine energy that writhed within the sockets. As one gazes into her eyes, they may discern the presence of distorted and bizarre silhouettes, as if they were ensnared by her very gaze. The young lady, known as Dany Flint, directed her attention towards the half-human, half-rat creature, and an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from her being in an instant. The crimson energy erupted violently, causing the figures around her to twist and writhe, with some diminutive beings dissipating entirely into the ether. Though this power was formidable, it inflicted no harm upon the half-rat creature, merely transforming a few weaker entities into pure life energy. Dany Flint let out a cold scoff, declaring, "Rat Chef, Henry, I speak of this human. We have expended such vast amounts of magical energy to summon his soul. Do you not perceive it? Humph. If you doubt my words, feel free to depart. I trust many would delight in your absence." The rat chef, Henry, huffed in response, choosing not to retort further, instead retreating into the crowd, resignedly silencing himself. At that moment, an elderly man adorned with a crown spoke. "Dany, is this the formidable human you mentioned? He feels distinct from the others." "Indeed. If we could consume the magical essence within his soul, we would gain the strength to break our chains. Have you noticed? Ever since he arrived, this ancient magical circle has become animated, surely due to the potent magic coursing through him. This individual is infinitely more powerful than that wretched blood-raven duke. We need not resort to furtive means as before. Now, united in our strength, we can surely feast upon his soul." At this juncture, another elder addressed Dany Flint. "Child, apart from you and a few others, all present here are guilty souls. The gods have imprisoned us to atone for our sins." Suddenly, the half-human, half-rat creature became agitated, exclaiming, "What gods? What atonement? We are mere victims trapped by this cursed wall of despair. With that human's magic, we can escape this wretched place. The notion of gods is utter nonsense. It is merely a fabrication of the forest dwellers who crave our flesh and souls. They, like the others, are not to be trusted. And you too, Kurt Leswell." Kurt Leswell directed his ire at Rat Chef Henry, stating with fury, "Among these sinners, the most unforgivable is you. Henry, the one who tramples upon the rights of guests. Each time I behold you, I feel as though my very soul is sullied by your presence. Enough. Silence yourselves. Our purpose for arriving here is to escape our predicament. Although we are powerless against the forest child, uniting against this human is still a feasible endeavor. Count Court Lesvale, we have come solely for his magical prowess. I assure you, we shall not harm his life." The elder crowned with a diadem roared, interrupting the quarrel between the two, and then turned to reassure Court Lesvale. Yet, Court Lesvale showed no regard for the elder, retorting loudly, "Shiret Tampeton, you too have trampled upon the rights of guests. You are unworthy of the title king. If you despise the Undals, why then do you host them? The great king of the north painstakingly forged a peace treaty, only to see the conflict reignite due to your actions and that decrepit rodent. How many lives were lost in that war? You. Humph. They ravaged my kingdom and humiliated my people. Why should I not seek vengeance? And what of the gods? My hatred for them shall endure until the world's end." Upon uttering these words, King Shiret Tampeton was suddenly engulfed in black flames, an alarming sight as the flames fiercely consumed him. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you referring to me as the one filled with magical essence?" At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated from the staircase. Unbeknownst to anyone, Marco had already entered the eerie loft, and instantly, all eyes turned towards him. Despite being scrutinized by these twisted beings, Marco remained remarkably composed. Upon seeing the forsaken castle, he began to piece together certain revelations. Within the entire Great Wall of Despair, the most formidable, ancient, and enigmatic edifice is Long Night Castle. Although Marco was uncertain why he had been brought here, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from the castle's tower upon entering its confines. In his soul state, Marco possessed an acute sensitivity to magical and foreign energies, recognizing that the peculiar force that had drawn him into this realm originated from this very location. This experience differed from his previous state within the realm of consciousness. He could distinctly feel his power surging to formidable heights, as if he had been suddenly elevated by several levels. Moreover, his necromancer and knightly abilities appeared significantly enhanced. Thus, with audacity, he ascended the tower, intent on confronting those responsible for his arrival here. As he moved, merely by the force of thought, he found himself at the tower's base, leaving an ethereal trace in the snow. Just as Marco believed he had unexpectedly mastered the Illusion Legion spell, a powerful surge of energy caught his attention. Shifting his focus, he suddenly materialized at the staircase entrance, only to realize that those around him could not perceive his presence. Upon activating the system panel, Marco discovered himself in an ethereal state of runic magic, existing as an incorporeal soul. After assimilating the surroundings and overhearing the conversations of those present, Marco realized he had been brought here by the phantoms of the Long Night Castle. Among these specters were many protagonists from the Midnight Tales of the North, the most renowned of whom was the Rat Chef, along with his master, King Sheret-Tampton. Sheret-Tampton was the last king of the ancestral realm on the Five-Finger Peninsula. Initially, he had intended to enlist the help of the Undulls to vanquish other kings, but he did not foresee that his own kingdom would be the first to fall. Following this, he attempted multiple alliances with other ancestral kings to reclaim his lost territory. Yet all endeavors ended in failure, ultimately compelling him to flee to the north in search of refuge. Chapter 47. The Phantom of the Long Night. The Tampton family is a distant relative of the Stark family, and at that time, the king in the north, Bran Stark, shared a close friendship with Sheret-Tampton, allowing him to reside in Long Night Castle. During that period, the kings of the First Men faced defeat after defeat, and the entire region south of the Shivering Sea had largely succumbed, with the majority of the First Men kings meeting their demise. Only the king in the north managed to precariously stem the tide of Undull invasions through the protection of the Bay of Carhold. Yet this could not prevent the incessant harassment and attacks from the sea. Fortunately, the Undulls soon became embroiled in their own internal strife and conflicts, which enabled the king in the north to negotiate a peace treaty with the King of the Vale. The hostilities ceased, and the illustrious King Aedes II, son of the legendary Undull King Aedes Arryn and ancestor of House Arryn, led his two sons as envoys to Winterfell to express goodwill and discuss potential alliances through marriage. Upon hearing this news, Sheret-Tampton, who had been living in seclusion at Long Night Castle, conspired with his servant to exact revenge. However, he found himself devoid of an army. Thankfully, he still possessed some wealth, which he utilized to procure a band of Night's Watch soldiers. Thus, under the guise of fealty, King Sheret invited the Undull king to Long Night Castle. Here, King Sheret lavished his riches to host a grand banquet, with the Stark family accompanying Aedes II. Since the kings had their own food tasters, the treacherous cook, Hunterly, opted not to poison the food directly. Instead, he devised a far more sinister scheme. In the kitchens of Long Night Castle, Hunterly murdered Aedes II's youngest son and fashioned his flesh into a grand pie, which he presented to the heartbroken father. After indulging in the dish, the unfortunate king praised its exquisite flavor and requested a second serving. Hunterly, however, lamented that he had exhausted the finest cuts from the young prince, rendering him incapable of producing any further delicacies. At that moment, Sheret-Tampton drew forth a sword concealed beneath the table, laying it across his lap to assert his denial of the guest's rights. Concurrently, some of the Night's Watch soldiers instigated a rebellion, intent on assassinating the Undull king. Fortunately, the soldiers of House Stark and several loyal Night's Watchmen swiftly quashed this farcical uprising. Sheret-Tampton, lacking the necessary foresight, had poorly orchestrated this act of vengeance. Otherwise, it could have culminated in a truly bloody banquet. Ultimately, an enraged King Aedes II departed the north, bearing the remains of his son. Though outright battle was averted, the descendants of both parties etched this incident indelibly in their memories, sowing the seeds of enmity. These seeds would take root and flourish amidst minor skirmishes, leading to nearly a millennium of conflict between the North and the Vale over the claim to the Sisters Islands. The last king of the Five-Finger Peninsula met his demise at the hands of an enraged Stark relative, entombed upon the icy expanse of the wall. The Mouse Chef, on the other hand, faced a swift execution, his lifeless form brutally crushed and fed to the beasts and rodents prowling near the castle. The magical array established by the Children of the Forest periodically siphoned the life energy from the bodies of the deceased, causing the lingering vengeful spirits to be absorbed into its matrix. This phenomenon occurred because, in this world, there exists no realm akin to an underworld. Upon death, a being's essence dissipates into its most primal form of life energy. The phantoms residing within the Long Night Castle coalesced from these vengeful spirits, their negative emotional energies remaining unresolved by the magical array. Gradually, their consciousness began to awaken to a semblance of humanity, their powers intensifying, with certain formidable individuals even capable of influencing the material realm. It is these specters that have perpetuated the bizarre occurrences within Long Night Castle, where betrayal and bloodshed have been ceaseless. The Night's Watch's 79th Sentinel forsook his oath, slaying his commander, while the young and valiant Danny Flint fell victim to brutal assault and murder. The Mad Axe traversed the desolate courtyards, ascending the towers, ruthlessly slaughtering his Night's Watch brethren in the shadows. All of this chaos was orchestrated by the ghosts, whose deep-seated negative emotions incessantly spread fear and despair. Many Night's Watch warriors recounted these tales to terrify the new recruits, and over time, the terrifying legends of Long Night Castle permeated the continent of Westeros. Gradually, the higher echelons of the Night's Watch began to evacuate the dwindling number of soldiers, and as the Night's Watch fell into decline and obscurity, the cost of maintaining Long Night Castle surged. Around the 70th year of the Aegon calendar, with funding from Queen Alysanne Targaryen, King Jaehaerys I, the Long-Lived, commissioned the construction of Deep Lake Keep, after which the Night's Watch entirely abandoned Long Night Castle. As time progressed, these phantoms grew increasingly potent, their consciousness aligning more closely with humanity's, yearning for liberation from their shackles and craving the fear of mortals. On this night, spurred by Marco's magical influence, these entities exhibited heightened activity. The most powerful among them directly harnessed the magical array to forcibly extract Marco's soul from his corporeal form. Though this exertion consumed many spectral allies, to those yearning for freedom, it was a sacrifice worth making. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. You, how did you come to be here? Charette Templeton gazed at the unexpected apparition of Marco, a profound dread welling within him. From the very beginning, he had sensed that Marco concealed something terrifying. Charette Templeton had only ever felt such a presence in the figure of the Valley Sorceress from the age of the First Men, Alicia Earlith. A fragment of reason within his spectral form warned him that deep within the essence of this human soul lay an unfathomable power. What are you waiting for? You lot. Advance. The Rat Chef, Hunterly, let out a piercing scream and charged towards Marco, surrounded by an ominous aura akin to a vengeful spirit unleashed from its confines. At the sound of his cry, ethereal figures throughout the vicinity surged towards Marco, seemingly intent on tearing his essence apart and devouring him piece by piece. Only a handful of entities refrained from joining the fray. Their reluctance was not born of compassion, but rather a calculated hope that the weaker phantoms would exhaust Marco's strength in advance. They sensed the perilous energy emanating from him, prompting a cautious demeanor. With a fearsome roar, Marco unleashed a terrifying bellow that resonated through the air, accompanied by a wave of crimson energy that rippled outward. The sound of his fearsome roar evoked the image of an ancient beast in the mind of the foremost Rat Chef, rendering him paralyzed with dread. The crimson energy continued to expand, immobilizing the surrounding phantoms in place. At that moment, radiant light flickered in Marco's hand as a tome, resembling the magical interface from a game, materialized within his grasp. As he turned its pages, he discovered that both his battle cry and rune magic spells were fully charged. When danger had struck earlier, his soul instinctively unleashed the fearsome roar. Now, upon glimpsing a top-tier rune within the grimoire, a subtle smile crept across his lips. Marco swiftly extracted a special rune radiating golden light from the book. This rune, a combination of a diamond shape and an X, shimmered beautifully with golden energy. Realizing it would not deplete any resources, Marco crushed it with fervor. The golden energy cascaded into his soul, enveloping him in a radiant glow that expanded exponentially, ultimately shattering the confines of the tower's space. With a thunderous roar akin to that of a dragon, An immense luminescent dragon materialized above the expanse of Long Night Fortress. In this draconic form, Marco surveyed his transformed body, nodding in satisfaction as he beheld the immobilized phantoms ahead. His eyes gleamed with powerful draconic breath, which surged forth, obliterating a multitude of phantoms before him into pure energy, igniting the edges of the remaining spirits in soft white flames. Upon completing this formidable assault, Marco reverted to his original form. The dragon-shaped rune had initially granted a 100 increase in offensive and defensive capabilities while reducing magical damage by 50. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, it had transformed into a dragon transformation spell, impressively potent but limited to a single attack. Nonetheless, Marco still possessed the Fury and Wrath runes, which would allow him to unleash 2 more strikes in his draconic form. However, Marco's terrifying strike had extinguished the desire to attack among the remaining spirits, particularly among the leading figures, who desperately concealed their forms within the throng of phantoms, fearing discovery by Marco. Marco cast a fleeting glance at them, gently opened the tome of magic in his hand, and declared, "Come forth. I have stood here long enough. I have overheard all your conversations. Do you require me to summon you one by one?" Before they could advance, they were reduced to their primordial essence under Marco's thunderous assault. In a mere moment, 3 of them timidly materialized before Marco, acutely aware of the formidable power he wielded. Simultaneously, the other 2 cursed Danny Flint in their hearts, having expected to confront a mere shadow lynx, only to encounter an ancient monstrosity instead. Particularly for Kurt Leswell, whose initial intent was merely to mediate with Danny Flint. He never anticipated such a calamity would befall him. Marco closed the magic tome, his gaze sweeping over the 3 before him, his brow furrowing slightly as he inquired, "What of the rat chef? Why do I not see him?" "My lord, he has just perished at your hands and has completely vanished," Danny Flint replied, trembling, clearly intimidated by Marco. As the instigator of this venture, Danny Flint feared retribution from Marco, for it was she who had lured Marco's soul to this place. Danny Flint had always been remarkably intelligent. After becoming a vengeful spirit, she developed a keen interest in the knowledge of magical circles. After studying a portion of ancient runes, she astonishingly grasped some of the operational principles of the magic array. Through relentless study and exploration, she devised a simplistic method for utilizing magical circles, albeit one that required substantial consumption of soul energy. Empowered by the magic array, her abilities grew increasingly potent, and her blood-red eyes were a testament to her continual enhancement of her powers. This time, Danny Flint used Marco as bait to persuade the hundreds of spirits at Castle Long Night to offer their strength. Yet, she never anticipated attracting such a harbinger of death, who obliterated nearly 1/3 of the spirits with a single blow. Danny Flint had never encountered an entity like Marco. They all hailed from an era predating the Age of Ignition and had never laid eyes upon a dragon. Thus, they regarded Marco as a deity walking among mortals, harboring not a shred of doubt towards his commands. At this moment, Marco, through his mental perception, discerned their origins. The influence of this runic energy had rendered the life force in the vicinity of Castle Long Night remarkably vibrant. The suppressed whites began to emerge from their domains, initiating a large-scale incursion into the human realm. Fortunately, although the spirits were numerous, they lacked truly formidable individuals. However, as time progresses, they will inevitably break free from the confines of the magical array, and the devastation they may unleash could surpass even that of the others. Having grasped the intricacies of the situation, Marco resolved to eradicate these specters entirely, restoring vitality to the enchantment. He had initially prepared to employ the 2 runes. Yet upon turning, he beheld the pitiable figure of Danny Flint. A different notion took root in Marco's mind. After careful contemplation, he addressed Danny Flint. "You do not belong to the realm of the living, just as the acolytes of the eldritch gods should not exist. However, I cannot simply obliterate you for this reason. Therefore, reveal your choice. Surrender or perish." Chapter 48. The Wraith of the Underworld. Esteemed Lord, we are all willing to submit. Please do not annihilate us. Upon hearing Marco's words, the 3 foremost and mightiest specters cried out in unison, following their lead. Over 100 spirits behind them knelt on one knee, reciting oaths of loyalty to Marco. Yet, a faction of the Wraith still glared at Marco with faces twisted in malice, seemingly contemplating a futile struggle. Danny Flint and her companions also noticed the predatory gazes of their kin nearby, but before they could react, an overwhelming aura erupted from Marco's form. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the hidden task, Tumor on the Magic Circle, you have received resource rewards: 10,000 gold, 10 wood, 10 or ding. A multitude of spirits admire your formidable power. They wish to join your ranks. Will you accept? Ding. Host detected to be in an incorporeal state, unable to properly accept the undead forces. Ding. Initiating forced integration function, importing the Valerian magical system, the Forest Child's magical system, the Necromancer's magical system, the Rune magical system, the Warcry magical system. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of information surged towards Marco's soul, akin to a dam bursting. Endless streams of knowledge and consciousness intertwined with the vast reservoir of magical energy within him, as if alien awareness infiltrated his very essence. In that moment, Marco's form gradually dissolved into a mist of crimson, tendrils composed of sanguine energy lunging swiftly towards the specters. Dany Fillant and her companions were paralyzed with terror, helplessly watching as the dreadful crimson energy ensnared their kin one by one. The remaining spirits screamed in desperation, seeking to flee, yet found themselves immobilized by an oppressive force. Unable to move a single step, merely witnesses to the capture of their brethren by the blood-red tendrils. One by one, these wraiths were bound by the crimson appendages that emerged from Marco, suspended in the air. With a resounding explosion, the blood mist erupted violently. And as the blinding light subsided, Marco reappeared before the multitude of spirits. At this moment, Marco's appearance was strikingly peculiar. His once silver hair had transformed into a deep crimson hue, and his eyes gleamed with a violet radiance, seemingly absorbing the energy around him. A pair of immense wings, drenched in the color of blood, unfurled from his back, adorned with tendrils of sanguine energy, which were extensions of the spectral tendrils in the sky. Marco's now towering form was encased in armor resembling yellow crystal, with runes the size of a palm affixed to its surface, radiating a bright yellow luminescence. Various magical energies of differing attributes surged within him, each counteracting and regenerating the other, creating an eerie equilibrium. Marco's palm suddenly spread wide, and a luminous orb, the size of a basketball, materialized in his hand. With Marco's magical prowess augmenting its presence, the orb expanded increasingly in size. A thunderous explosion reverberated as the orb burst, unleashing a torrent of radiant energy that coalesced in the air, gradually forming a colossal 12-pointed star array. With a gentle flap of his blood-red wings, Marco ascended slowly to the central position of the magical array. His violet glowing eyes scanned the newly formed array before finally settling on Dany Fillant, struggling against the blood-red tendrils. The short-haired female specter felt an overwhelming wave of terror wash over her, causing her ethereal form to tremble in fear. In an instant, Dany Fillant was yanked forcefully into the heart of the magical array by an immense force. At the center of the 12-pointed star array, she found herself ensnared by a gigantic cross of light. Horror etched on her face, she pleaded with Marco, believing he sought vengeance for their recent encounter. However, Marco paid no heed to her desperate explanations, as the energies within him continued to clash and resist one another. "Ah!" Marco cried out, the weight of helplessness igniting a fire of rage within his heart. Suddenly, his aura shifted dramatically, exuding a serene warmth. He gazed at the short-haired girl before him, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "An unexpected incident occurred, yet it appears you can no longer leave this place with me. Fortunately, I have conceived another method, one that involves merging you into a singular, more potent entity. Rejoice, my loyal subjects, for you shall become the mightiest undead creature in this realm." Yet, the diverse magical energies, seemingly imbued with the consciousness of formidable beings, began to influence Marco's actions with their potent emotions. Upon hearing Marco's words, the myriad specters descended into chaos, uttering curses, insults, and pleas for mercy. This cacophony of unusual sentiments rendered the entire space unbearably tumultuous. With a cold scoff, Marco unleashed a surge of energy from the blood-red tendrils, silencing all the specters' clamors. "You are already deceased, and do not belong in this world. Those who have chosen to pledge their loyalty to me shall comply with my designs. Those who harbor resentment towards me shall face annihilation. In the end, your fate will be consumed by the most powerful among you." How capricious fate is. Ultimately, you will encounter such an outcome. Having uttered these words, Marco began to channel the formidable crimson energy coursing through him to inscribe the magical array. "Dany Fillant, your woeful destiny breeds hatred for this world. Let it persist. Suffering, hatred, destruction." Marco's voice gradually twisted into a mad and eerie tone, as the frenzied and bloodthirsty energy seemed to seep into his very being. The incantation had commenced, and he found himself unable, nor unwilling, to cease, for he was certain that this time he could conjure an extraordinarily powerful undead creature. In the center of the magic circle, Dany Fillant was bound and engulfed in excruciating torment, as the specters she had once devoured began to gradually gnaw at her very essence. This profound agony, penetrating the depths of her soul, unleashed the suppressed hatred within her. Ah, death! You all deserve to perish. Dany Fillant's blood-red eyes ignited with a ghostly blue flame, which did not liberate her from her plight but rather intensified the suffering of her soul. Sensing the palpable hatred radiating from Dany Fillant, Marco nodded in satisfaction, his aura shifting into a different state. The capricious river shall bestow blessings upon you. You shall possess an indomitable form. The wrath of fire shall empower you. You shall wield the force of obliteration. The vastness of the earth shall bless you. You shall gain limitless vision. The swiftness of the storm shall protect you. You shall embody a fierce presence. The roar of thunder shall safeguard you. You shall command boundless authority. Rainbows, fog, desolation, the deceased. Life, flora, fauna, mountains, oceans, past, future. As the incantation continued, one by one, the specters were ensnared by the blood-red tendrils and drawn into the magic circle, utterly obliterated by the formidable enchantment, transforming into pure life energy to activate the sigils upon the array. Dany Fillant had now transformed into a colossal figure of crimson hue, her essence attaining a terrifying strength under the magic circle's influence. The cross-shaped light array seemed on the verge of being unable to contain her, her formidable form nearly bursting the confines of the circle. Yet, despite this, she remained ensnared at the center, utterly incapable of escape. I demand your demise. A tremendous force erupted from Dany Fillant's colossal being, her roar generating sound waves that struck Marco as if they were tangible assaults. A chilling intent to kill locked onto Marco, as if the strike aimed to end his existence. Marco's violet eyes, ablaze with intensity, slowly shifted towards Dany Fillant, revealing a hint of disdainful amusement. His aura transformed dramatically, the sanguine energy surging as if poised to erupt forth. Coldly, Marco declared, "Is this all the power of your fury? You disappoint me greatly. The battle rages on. The soul of the army is eternally forged. Kill. The wrath of myriad troops." As Marco uttered the word kill, a far more terrifying force erupted from his being. Immediately, the crimson energy surged alongside Marco's roar, launching a fierce assault upon Dany Fillant's colossal form. Boom, boom. A series of rapid explosions shattered her immense body, each detonation converting the specters within her into pure energy. Gradually, the massive soul of Dany Fillant began to shrink, compressing into a more normalized state. The magical array resembled a sculptor, incessantly absorbing the dissipated life energy to restore Dany Fillant's fragmented body. Through the contours, one could faintly discern Sheeret Tampton and Kurt Leswell, who were incessantly howling and mumbling incoherent curses. Marco glanced at them, noticing 3 streams of differently colored energy clashing within Dany Fillant's soul, seemingly intent on tearing her body apart. Observing this bizarre scene, Marco's expression remained inscrutable as the magical attributes surrounding him shifted once more. Before long, a peculiar chain composed of runes gradually emerged from Marco's body. Guided by Marco, the runic chain tightly ensnared Dany Fillant's soul, which was on the verge of rupture. As the chains wound around her, the howls of the other 2 souls gradually diminished, ultimately vanishing entirely. Marco continued to chant, "O King of Broken Oaths, your anguish and hatred will bestow upon her immeasurable strength, O Knight of Vows. Your despair and grievances will render her fearless, O Weeping Warrior. No one understands the essence of suffering better than you, and no one comprehends the meaning of hatred more profoundly. Your soul shall continuously transcend, and the runes shall empower you further." The chain of runic energy became tinged with crimson, slowly merging into Dany Fillant's body. The sanguine energy ebbed outward, solidifying into a chrysalis formed of crystal. Once shaped, it greedily absorbed all surrounding energy, including that emanating from the magical array, gradually devouring it. The cross-shaped light array that confined it began to fragment, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Observing this avaricious, undead creation, Marco felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. With a mere thought, he initiated a soul link with the crystallized Dany Fillant. As their connection solidified, a chilling energy surged forth, attacking Marco. A wave of oil green, undulating energy crashed towards him, imbued with negative emotions that conveyed a profound malevolence. A resounding dragon's roar erupted within the space, and with a furious flap of his wings, Marco charged towards the red chrysalis. With ease, Marco's right hand sliced through the hardened shell, seizing Dany Fillant by the neck and pulling her out. At that moment, Dany Fillant stood naked, her form flickering between reality and illusion, while Marco's myriad powers shifted incessantly, rendering her incapable of escape. Marco addressed her. I created you, and I can just as easily annihilate you. Do you truly believe you have surpassed me in strength? I know you have completed your evolution. Excessive greed is not a virtue, humph. After Marco uttered these words, a spellbook materialized in his hand. He meticulously pondered the two abilities of the necromancer, his lips whispering the final incantation. You shall attain eternal life. You shall possess a body that never withers, embrace death, master suffering, and wield hatred. Ding. Congratulations, host, for creating a formidable undead creature. Creature abilities: immortality, infinite resurrection, incorporeal form, Wail of the Banshee, Torment, level 10, blood-sucking attack, level 15. Ding. As the host levels up, the abilities of this summoned creature will be further enhanced. Please continue your efforts. Ding. Congratulations, host, for the enhancement of your necromancer capabilities. You have acquired 3 exclusive skills and received a reward, the Banishment Ring. The Banishment Ring allows the hero to utilize banishment skills, diminishing the effects of enemy summoning magic. It can affect the White's Corpse magic. Ding. A new type of undead creature has emerged. Please name it. Host. Reward, 1,000 gold. 1 mercury. Marco spoke. Banshee of the Underworld. Chapter 49. Journey beyond the Great Wall. Leaning against the seat, Marco abruptly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. As he attempted to stand, he became acutely aware of the soreness that enveloped his body, a consequence of prolonged stillness. He vigorously shook his stiff arms and legs before gradually rising from the seat. The shadowy lynx, startled by Marco's movements, lifted its head and bared its teeth, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction. Disregarding the lynx, Marco meandered to the small circular window of the guest room. The windows in the Black Castle were constructed of a rudimentary glass, riddled with impurities, far inferior to the fine glass panes found in Wall City. At that moment, the sky was beginning to brighten with the first light of dawn. Marco touched his face and gazed outside, murmuring to himself, is this a dream? Or have I truly experienced all these events? Yet, why did those two not sense my unusual state? Have I genuinely arrived at Long Night Castle? Indeed, I heard it. They even mentioned wanting to devour you. A voice from behind interrupted Marco's musings. Initially intending to consult his grimoire, he felt a sense of resignation upon hearing this remark. Turning to face Moonshadow, he inquired, then why did you not inform me? The child of the forest, Moonshadow, looked at Marco with a perplexed expression and replied, in the realm of reality, it is conceivable that you could be slain. However, in the state of the Green Dream, I do not believe any entity possesses the power to kill you, not even the gods. Curiously, Marco asked, the Green Dream? What is that? Ah, I forgot. You are unaware. My sisters have mentioned that you humans refer to this ability as green vision. Upon hearing Moonshadow's explanation, Marco pondered the peculiarities of the situation, sensing that his experiences at Long Night Castle were far from ordinary. The magical array, or perhaps some entity, seemed to wish to harness Marco's strength to vanquish the specters residing within Long Night Castle. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind, prompting him to ask Moonshadow, can you perceive that entity within me? Or have you attempted to delve into my dreams? Knock, knock, knock. A voice resonated from outside the door, my lord. The time has nearly arrived. We are all prepared. Upon hearing Sarsting's inquiry, Marco could only respond with a resigned acknowledgement. He turned to Moonshadow and said, let us discuss this further another time. Come. Our journey beyond the Great Wall is just beginning. With that, Marco picked up the necromancer's helmet and cloak from the nightstand, and alongside the already attired Moonshadow, they made their way to the door. Glancing at the door obstructed by the cabinet, Marco cast a helpless glance at Moonshadow and the shadowy lynx. Marco discovered that ever since he encountered these two peculiar individuals, he had been plagued by a series of strange occurrences. At that moment, a throng of people had gathered outside the cabin door. After moving aside a cabinet, Marco, accompanied by Yue, stepped into the corridor outside the guest room. Among the crowd stood Old Bear, Gior Mormont, who appeared to be weary, his eyes slightly puffy. He cast a complex glance at Yue before turning to Marco and saying, the hospitality extended by my fellow Night's Watch brothers has brought great joy to someone. However, that someone has his own tasks to attend to, as there are duties that must be fulfilled. Old Bear intended to say more, but was gently pulled back by the chief officer, Bowen Marsh. Following this exchange, the Night's Watch held a modest farewell banquet for Marco and his companions, and as noon approached, they prepared to set off. Marco and his group planned to traverse the passage beneath the Black Castle to journey beyond the wall. Though Marco could have opted for a water route, it would have consumed even more time. Moreover, the region north of Skagos Island was notoriously colder, rendering the navigation of large vessels quite perilous. With the assistance of the Night's Watch, their undertaking was rendered significantly safer, allowing them to exploit the gaps in supply transport to discreetly bypass the East Sea and carrying out certain clandestine missions. The passage through the wall was lengthy, winding, and narrow, featuring 3 locked iron gates. Each door was equipped with a specialized mechanism, and above each door was a hidden aperture for the release of concealed arrows. The outer gate of the passage was crafted from solid oak, measuring 9 inches thick, requiring the collective effort of 4 individuals to turn the winch and gain entry. During the Battle of Black Castle 2 years later, this door was forcibly breached by the giant leader, the formidable Mag, though he ultimately fell beneath the second gate. The wall extended from the eastern coast all the way to the western canyon, and the passage through Black Castle was regarded by many as the sole route. However, within Long Night Castle, there existed another black door leading beyond the wall, accessible only through this passage. This black door, made of fishbeam wood, bore a human visage, and legend held that only the Night's Watch could unlock it, for it was a magical portal. As Marco walked slowly through the passage, he sensed that the magic circle at the base of the wall had returned to normalcy. Yet, due to the passage of time, this magic circle teetered on the brink of collapse. The runic enchantment laid down by the children of the forest had endured to this day, which was nothing short of miraculous. Long ago, Queen Alysanne Targaryen had aspired to command her dragon, Silverwing, to soar over the wall, yet she had not succeeded, as her dragon had refused her. This event transpired over 2 centuries prior, highlighting the formidable nature of the wall in ancient times. Although Marco perceives the forest dwellers' comprehension and utilization of magic as rather rudimentary, far inferior to the arcane arts of the Ashen World, it is perhaps this crude and unrefined approach that has allowed the Wall of Despair to endure through the ages. After all, even the most flawless magical formations are destined to exhaust their energy eventually. Thus, this method of maintenance, though rough, retains its practicality. After traversing for over 2 hours, Marco and his companions finally arrived at the final gate. Under the meticulous operation of 4 Night's Watch warriors, the gate slowly ascended, unleashing a biting cold wind interspersed with fine ice crystals that struck the faces of the group with ferocity. Their eyes were first met with an expanse blanketed in snow and ice, beyond which lay a dense forest, the Ghost Shadow Forest. The largest woodland situated north of the Wall of Despair serves as the principal settlement for the wildlings. Additionally, there are the Frozen Coast and the Land of Eternal Winter, where wildlings are also found. Towering sentinel trees stood majestically, interspersed with several grayish-white fishbeam trees. At this moment, Banyong Stark was leading 10 cavalrymen, positioned at the exit of the passage. Upon noticing Marco and Old Bear, he slightly bowed his head in a gesture of respect. Subsequently, Old Bear, Jir Mormont, introduced Marco to the cavalry soldiers of the Night's Watch. These 11 horsemen were to guide Marco into the Ghost Shadow Forest. However, Marco expressed his preference to proceed without their guidance. Moreover, he subtly indicated to Old Bear that the Night's Watch had more pressing matters to attend to and should not waste time on him. Marco's plan was to first visit White Tree Village, then proceed to Castle Black, followed by the ancestral stronghold, before finally seeking out Leaf and her companions. Upon seeing Marco's resolute stance, Old Bear and Banyong Stark acquiesced, yet they insisted on escorting Marco to White Tree Village. This village is one of the few wildling settlements that harbors goodwill towards the Night's Watch, frequently engaging in trade with the soldiers. Occasionally, they would offer refuge to beleaguered rangers, albeit under certain conditions. Iron goods and horses were often demanded as compensation. Nevertheless, compared to the more hostile wildlings further north, they were relatively amicable, as certain cannibal tribes relished in tormenting the Night's Watch warriors. Marco and his party, accompanied by over 30 rangers, journeyed for approximately 5 days before arriving at the small settlement north of the Wall of Despair, named for the enormous fishbeam tree at its center. White Tree Village consists of 4 single-story houses surrounding a sheepfold and a well. The dwellings are constructed of stone, with thatched roofs and windows covered by tattered hides. While modest, they are considered quite decent within the context of wildling villages. Dominating the village is the grotesque fishbeam tree, its pale branches startlingly adorned with a face that evokes both awe and fear. It is larger than any fish or timber that Marco has ever encountered, its carved mouth seemingly capable of accommodating an entire sheep, which is rather disconcerting. The leader of White Tree Village is the Deer Hunter Dale, who commands a total of 28 villagers. Upon witnessing a large group entering the village, the villagers were gripped by panic, hastily arming themselves and gathering together. However, upon recognizing the leader of the group as Banyan Stark, Dale ordered his men to sheath their weapons. Angrily, he called out to the knight, "Banyan Stark, what brings you and this multitude to our humble abode?" "Ah, Commander Crow? J.R. Mormont, you two have arrived. What is the matter? Have you caught wind of something?" J.R. Mormont inquired of Dale. "What do you mean? What news?" Noticing the expression on J.R.'s face, Dale smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate but instead shifting his gaze towards Marco and his companions. Dale scrutinized Marco and his entourage with great curiosity, prompting him to ask Banyan and the others, who are these individuals? And why is there a snow bear among them? Which tribe do they belong to? Are they under the command of that skin changer? No, that can't be right. Didn't he only have one snow bear? Upon hearing Dale's query, Hank displayed a keen interest, his gaze fixated on Marco. Understanding that Hank was intrigued by the skin changer, Marco affirmed through their soul link. Consequently, Hank stepped forward, addressing Dale. "We hail from the western Skaggs Island. These snow bear knights are warriors of our tribe, tasked with safeguarding this esteemed gentleman. Is that skin changer truly formidable? I too am a wolf spirit. I must seize the opportunity to pay him a visit." As he uttered the phrase "pay a visit," a strange smile crept upon his lips, suggesting a desire to spar with that individual. Hank's smile concealed a latent menace, an aura emanating from him that stirred restlessness among the nearby horses. Observing Hank's unsettling grin, Dale involuntarily shivered, shaking off the twinge of fear that crept into his heart. He replied, "The skin changer Valamir is a powerful wolf spirit capable of commanding 3 wolves, a snow bear, an eagle, and a shadow lynx. He oversees more than a dozen villages, seemingly located in a remote corner of the Ghost Shadow Forest. How intriguing. Beyond the wall, there exist such fascinating individuals. Indeed, my lord spoke true. The outside world teems with formidable characters, and I yearn to." Initially, his tone was vigorous and impassioned, but as he progressed, his true nature began to surface. Apart from the system soldiers, Marco observed that those surrounding him were rather unreliable. After trading some goods with Dale and his people, Hank acquired the precise location of Castle Cast. The warriors from Abyss Fortress are seasoned hunters and fighters, once they ascertain the exact coordinates. Alongside Hank and the 2 shapeshifters from Wolf Tooth, Marco could traverse the borders with ease. This particular military configuration enables Marco to adeptly circumvent unnecessary perils. From the inception of the formation of his Snow Bear Knights, they have consistently been trained as a special forces unit, drawing upon the recollections of his past life. Marco has employed his rudimentary methods to cultivate his soldiers, fortunate that their foundational skills are quite robust. Consequently, their individual combat capabilities and collaborative efficiency have significantly enhanced. To ensure all bases are covered, Marco dispatched his subordinates to gather intelligence, ultimately confirming its accuracy before deciding to embark on their journey. Just prior to departure, Marco addressed the esteemed Commander Geo Mormont, proclaiming, "Your Excellency, regardless of your willingness, the wheel of fate has already begun to turn. This world is destined to undergo the most monumental transformation. You mortals shall inevitably experience the magnificence of the divine. Winter has arrived. All beings shall unite. This is destiny, predetermined since the arrival of a certain individual in this realm. Mortal? My lord Marco. With all due respect, you too are one among these mortals." No, Lord Banyan. That individual is not a mortal. He is a shepherd, while you all are but lost sheep in this world. Chapter 50. The Battle of Castle Fortress Banyan. As Banyan prepared to continue his rebuttal, the elder bear old Jiao Mormont hastily interjected. Marco gestured for the troops behind him to advance, taking the reins and guiding his steed forward. As he rode, he declared, "My lord Banyan, one day, you shall come to believe all that someone has spoken. Perhaps someone has altered the fates of many. The threads of destiny are firmly held in the hands of that someone. The future will unfold as a splendid tapestry. Until we meet again, my lords." His voice grew increasingly powerful, resonating clearly in the ears of every warrior, undiminished by distance. With the amplification of Marco's magical prowess, this subtle art of voice projection became second nature to him. Banyan watched Marco recede into the distance, his pupils involuntarily narrowing, a flicker of unusual light crossing his face. He instinctively turned his gaze toward bare old Jiao Mormont, his expression rife with curiosity. The elder regarded him for a moment before stating, Lord Marco is indeed a most extraordinary individual. The region north of the wall is primarily divided into 4 areas: the frozen coast to the west, the land of eternal winter to the north, the ghost shadow forest to the east, and several alluvial plains. Central to these is a colossal mountain range, referred to by various names among the wildlings. Scholar Iman, in his notes, named this mountain range the Frostbite Teeth, a designation also recognized on the continental map by the learned city and widely accepted in the southern territories beyond the wall. However, in the memories of the wildlings, the Frostbite Teeth is merely a solitary peak, not a mountain range in their eyes. The largest river flowing through the Frostbite Teeth mountain range is the Rue River. Located west of the Ghost Shadow Forest, formed by the confluence of several tributaries from the Frostbite Teeth, the canyon carved by the Rue River marks the western terminus of the wall. This gorge appears as if cleaved by an indescribable force, with turbulent waters and steep cliffs. Thus, the wildlings would rather scale the icy walls of the wall than venture here even once. Castle Fortress is situated near a tributary of the Rue River, northwest of White Tree Village, approximately 160 kilometers apart. Marco knew Castle was the only human who had offered sacrifices to the others. While such treachery may not be unique to him, Marco resolved to deal with him first, not out of desire for his daughters, all of whom had been subjected to unspeakable acts, but rather to rescue these unfortunate women from the tyranny of the traitorous Night's Watch, and chiefly, from their unscrupulous father. This was a most righteous endeavor, indeed. Marco silently reassured himself. After a journey marked by pauses and reflections, Marco and his companions finally arrived near the fortress of Castor after 15 arduous days. Through the reconnaissance of Wolf Fang, Marco had gleaned the precise location and layout of the Castor fortress. Perched upon a gentle hillside, the fortress was encircled by an earthen rampart approximately 5 meters high, which Marco surmised was the reason for its designation as a fortress. To the southwest of the rampart lay a small gate, adjacent to a meandering stream flowing northward. Within the rampart, there was a refuse heap, a pigsty, and a sheepfold. The Stark lineage seemed remarkably unique, leading Marco to speculate that it must possess some divine bloodline. For otherwise, it would not be so highly regarded by the others. When the Night King was lured to his fall, a female other had been deliberately sent forth. As Marco pondered these matters, a sudden swarm of ravens appeared overhead, shrieking frantically as if they had encountered something terrifying. The children of the forest, Moonshadow, approached Marco astride a shadow cat, seemingly wishing to convey something to him. Marco nodded in acknowledgement and raised his hand to signal those around him to be vigilant. Murmuring to himself, Old Bear, Old Bear, I have underestimated your benevolence. Alas, such trifling acts of kindness have bewitched you. The one who saved you might be merely seeking to assuage his guilty conscience. Alert! Sarsting bellowed, drawing forth a massive shield with his 2 subordinates, forming a protective barrier around Marco. Their shields were adorned with a piece of obsidian, a treasure acquired during their previous expedition, which had been imbued with magic. Since Marco had suffered from the icy spear of the others, he had come to regard this matter with utmost seriousness. To this end, he had inquired of Moonshadow regarding pertinent knowledge, who suggested employing obsidian for protection. Though the power of those magically enhanced obsidian stones had diminished, they were now perfectly suited for embedding in armor and shields. Consequently, Marco instructed Moonshadow to modify the shields with these enchanted obsidian shards, particularly those with fire attributes, which had a pronounced effect against the others. Essentially, apart from Marco, Naxos, and Moonshadow, all others were outfitted with a round shield to prepare for such unforeseen circumstances. A series of indistinct growls erupted, and suddenly, severed arms emerged from the ground. Upon closer inspection, Marco realized they had unwittingly been encircled by these corpses. Following this, over 100 wights clawed their way out from beneath the snow, surrounding Marco and his party from all directions. Although the wildlings traditionally practiced cremation, it could not guarantee that no bodies would be left behind in the wilderness. Furthermore, the permafrost had preserved the integrity of the corpses, affording the others an opportunity to replenish their ranks. Observing their condition, Marco estimated that the others had begun to amass an army. For these wights appeared nearly indistinguishable from the living, remarkably well preserved, with only a few showing signs of decay. A pair of eerie, azure eyes fixated on Marco and his companions, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Any individual of fragile resolve standing in that moment might have been utterly terrified. At that juncture, the Wolf Fang beside Marco suddenly spoke up. My lord, we have detected 5 wights to the due west. though they are quite distant and appear to have no intention of engaging us directly. Upon hearing this, Marco nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, "Why are there only so few whites? Could I be mistaken?" It seemed peculiar to him that 5 whites were commanding over 100 corpses. Exercising caution, Marco abandoned his intention to experiment with the necromancer's spell. Previously, the specter he had synthesized in the magical array at Long Night Fortress, the necromancer Danny Flint, had transformed into a unique summoning spell. This magic bore a resemblance to the death incarnation from the game Alantir, yet it appeared to be more functional. When Marco employed this spell, it did not deplete his magical energy, nor would death erase his mana. The sole drawback was its time limitation, akin to elemental summons. At level 5, Marco could only control it for approximately 30 seconds. Frustratingly, the duration increased by merely 30 seconds with each 5 levels. And it could be used only once per day, despite his eagerness to test this magic. The sight of the scant number of corpses quelled Marco's immediate impulse to employ it. Thus, he opened his spellbook and turned to the page on summoning magic. Selecting a spell he had long wished to utilize, Reanimation of the Undead, costing 9 mana points, and due to the characteristics of Naxxus's energy tunnel, it would only consume 7. As the ethereal green magic pulsated in Marco's hand, the nearest 15 corpses began to tremble violently. Approximately 3 seconds later, a flicker of purple soul fire ignited within their eyes. At that moment, Marco sensed the establishment of a soul-linking mechanism with these entities, compelling him to issue an attack command without hesitation. With a ferocious roar, the 15 corpses surged towards their allies, disrupting the encroaching formation. Empowered by Marco's offensive spell, their assault became increasingly frenzied. Tearing, biting, and crashing, they obstructed the advance of the other corpses. In the distance, 2 whites tilted their heads curiously, perplexed by the sudden disconnection of the 15 corpses. At that moment, one white let out a howl, gesturing with its ice spear towards the nearby mass of corpses, prompting the others to turn their attention in that direction. The corpse horde was in disarray, however, due to the distance. The whites remained oblivious to the change in the corpses' eyes. Seizing the opportunity presented by the chaos, the Snow Bear Knights unleashed their crossbows upon the disordered throng, resulting in the swift demise of over 10 corpses, which crumbled to ash in mere moments. In the secluded haven of the moonlit shadows, the obsidian weaponry acquired proved to be exceedingly potent, capable of reducing the corpse demons to mere fragments with just 3 crossbow bolts. These undead creatures appeared to rely on the life energy within their bodies to discern friend from foe, utilizing this innate ability to locate their targets for attack. However, the interference from Marco's corpse demons caused a considerable disarray among them, rendering them incapable of distinguishing between allies and adversaries. As the corpse demons were gradually eliminated, the 5 whites grew increasingly anxious, with 2 of them brandishing ice spears, poised to charge forward. Fortunately, the leading corpse demon swiftly halted their advance, and under its command, the other 2 whites commenced their assault. They raised their hands, their eyes ablaze with a vibrant blue energy, and let out a deafening roar. The energy in the air surged in response to their cries, and the ground trembled violently. Suddenly, a grotesquely decayed giant hand emerged from the snow, as a massive corpse demon clawed its way out from beneath the snowdrifts. Another giant corpse demon also rose from the opposite side, standing upright and bellowing at Marco and his companions. These corpse demons had concealed themselves remarkably well, seemingly shrouded by some arcane magic employed by the whites, which masked their bodily energy fluctuations and scent. Consequently, Marco and his 2 spellcasters remained oblivious to the imminent danger, even as the 2 gigantic corpse demons lurked perilously close. As if lying in wait for them, Marco first issued an attack command to Naxxus, then initiated a soul link with one of the giant corpse demons. Naxxus unleashed a barrage of fireballs, resulting in a violent explosion that charred the bodies of the 2 giants. Seizing the moment, Marco cast a magical arrow toward the giant corpse demon linked to him. A guttural, anguished howl erupted from the demon's maw as Marco's spell obliterated half of its face. Though the corpse demons no longer felt physical pain, the remnants of their life energy allowed them to retain a semblance of primal consciousness. This lingering soul energy transmitted the sensation of agony back to Marco, albeit insufficiently to restore more than 2 points of his magical energy. Concentrated fire. Target: the giant. Fire. With Lauren Hawkeye's commanding shout, the Snow Bear Knights split into 2 groups, launching their assault on the 2 advancing giant corpse demons. One giant, pierced by 10 obsidian arrows, fell to the ground in a wretched howl, its form gradually decaying into dust. The other, in a furious charge towards Marco, was suddenly struck by an enormous energy fist that plummeted from the sky, causing the giant corpse demon to stumble and crash to the earth. With precision, 5 arrows struck the giant corpse demon's head, and amidst its defiant cries, it was reduced to a pile of ashes. A sudden cacophony of howls erupted, and from the east and west, over 100 undead creatures emerged. Is this your trump card? Is this truly the manifestation befitting the whites? Marco murmured, turning his head slightly towards Hank and giving a subtle nod. Attention everyone. Launch a surprise attack on the whites to the west. Concentrate your fire. Kill. Meanwhile, Marco opened his grimoire and invoked a summoning spell, calling forth an elemental. A ghostly blue magic circle materialized, and a spiraling column of water manifested above it, exuding an icy chill. With a mere thought, Marco commanded the water elemental to unleash a winter-esque ice ring upon the horde of undead to the east. A towering ring of ice surged from the ground, piercing through over 10 whites with lethal precision. Following this, Marco activated his mutated skill, the Banshee of the Underworld. A piercing female scream echoed, and from Marco's being, a shadowy figure burst forth. The shadow gradually expanded, coalescing into a humanoid form, and as the dark energy dissipated, a stunning maiden appeared before the onlookers. 8 bony horns adorned her head, resembling a crown, while 3 pairs of red eyes glimmered like gemstones, exuding an alluring yet haunting charm. Combined with her exquisite visage, she radiated an otherworldly beauty, her perfect curves cloaked in a layer of chitinous armor. Chapter 51. A sacrifice to the gods. At this moment, within the nearby stronghold of Castle, its master, Castor, was filled with trepidation as he gazed at the unfolding scene in the distance. 5 days prior, he had unexpectedly received a raven's message from the Black Castle. Having maintained correspondence with the Black Castle, Castor had trained a number of ravens to notify the Night's Watch to come to the aid of those in distress. In the letter, Old Bear urged Castor to flee swiftly, warning that a southern heretic intended to come and sacrifice him to the gods. Initially, Castor dismissed the claim, but after receiving successive letters, he could no longer afford to ignore the threat. After much deliberation, Castor resolved to beseech his deities for salvation. Seeking to evade the impending doom, he possessed a unique horn, a gift from his gods, which emitted no sound when blown. However, it summoned the others to his side. During a pact made with the others in his dreams, it had been agreed that should his life be endangered, he could sound the horn. If the others arrived and found no offering, they would manifest near Castle, providing him with protection. Over the decades, Castor had relied on their guardianship to establish a foothold in the region. Tribes that once coveted his wealth and wife eventually perished. Their remains transformed into whites by the others. As time passed, the wildlings learned of Castor's feared reputation and fled the area, rendering his stronghold a forbidden sanctuary in their minds. Thus, many novice Night's Watchmen were baffled by how a mere man and 19 women could endure in the wilderness for so long. Seasoned soldiers, having heard tales of Castor, maintained a respectful distance from him. Yet, despite all his careful calculations, Castor had not anticipated that some reckless youths would disregard the commands of their superiors and the rights of guests, ultimately leading to his demise within his own abode. Years of indulgence had accustomed Castor to a position of superiority, causing him to underestimate the darker aspects of human nature. However, at this moment, he resembled a lost creature. As he witnessed the whites being vanquished one after another, a genuine fear gripping his heart, Castor envisioned the annihilation of his enemies, understanding the terror of giants and feeling a flicker of hope. Yet, to his astonishment, within mere moments, the formidable entities he feared were reduced to ashes. The subsequent emergence of water elementals and the wailing banshee plunged him into despair. Castor now felt profound regret. He believed he had taken the situation seriously enough. Yet he had still underestimated the heretic described by Old Bear. Despite his desire to flee, he found it difficult to relinquish the life he had known, ultimately placing his hopes in the hands of his deities. With trembling lips, he called out to his daughters, who were reciting their oaths. Dia, you little wretch, come here quickly. We must prepare offerings for the deities. Do you wish to taste the whip? Upon hearing Castor's call, the women, still reciting their oaths, visibly paused. Shortly thereafter, a girl of about 20 with curly hair trembled as she stepped forth from the crowd, murmuring, "Offerings for the gods, offerings for the gods." Suddenly, a round-faced maiden, still engrossed in her vows, was struck sharply by her father. Before she could react, Castor lunged at her, toppling her to the ground. The crude hall echoed with the sound of fabric tearing, soon followed by a chorus of pain moans. Yet, these sounds were swiftly drowned out by fervent prayers. As Castor's wives, undeterred by their husband's brutality, continued to chant mechanically, offerings for the gods. For the gods. A wailing spirit from the underworld, revealing its form, held and launched an assault against the corpses to the west. With remarkable speed, it darted towards the first corpse in its path. The spirit's elongated fingers, sharp as bone spines, swiftly tore apart the left side of a towering corpse's face. Two corpses leaped forward in an attempt to restrain the underworld spirit, but they missed entirely, crashing through its ethereal form and landing heavily in the snow, akin to two burrowing groundhogs. The spirit's incorporeal nature had rendered their attacks ineffective. There was a 50% chance that any physical or magical assault against a ghost would fail. After two strikes, one would inevitably miss or hit. Disregarding the misfortune of the two corpses, the underworld spirit pressed on, targeting another pair of foes. With fierce strikes from its sharp bone claws, it reduced the faces of the two corpses to a pulp, causing Marco, who observed from a distance, to furrow his brows in disbelief. He silently mused that the undead creature he had created was a relentless face-ripping fiend, landing critical blows with precision. Glancing at the disfigured corpses, Marco surmised that even the finest plastic surgery facility in his previous life would struggle to restore their appearances. The formidable underworld spirit rampaged through the horde of over 100 corpses, akin to a lion among sheep, leaving them utterly defenseless. As the summoning time drew to a close, Marco issued a reckless attack command to the underworld spirit. 10 seconds. The spirit deftly evaded an attacking corpse and smashed its head. 9 seconds. 3 ice spears surged from different angles towards the spirit. It nimbly dodged the first two, but was struck by the third in its arm. 8 seconds. Despite the corrosive chill, the spirit forcefully extracted the ice spear from its limb. Howl. 7 seconds. The bone-chilling sensation of cold pierced through the heart of the underworld banshee, filling her with agony and hatred. Drawing upon this overwhelming emotion, she unleashed a piercing wail. Within 6 seconds, this surge of emotional power, erupting from the depths of her soul, caused 5 wights to momentarily halt, their icy spear attacks interrupted. In 5 seconds, summoned by their leader, the group of corpse demons from the west abandoned their assault on Marco and rushed toward the banshee, whose movements had noticeably slowed. For seconds passed as the 3 swiftest corpse demons leapt towards the banshee, attempting to overpower her, yet they found only emptiness in their grasp. In 3 seconds, another agile corpse demon made a daring leap, seizing the banshee's wounded arm. 2 seconds elapsed, and amidst the chaos, 2 wights hurled their icy spears, striking the banshee's chest with precision, piercing her bony armor. 1 second remained as the banshee, gritting her teeth against her injuries, charged fiercely towards the foremost wight. At this moment, 3 corpse demons clung to her, gnawing at her flesh, their corporeal forms flickering in and out of existence, creating an eerie spectacle. At 0 seconds, the banshee erupted with ferocity, violently shaking off the corpse demons and closing in on the leading wight, her sharp bone claws sinking deep into its face. Upon witnessing the banshee's sudden disappearance, the remaining 4 wights visibly relaxed, as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. However, the leader remained motionless, slowly toppling backwards until it lay flat on the ground. Its face bore 5 gaping holes, oozing a greenish slime that seemed to corrode its features gradually. Due to the banshee's disruption, Marco and his subordinates successfully broke through the throng of corpse demons, now within approximately 100 meters of the wights. Naxos raised his hands, and a fireball gradually coalesced in his palms. With a thunderous roar, the fireball shot forth at incredible speed towards the horde of corpse demons. The explosion of energy ignited over 30 corpse demons, engulfing them in flames as they charged towards Marco and his group. Yet, after only a few meters, most of their flesh was incinerated, forcing them to collapse before the soldiers in a final act of defiance. With their leader incapacitated, the 4 remaining wights fell into disarray momentarily. Fortunately, they quickly coordinated their efforts. 2 of the larger wights retrieved the ice spears embedded in the ground and charged towards Marco and his companions, seemingly ready for close combat. Meanwhile, the other 2 corpse demons raised their arms, their eyes flashing with blue light, as if preparing to summon new allies. Sars, along with his 2 companions, led the charge in a triangular formation against the 2 corpse demons. Although it was their first encounter with genuine wights, they recalled Marco's teachings regarding the wights' vulnerabilities and combat styles, aware that steel weapons were ineffective against them. Thus, Sasting and his companions opted to wield obsidian spears and daggers against the others, intending to impart a memorable lesson. 2 towering others brandished their ice spears like colossal swords, striking fiercely against the shield. They seemed to envision the terror etched upon the faces of humanity. For the human shield was utterly incapable of withstanding the force of their assault. To their astonishment, the others' attack did not shatter the shield. Instead, the embedded obsidian glimmered with a crimson light, sturdily repelling the onslaught. Realizing their assault had failed to achieve the anticipated outcome, the two others grew somewhat flustered. Having previously battled the wildling soldiers, they were aware that human weaponry was no match for them, which had bolstered their confidence. In their minds, no human could withstand their close-quarter attacks. However, this arrogance was thoroughly dismantled by the three humans before them. Sasting and his companions executed their strikes in perfect unison, combining a shield bash with a thrust of the stone spear, which transformed the two others into a flurry of icy shards. Fearing they might not vanquish these foes, Sasting and his comrades hastily plunged several obsidian daggers into the fallen others. Just then, a fierce blizzard swept in, obscuring Marco and the others' vision. It appeared that yet another other had unleashed a storm, though this tempest was feeble, far weaker than the terrifying one they had encountered in the Children of the Forest Hollow. Marco opened his spellbook, quickly navigating to the skills section, and selected the zero-cost spell, Blessing Ritual. A magnificent angelic apparition materialized above him, its extraordinary energy dispelling the other's blizzard. As the snowstorm abated, the lead other emerged before the group, its visage grotesquely decayed. The vengeful strike from the underworld specter had nearly severed its head, yet it had withstood the assault due to its formidable vitality. Nonetheless, this other had been significantly corroded by the specter's power, its face resembling a melting popsicle. An utterly repulsive sight. Behind it, two additional others had completed their summoning, and over 30 corpse-like beings surged forth to join the assault on Marco and his companions. Seizing the opportunity, Marco unleashed a magical arrow aimed at the lead other, the attribute-less projectile cleaving off half of its head. The other wailed and collapsed to the ground, while Lauren Hawkeye, standing beside Marco, seized the moment to launch 2 obsidian arrows at it. The lead corpse received the arrows directly to its heart, its form beginning to dissipate. The two others, intending to retrieve the arrows, were thwarted by Lauren Hawkeye. After evading several arrows, the two others began to waver in their resolve. With a fierce roar, they commanded the corpses to shield them, launching a frenzied assault against Marco and his companions. Upon witnessing the approach of the whites, Hank and his companions sprang into action, the armored snow bears adorned with obsidian on their foreleg armor and headpieces. In their swift charge, they inflicted considerable damage upon the corpses, with wounds carved by obsidian continuously eroding the decaying flesh of the undead. The charge of the snow bear knights carved a bloody path through the throng of whites. Noticing 2 whites attempting to flee, Marco once again opened his spellbook, this time opting for dark magic. He sequentially cast the weakness curse and the rotting curse on the 2 whites, expending a total of 16 mana points over 4 incantations. The once fleet-footed whites found their speed severely diminished following the magical onslaught, quickly falling prey to the pursuing snow bear knights. A flurry of obsidian-tipped arrows pierced the 2 whites, with Marco's dark magic significantly diminishing their strength, rendering them incapable of evading the attack. With the demise of 5 whites, the remaining corpses lay motionless upon the ground. Subsequently, Marco commanded his subordinates to commence the cleanup of the battlefield, incinerating the dismembered bodies with a single flame. Additionally, he selected 15 relatively intact corpses and employed the necromantic reanimation spell upon them. These newly resurrected whites would serve as expendable fodder in Marco's future endeavors. And after binding them with tattered cloth, they bore a striking resemblance to ordinary barbarian warriors. Chapter 52. The punishment of carnivores. The shadowy bobcat bared its teeth and glared at the 15 corpse demons, emitting a low, warning growl from its throat, its fur bristling with evident disdain towards them. Observing this scene, Marco found it amusing and, with a rather morbid sense of humor, directed the corpse demons to inch closer to the shadowy bobcat, forcing it to retreat further. Moonshadow gently patted the bobcat's head, softly soothing it, before addressing Marco. Marco, there is something quite peculiar about you. You possess the powers of various deities. I suspect even the green prophet spoken of by the sisters pales in comparison to your prowess. I cannot compete with him, at least not at present. Who knows what the future holds? By the way, Moonshadow, do you think my use of corpse demons is wicked? Does my aura make you feel uncomfortable? Moonshadow, her head obscured by her cloak, seemed to tilt slightly as if contemplating Marco's question, before inquiring, wicked? What does that mean? Something detestable? I find no particular aversion to these corpses. Your question is rather strange. Her melodious voice brimmed with curiosity, almost reproaching Marco for posing such an odd inquiry. Goodness, anime is quite the influence. I completely forgot that the whites were created by the children of the forest. This little fellow could wield necromancy far more effectively than I. It appeared that Marco could now confidently and boldly use this magic in front of the children of the forest. Reflecting on this, he silently chastised himself for his rigid thinking. His question had indeed been rather foolish. Since meeting Moonshadow, he had unconsciously regarded the children of the forest as mere elves. To alleviate the awkwardness, Marco sought an excuse to sidestep the question, then led the group towards Castor's fortress. As they approached the entrance, they heard intermittent prayers, the incantations sounding eerie, imbued with a peculiar magic that could compel the weak-willed to join in. To be cautious, Marco first sent in 2 corpse demons. Upon entering, one of the demons, linked to Marco's spirit, was struck in the head by an arrow. Following this, Marco commanded more corpse demons to proceed, with Sass, Ting, and the others closely following. Upon entering the modest wooden structure, Marco, hidden among the crowd, finally laid eyes on the legendary Castor. Castor appeared to be in his 50s. His hair having transitioned from gray to white, yet his robust physique still suggested he was a man of considerable strength. His gaze was sharp. A flat nose and drooping lips lent his visage an air of ferocity. At that moment, he gripped a longbow, his arm trembling slightly, as if he had expended a great deal of energy. Observing that his attempts at shooting had yielded no harm, Castor felt a surge of panic. With a effade of bravado, he shouted at Marco and his companions, "You worthless dogs, leave my home at once, or I shall sever your heads and feed them to the dogs." No sooner had Castor's words echoed than Marco's voice emerged from the crowd, deliberate and clear. "Castor, are you prepared to face judgment? Your deity lies dead. No one can save you now." As he spoke, Marco steadily advanced from the throng of corpses, casually casting a weakening curse upon Castor. Castor's limbs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. He raised a trembling hand to point at Marco, exclaiming, "What have you done to me? You, don't come any closer. I beg you, spare my life. I am willing to offer my food and my daughter. Please don't kill me." As Castor pleaded, he stealthily drew a battered axe hidden at his feet, launching an attack the moment Marco drew near. With a swift, resounding shot, a magical arrow shot forth from Marco's hand, obliterating Castor's axe along with his hands into a gruesome mess. The arrow, having pierced through Castor's hands, continued with relentless force, creating a gaping hole in the ceiling above. "Ah, bastard! My hands! Ugh!" Once inside the hall, Marco employed a soul link to probe Castor and his wives, discovering that only Castor harbored animosity towards him. Following the use of the magical arrow, he unleashed his unique spell, the Blessing Ritual, summoning a colossal angelic apparition that loomed behind him. This miraculous sight rendered the still wailing Castor utterly paralyzed with fear. He now comprehended the meaning of divine enlightenment as described by Old Bear. Marco relished this magic, for it not only augmented his own power but also shattered the opponent's magical aura, and most importantly, allowed him to feign the arrival of a deity. Seizing this opportunity, Marco activated the soul link, addressing Castor within his mind, while simultaneously declaring, "Castor, you despicable traitor of humanity, cruel parasite, repugnant debaucher, in my name, I condemn you to a fate of blood and flesh. Even wolves do not prey upon their young, and your demise is deserved. Death is your penalty." The angelic apparition and the weight of his words rendered Castor limp upon the ground, as he sensed that divine retribution had indeed befallen him. As Marco's declaration concluded, the 15 corpses behind him surged forward, howling as they pounced upon the fallen Castor. "Ah, don't eat me. Ah, help. Ah." Before long, the anguished cries of Castor echoed from within the horde of the dead. The gruesome and terrifying scene left his wives in tears, with a few timid ones so frightened that they lost control of themselves. Alas, in the throes of revelry, the presence of Castor's women had been forgotten. A grave oversight. Witnessing this unsettling spectacle, Marco felt an inkling of guilt stir within him. As he gazed upon the lifeless form of Castor, he hastily commanded the ghouls to remove his body. At that moment, Marco stepped forward and addressed the trembling wives of Castor. "Who among you is Fanny?" The woman named flinched at the mention of her name, nearly collapsing under the weight of fear. After a brief pause, she cautiously emerged from the crowd, quaking yet resolute. "Master, I am Fanny. How may I serve you?" Marco recalled her from the tales. After Castor's demise, she had entrusted his last son to the traitorous Night's Watch, sending him forth as a sacrificial offering. Following her rescue by Jon Snow, she had led these women deep into the haunted woods. though Marco surmised they ultimately did not escape their grim fate, shaking his head to dispel wandering thoughts. Marco spoke, "Your husbands have forsaken the gods and are now receiving their just punishment. Henceforth, you are under my protection. Please gather your belongings, and once prepared, we shall depart from here. Remaining would only render you vulnerable to the wildlings outside." "Yes, my lord. We shall heed your command. We will." Old Fanny felt a measure of relief from Marco's words, yet a lingering hesitation surfaced as troubling thoughts crossed her mind, sensing her unease through their soul link. Marco reassured her, "I am not a wildling. I harbor no intentions of seizing women, and my protection is granted solely out of foresight for your tragic fate. However, should you choose to decline my offer, you are free to leave. I do not compel you. My lord, we would be grateful for your protection. Please allow me a moment to organize their belongings." Old Fanny, startled by Marco's later remarks, hurriedly reassured him before rushing to gather her daughters and sisters. As Castor's first wife, she held all his secrets and deduced that Marco was the enigmatic heathen foretold in the prophecies of the Old Crow. Such an opportunity, in this savage world where humanity devours humanity, was rare and precious. Old Fanny believed this was a chance for them to alter their fate. Thus, she hastened towards her daughters, whispering urgently, "Dahlia, Nira, come quickly. I have something to discuss with you." "What did that lord say to you, Fanny? How does he intend to handle us?" Nira inquired, her voice laced with trepidation, fearful of receiving dire news. Neela appears to be around 40 years of age, with a mane of grizzled brown curls framing her face. The corners of her eyes and her forehead bear faint lines, hinting at the passage of time. And she carries a bit of extra weight. Once, she bore 6 sons for her husband, Castor, yet all these children were ultimately offered to his deity. Like Fanny, Neela was also taken by Castor, and the two of them stand as leaders among the 19 women. We have followed him, and it has undoubtedly been better than the present. While the whims of the divine remain inscrutable, our destinies are ours to shape. Did he mention that we should? Neela began to inquire, but upon meeting Fanny's significant gaze, she wisely silenced herself. Both she and Fanny hail from different tribes, in stark contrast to Castor's daughters, who remain utterly oblivious. Seizing a moment while others busied themselves with their belongings, Neela cautiously approached Fanny, lowering her voice to ask, "Fanny, that nobleman, surely he wouldn't wish us harm? If he were akin to the men from other tribes, do you think you would still be standing here conversing with me?" Fanny replied, "That nobleman must be favored by the gods, which is why he wields such power. If we were to offer our daughters to his bed, we could live out our days in peace. Is that not a splendid prospect? Taya has just recovered, and many among us show no signs of pregnancy. This surely indicates the god's protection and is in no way related to those otherworldly beings. But what if he too intends to sacrifice our children?" Neela countered anxiously. "Even that would be preferable to being devoured by other men. Trust me, Neela. Being consumed by one man is far better than being shared among dozens. You do not wish to endure such a fate." That evening, Marco and his companions took shelter within Castor's fortress. The accommodations, though modest, were remarkably spacious, capable of hosting many. The goats raised by Castor met their end at the hands of Hank and his group, who prepared both stew and roasted lamb. They also unearthed Castor's treasured meat, and thus a small feast was held, courtesy of his provisions. Marco sat with Moonshadow, engaging in quiet conversation, as she gleaned much from her interactions with the spirits. Since Moonshadow had begun traveling alongside him, Marco sensed a gradual maturation in the young girl. They could now communicate freely on many matters, rather than Marco constantly struggling to keep pace. However, when the topic of the ancestor feast arose, Sasting suddenly interjected, "My lord Marco, those 2 women have approached. It seems they wish to present something to you." "Very well, let them come forth," Marco replied, unfazed by the disruption, for he had never prohibited anyone from interrupting him. "As you command, my lord Marco." Soon, another infantry guard escorted Fanny and Neela to him, reporting, "My lord Marco, it has already been examined. It is merely an ordinary horn, and there is nothing more to say. However, ahem, initially 5 individuals were supposed to arrive, but the other 3 women were intercepted by us. Would you care to verify?" As he uttered the latter part of his statement, a hint of trepidation crept into his voice, as if he were grappling with the correctness of his decision. Marco gestured to the guard to convey that no further report was necessary, and the soldier retreated as if granted a reprieve. Subsequently, Marco turned to Fanny and Neela, inquiring, "What is this object? Do you have any further matters to discuss with me?" The elder Fanny, with her head bowed, slightly raised her gaze to meet Marco's. Noticing that he did not exhibit any further actions, she swallowed nervously and replied, "My lord, we present to you this horn. It is a tool once utilized by Castor to communicate with those deities. No, not deities, but false gods." Chapter 53, The Ancestors' Fist Peak Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a component of the advanced treasure, Horn of Harvest, 1-3. The Horn of Harvest randomly increases special resources by 1 point each month, and gold resources by 500 points. Upon obtaining the complete 3 components, the resource yield will rise to 3 points, and gold resources will increase to 1,500 points. Marco toyed with the horn in his hand, his heart brimming with joy. With this advanced treasure in his possession, his future resource needs were assured to a certain extent. How unexpected it was. Skills and treasures he had once disregarded now emerged as crucial assets. Ah, the unpredictability of life. When will I encounter a true angel? The blessing ritual, though potent, cannot replace a genuine angel. Marco mused silently, his mind swirling with thoughts. Turning his gaze to the 2 individuals standing nearby, Marco spoke in a calm tone. "Do not overthink it. We remain in a perilous situation. If I require assistance, I will come to you myself." "Understood, Lord Marco." After they departed, Marco shifted his attention to Yue, only to find her engaged in conversation with something unseen. Sensing Marco's gaze, Yue turned to him and said, "My sisters have informed me that they perceive a divine power emanating from our kin, seemingly to the north. It must be the three-eyed crow. She has sensed our presence. Do you have a means to communicate with them?" "Not at the moment. Marco, the souls here are weeping," as if foretelling an impending event. Could it be the otherworldly beings my sisters spoke of? "I seem to sense the lament of the deities. They are fading, bit by bit. Will this world meet its demise, Marco?" Yue words were tinged with sorrow, as if the weight of despair had enveloped her, the cadence of her speech thick with resignation. Marco gently patted her shoulder, soothingly assuring her, "Do not worry. I am here. Nothing dares to harm you. This world will ultimately be in my grasp, and all that seeks to destroy it shall be obliterated." The small gathering continued until the late hours of the night, with Marco and his companions resting directly in the hall. As the clock struck midnight, a white raven suddenly swooped down onto the rafters. The white raven searched for its target within the hall, and upon spotting Marco, it leapt with excitement and cawed. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Marco, he once again entered the realm of consciousness, recognizing that his old friend had come to seek him. The long-absent three-eyed crow appeared in the guise of Blind and Harvin, wearing the same eternal expression of despair that left Marco at a loss for words. "Marco, you seem to have grown considerably on this journey. Your strength appears to have increased." The three-eyed crow was the first to speak, seemingly pleased with Marco's transformation. Marco gazed deeply at him and inquired, "Does my newfound strength benefit you in any way? It seems you have also grown stronger. Is it due to my influence?" The three-eyed crow shook his head and replied, "I remain unchanged. We have been forgotten by time. Perhaps you alone embody the hope for the future." Seeing the crow's cryptic response, Marco could only shake his head in resignation and asked, "Where have you all gone? Yue mentioned you were in the north, correct? If that is the case, let us meet at the Ancestors' Fist Peak." As Marco's power grew, so did his mastery over the realm of consciousness. He could now sense even the faintest changes around him. "Someday, I shall uncover the truth," he mused. The Ancestors' Fist Peak, a fortress constructed by the forebears during the Dawn Era, stood beside the Ruhu River. In the series, the Night's Watch's rangers faced a devastating ambush by the others here, resulting in near-total annihilation. This incident sparked a series of subsequent events involving the Night's Watch. The peak suddenly rose amidst the Ghost Shadow Forest, its western and northern flanks steep and perilous, while the eastern and southern sides were only slightly less daunting, affording a splendid vantage point for command from its summit. Exposed to the biting winds, the peak was steep and strewn with jagged stones, encircled by a wall of gray stones visible even from miles away. However, as time wore on, only remnants of the once mighty structure remained. The towering protective walls had crumbled to mere chest-high foundations. A small stream meandered gently at the foot of the mountain, its babbling waters seemingly recounting the glorious past of this ruin. With the addition of 19 individuals, Marco and his party's pace had considerably slowed, taking nearly 10 days to traverse the distance from Cast's fortress to this location. A swift eagle soared overhead, its call echoing as if conveying some message to those below. This eagle was Wolf Fong's animal companion, who had just been utilized for reconnaissance. After reverting from the shapeshifter mode, Wolf Fong reported to Marco, "Lord Marco, there are no signs of abnormalities. This area appears quite normal. Wolf Fong, always remember to keep a vigilant heart. We are contending with extraordinary beings, Marco cautioned. Nevertheless, it matters not. I must see this place for myself. Inform everyone to prepare for departure. Despite Wolf Fong's report, Marco did not fully relax. Since the ambush by the others on their last encounter, he had intensified the patrols. Now, Hank and Wolf Fong took turns keeping watch. Although they had not encountered any attacks from the others subsequently, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered in Marco's heart. He was not eager to engage in a premature battle at the Ancestor's Fist Peak. His subordinates were too valuable to risk. It is not merely a collection of data from a game. Rather, even within the confines of the game, Marco strives to ensure that battles are fought without loss. Long before his arrival at the Ancestor's Peak, while still on Skagga's Island, Marco had envisioned this journey. For his initial purpose was to seek the legendary Horn of Winter. According to the lore of the Ancestors, this horn possesses the magical ability to bring down the wall of despair. Regardless of the truth behind this legend, Marco is determined to possess it. After all, his ultimate aim is world domination, and in this realm of low magic, the strategy of the Whites, characterized by their sea of corpses, remains an insurmountable challenge. Marco wishes to prevent the Whites from breaching the wall of despair prematurely. Although he has repaired the magical array, unforeseen circumstances could still arise. Thus, Marco must extinguish all potential threats to secure time for the development of his Griffin Fortress. Moreover, he now has a compelling reason to pursue the Horn. If his conjectures are correct, the Horn of Winter is likely one of the three components of the Harvest Horn. Upon entering the ruins of the Ancestor's Peak, Marco and his companions meticulously searched for traces of the Horn of Winter. Their efforts bore fruit after a diligent hour, as they discovered a massive horn wrapped within a pit. This horn, dark and imposing, measured over 1 meter in length, with an opening wide enough to accommodate a person's head. Ancient runes, inlaid with gold, adorned its surface, having faded to a brown hue over the ages. When Marco held it, he could still sense a faint magical energy emanating from the runes. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level treasure. The component of the Harvest Horn, 2-3. Ding! Current resource points available, 2. Gold resources obtainable, 1,000 points. Please continue your efforts. Just as Marco was about to check his resource points, Wolf Fong hurried over to report that they had discovered a basement near this treasure site. Lord Marco, come see. This is the underground entrance we just uncovered. It is truly well hidden. One could easily overlook it without a thorough examination. Wolf Fong reported with utmost respect. Have you inspected it thoroughly? Is the air circulating? Have you tested it? Lord Marco, as per your previous instructions, we conducted tests beforehand. It is quite safe. Very well. I shall descend with Sass Ting and a few others. The rest of you stay here. Upon hearing Marco's decision, Hank grew anxious and quickly interjected, My lord, this may not be prudent. We should send more personnel. Your safety. Marco waved his hand dismissively and replied, Enough. More people would complicate matters. Besides, we have these corpse demons to contend with. You must all ensure your survival. I require your service, not your lives. Yes, understood, my lord. After this, Marco led Sass Ting and several others further down, this time accompanied solely by units from the system. The corpses were deemed by the system to be level 2 troops, comprising 16 level 2 units, 3 level 3 units, and 1 level 4 unit, barely forming a coherent expeditionary sequence. In the game, many of the novice heroes recruited from taverns were similarly equipped, accompanied by but a handful of troops. Ying, riding her Shadow Panther, trailed behind the group. She had always maintained a close bond with Marco, and despite several attempts from Old Fanny and her companions to engage her, the little one had never acknowledged them. At present, Marco had reached level 5, and with the abilities bestowed upon him by the system, his strength was now akin to that of a character at level 10 in the game. The passage beneath the ruins was exceedingly spacious. Marco discovered that it could accommodate 5 individuals walking side by side. Illuminated by the dim glow of torches, it appeared to be an artificially excavated underground cavern. Upon navigating a rudimentary staircase, Marco and his companions beheld a hewn cavern connected to a tunnel. Each cavern was filled with corpses, their skeletal remains intertwined, seemingly the aftermath of a fierce battle. At that moment, Naxus, standing beside Marco, suddenly remarked, It seems a fierce conflict transpired here. The resentment of the undead permeates the air, and we may encounter formidable spectral foes. Proceed with caution. No sooner had he spoken than over a dozen skeletons, their eyes aglow with a green light, emerged from the heaps of bones, rushing towards Marco and his group. With a mere thought, Marco commanded the corpses to charge forward with a ferocious roar. These skeletal warriors appeared to have only just regained consciousness, possessing merely the most rudimentary sense of combat. Unlike in the game, they did not wield weapons but attacked with their bony claws and jaws. In a brief skirmish, they were swiftly shattered by Marco's undead minions. Although these skeletal figures were easily vanquished, as Marco and his companions delved deeper, the number of skeletons increased, along with their combat prowess. However, they remained exceedingly weak. Despite their continual revival, they were quickly dispatched by Marco's minions. If not for their paltry experience points, Marco would have eagerly farmed for experience in this area. After approximately 10 minutes of battling countless skeletons, Marco and his companions arrived at a more expansive cavern. Within, they discovered a massive stone table that resembled a meeting hall. Surrounded by a multitude of corpses, various weapons and armor lay strewn about, emanating a faint magical aura, unlike the exterior corpses that had long since decayed. At the center of this area stood a grand stone throne, upon which sat a desiccated corpse, a long sword embedded with rubies piercing its chest, indicating it had been dead for quite some time. "Lord, you must come and see this. I cannot decipher their writing." At that moment, Naxos, standing before a stone tablet, suddenly called out to Marco. Marco approached the ancient stone tablet, before which lay two lifeless bodies, presumably those of the artisans who had inscribed the epitaph. "He has been slain by us, yet why does he appear to be resurrected? Fortunately, I have already notified the King of the North, and I hope the allied forces can vanquish them. They are breaking through the door. We can scarcely hold on any longer. May the gods grant us strength, for we shall fight to the bitter end." According to the records of Scholar Iman, there is but one individual connected to the Horn of Winter and the lands beyond. That is the ancient king of the North, Jormund. A millennium after the Dawn War, the others have returned once more, this time sending a female other to seduce the then commander of the Night's Watch, Bran Stark. In a shocking turn of events, this Stark plunged into a frenzied rebellion of vast proportions, proclaiming his intent to establish a kingdom upon the wall, crowning himself as the Night King. Ultimately, he was subdued by the combined forces of his brother, the King of the North, and King Jormund of the lands beyond. It appears to be the resurrected Night King, leading his army of whites to exact vengeance upon this ancient monarch. Yet, why is there no record of the subsequent history? Upon reaching this conclusion, Marco found himself murmuring in contemplation. Chapter 54. The former king. It was because that fellow Bran was also injured by me, or rather, he nearly met his demise at my hands. Suddenly, a deep and hoarse voice resonated from the center of the hall, drawing the attention of all present. There, in the center of the hall, the lifeless body seated upon the throne had inexplicably revived, drawing forth the long sword that had been embedded in its chest. "So, you are Jormund, the former king of the Outer Realms?" Marco remarked nonchalantly, as if conversing with an utterly ordinary individual. "Child, you shall address me as your majesty. Now, swear your fealty to me. You will become my general, expanding my dominion and reclaiming the throne," the undead Jormund commanded, his demeanor upon the throne exuding a semblance of gravitas, his tone imbued with authority. Marco chuckled softly in response, retorting, "Umph. Do you possess the capability to compel my submission? Pathetic, foolish human. Since you refuse to yield, you shall become a warrior of my legion of the undead. The glory of the king shall not be desecrated." The former king of the Outer Realms, Jormund, declared coldly. With that, he swung his sword, directing it towards Marco. A wave of dark green energy emanating from his form. This eerie energy, steeped in malice and curses, spread out in tendrils. The skeletons and corpses within the hall were revived under the influence of this strange force. Dark green soul flames flickered violently in their eye sockets, casting a sinister and eerie glow in the dark underground chamber. Under Jormund's command, the resurrected soldiers of the undead surged towards Marco and his companions with ferocity. Marco regarded the oncoming horde with disdain, and with a mere thought, his own undead minions let out shrill cries as they charged at the approaching foes. Many of these revived soldiers retained their armor and weapons, far surpassing the skeletal remains outside in strength. For a moment, Marco's minions found themselves suppressed, just as he prepared to cast a spell. After being struck by this magic, Marco felt as though his senses were sealed off, losing all desire to attack. A translucent wave of energy surged into Marco's body, and the excruciating discomfort dissipated instantaneously, restoring him to normalcy. It was Naxos who, witnessing Marco's plight, had promptly cast a purifying spell upon him. Fortuitously, Marco had drawn upon a fortunate chance, achieving an 80 success rate with the intermediate level spell. Shaking his head vigorously to clear his mind, Marco's gaze shifted towards the former king of the Outer Realms. The soul flames within Jormungand's eye sockets flickered violently, his astonishment evident at the failure of his magic. An undead? Was that recent spell a high-level reanimation of the undead? How on earth did he come back to life? Shouldn't he have been a white? Marco gazed at Jormungand from a distance, silently reflecting on his discontent stemming from a recent ambush. Upon witnessing his suppressed undead soldiers, a surge of fury ignited within him. Consequently, he opened his spellbook and invoked the second-level battle cry spell, Fearsome Howl. Although this magic would not instill fear in the undead, it would empower Marco's soldiers with a surge of blood rage energy. After a thunderous roar, Marco's blood surged violently, propelled outward by the force of his magic. This blood, infused with arcane energy, enveloped his soldiers in a faint crimson aura, causing a hint of red to shimmer in the purple glow of the undead's eyes. Immediately afterward, Marco turned to the page dedicated to summoning magic and cast Summon Elemental. A fierce whirlwind materialized above a magic circle, coalescing into a tangible air elemental. Not enough. Again. Naxos. Just cause. Mana cost 6. Enhances allied forces and boosts their attack power. Base. Target's attack increased by 10. Intermediate. Target's attack increased by 20. Advanced. Target's attack increased by 30. Elite. Target's attack increased by 40. Marco commanded Naxos while flipping to another page of rune magic, activating the Frenzy rune. In a dazzling display of rune light, the air elemental suddenly expanded in size. With a mere thought, Marco established a soul link with the air elemental, enabling him to provide simple guidance. In his subsequent research, Marco discovered that he could command these summoned beings through the soul link. With the frenzy mode activated, the air elemental charged toward the throne, violently dispersing everything in its path. As it approached, Jormungand drew his longsword to confront the elemental. A resounding clash echoed through the air as he was forcefully propelled backward by the elemental's overwhelming momentum. Moreover, the air elemental was imbued with an advanced dark magic delay spell, and Jormungand, possessing the attributes of a mummy, would trigger this magical effect during close combat. This feature was particularly troublesome, as each melee attack would randomly invoke a dark curse. Stunned by being thrown aside, Jormungand hastily commanded his skeletons to encircle the air elemental, hoping to stall this formidable foe. However, under the influence of the Frenzy rune, the air elemental's sole directive remained to assault Jormungand, rendering the undead soldier's attempts to impede its advance utterly ineffective. With a powerful gust of wind, Xiao Man was violently slammed against the wall, guided by Marco's soul link. The wind element swiftly located Xiao Man's position. Upon landing, filled with determination, Xiao Man gripped his sword and charged towards the wind element, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. After several clashes, he discerned that the wind element's form was beginning to fade. Not a fool. Xiao Man recognized this as a sign of magical weakening and prepared to unleash his lethal strike at the opportune moment. However, Marco perceived his intent and promptly opened his spellbook to cast a weakening curse. In an aggressive state, Xiao Man's soul fire flickered violently, his rushing body suddenly weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. The wind element, indifferent to his condition, swung its arms composed of swirling winds, delivering a fierce gust that shattered Xiao Man's right arm, which held the sword. During the brief interval of their battle, the undead were decimated under Marco's terrifying and furious command. Although they lost 13 ghouls, the outcome was deemed highly favorable by Marco. After Xiao Man suffered the loss of an arm, the remaining 2 ghouls surged forward, gripping him tightly and pinning him to the ground. The wind element, dragging its somewhat diminished form, approached Xiao Man, raising its hands to prepare for the final strike. Xiao Man's soul fire danced erratically, his entire essence trembling in fear, when suddenly his deep, hoarse voice broke out. I surrender. I surrender. Do not kill me. If I die, I will vanish completely. I can only resurrect. I do not wish to. Before he could finish, the wind element struck, shattering his skull. After this blow, the wind element dissipated into the air. Yet, the 2 ghouls remained motionless, their hands gripping Xiao Man's body as if unwilling to let go. At that moment, Marco's voice echoed, Enough. Do not feign death. You merely have a shattered head. It has no lasting effect on you. If you truly desire death, I can oblige. However, if you are willing to pledge your loyalty to me, I shall preserve your soul and body. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Do not go too far. The king's majesty is not to be trifled with. But before he could complete his statement, he was struck by an overwhelming aura emanating from Marco. He felt as if Marco possessed a pair of terrifying eyes, locking onto him like a predator focused on its prey. Unbeknownst to him, Marco had turned to the section of the spellbook dedicated to the underworld witch. The underworld witch now seemed like an integral part of Marco. Whenever he intended to cast a spell, she would immediately target the chosen victim. At that moment, Marco's voice resonated slowly. So, former king of the Outer Lands, what is your meaning now? I shall ask once more, submission or annihilation? I am willing to offer my unwavering loyalty. That endless darkness, I do not wish to experience it again. Ultimately, the looming threat of a second death compelled this once great king of the frontier to relinquish all dignity and pledge allegiance to Marco. Ding, an aberrant mummy, drawn by your formidable power, has chosen to join your ranks. Will you accept? After Marco clicked on the affirmative option, a surge of energy abruptly flowed from his being into the lifeless form of Joman. This energy, imbued with a violet hue, gently descended upon Joman's corpse. Under the influence of this energy, the decaying flesh and tattered remnants from nearby corpses seemed to stir to life, inching toward Joman's lifeless body. Soon, the purple radiance erupted into a dazzling display, morphing into a myriad of runes that continuously converged upon Joman, as if assembling a complete runic incantation. As the luminosity receded, Joman, who lay beneath the feet of two corpse demons, gradually rose from the ground. At that moment, his entire form was enveloped in bandages adorned with runes. Resembling a true mummy, the only distinction being his lack of the game's characteristic Egyptian headdress, rendering him somewhat more conventional in appearance. Now, the soul fire flickering in Joman's eyes had transformed into a deep purple, a unique emblem of Marco's undead minions. Mummy, mutated, undead creature magical attack. Upon successfully striking a target, it inflicts a high-level weakening curse, delayed magic, armor-piercing debilitation, or one of the torturous afflictions. Spellcaster, capable of casting mind confusion, advanced, and undead resurrection, advanced spells. This is an ancient king resurrected by necromantic magic, inherently endowed with formidable magical talent. Now utterly transformed into a mummy, he is poised to wield various dark magics in service to his master. How extraordinary! I can feel a surge of magical potency greater than ever before. Thank you, my esteemed master. Joman raised his hand slightly. The rune-ensconced appendages shimmering with tendrils of violet energy, resembling tiny creatures leaping upon him, an astonishing sight indeed. Upon hearing his words, Marco, intrigued, opened his attribute panel, only to discover that this being possessed an astonishing 32 points of magical prowess. This many surpassed Naxos by 7 points of magic. Coupled with his diverse array of curse-inflicting magical attacks, Joman could be regarded as Marco's most formidable spellcasting unit. Unlike Marco, who required special means to restore his magical energy, they replenished their magic daily, allowing for sustained combat. Observing the exuberant Joman, Marco suddenly remarked, "What is this? Have you disregarded the glory of kings? Weren't you once brimming with grievances? Why the sudden calm?" You. How do you know this?" No, my master. You have bestowed upon me formidable power, and I shall remain ever loyal to you until the stars themselves fall." The words spoken by Jormund were utterly incongruous with the lofty persona he once embodied, leaving Marco to wonder if he had been replaced by an imposter. Throughout their ensuing conversation, Marco gleaned the intricate history of the ancient war from Jormund's account. In those days, the Night King Bran Stark and his otherworldly bride established a realm known as the Night Kingdom upon the Wall of Despair. They wielded sorcery to dominate Castle Night, compelling many to heed their commands, while the well-meaning Night's Watch warriors were left seething in silence. After a bloodletting of many innocents, Bran Stark, in pursuit of greater power and riches, forsook his solemn oaths and dispatched his rebellious minions to wreak havoc in the haunted forest. At the zenith of their might, the Night's Watch Legion boasted approximately 10,000 troops, and this insurrection saw the enlistment of over 5,000 cavalrymen. They forced the wildlings beyond the wall into servitude, treating them as mere chattels. Naturally, this ignited the ire of Jormund, the king of the wildlings. He mobilized his forces to launch a surprise assault on the chaotic Castle Knight, but Bran Stark thwarted his plans, resulting in devastating losses for the wildlings. Moreover, Bran Stark's brother, Dolan Stark, discerned his sibling's treachery from subtle hints and thus led an offensive against the insurgents at the wall. Castle Knight was indeed fortified beyond measure, rendering them powerless to breach its defenses. Consequently, to eradicate this malignant threat, our two factions united, dedicating 3 arduous years to ensure the complete demise of Bran and his otherworldly spouse. Yet, alas. Chapter 55, a triumphant reunion. It was utterly unexpected that this individual had managed to resurrect, transforming into a white, wasn't it? Indeed, my lord. The warriors and citizens of this city were nearly annihilated by them. In desperation, I led my soldiers into this underground cavern and sent word to the reinforcements. However, To my dismay, the whites breached our defenses. Ultimately, I had no choice but to ignite the castle with the help of the arriving troops and confront him in a final battle. But that accursed fiend plunged a glistening draconic crystal dagger into my heart, intending to turn me into one of those whites. Fortunately, I managed to stab him in the abdomen with my own draconic dagger, yet this scoundrel did not succumb immediately. Instead, he was whisked away by his white companion. As Joman recounted this tale, he instinctively placed a hand over his heart, as if the pain had yet to subside. Thus, to prevent your transformation into a white, you commanded your surviving subordinates to slay you upon the throne, did you not? TSK, TSK, TSK. Joman, I truly suspect that your soul has been supplanted by some other entity. How can the narrative you present be so disparate from your true self? At that moment, Marco grasped Joman's one-handed sword and, after voicing his thoughts, turned his head towards Joman. Joman chuckled lightly, replying, "My lord, I have already tasted death once. I bear no burdens now. Moreover, I find that manner of speaking quite exhausting. Had it not been for my father's insistence, I would never have accepted the title of King Beyond the Wall." Hearing this, Marco could not help but chuckle, his curiosity piqued. "So, you were compelled to take on this role? Are not you so-called free men supposed to choose their leaders autonomously? How could your father elevate you to the throne without opposition or dissent? Not at all. It simply happens that I possess an innate penchant for adventure. During my travels, I forged many friendships, aided numerous tribes, and even befriended giants. Eventually, my father seized the opportunity to unite several surrounding tribes and nominated me as King Beyond the Wall. I initially believed no one would pledge allegiance to me. Yet, I was surprised by the multitude who came to my side. Subsequently, Joman presented Marco with treasures he had cherished for many years. As Marco gazed upon the 3 chests before him, he mused, how splendid it would be if these were truly treasure chests. This journey had yielded a wealth of silver and gold, though they would serve little purpose in upgrading the castle or transforming the troops. Nevertheless, these riches could be utilized for infrastructure development and acquiring several large ships, which are currently in dire need. After rummaging through the underground cavern for a while, Marco and his party departed. Whether it was merely Marco's illusion or not, he noticed that the pervasive aura of death in this area had inexplicably dissipated. Could it be the doing of that entity in the realm of consciousness? Or had it all been absorbed by the resurrected Joman? Hero level, 5 hero skills, basic offensive tactics, advanced leadership, diplomacy, reward, financial management. Omitted special abilities, regal presence, omniscience. Buildings owned, town hall, militia barracks, blacksmith, fortress, tavern, market, archery tower, barracks, griffin tower. Omitted building level, 10 soldiers owned, 310 thugs, 9 archers, 3 infantry, 5 griffins, 1 priest, 1 unicorn, 1 grand mage. Subjects, omitted. Resources owned, 17, 060 gold, 34 wood, 41 ore, 7 crystal, 2 mercury, 6 gems, 6 sulfur. Gazing upon the nearly 20,000 gold resources, Marco felt an overwhelming joy. He had feared that his gains would be forfeited due to his absence from the castle for a month. To his surprise, the system was rather considerate, including the resources in his earnings. After selecting a few relatively intact skeletons and corpses, Marco summoned an additional 15 ghouls, bringing his total to 17, including the 2 that had survived. The spell of undead resurrection could be cast repeatedly. However, Marco had no intention of creating a horde of ghouls, nor did he possess sufficient magical energy, reserving some spells for critical moments. In contrast, Jormund summoned 100 skeleton soldiers. Although his magical prowess surpassed Marco's, the overall quality of these undead beings could not compare. This distinction perhaps illustrates the difference between troop types and heroes. Marco estimated that the skeleton soldiers he summoned would likely only reach the status of advanced skeletons at best. Upon reaching the surface, the dense throng of skeleton soldiers frightened cast wives, while Henke and the others remained unfazed, for to them, these wondrous beings merely represented the tip of Marco's iceberg. Wolf Fong muttered softly nearby, "Wait until you witness the ever-expanding castle. Then you'll truly be astonished. The Lord is surely a chosen one." After instructing Jormund to disperse the skeleton soldiers for perimeter surveillance, Marco and his companions retreated to a makeshift tent for rest. This sturdy structure had been erected by the Snow Bear Knights, utilizing the ruined stone walls. A pot of lamb stew had been prepared, as the spices of Westeros were notably abundant. Despite the North's poverty, such provisions were still attainable. Marco had procured an ample supply of goods at Last Hearth. including various spices and fire peppers, which bore resemblance to the chili peppers of Blue Star, used here as a form of medicine. In this frigid environment, lamb soup was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Seasoned with fire peppers and spices, it offered an exquisite flavor. As a true native of the vibrant province of Cayenne, Marco had always believed that everything could be enhanced with a dip, whether meat or vegetables, requiring a sauce infused with chili and spices. As Marco had just set down his bowl, the distant sound of a sentinel's horn echoed through the air. Wolf Fong was on the verge of unleashing his swift hawk when a white raven suddenly alighted on Marco's shoulder. Gazing at the bird perched upon him, Marco smiled faintly and commanded the others, "Remain vigilant. Let the skeleton warriors clear the path. Our friend has arrived." At that very moment, at the foot of the eastern peak of the Ancestor's Fist, a peculiar procession was slowly advancing towards the ruins where Marco and his companions resided. This unusual assembly was comprised of 3 distinct humanoid races, among which the giants stood out most remarkably, towering over 3 meters in height and clad in thick animal pelts. They resembled ancient apes from a distance, their faces reminiscent of primitive beings from Blue Star. Each giant led a colossal woolly mammoth behind them, which appeared as docile as domesticated horses in front of humans. On the backs of these mammoths were various bundles and supplies, with diminutive figures seated atop. They were only slightly taller than human children, their skin a rich shade of ebony, with strikingly beautiful features and golden eyes brimming with curiosity as they observed the throngs of skeleton warriors atop the peaks. In stark contrast to the calm demeanor of the giants and the forest children, the human contingent appeared rather anxious. Under the leadership of a middle-aged man with red hair, they formed a defensive formation, seemingly intent on safeguarding the giants and forest children. However, the giants and forest children paid them no heed, continuing onward and breaking free from the encirclement formed by the human troops. Reluctantly, the red-haired man led his forces in their wake. Marco estimated that this assembly comprised approximately 300 individuals, with around 80 giants, about 30 forest children, and the remainder being humans. As they approached the ruins, they were met by Marco, who had come forth to greet them. Upon his arrival, a forest child and a giant stepped forward from the ranks. Marco lowered his hood and removed the skeletal wizard's helmet, revealing his true visage. Addressing the two, he inquired, "You must be Leaf, am I correct? And who might this giant friend be?" Leaf blinked her golden eyes and replied, "Greetings, Marco. It is indeed you, the one spoken of by the Green Prophet, correct? I am called Leaf, which is my human name. And this is Mag, the greatest warrior of the giant tribe, often referred to by humans as Strong Mag. I hope my introduction does not offend." Marco felt a shiver run down his spine at her peculiar manner of speech, which seemed markedly different from that of actors in dramas, as if tinged with a certain formality. "Very well, Marco. I shall approach gradually. May I, perhaps, meet with my kin?" Leaves are the sole child of the forest in the realm of Westeros capable of speaking the common tongue. Born in an era marked by the emergence of dragons, she wandered the mortal realm for 2 centuries, observing, listening, and learning. Marco turned to greet Moonshadow, beckoning her to approach, while Leaves nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly made her way towards the approaching Moonshadow, who rode atop a shadow cat. Meanwhile, Marco shifted his gaze to the giant leader, a creature with an oddly peculiar name. He recalled that in the television series, this individual had single-handedly breached the gates of the wall, perishing alongside 5 Night's Watch soldiers in the tunnels. Noticing Marco's stare, the giant warrior directed his gaze back at Marco and uttered in a terse and ancient tongue, "Human, you are formidable, just like the shaman of the squirrel folk. The ancient ancestral spirits have told me that following you, we shall survive. We shall not be forgotten by this world. We are willing to follow you, to fight, and our tribe shall continue to thrive." After declaring this, the robust Mark shouted to the others behind him, "Advance." One by one, the giants and the children of the forest began to move deeper into the ruins, seeking a suitable place to set up camp. In the distance, a middle-aged man with red hair turned to observe them, contemplating his next move before slowly making his way towards Marco. However, Marco paid him no mind, instead choosing to stroll towards Leaves, who was engaged in conversation with Moonshadow. Seeing Marco's lack of movement, the red-haired man grew impatient and called out, "Wait, please, wait. Can we have a word, leader?" Upon hearing his call, Marco paused, turning slowly to face him, his visage now concealed by his attire. Naxus, understanding Marco's intent, stepped forward to negotiate with the red-haired man, while Marco remained curious about what the man wished to convey. The red-haired man approached, accompanied by 5 guards. and upon noticing Marco's obscured face, he furrowed his brow slightly. Naxos greeted him cheerfully. "Greetings, leader of the free folk. It is a pleasure to meet you. What brings you here?" I am Red, a leader of a tribe from the Red Hall. May I ask if my tribe can join you? We have traveled alongside the giants for some time." Marco's voice carried an undertone of menace, causing the flames in the eye sockets of the surrounding skeletal warriors to flicker violently. "Our tribe survives by herding livestock and frequently engages in trade with neighboring tribes. We have never formed raiding parties." After a brief assessment through their soul link, Marco nodded and replied, "You are not free folk? Then, to join me, you must swear fealty. Can you do that?" We only wish to survive. The White Walkers have returned. They will slay us all." I want to live," red-haired Reed stammered, seemingly attempting to articulate an explanation. "I have stated it clearly. Loyalty is required upon joining. If one disapproves, they are free to depart." However, Marco appeared entirely disinterested in his attempts at clarification, his tone imbued with an unmistakable authority. Upon hearing those words, Reed's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his inner turmoil, mirrored by the discomfort of the tribe members behind him. Ultimately, the pressures of survival and the threats to their very existence outweighed their free will, and these individuals knelt on one knee, pledging their allegiance to Marco. After notifying Hank to attend to these new adherents, Marco made his way towards the children of the forest. He glanced back at the wild tribesmen who were slowly entering the ruins, muttering to himself, "Freedom? Is life and survival not of greater significance? Humph. What a worthless notion of freedom." Chapter 56. The assault under the moonlit night. The radiant moonlight cascaded upon the snow-covered landscape, casting an ethereal glow that imbued the entire area with an exquisite beauty. A snow fox, clutching a lifeless rabbit in its jaws, arrived at the brook nestled at the foot of the ancestral Chewinfing Mountain, a testament to its night's labor. Just as the snow fox prepared to quench its thirst, its keen ears perked up, seemingly alerted by an unusual sound. It then sniffed the air with its nimble nose, detecting something ominous. Suddenly, its body quivered in terror as it caught a whiff of a dreadful presence, prompting it to hastily seize its prey and dart towards the eastern forest. Moments later, a decaying foot crushed the snow beside the brook, scattering putrid flesh and tainted blood across the ground. The body of this wretched creature was riddled with bite marks, resembling the aftermath of a savage beast assault. Its tattered garments lay in shambles, exposing many concealed areas, while its intestines trailed behind, seemingly ensnared, ultimately severing from its abdomen after being dragged a few paces. The eyes of the corpse glimmered with an eerie blue light, their lifeless gaze fixed upon the distant peaks, while an army of its undead kin loomed behind. At the rear of this grim procession, 5 spear-wielding specters rode atop the corpses, led by an elder specter, stooped and slightly shorter than the others. With a countenance gaunt and emaciated, as though only remnants of icy flesh remained, the form and visage of these specters bore a resemblance to humans. Yet this particular specter sported a scraggly beard, somewhat undermining the formidable and fearsome image typically associated with its kind. This entity appeared to belong to the ancient lineage of specters. They were engaged in a hushed exchange, their language akin to the harsh sound of ice scraping, simplistic yet reminiscent of an archaic tongue. Following their brief communication, 2 specters, accompanied by a contingent of undead, ventured southward, seemingly intent on splitting their forces for a stealthy attack. Meanwhile, at the heights of Chewinfing, Marco and his companions rested within their respective tents, the encampment manned solely by sentinels and patrolling soldiers. That evening, Marco hosted a modest welcome feast to honor the arrival of the forest children and the giants into Griffin Fortress. The unexpected addition of a human tribe had significantly strained Marco's supplies, causing him to ponder whether the red-haired Red had joined their ranks merely to partake in their provisions. The voracious appetite of the giants was indeed astonishing. Had Marco not replenished some supplies from Cast, the food reserves might have been depleted by nightfall. The first to sense the impending danger was the shadowy lynx, which let out a piercing howl, prompting the sentinel's horns to sound an alarm. An enemy assault? With a thunderous command from Sas Ting, chaos erupted throughout the camp, a cacophony of voices merging, particularly among the recently arrived human tribe, which descended into utter disarray. Under the command of Jorman, the skeletal warriors established an initial defense line outside the camp ahead of time. Although these crumbling outer walls stood only as tall as a man, they proved far more effective than any shield. Observing the situation, Marco utilized the Soul Link to coordinate the 3 newly joined leaders, the tribal warriors of the human race, responding to the rallying cries of Marco's Snow Bear Knights, positioned themselves behind the skeletal warriors, collectively constructing a second line of defense. under the guidance of Naxos. The giants dismantled the stone bases and broken walls at their feet to serve as projectiles. These towering figures, lacking proper warm attire, were not suited for close combat in their unarmored state. Hence, becoming living catapults was their best option. The forest children were provided with a crate of enchanted obsidian, a treasure obtained from Wolftail Forest, which only they could wield. The fire element obsidian inflicted the greatest harm upon the wights and corpses, and Marco intended to reserve it for later use, opting to use only the earth element variants this time. Just as Marco and his forces completed their arrangements, the wights launched their assault, their eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, resembling fireflies in the night, stretching endlessly. The wights charging forward were hindered by the broken walls, unable to leverage their numerical superiority. Under Naxos's command, the giants lifted massive stones to initiate their attack, rarely employing stones as projectile weapons. They managed to avoid harming their own after a few trial throws, swiftly mastering the technique. With the combined offensive of the human warriors and giants, a significant portion of the wights was swiftly eradicated, severed limbs and dismembered bodies strewn about, while those not struck by the obsidian writhed grotesquely. At that moment, some wights unexpectedly leaped onto the cliff to the west, charging directly towards the second line of human soldiers. This sudden assault caused chaos in the defensive formation, but the timely intervention of the Snow Bear Knights held the line, preventing further deterioration. Red-haired Reed also led his troops to the fore, sealing the breach and averting a rout. One wight howled as it lunged at a tribal warrior wielding a long bow, paralyzing the soldier with fear as he stood frozen in place, mere meters from the approaching creature. Meanwhile, a rudimentary staircase of solid ice appeared on the western cliff, extending downwards. Wights crawled along it, as the staircase could accommodate two individuals side by side, albeit appearing somewhat fragile. Thus, the wights advanced in a prone position. Those wights trapped by stone pillars alongside the human warriors were systematically eliminated under the command of Sars Ting and his comrades. However, on the other side of the pillars, the wights continued to amass. At that moment, dozens of torches and bundles of flaming wood were suddenly hurled into the throng of wights. Several corpses were instantly ignited, shrieking as they scattered in all directions, the flames swiftly igniting many nearby undead. The fire, a natural deterrent to their essence, caused them to disregard their master's commands and flee in panic, with some plunging directly off the cliff's edge. Sensing the loss of his minions, one of the two wights brandished its ice spear, both a weapon and a conduit for their magic. This wight entered the flaming throng of corpses, skillfully wielding the ice spear to dismember all the uncontrollable undead. In the wake of this chaos, it unleashed a violent blizzard from its being, the fierce winds extinguishing the burning wood and torches in an instant. Having completed this, the wight charged towards the stone pillars, striking them fiercely with the ice spear. The pillars transformed into a deep blue-black hue, and with a powerful blow from its hand, the 3-meter-high column shattered into shards of ice scattered across the ground. Just as the wight prepared to command the corpses to attack, a flurry of obsidian arrows suddenly struck it, causing it to scream in agony as it crumbled into shards of ice. The other wight, witnessing this scene, displayed a flicker of fear upon its otherwise expressionless face. However, before it could react, a cascade of stones plummeted from above. The ice staircase maintained by the wight was shattered in an instant, and over 40 corpses fell silently to the ground, the wight also succumbing to the weight of the falling debris. Fortunately, it managed to plunge its ice spear into the mountainside, using it to stabilize its descent, repeatedly thrusting the spear into the rock face. It gradually made its way down to the foot of the mountain. The corpses scaling the western cliff, however, were not so fortunate. They either perished in flames or were pierced by obsidian arrows. The turmoil of battle heightened pressure on the front line, ultimately leading to several breaches where the skeletal warriors could no longer withstand the onslaught of the undead. At Marco's command, all troops launched indiscriminate attacks, the chaotic mass of corpses being assailed by a myriad of weapons, resulting in severe losses. Yet, this merely served to delay the inevitable, as even more undead surged forth from the ranks. Fortunately, the human warriors had prepared their formations, preventing utter chaos from ensuing. At that moment, a colossal brown magical circle suddenly manifested upon the battlefield. Marco, continually using soul links to assess the situation, decisively invoked elemental summoning. With the sound of grinding stone, a massive earth elemental emerged onto the battlefield. As it appeared, under Marco's guidance, the elemental unleashed its rocky fists upon the surrounding corpses. With formidable defense coupled with its indomitable stone fists, the earth elemental transformed into a relentless machine of destruction. Leaving the ground it traversed as if plowed by a mighty harrow. What remained were the dismembered limbs and severed arms of the corpse demons, significantly alleviating the pressure on the human forces of the second defensive layer. Just as the earth element wreaked havoc, an icy spear whistled through the air from a distance, striking the earth element with unerring precision. The robust body of the earth element could not evade, and it was pierced in a single blow. The formidable icy energy attack caused the elemental energy within the earth element to dissipate rapidly, slowing its movements. Seizing the opportunity, the surrounding corpse demons leaped onto the body of the earth element, attempting to drag it down. After a few seconds of resistance, it shattered into a heap of rubble. Yet, before its demise, it managed to fling off more than 10 corpse demons. Following the disappearance of the earth element, a fierce blizzard suddenly surged towards Marco and his companions, accompanied by a chorus of eerie howls in the darkness, signifying that the enemy had dispatched a second wave of corpse demons. With a mental command, Marco instructed Jormund to unleash a magical assault, as both he and Naxos had fully restored their magical energies after midnight. Come forth. Let me witness whether Bran's minions have made any progress over the years. Jormund cackled maniacally, raising his runebound hands, causing numerous skeletal soldiers, now reduced to mere fragments, to rise once more from the ground, empowered by Jormund's advanced magic. This revival conjured undead beings composed of the dismembered corpse demons and skeletal remains, presenting a rather grotesque sight. Some skeletal soldiers still bore remnants of the ice demon's energy, their eyes gleaming in a blend of blue and purple, rendering them somewhat comical. Upon witnessing the blizzard, Marco instinctively activated his knightly hero skill, the Blessing Rite. As the two forces clashed, Marco could barely discern the defensive situation on his side. The darkness rendered it impossible to gauge the enemy's numbers, even with the aid of moonlight. Fortunately, the human forces maintained their formation under the cover of giants and forest children, a small mercy amidst the chaos. At Marco's command, Jormund initiated the second necromantic summoning, as 200 uniquely shaped skeletal soldiers surged forth to confront the second wave of corpse demons. From afar, the intertwining purple and blue lights illuminated the battlefield. Despite being outnumbered, Marco's soldiers demonstrated a significant enhancement in combat awareness and capabilities due to the system's modifications. Utilizing the Soul Link, Marco pinpointed the hidden ice demons lurking at the rear of the battlefield, calculating their distance to devise an optimal attack strategy. For ice demons, mounted on their corpse demon steeds and wielding icy spear weapons, stood alongside their comrade who had failed in a recent ambush. After vanquishing the corpse demons that had breached the second defensive layer, the Allied forces unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows and stones upon the rear ranks of the corpse demon army. Under the assault of the 200 skeletal soldiers, the corpse demon forces were thwarted at the outskirts of the ruins, suffering grievous losses due to the coordinated efforts of both sides. Observing the obstructed army of corpses, the three other whites grew increasingly anxious. They brandished their icy spears, prepared to charge forth, only to be halted by the elder white. After a brief exchange, the whites retreated, and through the eyes of the corpses, Marco discerned their movements, leading him to abandon his intention to summon the wraith of the underworld. Marco had meticulously calculated the distance, intending to unleash rapid responses and furious runes upon the wraith, with the hope of vanquishing these persistent specters in a single strike. You may have fled swiftly this time, but next I shall return with a different resolve. The lives of these people in the wilderness are mine. I shall not relinquish them to you. With the assistance of the whites, Marco saw ample opportunity to win them over. The red-haired Reds served as a prime example. Faced with the dual threats of death and survival, they would do anything, sacrifice everything. The will of freedom is forever subordinate to the sanctity of life. Chapter 57. Return Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving a magnificent victory. You have gained experience points. Ding. The hero has leveled up. Please select an appropriate ability. 1. Speed Energy. The hero automatically masters the group Rapid Response Magic, which enhances the effects of advanced light magic upon mastering it. 2. Recruitment Technique. Increases the number of soldiers trained, upgrading infantry by 3, priests by 2, and knights by 1. 3. Basic Destruction Magic. Allows the hero to learn third-tier destruction magic and enhances its power. 4. Basic Light Magic. Allows the hero to learn third-tier light magic and enhances its power. Having reached level 6, Marco chose the basic light magic skill, as he aspired to eventually learn Guardian Angel, deciding to start with light magic. At present, Marco primarily required light magic. as his low level rendered summoning and destruction magic far beyond his capacity to handle. Ding! Congratulations, host, on mastering basic light magic. The Vitality Regeneration Magic Scroll has automatically transformed into a magical skill. You may equip new treasures. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring basic light magic. You are rewarded with a level 3 light spell, Just Power. We hope you continue to strive for excellence. Just Power, magic cost, 6, enhances your troops and increases their attack power. Base, target's attack increases by 10. Basic, target's attack increases by 20. Intermediate, target's attack increases by 30. Advanced, target's attack increases by 40. Due to the hasty departure previously, many supplies were left behind, secured in this location where no wild men dared to intrude. Thankfully, with sufficient manpower this time, Marco ensured that everything transportable was taken away. Ultimately, even the wooden beams of the house were dismantled, leaving nothing behind. Subsequently, Marco ordered a fire to consume all the buildings. While the wives and daughters of casters stood in stunned silence, gazing at the flames, a few of the younger ones began to cry unconsciously. Old Fanny, witnessing the scene, rushed over and delivered several sharp slaps, scolding, "You little wretches! Do you miss him? If you do, then jump into the fire. Do not forget who feeds and clothes you. If you wish to die, do not drag us down with you." A few days prior, after the red-haired Red and his tribe joined the ranks, some young men contemplated exercising the custom of stealing women from casters' daughters and wives. However, before they could even leave the camp, they were intercepted by Red and his men, alerted to their intentions. Hank had already informed Red that these women belonged to Marco and advised him to keep his tribesmen in check. Having witnessed the extraordinary magic wielded by Marco's followers, Red's heart was entirely submissive, and he felt fortunate for his choice. In the northern and western wildling communities, chaos has frequently erupted over the past year, prompting many cave dwellers to emerge from the depths of the mountains. It is uncertain when the rumors of the return of the other began to proliferate, culminating in the breach of the Red Hall by these malevolent beings. In desperation, Red-haired Raid, leading his tribe, sought assistance from the Sarans, only to encounter the party of Yezi midway. After a brief exchange, Red-haired Raid joined forces with Yezi and her companions until they encountered Marco. At this moment, having just selected his skills, Marco turned his gaze towards Yezi, who was also mounted on a shadow panther, the very creature that had followed the moonlit path. It had lingered at the rear of the group, and after Marco discovered it a few days prior, he instructed Yezi to recruit it as a companion, intending to pair it with the one belonging to Moonshadow. Observing Yezi's furtive glances in his direction, Marco felt a sense of curiosity and turned to inquire, "Yezi, is there something peculiar about me? What troubles you?" Upon hearing Marco's words, a flicker of panic crossed Yezi's eyes. She hesitated before replying, "Marco, are you a deity? Why do I sense such a myriad of divine powers emanating from you? Yet, you are undeniably human." Marco, taken aback, replied, "I cannot explain it either, as I am uncertain of the origins of this power within me. Perhaps it is the handiwork of some great deity? Is that so? Perhaps the Green Prophet speaks true." "The future has indeed shifted," Yezi murmured, contemplating Marco's words. Subsequently, she rode her shadow panther to join Marco, aligning herself alongside Moonshadow. The two forest children, akin to innocent young girls, engaged in conversation, occasionally casting glances at Marco, which left him feeling rather uncomfortable. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Marco decided to ride towards the rear of the group, where Red-haired Raid and his party were situated. Marco had prepared an ample number of steeds for this journey, and he was mounted on a warhorse provided by the system. Upon Marco's arrival at the back of the group, Red-haired Raid promptly approached him, and Marco dismounted to greet him. Sars, Ting, and their companions closely followed behind. Marco then invited Red-haired Raid to walk alongside him. Red-haired Raid appeared to be around 40 years of age, blessed with 4 sons and 2 daughters, and he himself was an exceptionally formidable warrior. In the wildling realm, red hair symbolizes life and light, granting him a natural advantage from a young age, ultimately leading him to become the chief of his tribe. His tribe is among the most prominent within the Red Hall, thriving due to frequent trade with giants and nomadic tribes. Marco inquired, "Could you enlighten me about the situation in the north? I recall you mentioning that you hail from the Red Hall, correct?" "Indeed, Lord Marco," Red-haired Raid replied with utmost respect. The Red Hall stands as the largest settlement north of the Ghost Shadow Forest, housing over 30 tribes, both large and small. The Red Hall is a favored settlement among the nomadic tribes residing in the northern regions, as it serves as a hub for trading goods and ironware. The resident population of the Red Hall hovers around 50,000, continually fluctuating year by year. 6 months prior, the nomadic peoples from the north and the cave dwellers from the west began their exodus southward. And it was only when red-haired Reed recognized the impending danger that the Hall was attacked by the whites. Fortunately, the tribesmen discovered the whites' aversion to fire, which enabled them to set the structures of the Red Hall ablaze, thus securing precious time for everyone to flee. From red-haired Reed, Marco learned that many of the nomadic tribes had sought refuge in the Shadow Forest, with a significant number under the leadership of the giant slayer, Tommen. After acquiring the information he sought, Marco bid farewell to Reed, assuring him that as long as they complied, he would guarantee them a better life, even promising opportunities to migrate southward. Marco had become increasingly adept at this sort of grandiose persuasion. The lengthy and monotonous journey passed day by day, thankfully without further encounters with the whites. Gazing at the distant wall of despair, Marco smiled knowingly. 3 days prior, he had sent word to Old Bear using a raven. As dusk approached, Marco chose to set up camp in the woods, aware that their group was too diverse, and any encounter with Night's Watch soldiers harboring deep-seated grudges against the nomads could lead to chaos. He intended to rely on the Night's Watch to fend off the encroaching tribes. Moreover, the Black Castle required time to prepare, and Marco wished to avoid causing them undue trouble as they held him in high regard. That night, while immersed in slumber, Marco found himself once again in the realm of consciousness, where the three-eyed raven awaited him. Each time the raven arrived, it remained fixed in one spot, never daring to make any extraneous movements, seemingly terrified of the presence that lingered in Marco's mind, a fact that he had grown accustomed to, harboring a hint of schadenfreude. "I trust you are aware of the events transpiring at the Red Hall," the raven began, its expression inscrutable. "I have come to discuss this matter with you. This time, it is the Night King that has emerged, and he is quite formidable. Before your arrival, I had resigned myself to face my fate with equanimity. Now, however, we possess ample time and opportunity to confront him." Marco, observing the raven, curiously inquired, "I have always wanted to ask, what exactly are you?" "Your ability to continuously shift forms borders on the divine." The three-eyed raven regarded Marco, a slight smile playing upon its lips, and retorted, "I had thought you would never pose that question. In your view, what do you consider a deity to be?" "The Dragon King does not believe in deities, for we are the very embodiment of divinity." "Huh. You do not resemble a Dragon King. Rather, you appear to be some unknown entity, Marker. Let us address you as such for now. After spending such a considerable amount of time together, I have discerned that you are not a descendant of the Dragon King lineage. You must be an incarnation of a god, though you remain unaware of it." The three-eyed crow chuckled, somewhat uncharacteristically. Marker noticed that the three-eyed crow was particularly different tonight, devoid of its usual serene demeanor, seemingly overwhelmed with excitement. He surmised that his words had stirred certain memories within the crow. Observing the crow's unusual state, Marker remarked softly, "In truth, it matters not who I am or what resides within me. It will not deter my ambition to conquer and transform this world. The realm of iron and fire is utterly mundane. Only magic embodies the singular truth of existence." Upon hearing these words, the three-eyed crow cast a complex glance at Marker and responded, "Indeed. It turns out that this last green prophet, over the extensive passage of time, absorbed life energy and successfully ascended to a more formidable existence. In that era, the three-eyed crow, in a certain sense, was akin to a deity. However, the children of the forest were overly reliant on the weirwood and lacked the desire for change. During that time, Westeros was teeming with children of the forest and giants. Although conflicts occasionally arose, the children, empowered by magic, held dominion for a period." The three-eyed crow spoke to Marker, his voice imbued with pain and regret. It was revealed that the three-eyed crow, in a moment of despair, discovered a stone that had fallen from the heavens in a mysterious corner. This stone was peculiar, imbued with a chilling and dreadful power, capable of resurrecting the corpses of nearby animals under its influence. He utilized obsidian to harness this power and taught other children of the forest to wield it, yet this power was highly aggressive, posing a risk of leading the children astray. Nevertheless, to combat humanity, the three-eyed crow commanded its use against them, and the first White Walker was conjured through his own incantation. Initially, the White Walkers were compliant. However, the three-eyed crow eventually discovered that the stone had inexplicably vanished. By the time he realized this, the event known as the Corpse Uprising had transpired, resulting in an unprecedented blow to all sentient races on the continent of Westeros. Ultimately, I too fell under the influence of this power, becoming ensnared in a state of semi-existence. Marker. My soul is fraught with an overwhelming array of memories and emotions, instilling within me a profound fear of losing control and transforming into a more terrifying monstrosity, invading the bodies and consciousness of others, controlling the thoughts of others. I sometimes find myself doubting whether I am merely a wight, devoid of flesh. If I were to transform into such a being, there would be no force in this world capable of hindering me, not even the divine. When the three-eyed raven uttered these words, he appeared to be in great agony, as if he had suppressed his feelings for far too long, unleashing the torrent of his thoughts all at once. As Mark observed the television, he found it peculiar that the Night King relentlessly pursued Bran. It now seems that this obsession was driven by the desire to convert him into a wight. Chapter 58. Bloodcrow. I am confident that, given your capabilities, you should encounter no difficulties. At the very least, your ability to inform me of the current situation suggests that you have discovered a solution, correct? Marco reassured him. Every time I engage in discourse with you in this realm, my spiritual energy amplifies. I am now capable of exerting control over a portion of my primary essence. The three-eyed crow elucidated to Marco, seemingly having regained its initial state. Upon hearing Marco's words, the three-eyed crow cast a profound gaze upon him, then knelt before Marco and proclaimed, "By the gods as witnesses, in the name of the river, flame, earth, storm, thunder, rainbow, mist, desolation, the dead, and life, I hereby establish an eternal covenant. I lay say aka knock." Omitting 1,000 characters. Ace, do solemnly swear allegiance to the one before me until the world's demise. Marco regarded the three-eyed crow with a hint of perplexity and inquired, "You seem rather strange today. What is the intent behind your vow?" To be frank, I perceive oaths as devoid of binding power. Anyone can betray when the stakes are sufficiently high. We are allies, and as long as you remain unproblematic, I shall maintain this alliance. The three-eyed crow replied, expressionless, "This is the oath of Brynden Riverwind. It is also the oath of the three-eyed crow. You have provided me with significant assistance, and my loyalty to you is but fair recompense. Our future has been irrevocably altered by your presence. By following you, our kin shall grow ever stronger. I shall aid you in seizing this world, and this is also an opportunity for Brynden Riverwind to reaffirm his worth." Observing the three-eyed crow's earnest demeanor, Marco sighed. "Very well. I accept your loyalty. You may rise. Why should a being who has lived for millennia cling so fervently to this matter?" Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the allegiance of a unique soul. Influenced by its racial characteristics, the system shall transform it into a special unit known as the Druid's Soul. Special Unit. Druid's Soul, when parasitically inhabiting a humanoid entity, can be transformed into a Druid Elder. Druid Elder, Level 4, Magic Value, 25. Magic Support. Active Skill, transferring one's magic value to the hero. The caster can wield magic during combat, manifesting abilities such as Rock Spike, Primitive, Thunderbolt, Intermediate, and Indomitable, Advanced. Buzz. A vibrant green orb suddenly emerged from the three-eyed crow's form, hovering before Marco. The three-eyed crow gazed at the orb with exhilaration and exclaimed, "I was right. I was right. This method truly works, Marco. Do you see? It has indeed been separated. Haha. If this continues, my soul will surely regain its most formidable state, and I shall no longer need to transfer my essence to evade corrosion." Observing the perplexed expression on Maka's face, the three-eyed crow meticulously began to elucidate the matter. It turned out that since the chaos wrought by the others in ancient times, the three-eyed crow had been gradually eroded by a mysterious force emanating from a celestial meteorite, and his soul had been in a constant struggle against this malign influence, to prevent his essence from being entirely consumed, leading to dire consequences. He had been perpetually shifting his physical form over the millennia. However, each transformation failed to liberate him from the insidious power that clung to him like a parasite. Additionally, due to his continuous body changes, a multitude of formidable consciousnesses had taken refuge within him. Notably, Brynden Rivers, with his potent Targaryen bloodline, had ensured that his spiritual awareness lingered, often vying for dominion over the three-eyed crow's primary consciousness. The gravest incident occurred when Brynden, unable to rein in his emotions, disrupted the continuum of the past, precipitating a catastrophic disaster. Ever since encountering Mako, the three-eyed crow felt his spiritual strength gradually augmenting. Thus, From the day Mako began his journey, the three-eyed crow had been scheming to test his hypothesis, endeavoring to extricate those potent consciousnesses from his soul. The circumstances of the day indicated that his experiment had met with considerable success, justifying the immense effort he had invested in harnessing the power derived from Mako. Yet, the faint smile at the corner of his mouth could not conceal his elation. Mako waved his hand and said, All right, I understand. I have received your loyalty, and the children of the forest shall remain under my protection. Your magic, in my view, is still rather rudimentary. Even if you were to regain your original state, it would amount to little more than a slight enhancement over your current abilities. I have yet to reach the point where I require you to expand my dominion. Perhaps in the north, your magic may hold some utility, but once you exhaust the resources of the weirwood there, you shall revert to your former selves. Once you are restored, let us devise a plan to transform this world. My lord. Oh, pardon me. My esteemed lord. You are undoubtedly a divine being traversing the mortal realm. Such an ambition is truly magnificent. The three-eyed crow, in his current unstable state, began to shower compliments upon Mako once more. Mako regarded the three-eyed crow with a frown, feeling that his once enigmatic persona had been utterly shattered. Now, he resembled a severely fractured psyche. Consequently, Mako grasped the luminous orb in his palm and addressed the three-eyed crow. All right, this is sufficient for now. Let us conclude for the evening. I accept your gift. Farewell. With that, he disregarded the three-eyed crow and vanished in a flash of golden light from the realm of consciousness. After Mako's departure, the three-eyed crow was entirely expelled from that realm as well. Upon rising the next day, Mako discovered a new option. The soul of the druid had been added to his grimoire. This option is located on his exclusive magic page, in the same position as the underworld witch. Just as Mako was preparing to have Hank and the others find a hapless soul to experiment on, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the tent. Lord Mako, enemies are approaching, approximately 40 in number. According to Red and the others, they seem to be a raiding party. Upon hearing this, Mako paused momentarily, then muttered to himself. It seems that when one dozes off, someone brings a pillow. I was just contemplating having Hank take action. Excellent. Subsequently, Mako issued a command to the voice. Perfect timing. Go inform Red the Redhead that I have no fondness for raiding parties. Leave a few alive, but the rest must be slain. Yes, Lord Mako. Approximately 1 minute later, the voice found Red the Redhead gathering his troops into camp, seemingly preparing to set off as well. After conveying Marco's orders, this former savage tribesman assured that he would accomplish Marco's task, as he had already intended to deal with these intruders. Raiding beyond the Great Wall is a significant aspect of the savage culture. These so-called free folk can join the raiding parties at the age of 12. The raiders scale the walls of the Great Wall of Despair or navigate through Seal Bay by small boats to raid the southern villages. Climbing the Great Wall takes over a day and is fraught with danger, as the Night's Watch Rangers often discover the shattered corpses of those who have fallen from the walls. In their ascent, the raiders employ enormous ladders crafted from hemp rope and crossbars to facilitate their group's climbing. They also dispatch one or several advance teams to scale the Great Wall, scouting the way for the main forces, or they might act independently in large numbers. The raiders don specially designed soft deerskin boots, which feature protruding spikes at the top. Many of these spikes are made of copper or iron, but a greater number are fashioned from bone. They typically carry small stone hammers, iron-tipped hammers, bone-tipped hammers, or horns as climbing tools. These rudimentary ice climbing implements are highly perilous, yet remarkably simple to construct. The raiders favor these tools, often banding together in groups of 4 to 5 to plunder southward, leaving devastation in their wake akin to a locust swarm, causing immense suffering to the northern inhabitants. In recent decades, as the Night's Watch has waned, the audacity of the wildlings has burgeoned. Some have even attempted to raid the lands of House Amber and Bear Island, rather than targeting the villages gifted by Brandon as they once did. Ellie Amber has fallen victim to such raiding actions. If a noble girl can face such tribulations, one can only imagine the horrors endured by the common folk. Thus, what Mako detests most are those who, under the guise of freedom, roam about indulging in pillage and slaughter. To some extent, they are even more loathsome than the Ironborn, perpetually exuding an air of self-satisfaction. A tribe of over 100 warriors, guided by the wolf Fong, lay in ambush within the woods. This band of marauders was well equipped, many adorned with iron weaponry. Yet, despite their superior armaments compared to the typical savages, they were no match for the tribe's warriors, who had long been poised for confrontation. Upon encircling this force of more than 40, they scarcely had time to react before the red-haired Red decimated nearly half of their number. In the ensuing clash, only 3 spear women and 1 leader-like figure remained, the rest silenced forever, their bodies consumed by flames. As Marco partook of his breakfast, Red approached, leading the 4 captives. The man among them ranted incessantly, uttering phrases such as "free folk, do not harm free folk," and lamenting the fratricide. The 3 spear women appeared rather subdued, seemingly scrutinizing their surroundings. In their understanding, as long as they offered no resistance, they would face nothing worse than being consumed by men. While the man continued his tirade, Marco suddenly inquired of Red, "Do you recognize this man? He seems to know you." However, Marco found the fellow repugnant. Noting that his favorite pastime involved abducting nursing women, often coercing southern women into submission by threatening their children. Bosai then berated Red, exclaiming, "Red, you despicable traitor! You repugnant kneeler! The shame of free folk! The gods shall surely punish you." Red, with a sneer, replied, "The gods? My kneeling is before the divine who walks among us. You should brace yourself for divine retribution." Upon hearing this, Marco glanced at the man named Bosai. Choosing not to engage in further banter, he promptly opened his spellbook interface and invoked the spirit of the druid. A golden orb materialized in Marco's hand, and under his guidance, it surged directly into Bosai's chest. Instantly, Bosai's body swelled, layers of golden light emanating from him, accompanied by his agonized screams resonating from the luminous sphere. The 3 spear women around him were utterly petrified, supporting each other as they collapsed to the ground, visibly horrified. Yet, despite their fear, they bit down hard on their lips, terrified of provoking Marco and suffering a similar fate. However, the cacophony of screams lasted merely around 10 seconds before it abruptly ceased, replaced by the ominous sounds of cracking bones and tearing flesh emanating from the radiant sphere. From within emerged a tall and imposing man, his physique remarkably proportionate, appearing to be a head shorter than Marco, with alabaster skin and the signature silver hair of the Targaryens. His elongated, pointed ears signify his unique lineage, and he emanates an aura of serene tranquility, utterly contrasting the earlier scene of sanguinary violence. The eye that was once blind has now returned to its normal state, and his deep garnet eyes are imbued with a profound wisdom. A wine-hued birthmark adorns his cheek and chin, resembling a crimson raven. "My esteemed master, blinded raven, I pay homage to you. Thank you for granting me a new lease on life. I shall become the sword in your hand, vanquishing all adversaries." The man knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed to his chest, as he called out to Marco with fervor. Chapter 59. Reunion with an old friend. Marco gazed down at the kneeling blood raven, Brynden Rivers, and inwardly lamented, why do the Targaryens have such a penchant for nudity? Would it not be prudent to don some attire first? Nevertheless, he voiced with a semblance of cordiality, "Very well. Rise and speak, Sir Brynden. Hank, kindly fetch Sir Brynden a garment." Approximately 15 minutes later, clad in appropriate attire, Brynden Rivers approached Marco's side, notably adorned with the ancestral sword of his family, the Dark Sister. Although Brynden was a bastard, he had been legitimized by his father, Aegon IV. Among Aegon IV's illegitimate offspring, several were deemed noble bastards due to their mother's esteemed lineage, totaling 9, with Brynden being one of them. This sword had remained in the possession of the 3-eyed raven since his transformation, accompanied by his longbow crafted from the wood of the giant fish. The Dark Sister, a Valyrian steel longsword belonging to House Targaryen, was initially wielded by Visenya, the sister and wife of the conqueror Aegon. Marco regarded the vigorous blood raven with satisfaction, believing that the 3-eyed raven had at last accomplished something relatively commendable. Addressing Brynden, Marco said, "Please, have a seat. Shortly, I shall introduce you to an old friend. But we must first conceal your visage, for our appearance is considered rebellious across the 7 kingdoms. We must avoid unnecessary trouble for the time being." "Indeed, my lord Marco. Is that old friend young Aemon? I cannot believe he still draws breath. The magical wards of the wall have been too potent for us to ascertain conditions here. I had presumed him deceased." Brynden Rivers replied respectfully, though his mention of young Aemon struck Marco as rather jarring, causing his eyelids to twitch. Unable to restrain himself, Marco responded, "He is 98 years of age, yet still remarkably spry. Counting you, only 4 Targaryens remain. Ah, but wait. One more is yet to be accounted for. The more magical blood we possess, the more favorable our future endeavors will be." Observing Marco's reluctance to continue the conversation, Brynden wisely fell silent, aware that Marco would reveal the identity of that special kin when the moment was right. After partaking in a meal, Marco and his companions arrived before the wall's black castle, where the news had reached the ever-vigilant old bear, Jorah Mormont, who awaited Marco's arrival. Accompanying him was young Jon Snow of House Stark. Upon witnessing Marco dismount, Jon rushed forward, embracing him warmly. With a reluctant chuckle, Marco reciprocated with a friendly pat on Jon's back, for he found such greetings rather peculiar. Had it been a fair maiden, it might have been more palatable, but alas. The embrace was from a bearded lad. Immediately following, Jon Snow began conversing with Marco about the occurrences that transpired during his absence. It became apparent that, upon learning of Marco's departure from Castle Black, the elder Jon Snow had dispatched young Jon to seek him out. Although they had initially speculated that Marco would venture beyond the wall, they had not anticipated such a considerable distance. Had it not been for Old Bear's intervention, young Jon would have already set forth with the family knights in search of Marco to the north. At that moment, Old Bear, Jorah Mormont, regarded Marco with a complex expression, then shifted his gaze towards the daughters and wives of House Castor, releasing a quiet sigh within his heart. "Your Excellency," he began, "I appreciate your assistance. Someone has indicated in a letter that certain individuals will be stationed outside Castle Black. After this person visits Maester Aemon, they shall take their leave. Oh, and also, thank you for your help. Thanks to your raven, I was afforded the opportunity to witness those fabled servants of the other. Although they proved somewhat challenging, we managed to navigate through the ordeal without grave consequences." Marco addressed Old Bear, concluding with a subtle jibe, seemingly irked by the old man's overflowing compassion. Upon hearing Marco's words, Jorah Mormont's countenance shifted dramatically, rendering him momentarily speechless. Once he regained his composure, he quickly called out to Marco, "My lord Marco." Though Jorah Mormont wished to elucidate his position to Marco, he found himself at a loss for words. A tumult of guilt, regret, sorrow, and relief surged within his mind, causing him to forget many things. Meanwhile, the Night's Watch soldiers surrounding them found themselves in a state of astonishment. As giants and the children of the forest materialized before them, their expressions could only convey the exhilaration of the moment. Furthermore, the mammoths raised by the giants had been brought along by Marco. Not wishing to leave them behind as wights, he had chosen to transport them all at once. These mammoths, having been nurtured by the giants since infancy, possessed gentle temperaments and a fondness for companionship. Marco envisioned the establishment of a war elephant brigade in the future. After leaving the passage, Marco accompanied Brynden Rivers to the residence of Maester Aemon, who had only just risen from slumber. Typically, at this hour, he would be seated, listening to his two aides read the ravens. After exchanging pleasantries with the aides, Marco and Brynden found their seats, with Brynden casting a complex glance towards Maester Aemon. Maester Aemon appeared truly aged, a far cry from the wise scholar prince that Brynden Rivers once admired, though his warm smile had remained largely unchanged, and his voice still resonated with calm assurance. Having just finished listening to the aide's reports, he turned toward Marco and inquired in Valyrian, "How was your journey beyond the wall? Lord Marco, did you find anything of note? Is this individual beside you one of your kin?" As the final words fell, Brynden Hewer took the opportunity to address Scholar Aemon, exclaiming, "Prince Aemon, it has been an eternity. You have aged." The remark, laden with multifaceted emotions, evoked reflections on the myriad experiences the two had shared over the years, as well as the capriciousness of fate. Upon hearing Brynden Hewer's familiar tone, Scholar Aemon was immediately unsettled, his lips trembling with excitement as he questioned, "Is it truly you, Brynden? How can this be? You were supposed to be dead. Or did you succeed?" "Indeed, Prince Aemon, I discovered the fabled son of the forest, yet I was unsuccessful. The power of the dragon egg has been depleted, and we have once again met with failure." Brynden Hewer expressed with a countenance full of regret. It had merely been a conjecture, yet all had sacrificed immeasurably for this elusive dream, with Aemon's brother having even given his life in pursuit of it. Aemon spoke calmly, though his tone betrayed a hint of disappointment. Brynden Hewer, however, countered with dissatisfaction, "That was not merely an accident. Aemon, we both know that if enough, Brynden, the family has lost the Iron Throne. It holds no significance anymore. My only wish now is for the last two descendants to live in peace, without further concern for the matters of Westeros." Aemon exclaimed, rising from his seat, his voice laced with helplessness and pain, culminating in a fit of violent coughing. Each time Meeker arrived and spoke in Valyrian, the two attendants felt their heads buzzing, for Scholar Aemon became exceedingly agitated in his presence. Both individuals hoped that Aemon would continue to live, allowing them to maintain their leisurely positions. Brynden Hewer received a sharp glare from them as he prepared to depart, ignoring the two attendants who were now ready to usher him out. Rising as well, he declared, "Farewell, Prince Aemon. I shall obliterate the families of those traitors. I swear by the name of Bloodraven, Lord Meeker shall ultimately reign supreme. What troubles you? Are you reminiscing about your former kin? Lord Meeker, my apologies. I lost my composure." Meeker replied, "I understand your loyalty to House Targaryen and recognize the sacrifices you have made for your family. Frankly, I truly admire your efforts to save your lineage single-handedly. Regrettably, you find yourself in a waning era. Your family has lost far too much and missed countless opportunities. Thus, I shall not fall into that error. In my empire, there shall only be one voice, my own. But, my lord, the dragons have long since vanished from our realm." Before Brynden Haverin could finish his utterance, Marco interrupted him with a raised hand, declaring emphatically, "Indeed, my lord Marco, I shall persist in my endeavors. Long live the Dragon King family." Upon hearing Marco's fervent words, Brynden felt an overwhelming clarity wash over him, and he assured Marco with a resounding voice. As the two made their way to the training grounds of Black Castle, young Jon hurriedly approached them. "My lord Marco, are we not to rest here for the night? Will your men accompany us? If so, I must arrange for preparations in advance." He continued, "And someone is about to embark on their final journey in the north, visiting House Stark at Winterfell. There are matters within Alok's tribe that require a personal discussion with the Duke of Stark." Young Jon, with an expression of astonishment, queried, "Oh, my lord Marco, are you also aware of that matter?" Marco chuckled, "Indeed. Did you not arrive from Skagos Island?" With a hearty laugh, he added, "It is quite amusing that the feeble Boltons attribute their defeat to the sorcery of a wizard. It truly tickles my fancy. What's this? Do you doubt the existence of magic?" Marco inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed Jon's disdainful demeanor. Jon paused momentarily as if a thought had struck him. Before replying, "Previously, I was a skeptic, but since witnessing those wights, I have come to believe. They were utterly terrifying. I still feel the ache in my feet. Nevertheless," he continued, "I refuse to believe that those flayed ones encountered true magic. They simply cannot admit to their defeat." Marco, finding humor in Jon's words, laughed heartily. "Indeed, I was there. They were bested by the warriors of the tribes." Approximately 10 minutes later, Marco divided the assembled forces into two groups, with an added member, Leaf, joining the expedition to Winterfell. Marco's fleet had docked at the Night's Watch port 3 days prior. After acquiring 3 galleys from the Bolton expedition, he had entrusted a portion of the rock fishermen to Shar for training. After several months of rigorous instruction, those men had grasped the basic operational skills. While they were not yet ready for battle, they were more than capable of handling transportation tasks. Elder Bloodstone and his kin were also well prepared, especially the giants and the children of the forest, for whom Marco had designated a nearby forest area adjacent to Griffin's Roost. The primary objective of this expedition was to assist Leaf and her companions, while also assessing the conditions in the north to lay a solid foundation for his future plans.